After 3 years of being at the bottom of the pack, I unexpectedly awakened the strongest output system, but it required me to always stay in the backline. Can you do this or not, Chen? As a backline attacker, your damage is less than mine as a support, and you're as fragile as paper. Healing you is exhausting me. Goddess Chung Yu questioned him, leaving Chen with a helpless, wry smile. Having crossed over to this high martial world for 3 years, he thought he could rise like the protagonists in novels, only to be hit hard by reality. No talent, no resources, no connections. This left him at the bottom of his high school's martial arts class for 3 years. Sister Yu, give me another chance. Next time we enter the demon cave, I'll definitely try harder to attack. Chen pleaded with the short-haired, sweet-faced school beauty he had secretly admired for 3 years. Recently, when the school randomly assigned teams, he was fortunate to be in the same team as his crush, only to be met with such disdain. Chen, you're really useless. Chung Yu said, hands on her hips, looking down at the bowing Chen with disdain in her eyes. 3 other boys chimed in. Li Nan, a tall boy in fish-scale armor holding a giant shield, said, you're not cut out for martial arts. You should try the liberal arts and work in logistics. Lu Che, a short and skinny boy playing with dual daggers, shook his head and said, an archer who can't even break through a demonized bug's defense is just asking for death in a real demon cave. Zhao Gang, a buzzcut boy carrying a large sword, chuckled, I know you want to chase Chung the school beauty, but you need the skills for that. Chen, the martial arts entrance exam is in a month, and getting into the top 10 martial universities is my goal. I don't want you holding me back. You should just quit. Chung Yu impatiently interrupted. At that moment, Chen's mind suddenly swelled, and a mechanical voice sounded. Detected host awakening. Activating strongest backline output system. The system granted him massive defense boosts and a skill called Heaven and Earth Strike. Every enemy he defeated would permanently increase his power, with stronger enemies providing more boosts. But the system required him to always be a backline attacker, or it would self-destruct and reclaim all rewards. Let's see who dares say I can't deal damage. Chen thought to himself. Chung Yu was already impatient. Did you hear me? Hao Jian, the gold standard shooter from Class 1, has agreed to join our team. Just make way for him. Yu, guys, give me one more chance. I can outperform Hao Jian. Give it up, he's the school's recognized gold standard shooter. Do you think you can compare? Chung Yu rolled her eyes and sashayed away, with the 3 teammates following her. Just as Chen was about to leave, a voice called out behind him. Hey, classmate, our team needs a backline attacker. Would you like to join us? It was a boy with a kind face named Chao Zhuang. He admitted he was the captain of an ordinary class team that Hao Jian had just abandoned. Tomorrow was the last preliminary match, and though they knew they would likely come in last, they wanted to form a complete team to give it a try. The system immediately triggered a side quest. Join the team and complete the first dungeon to gain 3,000 power points. So Chen nodded and said, sure, I'll join you. The next day, Chen arrived at the sports field early. Although there were still more than 2 hours before the competition began, the field, which was the size of 2 football pitches, was already bustling with people. Groups of teenagers gathered, chatting animatedly. As Chen looked around, he heard a familiar deep male voice calling his name from not far away. He turned to see that it was Chao Zhuang. Chen smiled slightly and walked toward him. Even without the system's side quest, Chen would have accepted Chao Zhuang's invitation. In this world, the only shortcut to success was to participate in the martial arts competition and enter a prestigious academy, which required forming a team for the assessment. More importantly, he was moved by Chao Zhuang's sincerity, as they were all ordinary people who could relate to each other. Chen, let me introduce the other members of our team, Chao Zhuang said with a cheerful smile. Once Chen stood still, he pointed to a boy with a face full of acne on his left. This is Yao Wan, a swordsman, positioned as our damage dealer. Then he pointed to 2 girls standing on his right who looked almost identical. These are the twin sisters. The elder sister is Chun Shui, a water mage positioned as support, and the younger sister Chen Bing is a wind mage positioned as a backline damage dealer. Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but take a closer look at the 2 girls. Choosing a professional role wasn't random. It was determined before enrollment using advanced precision instruments to help the candidates select the path that best suited their potential. People naturally gifted with elemental affinity were rare, let alone twins. Although these girls weren't as striking as Chung Yu, they were still quite charming, especially when standing together, drawing glances from the boys in other teams. Sister Chen Shui seemed a bit shy, avoiding Chen's gaze and looking down bashfully. In contrast, Chen Bing was more outgoing and extended her hand directly. Hi Chen, I'm Chen Bing. Although Yao Wen and I are both positioned as damage dealers in the team, Yao Wen mostly shares the damage burden with Chao Zhuang, while I, as a wind mage, am actually a half support, half damage role. So, the main output of our team will rely on you, our great marksman. Chen chuckled and nodded, shaking hands with Chen Bing. No problem, I'll handle the output, and I promise to get the job done. Xiao Zhuang cleared his throat and continued. Ahem. Yichen just joined our team, so he might need some time to get familiar. Don't put too much pressure on him. He paused and glanced at everyone. With Hao Jian, our star shooter, gone, we're now a purely civilian team. Let's not worry about the final results. Just give it our all. This was essentially giving Yichen a graceful introduction, avoiding any awkwardness, as if to say he didn't want to appear timid in front of the girls. The second statement was a heads-up for everyone, as their elite ace Hao Jian was no longer with them, significantly lowering the team's overall strength, so they shouldn't have high expectations. As longtime teammates, Yao Wen, Chen Shui, and Chen Bing understood immediately. They had some understanding of Yi Chen's strength, especially since yesterday's events had spread like wildfire among the students. Yao Wen patted Yi Chen on the shoulder with a smile and said, Brother, don't be nervous, just do your best. Chen Bing and I, as the team's damage dealers, will also do our utmost to support you. Chen Bing nodded in agreement. I'll give you the Wind Spirit Blessing, which will boost your damage significantly. This time, you'll definitely be able to break through the enchanted pincer's defense. Before he could finish, Chen Shui quickly covered her sister's mouth. Realizing her mistake, Chen Bing's eyes flashed with a hint of panic and apology as she turned to Yi Chen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Yi Chen shrugged it off. It's all right, don't worry about it. Meanwhile, the school leaders and class teachers had already gathered on the high platform in the center of the sports field. The principal's voice boomed across the field, even causing the windows of distant teaching buildings to rattle. The previously noisy field fell into complete silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Yao Wen whispered, Our principal is truly a level 6 powerhouse. His voice makes my eardrums hurt. Next to him, Xiao Zhuang nodded in agreement, while the two girls covered their ears in discomfort. Yichen looked at them in confusion, thinking, Really? I didn't feel anything. Seeing the hundreds of martial arts students grimacing below, Principal Chen Mingwu nodded with satisfaction. He wanted to impress upon these martial arts students the importance of their strength, to inspire them to strive harder. Students, today is your final mock exam at Songjiang First High School. This exam is of great significance, as all results will be reported to the Education Department and will serve as part of your reference for entering martial arts universities. Exceptionally outstanding students may even receive an exemption from the entrance exam. This announcement caused a wave of whispers among the students. Who wouldn't want to attend a martial arts university? Even the most ordinary one could lead to a prosperous career and a social status beyond the reach of ordinary people. Gaining an exemption would be like taking a giant leap forward. Moreover, it was a badge of honor that would bring preferential treatment and resources whether entering a martial arts university or the National Martial Arts Department. With the students' enthusiasm ignited, Chen Mingwu smiled slightly and said loudly, I won't say much more. According to your team numbers, board the assigned buses and head to the entrance of the Magic Cave immediately. The sports field became a bustling hive of activity as students moved in their teams. Yi Chen, Xiao Zhuang, and the others boarded the bus designated for their team, accompanied by 9 other teams and their supervising teachers. This wasn't their first departure, so they were quite familiar with the process. The buses transported the students to different entrances of the magic caves to prevent interference and competition from magical creatures between teams. Of course, such situations couldn't be completely avoided in practical assessments. If 2 teams did encounter each other, they would have to rely on their skills to secure their targets. However, attacking each other was strictly forbidden, and violators would be disqualified from the exam, with severe cases being reported to the National Security Office. With the exam looming, there was a palpable tension in the air, making the bus ride unusually quiet. Before long, Yi Chen and his team arrived at their destination. Once a bustling underground plaza in the city center, it had been cordoned off due to the emergence of a magic cave rift, making it inaccessible to the general public. As Yi Chen gazed at the massive fissure emitting a purple-black glow, he gripped his short bow tightly, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. I really want to shoot something right now, he exclaimed. Stepping through the temporal rift, Yi Chen and his group found themselves inside the demon cave. The walls were studded with spirit minerals that emitted a soft white glow, barely illuminating the surroundings. Before them lay an underground cavern, with maze-like tunnels branching off in all directions, sparking curiosity about where they might lead. Standing at the forefront of the group, Yi Chen was anxious. The exam lasted only 3 hours, and the system required him to accumulate over 3,000 points of strength. With the cooldown for the Qiankuan strike set at 10 seconds, he had to make every moment count to complete his mission. At that moment, their guide, Teacher Wang, began to speak. This isn't your first time entering Cave 028. The powerful creatures here have long been eradicated by our top-tier warriors from Dixia. At the deepest part of this cave, a barrier has been set up. Before he could finish, an arrow whizzed by him, embedding itself into a nearby rock wall, striking a passing lizard. The system's notification chimed. Ding. Target killed with Qiankuan strike, permanently gaining 3 strength. Yi Chen, why are you shooting randomly? Teacher Wang sternly questioned, nearly having been hit. Didn't you see I was talking? Sorry, teacher, I just wanted to practice a bit. Chen scratched his head, while his classmates couldn't help but chuckle, thinking he was being playful. What's so funny? Keep it to yourselves. Teacher Wang, seeing the students quiet down, cleared his throat with satisfaction and continued. Most of the creatures in this cave have been eliminated, and there's a barrier at the deepest point set by our strongest warriors. So, as Teacher Wang spoke, another arrow flew by, killing a small centipede. The system notified again, ding. Target killed with Chinkuan strike, permanently gaining 3 strength. Chen, it's you again. Teacher Wang's face turned completely dark. Chen quickly apologized with a smile. Sorry, Teacher Wang, I didn't mean to. With the exam coming up, I'm a bit nervous and wanted to warm up. The surrounding students burst into laughter again. I've told you countless times to practice regularly. Teacher Wang scolded, frustrated with their lack of discipline. Being lazy all the time and panicking before exams won't help. You are the worst batch of students I've ever taught. Seeing that the teacher was genuinely angry, everyone was subdued, not daring to make a sound. Teacher Wang scanned the group sharply, shaking the papers in his hand as he continued. This cave is safe for you. At least there's no life-threatening danger. But that doesn't mean you can be careless. If your team of 5 doesn't work well together, it could still be dangerous. He paused, continuing in a lecturing tone. So you need to cooperate well and remain calm no matter what challenges you face. Whoosh. Another arrow zipped by, grazing Teacher Wang's scalp before embedding itself in the rock above, striking a worm that had just emerged from the soil. Chen this time. Mr. Wang was truly furious. His face turned red with anger as he shouted at Chen. What do you think you're doing? Chen quickly put on a smile and bowed apologetically, saying, I'm really sorry, Mr. Wang. I was just too nervous. Even though you said cramming doesn't help, there's an old saying that sharpening your sword just before battle is better than not sharpening it at all. Huh. His words made the surrounding students burst into laughter, instantly dispelling the tense atmosphere of the exam and filling the cave with a cheerful vibe. Chen Bing, standing behind Chen, was amused and whispered to Chen Shui, Sister, you have to admit, Chen is pretty funny. Chen Shui pursed her lips tightly, trying hard not to laugh, and pinched her sister hard. Even the teachers present were trying to stifle their laughter, looking away to avoid bursting out. Mr. Wang felt his dignity was compromised and pointed at Chen, still fuming. Chen, I'm telling you, you're done for. Your whole team's exam is ruined. I'll report you all to the school board for mocking a teacher, and your team will have 10 points deducted. Then, turning to the other students, he shouted, I dare anyone else to laugh, and you'll all face deductions. The room fell silent instantly. Mr. Wang, I truly realize my mistake now. Please, be generous and forgive me this time. Chen pleaded again. If you must deduct points, just take them from me. It has nothing to do with the others. Mr. Wang snorted coldly. Oh, now you realize your mistake? Too late. You and your team can expect to be at the bottom of the rankings. With that, he ignored Chen and addressed all the students, quickly detailing the exam instructions. Each team will follow a teacher who will record your team's monster kills. The more monsters you kill and the higher their level, the more points you'll earn. The teachers will ensure your safety, but they won't intervene unless there's a real threat to your life. Did you all hear me clearly? Yes, we did. All the students responded in unison. Good, I'm done talking. Now it's your turn to perform. He raised the timer in his hand, officially starting the 3-hour assessment. As soon as he finished speaking, the other teams, led by their captains, sprinted towards the nearby entrances. Only Chen's team remained motionless, feeling dejected. Mr. Wang didn't miss the chance to give Chen one last look, sneering. Chen, I've got my eye on you. You've warmed up, haven't you? I'll see how many points you get after this is over. With that, he left the cave. After Mr. Wang left, Chen turned to his 4 teammates, including Chao Zhuang, and sincerely said, I owe you all an apology. It's because of my actions that we're being punished. But rest assured, after the exam, I'll confess my mistake to the school board and take full responsibility, so none of you will be affected. As he spoke, Chen shot another arrow, killing a rat. Ding! With a strike of Qian Kuan, the target was killed, and he permanently gained 3 strength. He did this to quickly accumulate strength. The skill had a 10-second cooldown, and using it immediately after cooling down was the most efficient strategy. Fortunately, the creatures in the cave were stronger than those outside, and had some level of aggression, making them suitable prey for Chen to increase his strength. In just a short time, Chen felt his strength had more than doubled. Chen, there's no need to apologize, Chao Zhuang said after listening to Chen. You were just warming up for the team's performance, and we're a team, which means we succeed or fail together. The captain was right. Chen Bing nodded. Our teacher always says that if we become real warriors and enter dangerous caves to fight powerful monsters, our teammates are our strongest support. Only by trusting each other and never abandoning anyone can we survive harsh battles and achieve victory. Chen Shui nodded frequently, agreeing with her sister. Yaowen shrugged with a smile. Points or no points, we're at the bottom anyway, so it doesn't make much difference. Yi Chun felt a warmth in his heart, seeing that no one blamed him and instead comforted him. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. I'll do my best to take down as many monsters as I can and make up for those 10 points." Yaowen patted his shoulder, acting like an older brother, clearly not taking Yi Chen's words too seriously. He then followed Chao Zhuang, who charged towards the cave entrance first. "Good luck," Chen Bing cheered, raising her small fist at Yi Chun as she ran forward with Chen Shui. Yi Chun nodded and followed closely behind. Amidst the rush, he still managed to shoot an arrow at a rapidly crawling rat in the corner. Thud! The arrow embedded itself half a foot deep into the rock wall, vibrating with a hum. The other 4 members of the team had already run a distance ahead and didn't notice the change. However, the supervising teacher, Ms. He, following the group, sensed something unusual. As a 4th grade teacher, Ms. He had much sharper vision and perception than ordinary people. After Yi Chun moved on, she approached to inspect the hole. Although Yi Chun had already retrieved the arrow, the spiderweb-like cracks on the surrounding rock wall still indicated the power behind that shot. This force, not much weaker than Hao Jian. Ms. He took a breath, her expression slightly changing, puzzled. With such strength, how could he not penetrate the defense of a demonized beetle? She muttered to herself and quickly followed the group. She needed to continue observing Yi Chen's abilities. Perhaps the wall had existing cracks, making his attack seem more powerful. As time passed, Chao Zhuang's team delved deeper into the demon cave, reaching over 1,000 meters. Along the way, Yi Chen continuously shot at any living creature he spotted, sparing only earthworms after realizing they could survive being cut into pieces. Initially, Chao Zhuang and the others reassured him not to be too tense and to avoid excessive warm-up exercises. However, seeing Yi Chen persist, they stopped interfering and let him be. The ground was littered with the corpses of subterranean creatures, causing Ms. He to frown slightly. When she saw Yi Chen shoot another rat, she couldn't help but speak up. "Student, killing these weak creatures doesn't add to your assessment points. You've shot so many times. Your stamina could be too depleted to face real enemies later." "Thank you for the reminder, teacher, but I'm young and have plenty of stamina. Shooting a few more times isn't a problem." Yi Chen smiled, forcefully pulling out the arrow embedded deep in the wall, then quickly rejoined the team. Missy thought to herself, "What a peculiar guy." She muttered, opening her notebook to write. Team member, Yi Chun may have a penchant for killing. Further observation needed. After advancing less than 50 meters further, Chao Zhuang suddenly halted and nervously commanded, "Everyone be alert. There's a demonized sandworm ahead. Prepare for battle." The group immediately went into combat mode, Yaowen gripping his large sword tightly, while Chen Bing and Chen Shui drew their wands, tensely watching the front. With Chao Zhuang's reminder, Yi Chen noticed an inconspicuous mound on the sandy ground ahead. It was clearly the hiding spot of a demonic sandworm. These creatures prefer to lurk beneath the sand, launching sudden attacks when prey approaches. Their mouths shoot paralyzing venom, immobilizing the prey, which is then dragged underground to be slowly devoured. There was once a student who got separated from his team and fell victim to a sandworm's ambush. He was paralyzed and dragged into the sand, but fortunately, others found him in time to save his life. However, the venom corroded a leg, leaving him permanently disabled. Even more horrifying, he remained conscious and in pain while being eaten, unable to move, leading to severe psychological trauma. This real-life story is part of the martial arts curriculum, a stark reminder for students to stay vigilant in the demon-infested lands. Even the lowest-ranked creatures can be deadly if underestimated. Despite the glamour and benefits of martial arts, these come at the cost of risking one's life. Battle formation. Chao Zhuang raised his large shield to his chest, with Yaowen following closely, ready to provide support. Chen Bing and Chen Shui stood on either side, channeling magic as the stones atop their staffs glowed faintly, prepared to cast spells. Chao Zhuang encouraged, "Don't be afraid. The sandworm's venom only paralyzes the body, and it can't target all of us at once. I'll engage first to draw its attention. Yaowen, be ready to support me. If I'm hit, decide whether to retreat or seize the chance to attack when the worm is distracted." Yaowen gripped his greatsword tightly, responding nervously, "Got it, Captain. I'll do it." Chao Zhuang continued, "The sandworm has weak defenses. We'll try to break through first. If successful, we'll kill it. Otherwise, we'll withdraw and regroup." After catching his breath, he turned to Chen Bing. "Make sure to bless Yaowen and me with wind spirit blessing." Then, addressing Chen Shui, he said, "If either of us is poisoned, cast purification immediately. It won't fully counteract the venom, but it'll delay its effects." Chen Shui nodded firmly. "Understood, Captain. I'll support you with wind blades." Chen Bing's eyes widened, fixed on the raised sand. Behind them, their teacher, Mr. He, opened his notebook, noting, Team 320XS leader, Chao Zhuang, is cautious and composed in battle, demonstrating excellent leadership skills. Team members Yao 1, Chen Shui, and Chen Bing show outstanding execution. He glanced at Yi Chun, who stood motionless at the back, and shook his head, writing. Team member Yi Chun is slow to react, lacks teamwork awareness, and does not possess the basic qualities of an excellent marksman. As Mr. He finished writing, Chao Zhuang shouted, "Go!" He charged towards the sand mound with his shield raised. Not to be outdone, Yao 1, face flushed, let out a low roar and charged with his great sword from the flank, as if ready for a decisive battle with the sandworm. Chen Bing waved his staff, sending 2 azure beams into Chao Zhuang and Yao 1, boosting their speed. Chen Shui held a blue light orb, poised to cast purification should either of them be struck. Amidst their coordinated attack, Yi Chen casually drew his bow and released an arrow. It sliced through the air with a soft whoosh, striking the sand mound before anyone else could react. The sandworm beneath convulsed violently, emitting a piercing shriek. Its massive, snake-like body thudded to the ground, gradually falling silent as dark green blood pooled around it. The surrounding cave fell quiet, as everyone turned their eyes to Yi Chun. Chao Zhuang and his team were stunned as they watched the sandworm twitch a few times before dying on the sandy ground. Chao Zhuang mechanically turned his head, incredulous, and asked, Yi Chun, was that shot just now yours? Yi Chun glanced around and replied with a smile. I think I'm the only archer here. Wow, that's awesome. Yao Wen exclaimed excitedly, giving Yi Chun a thumbs up. Hao Jian would need at least 2 arrows to kill a sandworm, but you're even better than him. They had encountered sandworms before, and it took a lot of effort to deal with them. Now that Hao Jian was gone and Yi Chun had joined, they thought their combat effectiveness would decrease significantly. Surprisingly, dealing with the sandworm was much easier, almost like a direct kill. Chao Zhuang enthusiastically walked over to Yi Chun and patted him on the shoulder. I was expecting a tough battle to deal with this sandworm, but you took it down with just 1 arrow. It was mostly a good warm-up and a bit of luck, Yi Chun said modestly. Yi Chun, you're amazing. Chen Bing chimed in with a grin. Looks like we can go back to our old tactics. What old tactics? Chao Zhuang explained. Before you came, our team had a top-notch archer, Hao Jian. His output capability was so strong that we developed a 4-protect-1 strategy, where 4 of us surrounded Hao Jian, and he was responsible for most of the output, while we protected and assisted him. Yao Wen added, I think reverting to the old strategy is completely feasible. Yi Chen's output ability is on par with Hao Jian's, so we can all return to our familiar roles, and the team's combat strength will definitely be higher than before. Chen Bing excitedly said, that would be great. I can focus on supporting, and the wind spirit blessing can be solely for Yi Chun. Chen Shui nodded in agreement. Chao Zhuang waved his hand after listening. Hold on, let's hear what Yi Chun thinks first. The 4-protect-1 strategy places a lot of demands on the archer, with the main output responsibility falling on his shoulders, which is a heavy burden. All 4 of them looked expectantly at Yi Chun. Yi Chun nonchalantly said, I don't mind. Let's do as you suggested. After all, he needed to kill targets to enhance his power attributes, so why not? All right, let's change our formation, Chao Zhuang said. Yes. The 4 quickly formed a diamond shape around Yi Chun, each taking responsibility for one direction, vigilantly watching for hidden monsters nearby. As Yi Chun and his team moved deeper into the cave, Mr. He opened his notebook behind them, staring blankly at the comments he had previously written about Yi Chun. Could Yi Chun really be a genius? Mr. He hesitated, contemplating erasing his earlier remarks, but ultimately closed the notebook. He decided to observe a bit longer. Maybe Yi Chun just got lucky with that shot hitting the sandworm's weak spot. With that thought, he only noted the sandworm's kill and quickly followed the team. Not far from there, Yi Chun's team arrived at a vast underground area with multiple passageway entrances. As they reached the center, Yao Wen warned, Yi Chun, demonized steel ants spotted to the front left. Hearing this, the other 3 quickly gathered around Yi Chun, effectively shielding him. A massive black ant, nearly a meter long, approached them slowly, its jaws resembling powerful pincers. Chao Zhuang immediately cautioned, these demonized steel ants are nothing like the sandworms we encountered before. Their jaws are razor-sharp, capable of cutting through our bodies easily, and their exoskeleton is extremely tough, offering several times the defense of sandworms. We must proceed with caution. Before he could finish, Yi Chun released an arrow. It whizzed through the air and pierced the demonized steel ant's body with a thud, sending it flying backward with such force that it crashed heavily against the rock wall behind them. The impact was powerful enough to cause the entire cave to tremble slightly, dislodging dust and small stones from above. Yao Wen stared at Yi Chun in disbelief, his eyes wide. If the previous shot that killed the sandworm could be attributed to luck, this one certainly could not. Yao Wen had first-hand experience with how tough the steel ants' exoskeletons were. On a past expedition into the demon cave, he had struck one with a sword and nearly fractured his own hand, failing to even scratch its surface. Stay focused, there are more enemies. Yi Chun shouted, snapping his teammates out of their shock. It was becoming clear that Yi Chun was the de facto leader of the group. The commotion from his attack had attracted more demonized steel ants. Yawen exclaimed. Damn, there are so many of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're surrounded. He quickly instructed, stay calm, everyone protect our main attacker. We can't let any of these ants get close to Yi Chun. Got it. Even Chen Bing and Chen Shui, though frightened, stood firm, each guarding a position. Together with Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen, they formed an impenetrable barrier around Yi Chun. Meanwhile, Yi Chun remained unfazed, if not a bit thrilled, thinking, these are all potential power points. His arrows never missed. Any steel ant daring to approach the team was swiftly taken down. With Yi Chun's formidable attacks and the other strategic support, the bodies of numerous demonized steel ants piled up around them, forming a makeshift defensive trench. As time went on, Yi Chun even exhausted his quiver. Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen bravely ventured out to collect some arrows, allowing Yi Chun to reuse them. The battle raged on for nearly an hour before finally subsiding. Toward the end, Yi Chun's arrows seemed to grow even more powerful, sometimes piercing through multiple ants in a single shot. The remaining demonized steel ants seemed to recognize the threat posed by this human and abandoned their futile assault, retreating and disappearing from sight. With the ant swarm dispersed, though Chao Zhuang and the others bore some minor injuries, they showed no signs of fatigue or serious harm, their faces flushed with excitement. Yao Wen was so thrilled he lifted Yi Chun in a bear hug, shouting, Yi Chun, you're my hero. Calm down, calm down. Yi Chun quickly stopped Yao Wen from puckering his lips for a closer interaction and regretfully said, it's a pity we couldn't lure out the queen ant. Otherwise, we could have earned even more. In such ant colonies, there is always a queen ant leading the group. If they could kill it, they would definitely earn a lot of points. Chao Zhuang looked at Yi Chun with a peculiar expression and exclaimed, brother, are you a demon? You actually want to kill the queen ant? That's a second-grade monster. If we really encounter it, we'd probably be wiped out. Yao Wen responded with a silly grin. Our performance this time is already impressive. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and experienced it myself, I wouldn't believe we could kill so many monsters. It's beyond my wildest dreams. Chen Bing giggled and added, how many points do we get for this battle? We surely won't be at the bottom this time, right? At the bottom? Yao Wen smirked, displaying a crooked smile. Conservatively speaking, our score should be in the top 10, maybe even the top 5. Chen Bing was so excited that she stomped her feet in place with joy. There was no doubt about it. With such a powerful backline shooter like Brother Chen, their team was unstoppable. Yao Wen beamed with pride. Next to them, Chao Zhuang teased Chen Shui. All right, Yi Chen isn't hurt. Can you spare some of your healing spells for the three of us? Instantly, Yao Wen and Chen Bing turned their gaze to Chen Shui. Since earlier, she had been casting healing spells on Yi Chun non-stop, as if they were free. Chen Bing pouted and complained. Sis, you're so biased. You don't even care about your own sister, only your brother Yi Chun, right? Yao Wen also joked. Exactly. He doesn't even need healing, and I was nearly bitten to death by those demonized steel ants, but not a single spell from Miss Chen Shui. My heart, it feels so cold. He then pretended to weep dramatically. I didn't. Chen Shui's face turned beet red as her teammates teased her, wishing she could turn into a sandworm and burrow into the ground. After a round of laughter, Yi Chen stepped in to mediate. The assessment isn't over yet. We need to stay focused. Other teams are surely still accumulating points, and we can't fall behind. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the others immediately became serious. They initially thought that with Hao Jian gone, their results would surely be at the bottom, but they ended up with an even stronger asset. Walking at the front of the group, Yao Wen whispered to Chao Zhuang, Brother Chen is way more formidable than Hao Jian. I really wonder why Chung Yuyu kicked Brother Chen out. If our team's results surpass Chung Yuyu's, haha, I wonder what she'll think. Chao Zhuang shook his head with a sigh. We're the ones holding Brother Chen back. Meanwhile, behind the group, Mr. He, who accompanied them, was stunned by the sight of the ground littered with demonized steel ant corpses. 377 kills. Looking at the record in his hand, Mr. He was overwhelmed. A team entirely composed of regular class students achieving such results was unbelievable. If not witnessed firsthand, who would believe it was true? She imagined herself, still a student, swapping places with Yi Chun in the recent battle. As a student from an elite class, she feared she wouldn't be able to handle such a swarm of ants and would ultimately need to call for help from the accompanying teacher. In fact, she had been prepared for this very scenario, ready to assist the rescue team at any moment. After all, as an accompanying teacher, ensuring the safety of the students is always the top priority. However, the reality was quite different from her expectations. Just then, her headset crackled with the voices of her colleagues. Beep. Team 117 is performing really well over here. They've already killed 127 monsters, and that should put them in the top 3, right? Beep. Are you kidding? With that score, they think they can be in the top 3? My team has taken down 176 monsters, so we're definitely in first place. Beep. Over 100 and you think you're first? The team I'm following has killed 296 monsters so far. Hearing this, the chatter in the headset grew more animated. Beep. Which team is that impressive? Beep. Nearly 300 monsters in the middle of the exam. Who are they? Beep. Are they breaking records? Beep. Hurry up and tell us which team it is. Under the pressure of several teachers' inquiries, a male teacher with a magnetic voice proudly announced. Who else could it be? It's Team 012, led by Chen Yuyu. Oh, just as I guessed. They dropped a weak link and brought in a star shooter, and the results are immediate. That little girl Chen Yuyu sure has some skills. TCH, isn't it just because she's pretty? Well, being able to leverage one's advantages is a skill too. Looks like Team 012 will likely take first place in this competition. If they break the school's competition score record, they might receive several university admission offers without exams. Listening to her colleagues' ongoing discussions through the headset, Miss He did not join in. Instead, she quietly turned off her headset. Her face, still full of charm, was serious and focused. She didn't plan to reveal Yi Chen's and the team's achievements prematurely before the assessment concluded. She looked at Yi Chen's back and murmured, "This kid sure knows how to keep a low profile." Miss He adjusted her glasses and decided to observe Yi Chen closely and comprehensively in the coming time. This was not only her responsibility as a teacher, but also for Yi Chen's sake. For such a prodigious talent to emerge without anyone noticing was surprising. With Yi Chen's current abilities and achievements, he could compete with the top students in the province. If she could meticulously evaluate Yi Chen and report his detailed information to the school committee promptly, as a discerning mentor, she would certainly receive generous rewards and recognition. Not only would her salary increase, but next year's senior title and provincial outstanding instructor honor might all be hers. Unaware of the lively discussions outside, Yi Chen and the other 4 members of his team had walked through another tunnel and arrived at a much larger cavern. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered monsters, but without exception, they all fell to Yi Chen's arrows. During this time, the nerves of the other 4 team members had relaxed considerably. With Yi Chen, the powerhouse, they didn't need to exert much effort, and their scores kept climbing. However, upon reaching the massive cavern, their nerves tensed up again. Based on previous experiences, such caverns often harbored a large number of monsters. In the past, they would choose to bypass such areas, but this time, Yi Chen decided to stay, and naturally, they had no objections. Soon, without warning, the massive cavern began to tremble slightly, and one by one, demonized pincers crawled out from the surrounding rock walls, brandishing their massive claws as they surrounded Yi Chen and his team. "Chen, brother Chen, it's the demonized pincers. Are you sure you can handle it?" Yawen asked nervously. Despite witnessing Yi Chen's impressive skills before, he couldn't help but ask. Rumor had it that Yi Chen was kicked out of the team by Chen Yuyu because he couldn't break through the demonized pincers' defenses. These creatures were among the most troublesome in this demonic cave, and facing so many of them now, Yawen couldn't help but feel anxious. "Stop talking and focus. Protect our main attacker," Xiao Zhuang snapped, showing a stern demeanor in the critical moment, his inner tension evident. The demonized pincers not only had incredible defense, but were also dangerously powerful. A bite from the demonized steel ants might only cause surface wounds, but if caught by the pincer's jaws, even bones could be shattered. Facing the encircling demonized pincers, the 2 young girls, Chen Bing and Chen Shui, were so nervous their minds went blank, relying on muscle memory to continuously cast various buffs on Yi Chen. In contrast, Yi Chen remained calm, smiling as he reassured his teammates, "Don't worry, they're just a few bugs." "You call those bugs?" Yao Wen and Xiao Zhuang looked at the giant beetles, each over half a person's height with metallic shells, swallowing hard and sweating profusely. At that moment, Teacher He, who was accompanying the team, spoke up. "As your supervisor, I must remind you that there's still time to retreat. Once surrounded by these demonized pincers, even with a teacher's support, you might get injured or worse." The 4 looked at Yi Chen. Seeing he had no intention of leaving, they gritted their teeth and held their ground. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Thanks for the concern, teacher, but I'm determined to get the points from these demonized pincers." "Yi Chen, I acknowledge your strength, and I understand your desire to prove yourself and clear your name. Teacher," he continued to advise, "but as a warrior, you must act wisely and within your limits, or you could end up in a dire situation." "I understand," Yi Chen replied. Just as teacher he started to relax, but then Yi Chen added, "But if I don't take risks, am I still young?" With that, Yi Chen drew his bow to a full moon, aimed at the nearest demonized pincer, and released the arrow with a flick of his fingers, turning it into a swift shadow. Boom! The demonized pincers lined up were knocked back, crashing into the rock wall behind them with a loud bang. 3 of them died instantly, spilling green liquid everywhere, while the 2 at the bottom were left overturned, their legs flailing helplessly, losing most of their combat capability. The shot left the other 4 teammates completely stunned. "Wow!" Yao Wen and Xiao Zhuang exclaimed, their eyes wide. unable to find any other words. Even Chen Bing, usually chatty, was left speechless with her mouth slightly open. Only Chen Shui continued casting healing spells on Yi Chun, her eyes showing even greater admiration. Have young people become this formidable nowadays? Teacher, he was inwardly astonished. That arrow from Yi Chun just now left even her, an instructor with nearly a decade of experience, gasping in shock. If Yi Chun's previous performances were within her realm of understanding, this recent shot completely defied her comprehension. Perhaps the students like Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen couldn't grasp what had happened, but as a fourth-rank martial artist, she saw it all clearly. Yi Chen's arrow pierced through two demonic pincers and even lodged into a third. The sheer force caused the three to crash into two others, resulting in 3 deaths and 2 injuries. Such attack power might not be much to teacher he, but for a pre-graduation, near first-rank martial artist, it was astonishing. In terms of damage alone, it rivaled that of a second-rank martial artist. A high schooler's attack power comparable to a second rank, it was unheard of. Even throughout the history of the great Xia, such talent was exceedingly rare. With this thought, teacher he finally felt relieved, thinking that with someone like him in the team, dealing with these demonic pincers would be a breeze. Although formidable, the demonic pincers were still just first-rank creatures. As long as the other 4 protected Yi Chun, defeating them would only be a matter of time. This kid was really good at hiding his skills. Teacher, he smiled wryly. While most students exerted themselves early on and gradually tired, Yi Chun only grew more vigorous, his arrows increasingly powerful. This clearly showed that Yi Chun had been concealing his true capabilities. Teacher, he found nothing wrong with Yi Chun's approach. In fact, she thought it was wise. What martial artist doesn't have a few hidden cards and special moves? Concealing one's strength on the battlefield can confuse opponents and lead to unexpected victories. Revealing one's abilities too early only allows enemies to study and exploit weaknesses. Teacher, he opened her notebook and wrote, Squad 326 member Yi Chun, exceptional attack talent, cautious nature, damage on par with second-rank martial artists. With quality protection from teammates, he can deliver a heavy blow to enemies. She then erased her previous negative comments about Yi Chun. She now believed that Yi Chun's earlier actions of shooting small animals were merely for warm-up, not due to any bloodthirsty tendencies. Meanwhile, Yi Chun wasn't idle. He continued to shoot arrow after arrow. Perhaps it was due to his increasing strength or Chen Shui's healing spells, but despite having shot numerous arrows, he still didn't feel fatigued. Each arrow he released seemed like a death sentence, claiming the lives of another string of demonic pincers. Typically, an archer excels at targeting single enemies and isn't suited for handling large numbers. However, Yi Chen's tremendous strength allowed his arrows to penetrate multiple layers of shells, causing area damage. Under Yi Chen's barrage, not a single demonic pincer could get within 10 feet of them. Yao Wen and Chao Zhuang, with nothing else to do, had become cheerleaders. Every time Yi Chun loosed an arrow, they cheered. Brother Chen, you're amazing. From now on, you're like my own brother. If only we'd known how strong you were. We wouldn't have worried at all earlier. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Everyone felt the ground beneath them start to shake violently. Beneath Yi Chen's feet, the solid rock cracked like a spider's web. Oh no! Yi Chun, be careful. Everyone, get out of there immediately. Seeing this, teacher He, who had been standing on the cave wall, turned pale. She issued warnings while rapidly moving toward Yi Chun and the others. Normally, without a request for help from the team, an accompanying teacher isn't allowed to intervene. But the situation was critical, and teacher He couldn't afford to hold back. At the same time, 2 half-meter-long pincers, gleaming with a metallic sheen, shot up from beneath the rock. The massive force sent Yi Chun flying into the air. Chun, boss, brother Yi Chun. The 4 members of the team were thrown apart by the violent impact. The force far exceeded that of an ordinary demonized pincer's bug, and the aftershock made them feel as if their internal organs had shifted, causing intense pain and temporarily rendering them mostly incapable of fighting. Not to mention Yi Chun, who was at the center of the attack. The enormous impact could likely shatter his bones entirely. At this moment, the culprit of the ambush emerged from the ground, a gigantic demonized pincer's bug, 3 to 4 times larger than usual, known as the demonized pincer's bug king. Yao Wen's pupils constricted sharply. This was a genuine second-grade magical creature, and among such creatures, it was considered top tier. Previously, they had only seen introductions and images of the demonized pincer's bug king in the biomanual of the demonic cave, with a danger rating of 5 stars, a rarity. Even the demonized steel ant queen, another second-grade creature, was rated only 4 stars. The manual advised that upon encountering such a creature, one should escape immediately and call for the accompanying teacher's support without delay. It was also highlighted in red that if the accompanying teacher sensed the presence of a demonized pincer's bug king nearby, they must act immediately to protect the students, or risk losing their teaching credentials. Teacher He was acting accordingly. Due to her recognition and trust in Yi Chen's strength, she had been slightly lax in her vigilance around them. She hadn't anticipated that the demonized pincer's bug king would be so cunning, hiding beneath the rocky ground and identifying the most threatening target, making Yi Chen its primary focus. At this moment, teacher he was extremely anxious. If anything happened to Yi Chen, she would bear an unshakable responsibility. Especially considering that Yi Chen was a super talent with top-level archery skills. If he were to fall under her watch, she would likely feel guilty for the rest of her life. But no matter how fast she moved, she couldn't outpace the speed of the demonized pincer's Bug King's pincers. As the demonized pincer's Bug King tossed Yi Chen into the air and roared, it aimed its enormous pincers at Yi Chen's waist, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the human who had killed countless of its offspring. Boss, Chen, Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen struggled to get up to rescue Yi Chen, while Chen Bing was so frightened that she cried out, and Chen Shui's eyes were filled with despair. No, teacher he closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear witnessing Yi Chen being sliced in two. Despite Yi Chen's formidable attack talent, he was ultimately a backline archer. The power of the demonized pincer's Bug King was something even a second-grade frontline tank couldn't withstand, and Yi Chen, a near first-grade backline archer, seemed doomed. However, just as the demonized pincer's Bug King's pincers, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, were about to clamp onto Yi Chen's waist, a piercing metallic clash resounded. To everyone's surprise, the demonized pincer's Bug King's pincers, sharper and more resilient than steel blades, broke at the moment they made contact with Yi Chen's body. Above him, Yi Chen seemed completely unaffected. He pulled his bow taut in midair and shot an arrow directly into the mouth of the demonized king pincher. The creature immediately convulsed violently, deep green blood gushing from its mouth like a fountain. After a few seconds of agonized struggle, its massive body collapsed with a thud, falling silent. This sight left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Even as Yi Chen landed gracefully, they remained in shock, staring at him like statues. Why are you all looking at me like that? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. Teacher he, standing stiffly not far away, looked him up and down and asked, Yi Chen, are you alright? What could possibly be wrong with me? Yi Chen replied, jumping up and down and patting his chest with a smile. I'm perfectly fine. But I saw that demonized king pincher catch you. Yao Wen continued to question, and you're not injured at all? The other three teammates nodded repeatedly, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief. It's just a demonized king pincher. How could it hurt me? Yi Chen shrugged. Just, hearing this, not only Chao Zhuang and the others were taken aback, but even teacher he was momentarily at a loss for words. To be flung by the strongest boss in this lair, and then clamped by its massive pincers, yet still nonchalantly say such things? But looking at Yi Chen now, it seemed he hadn't sustained any injuries at all. Teacher he even began to doubt whether the giant pincher that Yi Chen had shot dead was truly the demonized king pincher. Boss, what exactly is your vitality level now? Have you completely tempered your body? How can even the pincers of a demonized king pincher not match your body's toughness? Yao Wen continued to probe with curiosity. The last time I checked, my vitality level was over 120, Yi Chen replied. Maybe this demonized king pincher was just old, its body and strength had weakened a lot, which is why I managed to escape unscathed. Chao Zhuang and the others nodded, half understanding. Only teacher he secretly cursed. As an experienced teacher, she couldn't believe Yi Chen's nonsense. Even if the demonized king pincher was aging, it was still a formidable creature, far beyond ordinary demonized pinchers. Any other rear-line attacker caught by a regular pincher would suffer serious injuries, possibly even lose a limb, let alone face the king pincher. And with her keen eyes, she could tell this one was very strong. Its sudden underground attack had already incapacitated Chao Zhuang and the others. The clean break of its pincers indicated they were perfectly intact before. They broke because they clamped onto something harder. It's like biting into an ice cream. Easy enough. But if the ice cream were made of iron, it might break your teeth. Teacher he glanced again at Yi Chen's exposed skin at his waist. His inner clothes, school uniform, and soft armor were sliced open as if by a blade, yet his body was untouched. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her amazement grew. How could this kid have such incredible defense? Could he be carrying some kind of defensive spiritual artifact? Withstanding a full-force attack from a second-tier elite demonized creature, and you're telling me he's a rear-line attacker? Who would believe that? Chao Zhuang and the others exchanged bewildered glances, finding Yi Chen's performance incredible. Under the sneak attack of the demonized pincer king, Yi Chen managed to counterattack without a scratch, which was truly astonishing. Chen Bing excitedly asked, Teacher he, the points for defeating this demonized pincer king will count towards our team's score, right? It's a second-tier demon, so there should be a lot of points, right? Dust Brother took it down himself. Chao Zhuang interrupted. I think this demon should count solely towards Dust Brother's score. Upon hearing this, Chen Bing's smile faded instantly. We didn't really contribute much. Teacher he spoke up, this demonized pincer king was defeated before I intervened, so it naturally counts towards your team's points. Considering Yi Chen's significant contribution to your team, he has the right to allocate the points from this demon. She turned to Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, this was your personal kill. I suggest you keep the points for yourself. Don't feel embarrassed, as it's customary, and no one will say anything. Chao Zhuang, Chen Bing, and the others nodded in agreement and support. After all, the reality was that Yi Chen single-handedly took down the demonized Pincer King, and it had nothing to do with them. I choose to allocate the points to the team. Yi Chen responded decisively. Because we are a unit. He felt the sincere acceptance from his teammates, which was a stark contrast to the group with Cheng Yuyu. When he was in danger earlier, his teammates were genuinely concerned and eager to come to his aid. Although he had contributed the most in this assessment, he didn't want to disregard the efforts of his other teammates. Dust brother, you're really something. I'm so touched I could cry. Chao Zhuang and the others beamed with joyful smiles, deeply moved by Yi Chen's words. They originally thought their team would rank at the bottom in this assessment, but with Yi Chen, such a powerhouse leading them, they managed to defeat even the strongest boss of the 028 Demon Cave, the demonized Pincer King. It felt like a dream. Teacher, may I ask how many points this demonized Pincer King is worth? Is it 500? Chen Bing asked cautiously, rubbing her hands to suppress her excitement. Teacher, he explained, demon points are categorized by strength. For instance, the weakest sandworm is worth 1 point, while the steel ant is worth 2, and the demonized pincer is worth 3 points. These are all first-tier demons, while second-tier demons are much stronger than first-tier ones, so their points naturally increase exponentially. She mentioned that 3 years ago, a team defeated a queen ant, earning 300 points, breaking the school's record, and it still stands today. Although the demonized Pincer King and the queen ant are both second-tier demons, the gap between them is quite significant, and their danger levels are not on the same scale. Teacher, he gave her a knowing smile. You'll find out when the results are announced, but rest assured, it's definitely higher than what you guessed. Yay! Chen Bing flashed a cute victory sign at her teammates, giggling. We're really going to make it big this time, and it's all thanks to our leader, Yi Chen. Yao Wen grinned obsequiously, his earlier arrogance now replaced with flattery, making him look rather comical. He now genuinely admires Yi Chen from the bottom of his heart, calling him boss, with a sense of closeness. Indeed, brother Yi Chen is the best. Chen Bing made a heart gesture toward Yi Chen, her face blossoming with a smile. Teacher, he, smiling, said, all right, if you want to celebrate, do it when you get back. She was touched by the harmonious atmosphere of the team, glanced at the stopwatch in her hand, and continued. There are less than 5 minutes left until the assessment ends, and all the surrounding monsters have been scared away. I suggest you start heading back now. What do you think? Even first-rank monsters have a considerable level of intelligence. With the death of the demonized Pincer King, naturally, the rest scattered. At this point, there were no living monsters around. Only a field of insect corpses and a pool of foul-smelling green liquid. In response to the teacher's inquiry, Chao Zhuang and the others all looked at Yi Chen in unison. Yi Chen nodded and said, sounds good, and besides, this bow is broken. Everyone was secretly amazed. The weapons provided for study were generally able to withstand battles of up to third-rank intensity, yet Yi Chen's weapon had been rendered unusable, which was an indication of his terrifying strength. After the assessment concluded, on the way back, teacher he walked among the students to ensure their safety. She approached Yi Chen, her expression softening, and chatted as they walked. Yi Chen, congratulations on making a remarkable impression. Once the results are out, it's sure to cause a sensation throughout the school, and you'll become one of the most sought-after figures. Yi Chen humbly replied. Thank you, teacher, but I still have a lot to learn. Teacher, he nodded in satisfaction and suggested, while your talent as an archer is outstanding, I believe your potential in defense is even stronger. You might consider transitioning into a frontline tank warrior, which would better utilize your talents. Yi Chen quickly shook his head. No, thank you, teacher. I think I'm fine as I am now. Teacher, he explained, it's easier to switch roles in high school. If you wait until you enter the martial arts university, it'll be more complicated. I'm just thinking of what's best for you. Internally, Yi Chen thought, teacher, you're not helping me. You're setting me up for trouble. But he said, I understand your good intentions, teacher he, but I really don't want to become a tank warrior. Seeing Yi Chen's determination, teacher he sighed and decided not to press further. Beside them, Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen were deeply moved, almost wanting to kneel in gratitude to Yi Chen. They thought Yi Chen was choosing not to switch roles to accommodate them since if he became a frontline, one of them would inevitably be pushed out. Brother Chen is really something, Chao Zhuang remarked emotionally. The boss has done so much for us. We can't let him suffer a loss. With that, Chao Zhuang quietly discussed something with Yao Wen and the Chen sisters, and they eventually reached an agreement. Chao Zhuang tentatively asked, Brother Chen, we discussed how to distribute the points. Each of us would take 10%, and you would take 60%. Does that sound fair to you? Although the results are ranked by team total points, this assessment involves graduation, so there will definitely be an individual ranking based on personal performance and team contributions to better select outstanding students. They all agreed that most of the success in this assessment was due to Yi Chen, which is why they proposed such a distribution ratio. However, upon hearing this, Chun immediately objected. No way. Chao Zhuang and Chen Bing exchanged glances, thinking Yi Chun felt his share was too small. Yao Wenxiang chuckled and said, it's understandable if the boss isn't satisfied. Honestly, even if you took 90 of the points, it would be fair. The rest of us didn't contribute much most of the time. Chao Zhuang nodded with a sheepish grin, saying, I didn't think it through. How about you take 80, and the 4 of us get 5 each? Yi Chun furrowed his brows and said sternly, what are you all talking about? I don't understand. Of course, we should distribute the points equally. What? Boss, what did you say? Everyone looked at Yi Chun in disbelief. Yi Chun gave a helpless smile and continued. Didn't you say before that we are a team, a unit? We share in each other's successes and failures. So why forget all that when it comes to dividing the points? But, Chao Zhuang tried to argue, but Yi Chun interrupted. Who said you didn't contribute? Who said you didn't earn your share? Chao Zhuang. Yao Wen, look at your injuries. Aren't those from protecting me? Chen Bing. Chen Shui. Without your constant blessings and healing, would my arrows have been so powerful? Would I have kept up my stamina? The 4 were taken aback by Yi Chun's words, standing frozen. Yi Chun continued. Chao Zhuang, Yao Wen, Chen Shui, Chen Bing, don't underestimate yourselves. You are all excellent and trustworthy teammates. So when I say we should share the points equally, it's not charity, it's the reward you deserve. As he finished speaking, tears welled in Chao Zhuang and the others' eyes. The feeling of being recognized was truly wonderful. Ivy got something in my eye. Yao Wen looked up at the sky, wiping his face repeatedly. Chao Zhuang said nothing, but his eyes reddened as he looked at Yi Chun, filled with gratitude. Chen Bing sniffled and then pushed her sister Chen Shui forward, saying, Brother Yi Chun, I can't thank you enough. How about I offer my sister to be your girlfriend? Pushed in front of Yi Chun, Chen Shui's face turned bright red, even her neck and ears blushing pink. She cursed silently. You little brat, you're asking for it. Coming to her senses, Chen Shui immediately launched an attack on Chen Bing, and the 2 girls began to play fight. Hee, I know you like brother Yi Chun. I just wanted to help you, and now you're turning on me. Hee, bullying your sister. Hee, stop it, stop it, stop it. Chen Shui's face grew even redder as she tickled her sister under the arms. Sister, spare me, I was wrong, I won't do it again. I admit I like brother Yi Chun myself, okay. Yet this only spurred Chen Shui on more fiercely. Watching the Chen sisters playfully tussle, Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen stood to the side, filled with envy and jealousy. They had teamed up with the Chen sisters for so long, yet never managed to win their hearts. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had only been around for a day and already had both girls smitten. It wasn't surprising, though, given Yi Chun's good looks and impressive strength. Once his deeds spread back at school, no doubt 80 of the girls would take a liking to him. What truly made Yi Chun appealing, however, was his approachable personality. Unlike other prodigies, he wasn't arrogant or dismissive. Take Hao Jian, for instance. When he was in the team, he wasn't nearly as courteous, often scolding them for the slightest mistakes and never considering their feelings. He even hinted at wanting the Chen sisters to spend a night with him. So, when Yi Chun had just offered to split the points equally with them, everyone felt deeply moved. On the sidelines, teacher he was observing everything, his eyes glistening. Such maturity at a young age was rare indeed. With this thought, teacher he's attitude towards Yi Chun softened, and he said, Yi Chun, I believe you will become a pillar of our great Xia in the future. But as you grow, you must learn to protect yourself, understand? Yi Chun was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Thank you. Teacher, I will remember your advice. Teacher he gave him an approving look and continued. To protect yourself, you must know who your enemies are. Yi Chun paused, then asked, please enlighten me, teacher. Teacher he nodded. The situation with the demonic abyss was becoming increasingly severe, and the primary threat was indeed from those within it. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow and asked, Teacher, are you saying there are people in the demonic abyss? Teacher he replied, of course. This information typically isn't disclosed until you enter the martial arts university, but today is an exception. If the abyss only contained those low-level creatures you just fought, the world wouldn't be on such high alert. There are humans in the abyss, with a population far greater than ours. Their intelligence rivals that of us on Blue Star. Most frighteningly, their resources are far more abundant, which makes them incredibly powerful. Yi Chun asked with confusion, hasn't the abyss always wanted to conquer us? If they're truly that powerful, why have we been able to hold out until now? Mr. He shook his head, perhaps because there are certain restrictions preventing them from coming to Blue Star on a large scale, or maybe the humans in the Demon Cavern are not unified, possessing numerous factions and governments. More likely, they also fear our top combat power. Of course, these are just the teacher's speculations, and the true reason might only be known to the higher-ups among humans. However, it is undeniable that the situation is becoming increasingly dire. The forces of the Demon Cavern have started to stir, infiltrating our society and gathering intelligence about our world, seemingly brewing a massive conspiracy. I can't disclose the specifics for now, but once you enter Wuda, Your mentor will naturally inform you. Yichen nodded and then asked, Understood. Thank you, teacher. Mr. He held up 2 fingers and continued. The second thing to be wary of is our adversarial forces, especially countries like America, Neon, South Stick, and Shiva. Although nations around the world have signed treaties for peaceful coexistence and joint resistance against the Demon Cavern invasion, the covert rivalries among them have never ceased. After all, the emergence of the Demon Cavern has brought both crisis and opportunity, with abundant resources inside that are hundreds or thousands of times more than Blue Star's total reserves. This is just within the currently explored areas, and the true size and resource reserves of the Demon Cavern remain to be further explored and studied. Hence, a complex situation of both cooperation and opposition has arisen. In recent years, our daxia has developed rapidly, with new talents continually emerging, causing those adversarial forces to feel alarmed and pressured. They don't want to be swallowed by the Demon Cavern, but they also don't want us to dominate. To curb our development, they will stop at nothing, especially when it comes to geniuses like you, who are thorns in their side. After all, you young people are the future of daxia, and if they can eliminate you while you're still in the cradle, they can prevent future troubles. Yi-chun took a deep breath, nodded silently, and then asked, Teacher, is there anything else? Mr. He held up a 3rd finger and said, The third and final thing to watch out for is the traitors within our ranks. Pausing, she explained, Our vast daxia has a large population, and among them are all kinds of people. Some self-serving individuals can't stand others doing well, not even their compatriots. There are also some who always think the grass is greener on the other side. Even though our daxia has risen, they still can't cure their weak knees and their admiration for foreign things, willingly becoming others' lackeys. At this, she looked at Yi-chun with a serious expression. These are our enemies. When you encounter them in the future, don't show mercy. They won't change because of your compassion, only waiting for the opportunity to show their fangs again and bite your neck. Remember these words of your teacher well. Although Yi-chun felt he wasn't afraid of them, he was moved by the teacher's sincere gaze and nodded solemnly. Teacher, I will remember. Mr. He smiled with satisfaction and looked toward the exit of the Demon Cavern. All right, let's end our conversation here for today. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. For now, go and celebrate your excellent performance with your teammates. Hearing this, Yi-chun curiously asked, Teacher, did we do well? Mr. He affectionately patted Yi-chun's head and said, Silly boy, you'll find out when the principal announces the results later. With that, she led Yi-chun and the others out of the Demon Cavern. As Yi-chun returned to the surface, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest with a perfect rating, eligible for the highest level reward. Ding. Level reward, Shadow Dash. Ding. A level reward, Heaven and Earth Strike level 1. Ding. Level reward, 1 Chi and Blood Pill. After hearing a series of system notifications, Yi-chun was eager to check the detailed descriptions of the items he had received. On the way back, he didn't join in his classmates' chatter but instead closed his eyes, pretending to nap, while secretly pulling up the system panel to examine his newly acquired items. The Shadow Dash LV1 skill, once activated, allows him to enter a shadow state, increasing his speed and agility by 50 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown time of 1800 seconds. Upon seeing the new skill's description, Yi-chun was secretly delighted. This would make him more agile, and if attacked by the demonized Pincer King again, he could easily dodge using Shadow Dash. However, the cooldown period was quite long, so it was crucial to use it at the right moment. He hoped that future upgrades might reduce the cooldown time. Next, Yi-chun looked at the upgraded Heaven and Earth Strike. Heaven and Earth Strike LV2 indicated that if an enemy target died from this skill, the host would permanently gain 3 strength, with a cooldown time of 9 seconds. Although the change was minor, reducing the cooldown by just 1 second, Yi-chun understood that even a 1-second difference was significant, as it meant he could accumulate strength much faster in the Demon Cave. He checked his current accumulated strength, which was 3151. In just over 3 hours in the Demon Cave, he had maximized his efficiency, successfully killing 1,050 demons. The extra strength likely resulted from defeating second-tier demons. Finally, his gaze fell on the last reward Blood Chi pill. This is a pill that can increase a warrior's Blood Chi limit, usually made by pharmaceutical companies or alchemists. Although the system classified the Blood Chi pill as a clever reward, Yi-chun knew that even the most basic Blood Chi pills on the market were worth 30 to 50,000, and those of higher purity, crafted by renowned masters, could fetch over 100,000 at auctions. For him, such a luxury was unaffordable. His parents were regular company employees, not warriors, and while they could comfortably support his education, spending tens of thousands on a Blood Chi pill would be a stretch. Yi-chun knew that if he insisted, his parents would undoubtedly scrape together the money to buy him a Blood Chi pill, but he had never asked for it. Even when his parents suggested buying him one at the start of his senior year, he refused. He didn't want to burden his family, He was grown up now and couldn't rely on his parents forever. However, he had long wanted to experience the effects of a blood chi pill and see how much it could increase his blood chi. Almost every elite student in the honors class had taken blood chi pills, which was one reason their blood chi levels were higher than those in regular classes. Rich in literature, rich in martial arts. As the saying goes, resources are the most crucial aspect of martial arts training. Even with the greatest talent, achievements would be limited without substantial resources. Conversely, even those with mediocre talent could advance far in martial arts if their families were willing to invest heavily. Of course, the best scenario is to have both talent and resources, like playing a game where you need both skill and investment to win. But such people are rare indeed. Looking at the chi and blood pill in the system panel, Yi-chun was filled with desire, eager to swallow it immediately. However, he restrained his impulse, fully aware that the pill contained immense energy and consuming it would surely cause a commotion. It would be more prudent to wait until he was back in his dormitory. Soon after, the bus carried Yi-chun and his classmates back to school. Although everyone had been chatting enthusiastically during the ride, there were still endless topics to discuss. They were tentatively asking each other how many monsters each team had slain and how many points they had earned, much like students comparing answers after an exam. Everyone was eager to gather more information to estimate their performance and potential ranking in this test. Many classmates approached Yi-chun with questions, but he only gave perfunctory replies like, "It went okay, I did pretty well." Most of those who asked him were students with average or below average grades, seeking some reassurance, which he was not keen to provide. "Yi-chun, how did you do this time?" asked a boy who ran over to him. This boy usually scored slightly better than Yi-chun and would always come to ask after exams. Just as Yi-chun was about to respond, he shot the boy a look and said sternly, "Go stand over there." The boy slunk away, wondering why he, who usually didn't intervene, was suddenly so protective of Yi-chun today. Turning to Yi-chun and the others, he smiled warmly. "Wait on the sports field for a while. I'll go to the office to input the assessment points. The rankings for this round will be announced soon." Unlike liberal arts, which require grading and compiling scores over a few days, martial arts results and rankings are instantly available once entered into the system. "Understood, Teacher He." With confirmation, Teacher He smiled at Yi-chun and the others before leaving, her stride more spirited than usual, clearly proud of her team's good performance. As Yi-chun idly waited, he heard someone calling his name. "Hey, isn't this my old teammate Yi-chun?" He turned to see Li Nan approaching with a confident swagger, his armor still carrying the scent of battle, a large shield slung over his back. Familiar faces followed him: Zhao Gang, Lu Che, and Cheng Yuyu. Among them, next to Cheng Yuyu, stood a new facia young man with an arrogant demeanor, a longbow on his back, clad in soft armor, and a look of disdain in his eyes. It was obviously the renowned archer, Hao Jian. Yi-chun didn't want to engage with them and just nodded briefly before turning away. However, Li Nan seemed unwilling to leave it at that. Noticing Yi-chun's cold attitude, he teased, "What? Is this how you greet your old teammates?" Lu Che toyed with a dagger in his hand, chuckling. "Li Nan, don't tease him. It's normal to feel down after a poor exam. Yi-chun, you should lighten up. We can't help you forever." Zhao Gang, carrying a great sword, stepped forward and exchanged a look with Lu Che, bursting into laughter. Seeing their mocking behavior, Chun Bing couldn't stand it any longer and said with a stern face, "We did well. No need for your concern." Cheng Yu stood with one hand on her hip, her impressive figure emphasized, and looked at Yi-chun with amusement. "Well, it seems our Yi-chun is doing quite well, having a beauty stand up for him." Chen Bing was furious and was about to say more when Yi-chun stopped him. Yi-chun looked firmly at Cheng Yu, thinking to himself that aside from her pretty face, there seemed to be nothing else that attracted him. "Yu, it seems like you did well in the exam this time, right?" Cheng Yu crossed her arms over her chest, appearing even more proud, clearly waiting for Yi-chun to ask this question. If Yi-chun hadn't asked, she wouldn't have had the chance to show off her superiority. "It was all right," Cheng Yu replied with feigned nonchalance, though her pride was evident. She casually said, "It was nothing really, we just managed to take down the queen of a demonized ant colony." Her words caused a stir among those around. The students who were merely watching suddenly perked up, keen to hear more about this unexpected piece of news. "Wow, really? You took down a second-grade queen ant? That's incredible." The crowd couldn't help but express their admiration, feeling a newfound respect for Cheng Yu and her team, especially given the presence of the star archer Hao Jian and the top supporter Cheng Yu in their super team. Their combat prowess was indeed impressive. 3 years ago, senior Yin Wenxing's team had also defeated a queen ant, breaking the school's record. Could Cheng Yu's team be on the verge of setting a new record? Hearing the chatter around her, Cheng Yu felt a surge of satisfaction, reveling in the attention and adulation. At that moment, she exuded the confidence of a queen. Once her desire to show off was satisfied, Cheng Yu took a deep breath and looked at Yi-chun, saying, "Yi-chun, thank you for stepping aside. It allowed me to achieve first place in the school and break the school's record. Her confident tone instantly heightened the atmosphere. Cheng Yuyu's words reflected her strong confidence, and everyone was eager to see if her team could indeed break the record. Before leaving, she didn't forget to mock Chen Bing. Chen Bing, your star archer is really something, but now he's mine. Thanks for letting him go. Lu Che, Li Nan, and Zhao Gang also left with smiles, as if the first place in the school was already theirs. Hao Jian walked last, ignoring Yi Chen coldly, and spoke to Chen Bing and Chen Shui. Do you regret not agreeing to my offer to share me between you two? This is what you get for not complying. Chen Shui's face turned pale, clearly angered by his words. Chen Bing glared at him with fiery eyes, spitting. Hao Jian, you truly live up to your name. You're despicable. Hao Jian, unfazed, sneered. Go ahead and rage now. Once the results are out, I'll be guaranteed a spot in the provincial elite martial arts university, while you and your sister will fail in the martial arts competition. The gap in skill and status between us will only grow. After you graduate and face the harsh reality of society, you'll come crawling back to me like dogs, begging for my attention. That's enough, Hao Jian. These words even managed to anger the usually mild-mannered Chao Zhuang. He demanded, when we were in the team, did we ever treat you unfairly? Now you're hurling insults at us. Yaowen couldn't hold back either, chiming in, exactly. Even a clay Buddha has some temper. Don't push us too far. If it weren't for our past camaraderie, I would have already taught you a lesson. Hao Jian just snorted disdainfully and replied, a bunch of losers. With that, he left with a cold laugh. Chen Shuabei clenched her teeth so hard that her lips started to bleed. Chen Bing raised her staff, ready to unleash a wind blade to teach this insolent guy a lesson, but at the last moment, Yi Chen stopped her. Chen Bing, Chen Shui, calm down. It's not worth fighting with someone like him in public. We might even get disciplined. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Bing reluctantly lowered her staff, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, but you saw it too, brother Yi Chen, how despicable his actions were. Don't worry, Yi Chen assured them as he watched Hao Jian walk away, laughing and chatting with Cheng Yuyu. I promise you, he'll pay for his behavior. Chen Bing wiped her tears and smiled warmly. With brother Yi Chen backing me up, what do I have to worry about? People initially thought the situation would escalate into a brawl, but to their disappointment, the crowd dispersed when it didn't. Everyone was curious why Yi Chen held such high esteem within the team, able to calm the members on the verge of losing control with just a few words. Even Chen Bing and Chen Shui placed immense trust in him, which seemed unusual. Meanwhile, teacher he had arrived at the school committee's office, carrying her notebook. Dozens of teachers were already gathered in the spacious office, which resembled a large classroom. She found an available computer, opened the document for the statistics system, and began entering the assessment information. At that moment, a middle-aged teacher with a beer belly, square-frame glasses, and a large teacup approached her. Teacher he greeted. She looked up and recognized team leader Wang and quickly greeted him. Oh, Director Wang, please have a seat. She stood up to offer him her seat, as he was her superior, overseeing teams 300 to 350. Director Wang took a sip of tea, spat out some tea leaves, and said, you're in charge of the troublemaker Yi Chen's team 326, right? Teacher he nodded. Yes, Director. I'm the accompanying teacher for that team. Suddenly, teacher he thought of something and asked, Director Wang, you're not really planning to deduct points from their team, are you? Director Wang snorted, relaxing his expression. I'm just trying to scare them a bit. Otherwise, these kids would be out of control. Besides, with the few points they scored, if I deduct any more, they'd be in the negatives. He reached out and said, let me see their scores. He chuckled. Next time I run into that rascal Yi Chen, I'll make sure to embarrass him in front of the other students and teachers. Director Wang, take a look, but don't be too shocked. Teacher he smiled and handed over her notebook. Director Wang took it, dismissively saying, even if he scored 0, I wouldn't be surprised. I've never seen a worse student. He took a big gulp of tea while casually glancing at the data. However, the moment he saw the scores, Director Wang's expression froze, his mouth agape, as tea poured down his chin like a waterfall. It seemed as if he had anticipated it. Mr. He gently pushed, lifting Mr. Wang's hand and the teacup, causing the spilled tea to fall perfectly back into the cup without a drop escaping. Mr. Wang coughed uncontrollably, his face flushed as he pointed at the data, staring incredulously at Mr. He and demanding, is this real? Mr. He seemed to have expected Mr. Wang's reaction. After Mr. Wang calmed down, Mr. He nodded and replied, yes, it's real. Mr. Wang was stunned once more, silent for several seconds before speaking excitedly. Just with them? Mr. He smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, just with these students who were considered the worst. Mr. Wang fell silent again, finally asking, unwilling to give up, was it the other 4 in the team who performed exceptionally well? Mr. He shook his head and emphasized. On the contrary, it was precisely because of Yi Chen's addition that the team underwent a qualitative change. After a while, Mr. Wang finally calmed down, as if he truly became the head of the teaching department at that moment. He asked, "Is there a complete video record?" Mr. He nodded seriously. "Yes, it's in my miniature camera." He continued to explain. "This serves as a verification of the data's authenticity and the core evidence to prove whether there was cheating in the exam or if the accompanying teachers recorded accurately is the full video footage. This miniature camera was distributed by the school before the exam. Without the key and password, no one can open or modify the recorded video footage. This specially designed miniature camera cannot connect to the internet either, as even if it could, data couldn't be transmitted from the abyss back to the surface. Additionally, for confidentiality and security reasons, some students' video data must be sealed and encrypted." Hearing Mr. He's explanation, Mr. Wong finally accepted the fact. Yet, he still asked reluctantly, "How did these underperforming students know? These students who aren't even at the first rank managed to kill the demonized Clamp King?" Just as Mr. He was about to answer, a commotion erupted outside the door. Soon after, a dozen accompanying teachers entered, led by a slightly plump middle-aged man in his 40s, with slicked-back hair, dressed neatly, exuding an air of authority. Surrounding him were 6 or 7 teachers, constantly praising him. "Oh, Director Yen, I heard the 012 team under your supervision performed exceptionally well this time. Truly commendable," one teacher said. Another added, "Not just exceptional, it's unprecedented. I think the school record will be broken again." Director Yen smiled indifferently. "It's all due to the students' own efforts. It has little to do with me. I only gave them a few pointers occasionally." "Director Yen, we've all witnessed your educational prowess over the years. Just a few pointers from you, and they benefit for life," another teacher praised. At this moment, a teacher with a sly look interrupted seriously. "Still calling him Director Yen? That needs to change. Now it's Principal Yen." "Yes, yes. Principal Yen. Principal Yen." Everyone echoed in agreement. Director Yen looked slightly displeased as he glanced around the room. Once everyone had fallen silent, he slowly said, "Don't shout and make a fuss. If others hear, they'll wonder what's going on with me. Old Yen. Just wait until the results of this assessment are announced. The squad 012 that I train will take first place and break the school's record. With such achievements, if anyone's getting promoted, it should be me, right?" As soon as he finished, Mr. Chow, a teacher with a sharp face, stirred up the crowd, and they immediately echoed their agreement. Yen raised his hand slightly, then leisurely picked up a ceramic teacup, gently blew on it, took a sip of the fragrant tea, and continued. "Principal Chen and the school committee are indeed drafting a proposal for appointing a new vice principal, but the final candidate hasn't been decided yet. Don't jump to conclusions. Even if it turns out to be me, you should call me vice principal, right?" "Yes, yes. Vice Principal Yen, of course," everyone chimed in. Yen pointed at Mr. Chow, shook his head, and showed a helpless expression. Then he turned his head as if just noticing Director Wong and exclaimed, "Oh, old Wong is here too. How did your students perform this time?" Director Wong sneered. "Old Yen, we've known each other for 20 years. You may not have made much progress otherwise, but your airs have certainly improved. Those who know us would say we're equals, but those who don't might think you're the principal." Yen wasn't angered. He walked over slowly, about to speak, but Director Wong immediately interrupted. "Stop right there. Don't come any closer. You've got bad breath." "Old Wong, remember, after this assessment, just wait for the notice," Yen said with a forced smile, seeing Wong refuse to give him face. "Wait and see, Old Wong. The day I get promoted, I'll take good care of you. 20 years, a whole 20 years. Do you know what I've been through? I'll make you pay back all this pain double." Director Wong mocked. "You? When we were young, you couldn't beat me at romance or martial arts. Now you've used some shady tricks to get a bit of classroom success, and you think you're on top? What makes you think you're fit to be vice principal?" "What?" Yen waved the report card in his hand, sneering. "Because this time, my students ranked first in the grade, broke the school's record, and secured spots in key provincial universities. So I'm definitely becoming vice principal." At that moment, a stern voice came from outside the door. "What are you two arguing about now? Haven't you had enough of this over the years?" Everyone turned to see Principal Chen Mingwu had arrived. Seeing him, Yen immediately put on a tearful face, complaining. "Principal, you have to stand up for me. Old Wong is just jealous that my class performed better, so he's mocking and targeting me." "Enough, enough," Chen Mingwu scolded with disdain. "I'm tired of your petty grudges and don't want to hear or deal with them." He then turned to the crowd and asked, "The results are out, right? Who's first in the grade?" Upon hearing this, Yen immediately put on a smile, handed over the report card confidently, and said, "The first place this time should be none other than Squad 012. They killed 76 one-point monsters, 424 two-point monsters, 211 three-point monsters, and 1 grade 2 monster, the demonized Queen Ant, adding 300 points, making a total of 1857 points, which raised the school's record by 25 points. Not bad, not bad." Chen Mingwu nodded repeatedly as he took the report card, his face showing a smile for the first time. Mr. Chow seized the opportunity to flatter. "It's all thanks to Director Yan's excellent teaching. Yin waved his hands modestly, smiling. It's all due to Principal Chen's good guidance. However, amid the flattery, Director Wang suddenly sneered. And you call this result first place? What a joke. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Wang Changji, do you even know what you're saying? Director Yan's face changed immediately upon hearing this, and he called out Wang's name directly. He said angrily, this score broke the school's 3-year record, and it's not the best? Find me a better one. Wang sneered, waving the data sheet in his hand lazily. I can easily find a team whose score will crush your top one. That's nonsense. Director Yin was burning with anger, knowing that he had always been outdone by Wang, and this class's performance was his only pride. He shouted in a loss of composure. You manage regular classes, and the worst of them at that, while I teach the elite class, the best of the best. How can you compare with me? Wang Changji stopped arguing and directly flung the data sheet at Director Yan's face, saying coldly, take a look for yourself. Even a phoenix can rise from a chicken coop. Who says extraordinary talents can't come from regular classes? Times change. Don't underestimate the young and struggling. The paper hit Director Yan's face, causing him pain. Instinctively, he looked at the sheet, his sneer turning into shock, and finally, his face turned pale. This can't be. It's impossible, he shouted, losing control. Director Yin, what happened? What's written on it? Tell us. The surrounding teachers started talking all at once, and Principal Chen Mingwu also noticed something was wrong. Yin Qingyi and Wang Changji had been rivals for 20 years, and if Wang's results were not impressive, Yin would not miss the chance to ridicule him. Old Yin, let me see that report card. Chen Mingwu's voice broke through, snapping Yin back to reality. He quickly tore the report card into pieces, exclaiming, Principal, there's no need to look. This report card must be fake, fabricated by that old rascal Wang. Seeing this, Chen Mingwu's face darkened, and he reprimanded. Old Yin, do you know what you're doing? This is the school board. Whether it's fake or not, we'll judge together. It's not for you alone to decide. Yin Qingyi realized his recklessness and loss of composure. At this crucial time for the vice principal promotion, he couldn't afford any mistakes. He reminded himself that the report card must have been faked by Wang Changji to make him lose his cool. With this thought, he quickly composed himself, pretending to be calm as he said, Principal, forgive me. I was just so upset by Wang's provocation that I lost my temper and made a mistake. I hope you can understand. Humph. Chen Mingwu asked displeased. Now that you've torn up the report card, what do you propose we do? Yin Qingyi smiled slightly. Principal Chen, I admit I was wrong, but the data on the report card Wang gave me was so outrageous that even our gatekeeper, Master Yuan, could see it was fake. What does it matter if it's seen or not? If that report card isn't fake, I'll take my head off for you to kick around like a ball. All right then, it's a deal. With a hearty laugh, Wang Changji took a stack of papers from Teacher He and boasted. I knew this old guy couldn't keep calm, so I had Teacher He make 100 copies in advance. Let's share them with everyone. Yin Qingyi immediately retorted, Old Wang, what if this report card is fake? Wang Changji replied without hesitation. Then I'll let you use my head as a football. Hearing their exchange, the people around became even more curious about the contents of the report card, eagerly grabbing copies to see for themselves. Gasps of disbelief erupted. No way. How can this be possible? Some even doubted. Even top students at the province's best high schools couldn't achieve such astonishing scores. Yin Qingyi, with a smug look, turned to Wang Changji and said, Old Wang, see, the people's eyes are sharp. He then turned to Principal Chen Mingwu, ingratiatingly adding, Principal, you see, I wasn't lying, was I? This is fraud. Chen Mingwu paused for a moment before solemnly asking Wang Changji, Director Wang, is there any recorded footage? Wang Changji nodded and gestured to Teacher He. Hand the camera to the principal. After checking the camera and confirming everything was in order, the principal prepared to play it on the meeting room's computer. However, Director Wang stopped him, suggesting, Principal, I recommend you watch it in your office. The principal understood his reasoning. If the scores were genuine, a super genius had emerged, and both the school and authorities would prioritize protection. The fewer people who saw the footage, the safer it would be. Chen Mingwu nodded, agreeing with Director Wang's suggestion. Although he was skeptical about the results, his cautious work ethic compelled him to handle the situation carefully. Yin Qingyi, however, taunted, I bet old Wang is just afraid of public embarrassment, right? Haha. Now I'm really curious about what it feels like to kick your head around like a ball. Wang Changji fired back. All right, old Yin, whoever backs out is the grandson. Principal Chen, seeing another argument brewing between the two, quickly intervened. You two, come with me. The rest of the teachers, please wait here for a moment. With that, the three of them left the meeting room. Over an hour passed. In the office, everyone was abuzz with speculation surrounding Teacher He, hoping she'd reveal more details. But she merely advised patience for the outcome. When the sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway, the chatter ceased. It was Principal Chen, along with Wang Changji and Yin Qingyi. At this point, Wang Changji's face was glowing with excitement, almost as if he had won the lottery. and even the usually composed Principal Chen Mingwu couldn't hide his delight. On the other hand, Yan Qingyi looked ashen, as if all hope had been lost. The crowd felt a pang of tension. Could the report card be genuine after all? Director Wang, with a triumphant air, confronted Yan Qingyi, smiling as he asked, "Director Yan, are you going to do it yourself, or should I help you out?" Yan Qingyi appeared flustered. "Well, what do you mean by do it yourself? What are you talking about?" Director Wang pressed on relentlessly. "Everyone here witnessed it earlier. You can't deny it. If you don't handle it with dignity, then I'll help you with it." With that, he lunged towards Director Yan, his large hand like an eagle's claw, fiercely reaching for Yan's head. Seeing Wang Changji's serious intent, Yan Qingyi was so frightened that he quickly hid behind the principal, shouting, "Principal, look at him. Old Wang wants to kill me." Principal Chen simply stepped aside, smiling. "I'm not getting involved in your bet." As Wang lunged again, his fingers like steel, ready to pierce through, Yan Qingyi, in a life-and-death moment, finally crouched down, clutching his head and repeatedly shouted, "Grandpa, Grandpa." The grandson was wrong. The grandson was wrong. On the sports field, over 2,000 students anxiously awaited the announcement of results by the principal and teachers. Strangely, results were usually posted about half an hour after the exams ended. But this time, more than 2 hours had passed with no news. Perhaps it was because Cheng Yuyu's team had broken a record, prompting a careful review of the footage, which caused the delay. Everyone speculated that the school was diligently verifying the results to ensure accuracy. At this moment, many eyes turned towards Cheng Yuyu and Hao Jian, filled with envy and jealousy. Breaking a school record not only meant honor, but also came with a generous scholarship and possibly the chance to be directly admitted to a prestigious martial arts university. Feeling the envious gazes of her peers, Cheng Yuyu lifted her chin slightly, revealing her elegant neck, exuding an aura of superiority as if she didn't regard her classmates at all. From this moment on, she was destined to be in a different league than her peers. She was destined to be admitted to a prestigious martial arts university and become a true martial artist. Years later, when she appeared at a class reunion, all her classmates would be ecstatic, eager to please her, and some bolder ones might even ask for her autograph, which would become a cherished treasure for them. With this thought, a smile naturally curled up on Cheng Yuyu's lips. At that moment, Principal Chen Mingwu, accompanied by a group of teachers, finally reappeared in everyone's sight, stirring the hearts of thousands of students. Cheng Yuyu's heart skipped a beat, and her breathing quickened. She was ready to savor this moment. According to tradition, teams that broke school records were invited on stage by the principal as role models, and she had already prepared her speech for the occasion. Beside her, Hao Jian was equally excited, eagerly awaiting the final announcement of the results. Based on the teachers' records, they calculated that their performance indeed broke the school record, which would secure him the only spot for direct admission to a top martial arts university. He had already reached a verbal agreement with a pharmaceutical company. If admitted, they would hire him as a spokesperson, earning him a substantial fee. This would allow him to purchase numerous resources to enhance his foundational vitality. For aspiring martial artists, a solid foundation is crucial. Without it, the path ahead would be challenging. Building this foundation often requires substantial financial investment, which can be a daunting burden for most families. Although his family possessed considerable assets, they couldn't allocate all resources solely to him. Therefore, he urgently needed to prove himself, increase his influence, and attract more capital partnerships, creating a positive cycle. Hao Jian's outstanding performance earned him the top spot in the assessment, breaking the school's record and attracting attention from both Wuhan University and various social circles. This marked the first step in his powerful rise. With meticulous planning, he secretly vowed to himself that he, Hao Jian, was destined to be the protagonist of this world. Whatever he desired, he was determined to obtain. His blood was boiling with excitement, and a bright future beckoned him. His gaze drifted towards the Chun sisters in the distance, a greedy look in his eyes, as he imagined them tenderly submitting to him. Letting out a couple of sinister laughs, Hao Jian turned towards the platform and noticed Director Yin standing beside the principal, looking pale and disheveled, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. As the top performer who broke the school's record, shouldn't Director Yin be pleased? Why did he look like this? In contrast, Director Wang, Yan's rival, was beaming with satisfaction, as if he were about to get married that night. As Yan's prized student, Hao Jian felt a twinge of unease, but it quickly dissipated. After all, his results had broken the school record. What could possibly change? At that moment, Principal Chen finally spoke. "Students, I have some exciting news to share. In this martial arts competition, a team has finally broken the 3-year-old school record. This is truly worth celebrating." The students below buzzed with excitement, their eyes turning to the team of Cheng Yuyu and Hao Jian. Though rumors had circulated, hearing it confirmed by the principal felt different. Cheng Yuyu lifted her chin proudly, and Hao Jian couldn't suppress his smile. The principal continued, "Now, I'll announce the top 10 teams and their scores. Other teams can check the full results once they're published. 10th place, Team 054, with a total score of 927 points. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Although they didn't secure a guaranteed admission spot, they would still receive school rewards, and this honor would be recorded in their files, benefiting them in future academic or martial pursuits. However, most people eagerly awaited the top 3 announcements, as only the top 3 teams had the chance to receive guaranteed admission to Wuhan University, especially the first-place team, which could earn a spot at a provincial key martial arts university. Third place, Team 007, with a total score of 1,557 points. Despite the impressive score, the members of Team 007 looked dejected, disappointment spreading among them. Understandably so, as they had ranked in the top 2 in previous assessments, and dropping to third was a heavy blow. Second place, Team 012, with a total score of 1,857 points. Let's give them a warm round of applause for breaking the school record. Although the principal led the applause from the stage, the response from the audience was sparse, as everyone was shocked by the results. A new school record? Second place? Then who was first? Hao Jian couldn't help but loudly question. Chen Mingwu smiled and replied, Hao Jian, please be patient. Wait until I've announced all the results before asking questions. Without pausing, he announced the final score. First place. Team 326. Total score of 3,636 points. When the results for Team 326 were announced, the audience immediately began to whisper among themselves. Who is Team 326? I've never heard of them. One person remarked. I know. Hao Jian was in that team before he switched places with Yi Chen just before the exam. Another person responded in surprise. No way they're in first place? That's impossible. They lost a top shooter and replaced him with someone at the bottom of the class. Yet their score didn't just hold steady, it actually improved, and they came first. Almost everyone's gaze was instantly fixed on Team 326, their expressions a mix of confusion, disbelief, shock, and incredulity. Hao Jian tilted his head, his face full of astonishment, his mind momentarily blank, unable to comprehend the situation. It wasn't until the deafening chatter around him broke out that he was completely brought back to reality. This can't be happening. Hao Jian shouted, visibly agitated. Despite having no evidence, he was adamant that Team 326 couldn't have achieved such an extraordinary result. He had trained with the 4 teammates of Team 326 for months and knew their capabilities well. How could those 4 underperformers possibly score over 3,000 points? Without him, the star shooter leading them, they would have been advised to switch to the liberal arts class long ago. As for Yi Chen, who swapped teams with him, Hao Jian had already dismissed him as an insignificant player, a backline attacker who couldn't even break through the defense of a magic beetle, hardly worth mentioning. However, the principal told him that this group of underperformers had scored over 3,000 points, nearly double that of his own team, which was simply unfathomable. It wasn't just Hao Jian who opposed the results. Qing Yuyu also strongly objected. She sharply called out to the stage. Principal, there must be a mistake. This score is fake, I protest. As soon as she spoke, the surrounding murmurs ceased, and all eyes turned to her, eager to uncover the truth. Principal Chen Mingwu seemed to have anticipated such a reaction and calmly responded with a smile. Cheng Yuyu, I understand your concern, but please don't rush. Take your time to explain, what exactly are you protesting? Cheng Yuyu, with her decent composure, didn't panic even when all eyes were on her. She took a deep breath, quickly regaining her composure, and said, Principal, our teammate Hao Jian was previously teamed up with Chao Zhuang, Yao Wen, Chen Shui, and Chen Bing from Team 326, and Yi Chen was also my teammate before this exam. I am quite familiar with their abilities, and based on their past performances, I believe it's absolutely impossible for them to achieve such a score. I hope you and the faculty will recheck the results carefully, as this exam score will be recorded in personal files and affects the distribution of guaranteed admission slots. I urge you to handle this matter carefully. After speaking, Cheng Yuyu appeared confident and composed. Most of the surrounding students agreed with Cheng Yuyu's request, as they were somewhat familiar with Yi Chen, a well-known figure at the school, thanks in part to Cheng Yuyu's frequent discussions about him. Cheng Yuyu exclaimed, Principal, you really need to review the exam results of Team 326. These scores are outrageous, who would believe them? Did someone add an extra digit by mistake? The school's review process is seriously irresponsible. Her comments resonated with many students, especially those familiar with Yi Chen and those who had previously checked their scores with him, who began to voice their complaints. As the students' emotions escalated, Principal Chen Mingwu raised his hand to signal for silence. He said in a serious tone, I understand how you feel. The 5 members of Team 326 haven't performed well in previous exams, but we shouldn't judge people based on past performances. In the journey of martial arts, stories of turning the tide and changing one's fate are not uncommon. He paused before continuing. Take Minister Tan from our great Siam martial department, for example. Before the age of 35, he was only a third-grade martial artist and hadn't even surpassed the middle grade. Yet, In the following years, he advanced 1 grade per year, reaching high grade before 40, then 8th grade in 3 years, and 9th grade in 5 more years, becoming the guardian of Great Xia. Chen Mingwu smiled, his tone encouraging. If Minister Tan could have such a destiny, why can't you believe that your classmates might also rise against the odds? Cheng Yu smirked, feeling disdainful. Yi Chun is nothing compared to Minister Tan. Even if everyone could rise against the odds, I refuse to believe that Yi Chun, a nobody, can do it. She had just kicked Yi Chun out of the team, and if he actually succeeded, wouldn't that make her look foolish? Hao Jian spoke up as well. I hope the school can provide concrete evidence. Otherwise, it's hard to convince everyone. Chen Mingwu frowned and retorted, what evidence do you want? My word is the best evidence. His stern voice immediately silenced the crowd. They had forgotten that standing before them was not only a principal, but also a formidable 6th-grade martial artist. In the world of martial artists, strength is the ultimate truth, and they had dared to question Hyman act of sheer folly. Seeing the students' agitation subside, Chen Mingwu's demeanor softened, and he said kindly, I understand your concerns, but the assessment video of this team was personally verified by me and 2 other deans. Director Yen, isn't that right? Yan Qingyi nodded quickly, though his face looked increasingly troubled. Hao Jian then realized that even Director Yan acknowledged Team 320 SIXS results, which made his heart sink. Chen Mingwu pointed to Teacher He and introduced her to everyone. This is Teacher He, the recorder for Team 326, and she can also vouch for them. Teacher He stepped forward and firmly stated, my name is He Miao, and as the recorder for Team 326, I guarantee the authenticity of these results, backed by my teaching ethics and experience. Hearing this, the crowd gradually calmed, though acceptance was still difficult. Subsequently, Chen Mingwu announced, let's welcome the first-place winners of this exam, the legendary team that broke the school's historical record, to come up and receive their award. Guided by his words, the audience began to applaud enthusiastically. However, amidst the applause, Hao Jian felt as if he were in another world. This applause should have been for him. Just then, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Excuse me. Hao Jian turned around stiffly and saw Yi Chun leading the entire team 326 standing behind him. Yi Chun said in a low voice, you're in the way. Hao Jian's fury flared up at those words, and he felt an urge to punch Yi Chun. He, the distinguished ace shooter, had never been spoken to like this before. His face alternated between pale and flushed, but eventually, Hao Jian nodded slightly, glaring fiercely at Yi Chun as he said in a deep voice, fine, we'll see about that. With that, he stepped aside to let Yi Chun and his group pass. Yi Chun's actions were clearly meant to stand up for Chen Shui and Chen Bing, but this was just the beginning. Wherever Yi Chun was, Hao Jian wouldn't have an easy time. As for Cheng Yuyu, Yi Chun didn't even spare her a glance, striding past her without hesitation. However, Chen Bing, following behind him, did the opposite. Even after passing by, she turned back to face Cheng Yuyu directly. She suddenly flashed a sweet smile and gently said, Sister Yuyu, your ace shooter is really useful, but now he's ours. Thanks for letting him go, sister. Hearing this, Cheng Yuyu was fuming inside, but Chen Bing didn't give her a chance to react. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and joined her sister on the stage. You little. Cheng Yuyu seethed, watching Chen Bing's arrogant back, vowing to herself to avenge this humiliation someday. On stage, Chao Zhuang and the others lined up, and though he was the captain, he gave the central spot to Yi Chun. He and Yao Wen stood on the outer sides, with Chen Shui and Chen Bing flanking Yi Chun. Down below, a photography teacher quickly snapped several pictures of the 5 students. This dark horse team had shown unexpectedly bright, and before this exam, no one had paid them any attention, not even a group photo. But now, the school needed to fill this gap, as their faces would soon grace the school's honor roll. Many students looked on with envy, hoping they too might one day achieve unexpected success. Next, under everyone's gaze, the principal handed the prepared plaque for a 1 million scholarship to the team, asking them to hold it in front of them. This scholarship could be split evenly among the 5 or decided internally by the team, with the school not interfering. The principal clapped his hands and said with a broad smile, all right, I think everyone is eager to know how you managed to achieve such outstanding results. He continued, let's hear from the members of Team 326, who will each say a few words about their journey to success, so we can all learn from their experiences. The first to speak was the captain, Chao Zhuang. He scratched his head sheepishly and said with a sincere smile, I don't have much to say, except that Brother Chun is truly amazing, and we're lucky to have him as a teammate. The principal interjected, oh, are you saying that your team's success is largely thanks to Yi Chun? This question heightened everyone's attention. Was Yi Chun really that strong? Wasn't he supposed to be at the bottom? Yao Wen then spoke up timely. No, not just largely. It's entirely. Chen Bing nodded in agreement, adding, that's right. Our team's success today is all thanks to Brother Yi Chun. We just played a minor supporting role. Chen Shui gathered her courage, and, though her voice was small, She spoke firmly. I mean it too. After the four members of the team spoke, the whole room erupted in disbelief, the atmosphere becoming increasingly restless. Everyone found the outcome hard to believe and clearly had to reassess Yi Chun, the former underdog. The most shocked was naturally Cheng Yuyu, who couldn't believe Yi Chun possessed such strength. Previously, in her team, when they faced a demonic pincer's beetle, they struggled because Yi Chun, as the rear-line attacker, couldn't break through the creature's defenses, dragging the battle out. Yet, in just one day, Yi Chun seemed like a different person, leaving her in disbelief. Thinking about it, Cheng Yuyu was still unwilling to accept it and suddenly spoke loudly. Principal, I have something to say. Principal Chun, hearing this, looked at the defiant young girl and asked, Cheng Yuyu, what do you want to say? Cheng Yuyu replied, I want to ask the principal to reveal the detailed data sheet of Team 326. I know the assessment video is confidential and cannot be disclosed, but surely you can share the data sheet? Otherwise, it's really hard to convince everyone. Principal Chen smiled slightly and turned to the students, asking, do you all feel the same way? Yes, Principal, we also want to know the specific data, Li Nan, Zhao Gang, Lu Che, and others behind Cheng Yuyu echoed. Principal Chen nodded. All right, I'll read it out to you. He unfolded the data sheet and began reading. Team 012's results are 76 1-point creatures killed, 424 2-point creatures killed, 211 3-point creatures killed, and 1 second-tier demonic steel ant killed, totaling 300 points, with a total score of 1,857 points. Cheng Yuyu and her teammates exchanged glances and had no objections since their scores had been calculated in the demonic lair long ago. The principal continued. Now for Team 320 SXS results. 49 1-point creatures killed, 413 2-point creatures killed, 587 3-point creatures killed, and 1 second-tier demonic pincer's beetle king killed, earning 1,000 points, with a total score of 3,636 points. As Principal Chun announced the final score, the room erupted in discussion. My goodness, that's incredible, everyone exclaimed, realizing they had also killed a second-tier creature, and it was the strongest, the demonic pincer's beetle king. No wonder the score was so high. Compared to that, Cheng Yuyu's team indeed lost fairly, with only Xiao Kalami having a higher kill count than Yi Chen's team. In terms of elite creatures, Yi Chen's team was victorious. What does this data show? It proves that everything Chao Zhuang said was true, and Yi Chen's attack power was indeed exceptional. He wasn't interested in small creatures, but specifically targeted elite monsters. However, even at this point, Cheng Yuyu was still unwilling to accept it. Next to her, Hao Jian was also shaking his head wildly, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted, this is impossible. Even I, a top shooter, only killed over 200 3-point creatures. How could Yi Chun, who couldn't even break the defenses of a demonic pincer's beetle, manage to kill nearly 600? Ming Wuchen spoke calmly. Hao Jian, you might not know, but those nearly 600 3-point creatures were all demonic pincer's beetles. He wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Yi Chun, who directly said, I'm not much of a talker, so let me show you with a demonstration of my archery skills. With that, he drew his bow and aimed at a copper dummy used for martial arts practice on the field, a full 150 steps away. He breathed steadily, channeling all his strength into a single moment, and released the bowstring. The arrow flew like lightning, swift as a meteor, striking the dummy with a sharp clang. The sound echoed across the field, leaving everyone speechless and shattering some people's fragile egos. From about 150 paces away, Yi Chen's arrow hit the bronze dummy with such force that it embedded deeply into its interior. Yi Chen's strength was astonishing. Was this really the same person who was once kicked out of the team for being the weakest link? People used to call him useless, saying his output was too low. Now it seems those people were blind. The power of this arrow was comparable to that of a second-tier warrior, and it's no wonder he could slay the demonized Pincher King. I fully believe in his abilities now. I wonder how Cheng Yuyu feels at this moment. If it were me, I would probably be regretting it deeply. After shooting the arrow, Yi Chun led his team off the stage. Everyone in front of him stepped aside voluntarily, their faces filled with admiration and awe. As Yi Chun passed by Hao Jian again, he gave him a fleeting glance, causing Hao Jian to avert his eyes awkwardly, as if unable to meet Yi Chen's gaze. This made Yi Chun smirk with a hint of disdain. By the time Hao Jian realized and cursed himself for being weak, wanting to stare back, Yi Chun was already far away. Damn it, I'm going to destroy you. Hao Jian muttered to himself, fists clenched and trembling with rage. Yi Chun not only took away the honor that should have been his, but also subjected him to utter humiliation, a grudge he vowed to avenge. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuyu's mood was no better than Hao Jian's. She realized that the person who once doted on her now wouldn't even spare her a glance, treating her as if she were invisible. Her pride and self-esteem took an unprecedented hit. Just as she was fuming, she suddenly saw Chun Bing standing before her, wearing a sweet and innocent smile, saying, Thank you, Sister Yuyu. for giving up brother Yi Chen to us. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have won first place. You. Cheng Yu was about to retort when she heard Yi Chen's voice in the distance. Let's go. Bing bing. No need for extra words. Chen Bing quickly followed Yi Chen, muttering. She mocked brother Yi Chen before. Yi Chen nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you for standing up for me." Chen Bing proudly replied. Hee hee, it's what I should do. Chen Shui followed behind, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen exchanged glances, unable to hide their amusement, and playfully punched each other's chests. It was, without a doubt, one of the most glorious days of their lives. Watching them leave, Cheng Yuyu's face turned purple with anger. She didn't even want to acknowledge her teammates, turning abruptly and running towards the dormitory. I'm so angry. So angry. So angry, she fumed. Once back in her room, she furiously tore at the stuffed toys on her bed, her sharp nails digging into the fabric, ripping it apart to reveal the white stuffing inside. It wasn't until the life-sized stuffed toy was shredded into pieces, with fabric and stuffing scattered everywhere, that Cheng Yuyu stopped, panting heavily. She had imagined the toy was Yi Chen, wishing she could tear him apart completely. At that moment, a female classmate entered the room, dressed in designer clothes and carrying branded bags, seemingly having anticipated the scene. She wasn't surprised by the mess but simply smiled and said, "Why are you so upset again, my friend?" Cheng Yuyu's anger subsided slightly upon seeing her best friend Yu Qing, and she asked, "Why aren't you with your wealthy boyfriend? How do you have time to come here?" Yu Qing made herself comfortable on Cheng Yuyu's bed, smiling as she said, "I heard someone made you angry, so I came to comfort you. I want to see who dared to upset my friend." "It's that Yi Chen," Cheng Yuyu replied indignantly. "Yi Chen? The guy you told me about before, the one who's always trying to please you?" Yu Qing asked, puzzled. "Yes, him." Cheng Yuyu's face fell as she complained. "It's because that guy suddenly got stronger, his combat skills improved dramatically, and he took the top spot from our team." "What? How could that happen? Didn't you say he was weak and not much of a man?" Yu Qing said, noticing Cheng Yuyu's displeasure, and quickly added, "Don't worry, it's all that guy's fault. If he had gotten stronger earlier, this wouldn't have happened." Cheng Yuyu rolled her eyes and said angrily, "I will make him pay. And Xin Bing too, that witch dared to humiliate me. She won't get away with it." "Exactly. Anyone who crosses our Miss Cheng won't have a good ending." Yu Qing suggested, "Why don't you bring that guy back to your side? With your charm, just a little gesture, and Yi Chen will be back with you. Then you'll be the strongest team again, and you'll be the queen." Cheng Yuyu's eyes lit up, grabbing Yu Qing's arm excitedly. "You're right. I was so mad I didn't think of that. Just a little incentive, and he'll be back with me. That's the spirit." Yu Qing laughed. "That's my queen, Cheng Yuyu." Cheng Yuyu regained her confidence and said decisively, "All right, I'll find the right opportunity. He won't escape from me, no way. Since I came all the way to see you and gave you advice, you should treat me to a nice dinner." Yu Qing said expectantly, "No problem, I'm in a good mood today. Let's go have a Michelin meal." Meanwhile, in Director Yan's office, Hao Jian sat dejectedly across from Director Yan. The recent exam results shattered his pride. Yan Qingyi sipped his tea slowly before saying, "Hao Jian, why so quiet? It's just a regular exam, not the major martial arts exam. Why are you so down?" "Director Yan, it's because Yi Chen took everything from me. I want to kill him," Hao Jian said angrily. Yan Qingyi was taken aback, putting down his teacup and asking sternly, "What did you say?" "I said I want to kill that bastard Yi Chen." Hao Jian shouted, "I've arranged for a rogue martial artist to deal with Yi Chen. If he doesn't kill him, he'll at least cripple him. Are you out of your mind?" Yan Qingyi slammed the table, shouting, "Is this how I taught you to handle things?" "But uncle," Hao Jian began, but was cut off by Yan Qingyi. "Don't call me uncle. How many times have I told you to address me by my title at school?" "Sorry, Director Yan, I lost my head." Hao Jian deflated, saying quietly, "I just wanted to be first so badly, to get that guaranteed spot. Even if you didn't get first place or the guaranteed spot this time, so what?" Yan Qingyi scoffed. "Wouldn't it be better to become the provincial top scorer?" Hao Jian's eyes lit up. "Director Yan, do you have a plan?" Yan Qingyi took another sip of tea, smiling. "Kid, pay attention. This time I'll show you what it means to win without fighting." Under Yan Qingyi's suggestion, Hao Jianli's desire to become the top scholar in the province grew even stronger. The status of the provincial top scholar undoubtedly surpasses the guaranteed admission quota. Achieving this honor would not only secure a scholarship at Wuhan University, but also grant access to advanced martial arts manuals, abundant cultivation resources, and even the opportunity to receive guidance from powerful experts, paving a bright future ahead. Yan Qingyi scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Hao Jianli's ambitions, and said slowly, "You're always thinking about how to eliminate opponents, yet you never consider how to turn them into allies." Hao Jianli frowned slightly, pondering that Director Yan might be suggesting they recruit Yi Chen into their team. However, his animosity towards Yi Chen made it hard for him to accept. "What are you holding back?" Yan Qingyi questioned. "Don't you want the provincial top scholar title?" "But since Yi Chen left this team, according to the rules, he can't be brought back." Faced with Director Yan's challenge, Hao Jianli felt a sense of helplessness. Stubborn. Yan Qingyi shook his head, his tone dripping with disdain. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. The team assignments are under my jurisdiction, and if I say it's compliant, it is. Hao Jianli was moved by Director Yan's wisdom, but then he frowned again. If I truly team up with Yi Chun, we might contend for the provincial top scholar, but how can I ensure my top contribution ranking within the team? It's simple, a mix of persuasion and pressure. Yan Qingyi smiled slightly, exuding confidence. He's from a regular family. A bit of money will settle it. If he disagrees, we can leverage the power of the Yan family and your Hao family to pressure him. Even if he doesn't consider himself, he must consider his parents and relatives. He'll have no choice but to concede the top spot to you. He took a sip of tea and continued. Once he's on your team, he's at your mercy. After it's done, if you still can't let it go, you can trouble him later. This is called making the most of resources. Brilliant. Hao Jianli slapped his thigh, but then thought. But that kid also holds animosity towards me now. I'm worried he won't join our team. Useless. Director Yin said disdainfully. I just told you to make the most of resources. Do you have to approach each in yourself? Can't someone else do it? You mean? Cheng Yu. Hao Jianli's eyes lit up with realization. Exactly. Director Yin nodded in satisfaction. Doesn't Yi Chun like Cheng Yu? Then let's use a beauty trap. How could he refuse? Call Cheng Yu and tell her I want to see her. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Yi Chun was invited to sit by Principal Chen Mingwu. The principal cheerfully gestured to the sofa opposite, and Yi Chun nodded slightly, sitting upright. After the meeting ended, he was called to the office. Though not entirely sure of the principal's intentions, he had a feeling it wasn't anything negative. Despite having met the principal only a few times over the past 3 years, he had heard a bit about his style. Rumor had it that this principal had ventured into the demon realm and fought on the battlefield, with countless fallen demon realm warriors and creatures under his belt. 5 years ago, when the Neon Ninjas led by Yan Ing invaded the border, he rushed to the front line and engaged in a fierce battle with a 7th-rank elite Jonin for over 10 rounds. If it weren't for the timely arrival of reinforcements from Xia, he had already resolved to perish alongside the enemy. This experience shaped his decisive and swift approach to handling matters. After retiring from the military, he leveraged his achievements and skills to become the principal of Songjiang High School. Under his leadership, the school's martial arts exam scores have steadily improved, and this year it is set to be rated as a key martial arts high school in the city. No need to be so formal. Chen Mingwu waved his hand, signaling Yi Chen to relax, and continued. I watched your exam video. You performed very well. Although I won't ask how you went from being unknown to the strongest shooter in the school, as everyone has their own martial arts journey, and it's not uncommon to make a sudden impact. However, from my analysis, your talents are being wasted as a backline shooter. I suggest you transition to a frontline tank role, which would be more suitable for your development. At this point, Chen Mingwu looked up through his reading glasses at Yi Chen. What do you think? Will you consider it? Yi Chen quickly shook his head. Principal, thank you for your suggestion, but I still want to be a backline shooter because my dream since childhood has been to become the world's strongest shooter. Chen Mingwu smiled wryly. Since Yi Chen was unwilling to change roles, he couldn't force him. He had said all he needed to say, and as for how far Yi Chen could go in the future, it would depend on his own fate. Just then, a news report on the TV caught their attention. Recently, Neon has once again discharged nuclear wastewater, marking their 297th discharge, bringing immeasurable disaster to neighboring countries and the global ecosystem. We strongly protest this. After the report ended, Chen Mingwu said with a grim expression, Neon is up to dirty tricks again, even using nuclear wastewater to cultivate a batch of biochemical ninjas. They plan to send these ninjas to infiltrate Xia, assassinate our young elites, and spread bacteria, viruses, and nuclear pollution. Their intentions are despicable. If Xia and Neon go to war again, I will go to the battlefield and take as many Neon ninjas down with me as possible. I will kill every one of those scoundrels I see. Yi Chen clenched his fist, as he had always despised these heartless beasts. If he encountered them on the battlefield, he would show no mercy. Chen Mingwu asked, in the future, there might be Neon spies trying to recruit you, offering you vast resources to help you achieve a high rank. Won't you be tempted? Yi Chen replied calmly. I've only heard of dogs serving people, never of people serving dogs. Truly a descendant of Xia. Chen Mingwu laughed heartily. I hope you can help Xia eliminate this cancer in the future. With that, he took out a wooden box from the cabinet behind him and handed it to Yi Chen. Consider this a gift for our meeting. Yi Chen opened the wooden box to find a pitch-black metallic longbow inside, approximately 5 feet long, with a heavy body that glinted faintly under the sunlight. Clearly, this was no ordinary bow. He immediately said, Principal, this gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. He had no close relationship with the principal, so how could he easily accept such an expensive gift? If it were something ordinary, it would be different, but the value of this bow was undoubtedly high, likely surpassing bows on the market priced at tens of thousands. Chen Mingwu didn't reply right away. Instead, he picked up the longbow, his eyes filled with emotion, and murmured, "This bow is called the Wutia bow. It was specially crafted for me by my teacher back in the day. It followed me through many battles and is my favorite old companion." He chuckled and continued, "Take it. I can't use it anymore, and it's better for you to use it in battle than for it to gather dust in the box. This bow has been nurtured by me for many years. It's incredibly resilient. You'll have no problem using it even at mid-level." "But principal, I really can't take this bow," Yi Chen insisted. Seeing his continued refusal, Chen Mingwu frowned slightly and sternly said, "When I tell you to take it, you take it. Stop arguing. Are you a man or not? Your bow is broken, isn't it? Without a proper longbow, how will you become the world's greatest archer?" "Thank you, principal," Yi Chen said, realizing he couldn't refuse any longer. He took the bow, feeling its weight and the coldness of its body, recognizing it as an excellent bow, far superior to the composite bow he had used before. "That's more like it." Chen Mingwu smiled again. "When I, Chen Mingwu, want to give something, no one dares refuse it. And if I don't want to give something, no one can take it." Yi Chen smiled wryly to himself, realizing the principal's determination was likely shaped by his military background. "All right, I won't keep you any longer. In a few days, I'll arrange for the principal of Chunqing Martial University to visit and assess you. Make sure to perform well. If he takes a liking to you, you could be directly admitted to Chunqing Martial University, the best in our province." Yi Chen nodded. "I'll do my best." Chen Mingwu patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, personally seeing him to the office door. Before he left, he added, "Yi Chen, even though you're sincere and loyal to Daxia, sometimes you have to consider your own interests. After all, if you don't look out for yourself, who will?" Yi Chen frowned slightly, puzzled by the principal's final words. Initially encouraging him to change careers, then discussing matters related to Neon, and finally gifting him the bow. This series of actions seemed like some form of guidance. However, the principal's last remark left him wondering. With these thoughts, Yi Chen left the principal's office, only to bump into Wang Changji. "Hello, Mr. Wang." Yi Chen greeted, intending to walk past. After all, Mr. Wang had never shown him much kindness over the past 3 years, and before the assessment, he had been upset with Yi Chen for his reckless archery, even threatening to deduct points. Initially, it was expected that Director Wang would ignore Yi Chen's performance as usual. However, this time he stopped him with a smile and said, "Yi Chen, you did well on this exam. After all, you're a student taught by me, Wang Changji. It's thanks to my guidance." Yi Chen felt a sense of pride and cautiously flattered him, as if suddenly remembering something. He spoke up. "I have a small request, and I hope you can approve it." "What is it?" "Speak up," Director Wang responded with a smile. "Previously, I violated the rules, and you mentioned deducting points from our team. But this matter has nothing to do with my teammates. I hope you can spare them and only deduct points from me," Yi Chen pleaded. "Oh," Director Wang waved his hand and said heartily, "I was wondering what it was about. I've long forgotten it. Teacher Wang, don't hold grudges." With that, they exchanged a smile, and an awkward laughter lingered in the air. After parting with Yi Chen, Wang Changji entered the principal's office. "Has he left?" Chen Mingwu asked thoughtfully, looking out the window. "Yes, he's gone. Have you taken care of what I asked you to do?" Wang Changji replied. "Rest assured, Principal, I handle things," Wang Changji said, pausing for a moment before continuing. "But isn't what we're doing a bit too much?" "Not at all," Chen Mingwu replied calmly. "Based on the assessment video, he is indeed a promising talent. What's more admirable is his willingness to share his score with his teammates. However, a strict selection process is necessary. It's a long-standing rule of the organization. Yi Chen hasn't experienced the trials of the battlefield or harsh tests, so we must create some challenges for him. We could also let him grow freely, and when the time is right, we could." Wang Changji began, but Chen Mingwu interrupted. "That would take too long and involve great risk. I believe Yi Chen is a rough gem, and I trust my judgment. Such a genius deserves attention and cultivation. The current environment is harsh, with internal and external troubles, and Daxia needs talents like him." He turned to Wang Changji and continued. "Therefore, we must take early precautions to ensure he grows up safely. This isn't rushing growth or sheltering him, but necessary intervention. Many talents of Daxia have been lost to external forces' planned infiltration and assassination before they could mature. This is a lesson we must learn from." Wang Changji nodded solemnly and said earnestly, "I understand. But to be frank, this is just an ordinary exam. Are you so sure Yi Chen can reach the level of a top-grade student?" Chen Mingwu paced thoughtfully before responding. "If we're only talking about offensive capabilities, there's room for discussion. But with his unparalleled defensive skills, he's undoubtedly top-grade. It's been years since Jiangcheng has produced a top-grade student, and it's from our school. Aren't you pleased? If he's truly top-grade, of course, I'm happy. But if it turns out to be a mistake and you hastily report to the organization, aren't you afraid of being punished for making a false recommendation?" Wang Changji expressed his concern. Chen Mingwu glanced at Wang Changji, and said seriously, "Have you forgotten what the organization values most? It's a person's values and character. Even if Yi Chen's final assessment doesn't make him top grade, I believe his character meets the organization's standards. Someone willing to share the fruits of victory with teammates can't be that bad. Besides, I'm still testing Yi Chen, but remember to be measured and not to truly harm him." Wang Changji was silent for a moment, then said, "I understand, Principal. Rest assured, I'll be careful. You should personally handle this matter and avoid letting a third person know." Chen Mingwu shifted the conversation with a smile. "Of course, you could also choose to sell this information to foreign spies and perhaps earn a handsome reward." "Principal, there you go again." Wang Changji shook his head helplessly. "I'm still your disciple, and you're testing even me? Haha, you're an easy target for teasing." "Just joking," Chen Mingwu responded with a laugh. After parting ways with Wang Changji, Yichen was pondering the deeper meaning of the principal's words when he suddenly heard someone calling him. "Yichen Gij, we're over here." Looking up, he saw Chun Bing waving joyfully from a short distance away, accompanied by Chen Shui, Chao Zhuang, and Yao Wen. He thought they had already left, but to his surprise, they were waiting for him. Approaching them, Yichen curiously asked, "Didn't I tell you to go ahead? Why are you still here?" Yao Wen shrugged helplessly. "We were going to head back to shower, but Chun Bing insisted on waiting for you. She kept calling Yichen Gij, as if she missed you dearly after just a short while." Chun Bing's face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "Mosquito, do you have a death wish? It was actually my sister who wouldn't leave and dragged me along." Before she could finish, Chen Shui covered her mouth, gently pinching her wrist to signal her to be quiet. Chao Zhuang clapped his hands to interrupt their squabble and looked seriously at Yi Chen. "Chenji, we actually have something important to tell you." Upon hearing this, Chun Bing and the others fell silent, waiting patiently. Yi Chen was curious. "Oh? What do you want to say?" Chao Zhuang continued. "We discussed it earlier and decided to give you the entire prize money from the first place scholarship. We don't want any of it." Seeing Yi Chen about to speak, Chao Zhuang quickly added, "Chenji, there's no need to say anything more. We've made up our minds. Without you, we wouldn't have achieved such success today. Director Wang told us that with our exam results, we might even get recommended to Wuhan University. Although it's not a top-tier university, it's a huge blessing for us. So we can't accept this scholarship." Yao Wen chimed in, "Boss, just accept it. If you consider us friends and teammates, don't refuse. We've already gained so much today, any more would be greedy." Chen Bing sweetly added, "Yichen Gij, when you go to a top university, your studies and cultivation will surely cost a lot. If you succeed, we'll benefit too." Although Chen Shui didn't speak, her serious expression conveyed her agreement. Moved by their determination, Yi Chen felt warmth in his heart and finally nodded. "All right, I'll accept it as a favor I owe you all." He genuinely needed the money since literature is for the poor, martial arts for the wealthy. Without substantial resources, he couldn't quickly advance in his cultivation. Even with the system's help, martial arts training required his own effort. Cultivation was foundational and a threshold. To seize opportunities, enter high-risk dungeons, or access advanced techniques, cultivation was indispensable. In essence, cultivation was a warrior's facade, and there's no avoiding it if one wants to excel. Moreover, enhancing cultivation significantly boosts physical abilities, sharpens the senses, and strengthens the body and organs. At higher levels, one can even awaken spiritual powers, which are beyond the reach of lower-level martial artists. The abilities granted by the system are added to one's own strength, and may even be multiplied based on that foundation. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger their power becomes. Combined with the accumulated strength from the heaven and earth strike, the move can unleash a more terrifying destructive force. Similarly, the higher the cultivation, the faster and more agile the body becomes, allowing for greater explosive power when enhanced by Shadow Dash. Most importantly, as one's cultivation grows, so does their lifespan. A mid-level martial artist can live to at least 100 years, while a 7th-level martial artist can exceed 120 years. As for higher levels of cultivation, Yi Chen is unsure. In any case, the higher the cultivation, the more one's lifespan increases, not only prolonging life but also delaying aging. Hearing Yi Chen's explanation, Chun Bing and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chao Zhuang chuckled and said, "Chun, what are you talking about? There's no need to mention favors. As long as you remember us, we're satisfied." Yao Wen exaggeratedly countered, "What are you saying, old Chao? Is our leader someone who forgets his friends for profit? If it really comes to that, then let Chen Bing and Chen Shui charm their way through." Chen Bing responded playfully, "My sister and I don't mind, as long as brother Yi Chen is willing." Hearing her sister's shameless remark, Chen Shui unexpectedly fell silent. "Stop teasing me. What do you take me for?" Yi Chen scolded with a smile, only to be righteously rebutted by Yao Wen. "Boss, what era are you living in? Holding on to such outdated thoughts? Nowadays, powerful people often have more than one partner. Rumor has it that Minister Lu Chuanxue of the Ministry of Works has 8 male partners, and who dares to say anything? For someone as talented as our leader, with a bright future ahead. What's wrong with having a few confidants? Yi Chen replied helplessly. It'll pass. It's more trouble than it's worth. Even having one wife is enough hassle, let alone more. Hearing this, Chen Bing's face fell, seemingly disappointed. As they chatted, two people approached them. Yi Chen and the others looked up to see Cheng Yuyu and Yu Qing. Seeing two beauties should have been a pleasant surprise, but the team felt a sense of unease. Yi Chen, why don't you even say hello to Yuyu? Are your feelings so distant now? Cheng Yuyu asked coldly. Yi Chen had no intention of responding to her, but Yu Qing spoke first, leaving Yi Chen no choice but to acknowledge her. As a classmate and Cheng Yuyu's close friend, Yi Chen knew her well. He had even tried to win her favor with small gifts, hoping she would speak well of him to Cheng Yuyu. Although Yu Qing agreed on the surface, nothing came of it, and Cheng Yuyu seemed to dislike him even more. Do you need something? Yi Chen stopped and looked at Yu Qing quizzically. Yu Qing laughed softly, feigning grievance. Now that Yi Chen the genius is so different, you're cold to an old classmate like me. I even helped you pursue Yuyu back then. What? Can't I talk to you alone now? Yi Chen frowned slightly. If you have something to say it now. I have things to do. Yu Qing fluttered her long false eyelashes, glancing at Chao Zhuang and the others behind Yi Chen, then continued. It's not me who wants to talk to you, it's Yuyu. Don't you want to hear what she has to say? She is your goddess, after all. Chenggu, we're heading out now. Seeing the situation, Chao Zhuang forced a stiff smile, clearly understanding they were being asked to leave. Chen Bing, with her fiery temper rising, protested. Brother Yi Chen hasn't said anything. Why should we leave? Chen Shui gently tugged her sister's sleeve, signaling her to keep quiet. Yao Wen chuckled. This is the boss's own business. We shouldn't interfere. With that, he and Chen Shui began to lead Chen Bing away, saying to Yi Chen as they walked, Boss, we're heading back now. It's been a long day. You should get some rest too. After walking a good distance, Chen Bing finally broke free from her sister and Yao Wen, pouting. Why were you in such a hurry to leave? Those two witches definitely have no good intentions, most likely trying to seduce brother Yi Chen. Yao Wen and Chen Shui remained silent, understanding Cheng Yuyu and Yu Qing's intentions, but knowing it was Yi Chen's decision to make. Chao Zhuang smiled wryly. Why are you all so down? Didn't we just win first place? Isn't that enough to brag about? But the boss is leaving. Yao Wen shook his head helplessly. Cheng Yuyu has always been the boss's goddess, everyone knows that. Now that the goddess is pursuing him, a little sweetness will surely sway him. Chao Zhuang patted his shoulder, speaking seriously. There's nothing we can do. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled with beauties. Chen has helped us so much. Even if he leaves, we can't complain. Otherwise, don't blame me, Chao Zhuang, for being the first to disagree. Chen Bing frowned with concern. As a woman, I understand women. I feel Cheng Yuyu and the others have ulterior motives and just want to use brother Yi Chen. Chao Zhuang sighed. Even so, there's nothing we can do. It's Chen's choice. Saying too much might just upset him. All we can do is be his strongest support and be there when he needs us. The captain is right, Yao Wen nodded. Let's wish Chen the best for his future. Chen Bing bit her lip, whispering, I hope I'm wrong. If Cheng Yuyu and the others do harm brother Yi Chen, my sister and I won't let them get away with it, even if it means. She glanced at her sister, who nodded firmly. Meanwhile, Yi Chen followed Cheng Yuyu and Yu Qing to a small grove beside the school building. He asked coldly, if you have something to say, just say it. Why bring me to a place like this? In response to Yi Chen's frosty inquiry, Yu Qing turned to him with a flirtatious smile, winking her left eye. Isn't this the kind of place you guys like to chat with girls? Besides, you're with two beautiful ladies. Aren't you satisfied? As a young man full of vigor, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a rush of heat at such teasing, surrounded by darkness and silence, with two stunning beauties before him. However, his rationality kept him grounded, growing increasingly disgusted with Yu Qing's approach. Yi Chen suddenly realized that when you dislike someone, no matter how hard they try to please you, it only makes you dislike them more. On the other hand, when you like someone, even their unreasonable behavior seems endearing. In the past, he constantly tried to win over Cheng Yuyu, but perhaps she felt the same way. The more he tried to please her, the more she became annoyed. Now, having found himself again and returned to rationality, Yi Chen understood that only by changing himself and becoming stronger could he truly change others' perceptions and earn their respect. The tables have turned, and now he is the one being pursued. At this moment, he viewed the two people before him as clowns. He wanted to see what tricks Yu Qing and Cheng Yuyu had up their sleeves today. With a smile, he said, satisfied? Of course, I am satisfied. It's an honor for me, Yi Chen, to chat with two beautiful ladies. Seeing that Yi Chen was finally taking the bait, Yu Qing exchanged a triumphant glance with Cheng Yuyu, indicating that everything was going according to plan. Yi Chen, I heard you made Yuyu angry again? Yu Qing asked. Yi Chen paused, trying to defend himself. When did I ever? You did. Yu Qing immediately interrupted, not giving Yi Chen a chance to explain. If you hadn't taken first place from Yuyu, would she be upset? But it was she who kicked me out of the team in the first place. Yi Chen felt frustrated but had nothing to say. Couldn't you have insisted a bit longer back then? Asked Yu to keep you in the team? And you call yourself a man, lacking even this bit of responsibility. Yu Qing's words made Yi Chen laugh in anger. He finally understood that he had been manipulated by them all along. Seeing Yi Chen remain silent, Yu Qing crossed her arms and asked, "Did you hear what I said, Yi Chen?" Understanding their tactics, Yi Chen had no patience left to continue the charade. He coldly replied, "What do you want me to do? It's simple, just apologize to Yu right now." Yu Qing, oblivious to Yi Chen's change in demeanor, believed she had already won. "Hurry up and apologize, so Yu might consider taking you back. Isn't pursuing Yu what you've always wanted? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "I refuse," Yi Chen replied bluntly, leaving Yu Qing thinking she had misheard. "I said I refuse." With that, Yi Chen turned and walked out of the woods, feeling nauseated at the thought of spending another second with them. He told Yu Qing, "Drop your manipulative games. Do you really think your tricks are clever? Those rich men who let you deceive them aren't fools. They're just playing along to get what they want from you. Once they're bored, they'll discard you without a second thought. You think you can marry into wealth and live a life of luxury? Dream on." These words infuriated Yu Qing. Lies don't hurt, but the truth cuts deep. Over the years, she had ensnared many wealthy men who initially obeyed her every word. But gradually, their attitudes hardened, they stopped treating her well, and were reluctant to spend money on her. The idea of marrying one of them became impossible. After all these years, she never caught a wealthy husband, and her once youthful skin had started to age. Only now did she realize that while she thought she was in control, she was the one being played all along. Seeing her friend fail and Yi Chen walking away, Chen Yu couldn't maintain her pretense any longer. She quickly ran after him, grabbed his hand, and looked at him affectionately, asking, "Chen, are you really going to leave me? Let go." Yi Chen felt a pair of soft little hands tightly gripping his own, and his brow furrowed. These were the hands he once dreamed of holding, but now they filled him with disgust. "I'm not letting go." Chen Yu gripped even tighter, looking at him with affectionate eyes. "Chen, I'm sorry for the trouble before. If I had known Yu Qing would upset you, I wouldn't have brought her to see you." Yi Chen looked at her coldly, his tone icy. "What exactly do you want to say? This is a school, teachers and classmates pass by all the time. Stop pulling me around and have some self-respect. There's no rule against dating at school. What's wrong with holding hands with my boyfriend?" Chen Yu retorted confidently, then put on a pitiful expression. "Chen, I said you were my boyfriend without asking you first. You're not mad, are you?" At that moment, a few students passing by the woods heard the commotion and turned to look. When they saw the campus goddess Chen Yu clinging to Yi Chen's hand with a pleading look, their eyes widened. Their gossip instincts were instantly aroused. "Did you hear me tell you to let go?" Yi Chen's cold voice didn't make Chen Yu release him. Instead, she pressed closer, wrapping her arms around him, her perfect figure almost glued to his. She stubbornly said, "I'm not letting go unless you really have the heart to push me away. Otherwise, I'll hold on to you like this forever." The words made a few girls nearby scream. It was explosive news. Chen Yu was actively pursuing Yi Chen to such an extent. They believed that if Yi Chen wanted, Chen Yu would be his woman tonight. The boys around watched with envy, thinking if it were them, they'd be thrilled to have the school beauty chasing after them. Be together. Be together. Gradually, people began to cheer. They say it's hard for a man to woo a woman, but easy for a woman to woo a man. With the school beauty being so forward, what man could resist such a test? In this atmosphere, Chen Yu was already intoxicated, thinking to herself, "I've gone this far. You silly boy, aren't you going to fall for it?" She was determined to extract every bit of value from Yi Chen, or her efforts would be in vain. "Just wait, you deadbeat. Sooner or later, I'll turn you into a dog at my side." However, just as the crowd was cheering and Chen Yu was planning how to tame Yi Chen, a sudden crisp slap echoed, landing directly on her face. The uproar around them immediately fell silent, everyone unable to believe what they were seeing. Yi Chen had broken free from Chen Yu's embrace and slapped her hard. Chen Yu clutched her face, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief. "You dare hit me?" Yi Chen responded coldly. "If you dare to harass me again, it won't be just a slap." With that, he turned and walked away. Chen Yu shouted unwillingly after him. "Yi Chen, come back. Do you hear me? I'm ordering you. Come back." Yi Chen turned back and gave Chen Yu a disdainful glance, sneering, "Are you shameless?" With that, he walked away, leaving behind a furious Chen Yu and the stunned onlookers. Soon, the story of Chen Yu's pursuit and reversal of a guy, along with Yi Chen's cutting remark, spread like wildfire among classmates. It wasn't just the same grade. Even the younger students were eagerly discussing the incident. Everyone was shocked by Yi Chen's actions. Some said he was even more virtuous than Lu Xianghui, while others believed that a good horse doesn't turn back to graze on old pasture, and Yi Chen was a true man. Some even speculated wildly about Yi Chen's rebellious sexual orientation. In any case, opinions varied, and everyone was eagerly anticipating further developments. Could Chen Yu let it go after being humiliated? Even if she chose not to cause trouble for Yi Chun, her many admirers wouldn't let him off easily. As the incident spread like wildfire, Yi Chun leisurely strolled along the campus path back to his dorm. Looking up, he saw four familiar figures standing near the training dummies Zhao Zhuang, Yao Wen, and the Chen sisters. With a curious smile, Yi Chun approached and asked, "Why aren't you heading back to the dorms to rest? What are you doing here?" "We're waiting for you, boss," Yao Wen replied, forcing a smile. "Waiting for me?" Yi Chun looked at his teammates in confusion, noticing their low spirits. They had just finished a major exam, so why weren't they resting instead of waiting for him? "Of course, we wanted to say goodbye to you in person," Chen Bing said bitterly, biting her lip. "Goodbye?" Yi Chun blinked. "I don't understand what you're talking about." With a wry smile, Chao Zhuang said, "Chun, you don't need to hide it from us. We've already guessed you're leaving the team, so we waited here just to say goodbye face-to-face." "Oh, don't get me wrong," he added quickly. "We don't want you to go, but we also won't hold you back. Being with us might only hinder your talents. I believe you'll find better teammates with Chung Yuyu's team and shine in the martial arts exam. Maybe even become the provincial champion. That would not only be an honor for our school, but for our entire city, and we'd be proud of you." "Yeah." Chun Xuan nodded vigorously, her pure eyes moist as she looked at Yi Chun with courage and encouragement. After hearing their eloquent speeches, Yi Chun found it both amusing and exasperating. Rolling his eyes, he chuckled, "Stop jumping to conclusions. When did I ever say I was leaving the team?" "What? What did you say?" The four of them were taken aback. Yi Chun shrugged helplessly. "What's with your attitude? Do you really want to kick me out?" Yao Wen shook his head fervently. "Of course, we don't want you to leave, boss. But during the martial arts exam, we might hold you back, and then you might miss the chance to become the provincial champion. Although you already have a guaranteed spot, being the provincial champion would be much more valuable and beneficial for your future." "How hard could becoming a provincial champion be?" Yi Chun scoffed and continued. "Besides, who said you'd hold me back? Didn't I say before that you're my most trusted teammates, the ones I can confidently rely on? With you, I can unleash my full potential, something Chung Yuyu's team could never achieve. That's why you're my best teammates." Yao Wen sniffed, looking up at the sky and wiping his eyes. "Boss, why do I always feel like crying when you speak?" At this point, Chun Bing snapped out of her shock, leaping to stand in front of Yi Chun. Her face blossomed with a smile as she repeatedly confirmed, "Yi Chun, are you really planning to take the exam with us?" "Of course I am," Yi Chun smiled. "No one can separate us." "Yay!" Chun Bing cheered, jumping up and wrapping her arms around Yi Chun's neck, clinging to him like a koala. "Sister," Chun Shui blushed and scolded. "Put your legs down. There are people watching. Aren't you embarrassed?" Chun Bing giggled, releasing her long legs and happily said, "Yi Chun, I'm treating you all to a hot pot to celebrate our victory today." With that, she pulled Yi Chun towards the campus gate. Yao Wen followed, commenting, "Weren't you just saying you were tired and wanted to rest in the dorm?" "That was before." Chen Bing pouted. "Now I'm full of energy." After returning from dinner outside the campus, the sky had already turned completely dark. After parting ways with his teammates, Yi Chun rubbed his full stomach, let out a satisfied burp, and leisurely headed towards the dormitory. The dormitory's elderly gatekeeper, Grandpa Li, saw him and greeted him with a smile, which greatly surprised Yi Chun. He had lived in this dormitory for 3 years and had never seen the old man smile, always looking as if someone owed him $3 million. No student dared to annoy him or wasn't afraid of him, considering he was a third-level martial artist. Despite his usual attire of a tank top, fan in hand, and slippers, he was no joke when it came to fighting. Once, during a brawl between students from two different martial arts dorms, he single-handedly knocked down over 10 people. Since then, no one dared to cause trouble in the dormitory. When Yi Chun returned to his dorm room, he found that all his roommates had already arrived. The dorm housed 8 people, 6 of whom were from the advanced class, while only Yi Chun and another roommate were from the regular class. Those 6 formed a small group within the dorm, leaving chores like mopping, fetching water, and cleaning tables to the 2 regular class students. The dorm was usually bustling, but whenever Yi Chun returned, he was practically invisible, with no one paying him any mind unless they wanted to amuse themselves by flaunting their superiority. However, today was different. As soon as Yi Chun entered the dorm, the usual chaos quieted down. All his roommates stared at him with complex expressions. After a while, a pimply-faced boy enthusiastically said, "Oh, third brother is back." He called Yi Chun third brother, simply because Yi Chun slept in the third bed. "Third brother, you must be tired. Here, have a seat." Another student with black-rimmed glasses quickly wiped a chair clean and offered it to him with a fawning smile. Yi Chun just smiled at their enthusiasm, thanked them briefly, and went about his business. These 2 advanced class students used to join in mocking Yi Chun, so he couldn't be bothered to engage with them. As Yi Chun was putting the wooden box containing the iron bow into the cabinet, a boy who had been sitting alone in the corner approached him. Excitedly patting Yi Chun on the shoulder, he said, "Third brother, when did you become so amazing? You didn't even tell us." Truly a stunning performance. You've got to show me the ropes sometime. Lu Zi, stop joking. Didn't you also do well this time? You're in the top 500 of the grade. Keep it up, and getting into a regular martial arts university shouldn't be a problem. Recognizing it was Liao Bin, the other regular class student in the dorm with whom he got along well, Yi Chun replied with a smile. Liao Bin slept in the 6th bed, hence the nickname Lu Zi. Normally, he only talked to Lu Zi, not because he was aloof, but because the others couldn't be bothered with him or Lu Zi. Haha, no matter how well I did, I can't compare to you, Brother Chen. You came in first in the entire school, breaking the school record with over 1,000 points. It's truly terrifying, leaving me in the dust. Lu Zi had just finished speaking when a lanky boy, who had been lounging with a cigarette in hand, legs crossed, sarcastically remarked, "Looks like from now on, third brother will be the boss of this dorm. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and butter up to third brother." The last remark was directed at the roommates by their leader. They immediately laughed and said, "Boss, you can't be serious. Even if old 3 got first place this time, he can't compare to you. You've consistently ranked around the top 100 in the grade, and with your usual performance, you'll definitely get into the provincial key martial arts university." Another added, "Yeah, old 3's performance might just be a one-time thing. Who knows? Next time he might revert to the norm. Even if he gets the recommendation spot and goes to the university, he might not do as well as you." Old 8 chimed in. "I think the school leaders are skeptical about old 3's results too. The recommendation spot isn't confirmed yet, and they haven't even suggested moving him to a different dorm. He's still squeezed in here with us in this 8-person room." The two who were just trying to curry favor with Yi Chen listened, and their expressions changed before they returned to the leader's side, indicating their stance. The leader smirked, glanced challengingly at Yi Chen, and then said to Old 8, "What do you know? Dorm rooms aren't changed on a whim. You need to maintain a top 100 rank in 3 consecutive major exams to move to a 4-person dorm. If you stay in the top 30, you can have a double room. And the 4-person and double rooms are much bigger than our 8-person one, and way more comfortable." Old 2 chuckled awkwardly. "Our leader's got the skills. No wonder he got to sleep in a 4-person room. If he hadn't told us, we wouldn't know these tricks." The leader took a puff of his cigarette, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and added, "Not anymore though. Now I'm stuck here with you little rookies in the 8-person dorm." Old 5 laughed. "As they say, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Even at your worst, you're better than the rest of us here. You're the only one who's experienced a 4-person room. The rest of us don't have the skills or the qualifications." He glanced at Yi Chun as he spoke. The leader's pride swelled with the flattery, and he laughed. "All right, seeing how hard everyone's working, even our 2 regular class members are making progress. I, as the leader, should take things more seriously. This is my last cigarette. I'll quit tomorrow and focus on martial arts practice." At that moment, the dorm door was suddenly kicked open. 4 or 5 students from the same grade barged in, each one tall and muscular, with menacing expressions. The leader saw this, but didn't panic. Once he recognized them, he slowly said, "Howsy, you've got some nerve coming to mess with my dorm." As he spoke, his roommates glared at the intruders, showing no fear. They were all martial arts students, especially those in the advanced classes, so they weren't afraid. Feeling the pressure from the leader and his group, the boy called Howsy and his companions visibly weakened. Howsy looked at the leader and said in a low voice, "Wei Gu, this isn't about you. I'm here for Yi Chun, the coward who hit a girl. Where is he? I'm going to teach him a lesson. I'm right here. You want to hit me?" A voice suddenly came from behind, startling Howsy, who quickly turned around to find Yi Chen standing there. Howsy angrily asked, "You're the one who hit Cheng Yu, right?" Yi Chen nodded. "That's right. But what does it have to do with you? Who are you to her?" Howsy was momentarily speechless. He was just an ordinary classmate to Cheng Yu, who usually ignored him. He only came to confront Yi Chen to impress her. He immediately retorted, "It's none of your business who I am to her. You hit her, so you're against me, Chong Hao. I'm going to beat you today." With that, he raised his hand to slap Yi Chen. Just then, a black-faced old man in a tank top walked in from outside and coldly said, "I'd like to see who dares to hit Yi Chen." Upon hearing the voice, everyone in the dormitory involuntarily shivered, except for Yi Chen, who remained calm. Even the usually laid-back leader, Xie Yuan, suddenly sat up straight, dropping his unfinished cigarette on the floor, and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Li, what brings you here?" Mr. Li walked straight up to him, bent down to pick up the cigarette butt, and said with a stern expression, "Xie Yuan, you've got some nerve smoking in the dormitory again. It seems the last lesson wasn't enough for you." Remembering the previous punishment, Xie Yuan's legs trembled involuntarily, and he forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Please, sir, have mercy this time. I'm just upset about my poor exam results." Mr. Li let out a cold laugh. "You know how to feel upset? If you truly learned from your mistakes, you wouldn't be smoking again. Old habits die hard. Get back to your squats." "Sir, there are too many people here. Could you punish me later?" Xie Yuan swallowed his words when he saw the threatening look in Mr. Li's eyes. He knew that any further delay would only make things worse. In a typical liberal arts school, students nearing graduation wouldn't fear the gatekeeper and might even talk back. But this was a martial arts school, where even the gatekeeper was a third-rank martial artist. Last year, a soon-to-graduate martial arts student got too cocky and ended up with a fractured bone after a run-in with Mr. Lee, missing the final exams. His parents caused a scene at the school, but nothing came of it, and the student had to transfer to another school to repeat the year. Xie Yuan wouldn't dare to act arrogantly in front of Mr. Lee and immediately moved to the side, lifting a stool above his head with his feet planted in a horse stance. The room fell silent, and Chang Hao, who had previously caused trouble for Yi Chun, tried to slip away quietly. But before he reached the door, Mr. Lee called out, "Chang Hao, stop right there." Chang Hao froze, turning around stiffly. "Mr. Lee, I wasn't smoking." Mr. Lee glared at him. "I know you weren't smoking. What are you doing in this dormitory?" Chang Hao flushed red and stammered. "I was just wandering around." "Wandering my foot." Mr. Lee slapped him across the face. Stunned by the force of a third-rank martial artist, Chang Hao quickly covered his head with his hands. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lee." Mr. Lee coldly asked, "You know you're wrong, but do you know why?" Then he slapped him again. Chang Hao felt as if he had been hit by a truck, his whole body burning with pain, and he quickly pleaded, "Mr. Lee, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to bother Yi Chun." Mr. Lee sneered. "You think you can take on the top student in the grade? Are you out of your mind? Yi Chun is the top martial arts student this time. If it came to a fight, you and your buddies together wouldn't stand a chance. I'm not punishing you. I'm saving you. Do you understand?" With that, he slapped him again and kicked a few others nearby. The students who had come with Chang Hao nodded meekly, only now realizing the gravity of their actions. How dare they mess with the top performer of the martial arts exam? They must have a death wish. Do they think their heads are harder than the shell of the demonized King Beetle? After Old Man Lee finished dealing with them, Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Mr. Lee, it's okay. They didn't actually hit me. A little punishment is enough." Old Man Lee's expression changed instantly, and he praised Yi Chun with a smile before slapping his forehead and saying, "Yi Chun, look at my memory. I got so upset with these rascals that I almost forgot the important thing. Pack your things quickly. You're getting a new dorm room tonight." "What?" Everyone was shocked. The leader, Xie Yuan, holding a chair and standing in a horse stance, asked, "Mr. Lee, isn't it a rule that students need to place in the top 100 in all 3 exams to change dorms?" "Got a problem?" Old Man Lee raised his eyebrows, silenced Xie Yuan, and shook his head. Then he added, "This is specially approved by the principal. If you have any issues, take it up with him." Everyone exchanged glances, surprised that Yi Chun could get special approval from the principal. Did his performance in the exam really impress even the principal? Someone curiously asked. "Mr. Lee, which dorm is Yi Chun moving to?" "Room 601, Old Man Lee replied. 601? A single room?" As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Yi Chun differently. They couldn't believe that just from one exam performance, Yi Chun was assigned to room 601 on the 6th floor. The entire 6th floor only has 5 rooms, which are more like luxurious apartments with private bathrooms and even personal training rooms. They've only heard about them because they aren't allowed up there. Only the top genius students can live there, with teachers guarding the floor to ensure they aren't disturbed. Room 601 is the largest and usually remains empty unless specially approved by the principal. The last person to stay there was Yin Wenxing, who broke the school's record 3 years ago. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Yi Chun changed, especially his roommates, whose expressions were extremely complicated. When they saw Yi Chun starting to pack, they all rushed to help. "Third brother, let me help." "You step aside, I'll help third brother move." Earlier, they had watched indifferently, but now they were eager to assist. Watching his former followers scramble to help Yi Chun, Xie Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort. However, Yi Chun politely declined their help, allowing only Liuzi to assist him. Liuzi was delighted and efficiently packed everything. After finishing, Yi Chun looked around at his roommates and then at Liuzi, saying, "If you need anything in the future, feel free to come find me." Liuzi nodded earnestly, knowing Yi Chun was worried about him being bullied. Sitting nearby, fanning himself, Old Man Lee asked, "What's your name?" Surprised, Liuzi replied, "Sir, my name is Liao Bin." Old Man Lee nodded. "I remember you. You're quite honest. There's a 4-person room upstairs with a vacant bed. You can move there for some peace." Liuzi was overjoyed. "Thank you, Mr. Lee." Then he looked at Yi Chun with gratitude, understanding this arrangement was thanks to him. Yi Chun also smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Lee." Old Man Lee nonchalantly replied, "In this dormitory area, I still have some say." The others felt a pang of regret, wishing they had treated Yi Chun better. Perhaps today they too could have gotten a spot in a 4-person room, a much better environment than the sweaty, crowded 8-person dorm. Yi Chun walked out of the dormitory with his luggage. As he passed by Chang Hao, the latter suddenly stopped him. "Yi Chun, please go back to Cheng Yuyu. She can't be without you. If you agree, I'll be like a loyal dog by your and Cheng Yuyu's side. I'm begging you." His words left everyone around them stunned. Just moments ago, Chang Hao was ready to fight Yi Chun to stand up for Cheng Yuyu. and now he was pleading with him to return to her, leaving everyone baffled. Chen paused and asked in confusion, "Brother, what are you trying to achieve by doing this?" Chang Hao replied earnestly, "As long as you can be happy, that's all I need." Hearing this, the crowd almost felt like throwing up, thinking that something was seriously wrong with him. Chen shook his head helplessly and walked away. Behind him, Chang Hao continued to plead loudly, "Chun, I'm begging you. You can't do without you. If you can turn back, I'm willing to do anything for you, even if it means dying." Chen didn't respond and simply walked away quickly. Old Li fanned himself with a palm fan and chuckled. "I've seen many love-struck fools like this. They aren't genuine. They just indulge in self-pity, thinking their love is pure and selfless, when in reality, they're just weak and incapable. Heh, don't pay attention to such people. Once they grow up and face the harsh realities of life, they'll realize how foolish they were back then." Chen curiously asked, "Do these people ever come to their senses?" Old Li laughed. "Some fools are beyond help, no matter how much you try to advise them. We can only respect their fate." As they talked, Chen followed Old Li up to the 6th floor. After communicating with the teacher on duty at the staircase, Chen successfully moved into room 601. When he opened the door and walked in, he found the space even more spacious than he had imagined, larger than the apartment he lived in with his parents, resembling a grand flat. "Wow, this place is really beautiful." Lu Zi, who was helping Chen with his luggage, marveled at the luxurious furniture and polished floors, exclaiming, "This isn't a school dormitory. It's more like a presidential suite." He looked at Chen with envy, feeling a spark of determination in his heart. Though he might not reach Chen's level, he was resolved to try his best and leave no regrets. After bidding farewell to Old Li and Lu Zi, Chen returned to the room. Looking at the neat and spacious flat, he compared it to his previous 8-person dormitory, feeling as though he had moved from a kennel to a heavenly palace. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing how important strength really was. Reflecting on his past circumstances and comparing them to now, Chen's desire to enhance his abilities grew even stronger. Although he had already secured a guaranteed spot at Wu University, he wasn't planning to forego the big exam. If he could achieve the top provincial or even national rank, the benefits would surely surpass those of an assured admission. To achieve a good ranking, relying solely on the system wasn't enough. He needed to improve his own cultivation. After all, one must rely on their own strength. He remembered that there was still a qi and blood pill in the system, and now seemed like the perfect time to take it. Chen stepped into the training room located on the east side of his apartment. As he entered, the motion sensor lights flickered on, illuminating the room as if it were daylight. This training room was significantly larger than the 8-person dormitory he used to live in and was filled with various pieces of equipment, resembling a small gym. Chen sat directly on the meditation cushion in the center of the room, his gaze fixed on the blood-red pill in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed it without hesitation. He had heard that the energy contained within the qi and blood pill was immense, and consuming it would result in intense pain. The powerful energy would rampage through the internal organs, causing pain even more severe than childbirth or a man being kicked in the groin. Many people passed out the first time they took the pill, and those with weaker constitutions were advised against it. Even if someone wanted to force themselves to take it, a high-level martial artist would need to assist them. Chen was mentally prepared for this, even placing an alarm within reach. If he felt he couldn't endure, he would press it, and the duty teacher downstairs would come to his aid. Of course, he hoped he wouldn't need to press the alarm, as the origins of the qi and blood pill might lead to trouble. However, after Chen had mentally braced himself and swallowed the pill, the anticipated excruciating pain did not arrive. Apart from feeling slightly warm, he experienced almost no discomfort. Could it be that the effects of the pill required time to manifest? Puzzled, Chen sat cross-legged, remaining still. As time ticked by, Chen glanced at the clock on the wall. More than half an hour had passed, yet there was still no reaction from his body, aside from a mild warmth that was almost pleasant, akin to a soothing spa treatment. Could the system's qi and blood pill be a fake? With a slight frown, Chen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Were his classmates' stories all exaggerations? Another half-hour passed, and feeling utterly bored, Chen grabbed his phone. He noticed that the group chat of Team 326 had over 99 new messages. Upon opening it, he saw that his teammates were actively chatting, and each of them had tagged him. As he clicked on the 99 button, the unread messages popped up. It took him several minutes to read through all the chat logs. It turned out that they had also moved into new dorms. Xiao Zhuang and Yao Wen shared a room, while Chen Bing and Chen Shui shared another. The chat was filled with short videos they had taken in their new dorms, sharing their joy. Chen couldn't help but smile and typed on the phone's keyboard. "What are you guys up to? Chatting away like machine guns. Aren't you tired?" His message was like a pebble thrown into a pond, causing the chat to burst into activity again. Yao Wen immediately replied, "Whoa, the boss is here." Xiao Zhuang chimed in. "Chen, we've all moved into new dorms." Chen Bing excitedly added. Yi-chun, I feel so happy. In these 3 years of high school, I've never felt this good. I almost don't want to graduate. Chun Shui also responded with a series of cheerful emojis. Yao Wen's voice of admiration rang out in the group chat. Thanks to the boss, we get to enjoy such great accommodations. Chao Zhuang quickly asked, Chun, did you switch dorms? I haven't seen you around. Yi-chun responded promptly. Yes, I moved. I'm in 601. Chen Bing exclaimed, 601? That's the best single room. Chun Shui echoed, wow. Yao Wen excitedly requested, boss, send us a video tour. Chao Zhuang joined in. Yeah. Chun, we all want to see the legendary 601. Chen Bing urged impatiently. Come on, brother Yi-chun, send it over. Feeling the eager anticipation from his teammates, Yi-chun reluctantly picked up his phone and started recording. He made a simple sweep around the spacious room, taking a full 3 minutes to capture it all. After the video was shared in the group, there was a brief silence before the chat buzzed again. Yao Wen marveled. Wow, boss, it takes minutes just to walk around the room, and you didn't even capture it all. It's huge. Chao Zhuang sighed. Our recently upgraded double room suddenly feels less appealing. Chen Bing playfully whined. What do? I really want to spend a night there. Brother Yi-chun, please take me in. Chen Shui chimed in with a cute emoji. After chatting with his teammates for a bit longer, Yi-chun put down his phone and checked in with his body. Aside from feeling slightly warm, he didn't notice anything unusual. He decided to consult a teacher the next day. Yi-chun walked into the bathroom, took a shower, and then dove into his large bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yi-chun woke up feeling refreshed. Despite the cool May weather, he found that he had kicked all the blankets off during the night and had slept bare. Strangely, he didn't feel cold at all. Instead, he felt a warm sensation inside. He got out of bed and nearly lost his balance when he stood up. Why do I feel so light? Yi-chun muttered, glancing out the window and noticing his vision was much clearer than before. He tried throwing a punch, and his fist made a whoosh sound as it cut through the air. Could it be the effect of last night's qi and blood pill? Yi-chun pondered. Judging by the changes in his body, the pill was remarkably effective. Overnight, his physical abilities had noticeably improved. But what puzzled him was the lack of any pain. Based on past experiences, this wasn't normal. It was either due to the pill's unique properties or something related to his own constitution. Suddenly, a thought crossed Yi-chun's mind. Wait, could it be that my defense is so high that even the pill's side effects are considered an attack and thus nullified? This hypothesis thrilled Yi-chun. If true, it would mean the defense boost from the system not only protected his body's surface, but extended to his internal organs, and even down to every cell. If this guess is correct, that's incredible. Yi-chun thought excitedly. I could take all sorts of pills without worrying about side effects. Of course, this would require enough resources to purchase the pills. To test this idea, Yi-chun quickly got dressed and headed out, making his way to a nearby pill shop with a heart full of anticipation and curiosity, eager to find out more. Near the school, there are several pill shops offering a variety of brands, including international names, well-known domestic brands, and some local ones. Yi-chun, without being picky, walked straight into a shop called Shu Rue Pills. Inside, a saleswoman in a black business suit approached him with a warm smile that made him feel at ease. Hello, sir. Are you here to purchase pills? The saleswoman asked. Yi-chun nodded and replied, I'm looking to buy a qi and blood pill. Could you recommend one for me? Certainly, please follow me. The saleswoman led Yi-chun to a display and pointed to a red pill inside a box. This is a new, budget-friendly qi and blood pill from our company, priced at just 29,998 yuan. Do you think this one suits your needs? Yi-chun frowned slightly, prompting the saleswoman to quickly add, Sir, we currently have a promotional offer. If you choose this pill, I can give you a 5% discount. Is there anything better than this one? Yi-chun inquired. The saleswoman paused for a moment, then smiled and responded. We also have an enhanced version for 49,998 yuan, a deluxe version for 69,998 yuan, and a premium flagship version for 89,998 yuan. However, if none of these meet your expectations, we can offer a custom-made qi and blood pill crafted by a master alchemist, though it requires a reservation and is slightly more expensive. Yi-chun looked around and realized that none of the pills, not even the flagship version, compared to the one he had consumed the previous day. To verify his suspicion, he decided to purchase one to see if the issue was with the pill or his own body. I'll take the budget-friendly version, then. All right, I'll pack it for you. With the discount, it comes to 28,498 yuan. The saleswoman swiftly placed the pill box into a bag and handed it to Yi-chun. He took out his savings card containing a 1,000,000 yuan prize and handed it over. Beep. After entering the password, the payment was successful. The saleswoman's smile grew even warmer as she said kindly, My name is Chung Siyu. May I know your name, sir? I'm Yi-chun, a student at the high school next door. Oh, Mr. Yi, would you like to add me on Feishin? You can contact me anytime if you have questions about the pills. Yi-chun thought for a moment and agreed. Sure. The saleswoman's professionalism left a good impression on him. Her black business suit, pencil skirt, black stockings, high-heeled sandals, along with her pretty face and sweet smile, made her hard to refuse. Besides, he might really have questions about pills in the future, so it was good to be prepared. After adding her as a contact, Chen left the shop and returned to his dormitory. Although he had classes today, he had already informed the teacher on duty that he planned to train in his room instead. The teacher readily agreed, as the school's schedule was designed for regular students, and top students often had their own training routines. Over-interference could hinder their development. Back in his room, Chen eagerly entered the training room, sat on the cushion, and swallowed the newly purchased qi and blood pill. After a quarter of an hour, he still felt no changes in his body, only a warm current flowing through him, which was quite pleasant. He was almost certain that his ability to consume pills without harm was due to his defensive capabilities. If that's the case, can't I just consume a large number of qi and blood pills at once? With that thought, Chen was tempted to rush back to the pill shop and convert his remaining 900,000 yuan into qi and blood pills. However, this thought only lingered in Chen's mind for a moment before rationality dispersed it. First, he wasn't sure if his body had a limit, and taking too many qi and blood pills at once could lead to irreversible side effects, which would be counterproductive. Secondly, he had just bought some qi and blood pills, and buying more now would naturally attract attention. Although he could go to another pill shop, those business people are always observant and have likely already remembered his appearance. It's always better to be cautious, so Chen decided to spend the day in the practice room, training and absorbing the energy from the 2 qi and blood pills. An ordinary person would struggle to withstand the massive energy from 1 qi and blood pill and typically take about a month to fully absorb it. Yet, after taking 2 pills in a row, Chen's body showed no signs of discomfort and remained energetic. He began practicing the basic martial arts skills taught by his teacher in the practice room: stretching, kicking, push-ups, handstands, squats, and horse stance, each for half an hour. Normally, he would be drenched in sweat after a set of exercises, but today he was only slightly sweating, as if he had just warmed up. Has my physical strength improved this much? Chen was surprised. This indicated a significant increase in his qi and blood levels, which previously fluctuated around 120. However, the school only had one precious qi and blood measurement instrument, which was only used twice a year for all students. No matter, he would find out during the next test. Without overthinking, Chen threw himself back into training, which not only helped his body absorb the energy of the qi and blood pills better, but also improved his control over his body, making his movements more agile. Meanwhile, Hao Jian and Cheng Yuyu stood outside Director Yan's office, their expressions grim and silent. Shortly, Director Yan finished the morning meeting and walked down the corridor, holding a teacup, his hair neatly slicked back, exuding a leader's aura. He glanced at the two and smiled. Why aren't you waiting for me inside? Hao Jian and Cheng Yuyu remained silent. Director Yan, puzzled, asked, What's wrong with you two? Cat got your tongue? Come in and report yesterday's situation to me. With that, he opened the door and comfortably sat in his chair. But after waiting for a while without hearing a word from Hao Jian and Cheng Yuyu, he was taken aback and asked sternly, What's going on with you two? Didn't you follow the plan I gave you yesterday? We did, Cheng Yuyu replied weakly. Good. Then Chen must have agreed to rejoin the team by now. It's an age-old story that heroes fall for beautiful women, and he's just a poor kid. You should have had him wrapped around your finger easily, Director Yan said, satisfied, sipping his tea, only to hear Cheng Yuyu say, He refused me. Buffed, Director Yan spat out his tea in disbelief and looked at Cheng Yuyu. What did you say? Say it again. Chen refused to rejoin the team. Cheng Yuyu timidly answered, not even daring to wipe away the water stains on her body. She was not only rejected but also slapped in public, and she cried out in grievance. Boo-hoo-hoo. Director Yan, please stand up for me. Seeing Cheng Yuyu's tearful eyes and the red handprint still visible on her face, Director Yan's expression grew even darker. He asked, Why didn't you tell me about this yesterday? Cheng Yuyu explained through her tears. I came to find you initially, but you weren't in the office. Then, word of this incident quickly spread around the school, and my classmates started pointing fingers. I was too ashamed to show my face and could only hide in my dorm and cry. Director Yan angrily declared, This is outrageous, daring to hit someone in public at school. I'll report this to the principal immediately, get him disciplined, expelled, and barred from the Martial Arts University entrance exam. Director Yan paced back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back. Next to him, Hao Jian interjected. Director, last night I pulled a little trick and egged on pure love warrior Chang how to go cause trouble for Chen, but they ended up being turned back by Li, the dorm supervisor. Director Yan, furious, immediately stepped forward and slapped Hao Jian, scolding. You think you're so clever, playing these petty tricks every day? If it's discovered you were behind this, you'll be facing school punishment. Hao Jian panicked. What should we do now, uncle? If he really got punished, his future would be ruined. Director Yan, frustrated, scolded, How many times have I told you to address me by my title at school? He sighed. Given the circumstances, we can't report this to the principal. Blowing it up won't do anyone any good. Cheng Yuyu cautiously asked. Director Yin, why can't we report it? How Jian did it secretly. No one should find out. Director Yin sneered. Do you think the principal is oblivious? Nothing in this school escapes his notice. And don't underestimate Wang Changji, that old fox. If an investigation starts, do you think Hao Jian can stay uninvolved? Under pressure, Chang Hao might even claim you instigated it, dragging both of you down with me. During this period, Director Yin couldn't afford any blemishes on his record, as it would affect his promotion to vice principal. Hao Jian and Cheng Yuyu exchanged worried glances. They were just high school students, unable to foresee such complexities. Finally, Director Yin said, forget it, consider this a win for that brat Yi Chun, and let's not mention it again. Hearing this, Cheng Yuyu protested. Director Yin, does this mean I got slapped for nothing? Hao Jian also exclaimed. Director, how am I supposed to compete for the provincial top scorer now? Director Yin calmly took a sip of tea. You two should go back. I have my own ways. Hao Jian and Cheng Yuyu exchanged a glance before reluctantly getting up to leave. As he watched them walk away, Director Yin squinted slightly and muttered, Yi Chun, you ignore the path to heaven and insist on barging into hell. This time, I'll show you what I'm capable of, and you'll see how many eyes the Horse King really has. The next day, Yi Chun slept until daylight broke, stretched lazily, and sprang up with energy. He felt his physical abilities had improved significantly since the previous day. His senses were sharper, and his body felt more agile. A warm current circulated within him, leaving a tingling and comfortable sensation. Instead of washing up, Yi Chun spent over half an hour warming up in the training room before heading to the shower. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he went downstairs, feeling invigorated. The dorm manager, Old Man Li, glanced at him with surprise and said with a chuckle, Not bad, young man. You look like a whole new person after just 2 days. Yi Chun smiled slightly and replied, I bought a chi and blood pill with my bonus, and it seems to have worked well. Old Li remarked, It's more than just good, it's excellent. But why didn't you tell me before taking the pill? It contains immense energy, and it can be dangerous for a first-timer. Yi Chun responded, Thank you for your concern, Mr. Li. I had an alarm ready when I took the pill. If anything fell off, I would have sought help immediately. Luckily, I managed without any issues, so I didn't want to bother you. Old Li admired his courage, saying, You're quite something, a natural for martial arts. But don't be so reckless next time. Remember to inform me beforehand, okay? Yi Chun nodded. Sure, Mr. Li, I will next time. After a brief chat, Yi Chun headed to the canteen for breakfast. Although it was past the students' breakfast time, the canteen lady seemed to recognize him and kindly served him 4 meat buns, a bowl of porridge, and a tea egg from the staff meals. While Yi Chun ate, 2 other students who had overslept tried to get breakfast but were scolded by the canteen lady and left disappointed. Normally, Yi Chun would have been full after his meal, but today he felt like he had only just started. Politely, he asked the lady, Could I have another serving, please? She smiled warmly. Of course, young man. You need to eat more to have energy. She then served him another 4 meat buns, a full bowl of porridge, and 2 tea eggs. Thank you, ma'am, Yi Chun said as he took the tray and devoured the food again, quickly emptying the plate. Satisfied, he let out a contented burp and headed towards the exit. Just as he was about to leave, he bumped into Yin Xingyi, who was entering. Good morning, Director Yin. Yi Chun greeted him symbolically, intending to pass by. Director Yin was known for being aloof, rarely acknowledging students from ordinary classes, let alone speaking to them. In his 3 years at the school, Director Yin had never even looked his way. However, this time, Yin Xingyi directly addressed him. Yi Chun, wait a moment. Confused, Yi Chun looked at him. Director Yin, did you call me? Hee. Yi Chun, I've been meaning to have a chat with you, our new top scholar. Over the past 3 years, I haven't had the chance to get to know you, which is my oversight as the dean. Why don't you wait for me over there at the dining table? I'll join you after getting my meal, and we can talk while we eat. Although phrased as a question, there was an undeniable authority in his voice that left no room for refusal. Yi Chun frowned slightly, sensing something unusual in the dean's humble demeanor. As the saying goes, unsolicited kindness is often suspect. His heart tightened, but outwardly, he nodded and said, All right, Director Yin, I'll wait for you over there. Yin Xingyi returned with his meal, took a bite of a meat bun, sipped some hot porridge, and leisurely peeled a boiled egg. Yi Chun, how has your cultivation been going lately? Have you hit any bottlenecks or encountered anything you don't understand? Speak up, and I'll help you clear up any confusion, he asked. Yi Chun inwardly sneered, thinking about how the dean never cared when he was struggling, and now his feigned concern was nauseating. He replied, Thank you for your concern, Director Yin. Ever since I had my breakthrough, everything has fallen into place, and I don't have any issues now. This response not only conveyed his indifference, but also provided an excuse for his sudden surge in strength. Good. That puts my mind at ease, Yin Xingyi said, sensing Yi Chen's lack of cooperation and deciding to be direct. Yi Chen, back when you were with Chung Yu's 012 squad, I thought you were exceptionally talented and destined for greatness. I wanted to move you to the advanced class, but some matters delayed it. Now, I'm planning to formally discuss this with the principal and add a scholarship of 100,000 yuan. What do you think? Seeing no change in Yi Chen's expression, he added, you should know how many students and parents have tried to pull strings to get into the advanced class, and I've turned them all down. Surely, you won't refuse, will you? Yi Chen replied indifferently. Director Yan, to be honest, I really don't care. With less than a month until the martial arts entrance exams and graduation, what's the point of joining the advanced class now? Upon hearing this, Yan Qingyi's expression darkened, and his tone carried a hint of coldness. Yi Chen, if not for yourself, at least think of your parents. With my support, you could have a future on the battlefield without any worries. This statement was clearly a veiled threat, pressuring him to comply. Just as Yi Chen was about to respond, a large hand rested on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw that Director Wang had quietly arrived behind him. Mr. Wang, Yi Chen said in surprise. Wang Changji looked at him disapprovingly. It's class time, and you're still dawdling in the cafeteria? Get back to your training. Yi Chen understood that Director Wang was helping him out of the situation, and as his homeroom teacher, he chose to comply and left immediately. After Yi Chen departed, Wang Changji sat down where Yi Chen had been, placing his tray gently on the table, leaving a half-inch dent in the metal surface. He fixed a cold gaze on Yan Qingyi across the table and said, from now on, stay away from my student. Changji, all these years you've always been prejudiced against me. I'm just concerned about the student's progress. Don't overthink it. Before Yan Qingyi could finish, Wang Changji interrupted. Nonsense. Your little schemes don't fool me. Look at you, speaking so crudely. Where's the dignity of a director of education? Wang Changji snorted. That's still better than you pretending to be all virtuous in front of others when you're actually full of malice. Let me be clear. You want Hao Jian to step over Yi Chen to climb up? Not going to happen. Changji, who exactly is Yi Chen to you that you're defending him like this? Yan Qingyi sneered. He's my student, and I'm his teacher. It's as simple as that. Or do you also want to be the vice principal? Yan Qingyi's tone was mocking. Of course, everyone wants to be vice principal. Wang Changji rolled his eyes and continued. But a gentleman earns his position through proper means. If I compete, it will be fair and square, unlike you doing underhanded things. Yan Qingyi chuckled. History is written by the victors. Once you're successful, who cares about your past? Cut the crap. Wang Changji tapped the table, speaking firmly. Anyway, I don't care how you compete, but leave Yi Chen out of it. He's a talented student with a limitless future. No matter how talented, if he can't be of use to me, what's the point? Yan Qingyi sneered. Wang Changji fell silent for a moment before saying, Yan Qingyi. Yes. Yan Qingyi replied with a smile. You're not a teacher, Wang Changji said bluntly. Then what am I? Yan Qingyi retorted. You're a demon, a heartless demon, Wang Changji said mercilessly. Thanks for the compliment. Yan Qingyi replied expressionlessly. Wang Changji beckoned him closer and said, do you know why Xiaofang chose me back then? Why? A hint of panic flashed on Yan Qingyi's face. Because you're heartless, Wang Changji continued with a smile. Just a few days ago, Xiaofang was in my arms saying that even if she had to choose 1,000,000 times, she'd still choose me. She feels you're insidious, selfish, and being with you offers no sense of security. Who knows when you'd betray her? Yan Qingyi's face remained emotionless, but his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Did Xiaofang really say that? Absolutely. Wang Changji nodded firmly. Xiaofang also mentioned that you act one way in public and another in private, always doing shady things despite appearing courteous and well-mannered. She once saw you dump your dirty water in front of a neighbor's door. After a pause, Yan Qingyi suddenly asked, wait, why do I feel like your character resembles someone from Neon? Are you sure your mom didn't have you with someone abroad? Wang Changji's laughter echoed in the air. Yan Qingyi's face turned red with anger as he pointed at Wang Changji. Wang Changji continued to enjoy his breakfast, looking relaxed. What, want to fight? You can't beat me. We'll see about that. Yan Qingyi spat out, leaving his food and tray behind as he stormed off in fury. After Yan Qingyi left, Wang Changji clasped his hands together and whispered, Wife, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied using your name to upset Lao Yan. I'll go back and kneel on the washboard. Yi Chen returned to his dormitory and walked straight into the training room. Yan Qingyi's words had stirred something within him. In every world and every era, the law of the jungle prevails. To avoid threats and manipulation, one must continually strengthen oneself and enhance one's abilities. Currently, he couldn't enter the demon cave, nor could he use the universe strike to gain power by defeating monsters. His focus had to be on improving his cultivation and vital energy. After a session in the training room, Yi Chen stopped, realizing the progress was too slow. He thought about medicinal pills. Since he had already taken 2 vitality pills without issue, taking a few more shouldn't be a problem. However, the body can develop resistance to medication. and taking too many of the same pill diminishes its effectiveness. Thus, he considered trying a more advanced pill. Typically, people cannot take pills beyond their cultivation level. As a prospective martial artist, he should only consume non-rated vitality pills. If he took a grade 1 pill without proper preparation, the immense energy could damage his internal organs, leading to severe injury or even death. But, given his high defense, which had proven effective against the energy impact of pills, why not attempt taking one? With this in mind, he picked up his phone, opened Feishin, and found Chung Siyu's profile, sending her a message. Are you there? Soon, a message from Chung Siyu arrived. Mr. Yi, I'm here. How can I assist you? Yi Chen replied. I wanted to ask if you have any higher grade pills for sale. Chung Siyu quickly responded. You mean higher than the vitality pills, like rated pills? Yes, Yi Chen confirmed. Chung Siyu's reply came a bit later. We do have them, but rated pills are strictly regulated. Only star-rated shops are authorized to sell them, and only genuine martial artists are eligible to purchase them. Yi Chen was aware of this rule, which is why he contacted her. I want to buy a grade 1 blood-boosting pill. Can you manage that? Yi Chen asked. Chung Siyu cautioned. Mr. Yi, if I may say, you are likely a prospective martial artist, correct? Given your current level, taking such a pill is very dangerous and offers no benefit to your cultivation. Yi Chen reassured her. Don't worry, I understand the basics of this. All right, Mr. Yi, I'll use my connections to arrange this for you and get back to you shortly, Chung Siyu said. Yi Chen replied. Okay, thank you for your help. Putting down his phone, he resumed his training. About half an hour later, the Feishi notification sounded. He picked up his phone and opened the message. Mr. Yi, I've managed to secure a blood-boosting pill of excellent quality, but the price can't be discounted. How much? Yi Chen asked. Chung Siyu replied. 398,000. Yi Chen was taken aback. The price of a rated pill was indeed beyond what most people could afford, comparable to the cost of a house. However, he remained composed, not revealing much emotion. All right, I want it today, Yi Chen said decisively. Very well, Mr. Yi. After work tonight, I'll personally deliver the pill to the entrance of your school, and we can complete the transaction, Chung Siyu replied. Yi Chen clenched his fist in anticipation. Success or failure depended on tonight. Around 7 in the evening, Yi Chen anxiously awaited and finally received a message from Chung Siyu. She mentioned that she was downstairs and asked Yi Chen to come down to collect the medicine. Without hesitation, Yi Chen quickly got dressed and headed straight downstairs. Not far from the school gate, a black Benz car was parked by the roadside, its hazard lights flashing. The right front window rolled down, revealing Chung Siyu's delicate face, though most of it was obscured by large sunglasses. She waved at Yi Chen, who approached the car but didn't rush to get in. Instead, he looked around, glanced at the empty back seat, and then opened the door to get in. Chung Siyu smiled and said, Mr. Yi, you're really cautious. Are you even wary of a little woman like me? Yi Chen chuckled and replied, Aren't you the same? You can let go of the pepper spray in your left hand now. Chung Siyu was taken aback, surprised that he noticed such a subtle move, and awkwardly smiled. Sorry, Mr. Yi. I have to be careful, being a woman carrying such valuable pills. Yi Chen nodded in understanding. Can we proceed with the transaction now? After a sincere exchange, Chung Siyu relaxed and handed the package to Yi Chen, having locked the car doors beforehand. Yi Chen understood this was her precaution against him running off with the goods, but as a martial artist, it didn't mean much to him. Rather, her caution showed she was genuine about the deal. Yi Chen opened the package and took out a jade bottle. As soon as he removed the stopper, a strong medicinal aroma wafted out, much more potent than the qi and blood pills. It was indeed a first-class pill. Yi Chen admired. I'm satisfied, Mr. Yi. Cash or card? Card. Yi Chen replied, taking out his card again to pay 398,000 yuan on the POS machine Chung Siyu handed over. Though it pained him to see half of his million yuan prize spent in just 2 days, he knew it was necessary for improving his strength. With the transaction completed smoothly, Chung Siyu seemed pleased and invited. Mr. Yi, have you had dinner yet? I know a place nearby with great stir-fry. Let me treat you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen instinctively glanced at Chung Siyu's shapely legs, more enticing under black stockings, but he knew he had no time for romantic pursuits. Once Chung Siyu unlocked the car door, Yi Chen got out and left. Mr. Yi, feel free to contact me anytime, Chung Siyu called after him. Yi Chen waved in response and returned to the dormitory amid the curious gazes of a few classmates at the gate. Soon, rumors about Yi Chen and the luxury car beauty spread across the campus. Unbothered by the gossip, Yi Chen returned to his dorm and then headed to the training room once more. This time, he made sure the alarm and his phone were within reach before opening the jade bottle and taking out the blood-enhancing pill. As he examined the blood-red pill and inhaled its strong fragrance, Yi Chen felt his blood circulation quicken. He was certain that if he had recklessly swallowed the pill before obtaining the system, it would have resulted in bleeding from his orifices and certain death. The potent medicinal power was too overwhelming for a martial artist of his level to withstand. However, without much hesitation, Yi Chen tilted his head back and swallowed the blood-boosting pill. After doing so, he couldn't help but feel nervous, his palms sweating slightly. If something went wrong, his life would be in danger, and even if he sounded the alarm for help, the teachers on duty wouldn't be able to save him in time. As time ticked by, every second felt like an eternity to Yi Chen. Fortunately, the pain he feared did not materialize. Instead, he only felt a bit overheated, his breathing more rapid than usual, and a surge of heat rising in his abdomen, making him feel as solid as iron. He got up, took off his shirt, and approached the treadmill, setting it to a speed of 16 and started running. A few minutes later, feeling unsatisfied, he increased the speed to 20 and kept sprinting. He then pushed the speed up to 24, 28, 32. The friction at such high speeds caused the treadmill to hum loudly. After running for over 2 hours, he finally stepped off the treadmill. Immediately, Yi Chen moved to the punching bag, assumed a fighting stance, and began striking it with powerful punches. The rapid succession of thudding blows echoed throughout the training room, causing the room to tremble slightly. The teacher on duty downstairs sensed something unusual, glancing up but deciding not to intervene. Instead, he nodded slightly, thinking to himself, "This is indeed the prodigious student who broke the school record, showing remarkable strength. It seems Jiangxing will finally have an outstanding martial student." Yi Chen continued his relentless punching for more than 3 hours, stopping only late into the night. Breathing heavily, he noticed his skin was flushed, radiating heat like a freshly steamed crab. After this intense release, he felt the internal heat subside somewhat, but the energy within him was more robust and powerful than before. He confirmed that his body could indeed handle the pill across boundaries. While it didn't harm him, it left him restless, eager to expend his energy. Looking at his more defined muscles and the strong, vigorous pulse of his blood, Yi Chen was confident that his vitality had made a significant leap. If he wanted, he could now take the spirit-gathering pill and advance to the first rank, becoming a true martial artist. However, Yi Chen chose not to do so because the martial arts university entrance exams required candidates to be prospective martial artists. The foundation for a martial artist is crucial. Just as a tree needs deep roots to grow tall, one must build a strong foundation of vitality to progress further on the path of cultivation. The more vitality one accumulates as a prospective martial artist, the stronger the foundation will be. The next day, Yi Chen continued his intense training in the dormitory, working off the excess energy within him. With the weekend approaching, allowing him to return home, he trained with extra vigor. It was then that his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was a call from Principal Chen Mingwu. They had exchanged contact information during their last meeting, but he hadn't expected the principal to actually call. Upon answering, Chen Mingwu got straight to the point. "Yi Chen, tomorrow morning, the principal of Chunqing Martial Arts University will visit our school specifically to interview you. Prepare yourself and make sure to perform well." "Old Chen, why did you call me here in such a hurry? As the principal of the prestigious Wuhan University, you know how busy I am. With the Martial Arts University entrance exams approaching, I have to focus on our top students. The competition is fierce, as you know." The next morning, around 10 o'clock, a black SUV pulled up on the sports field. As the door opened, a stern-looking man in his 40s, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, stepped out. Before even setting foot on the ground, he began complaining to Chen Mingwu, who was there to greet him. Chen Mingwu approached with a smile, warmly grasping his hand. "Old Hu, I know it's tough for you, which is why I only gave you a call. I wanted to give you a head start on securing a promising student." The Wuhan University principal, referred to as Old Hu, pulled his hand back with disdain, casting a critical eye over the campus. He said with dissatisfaction, "If it weren't for our old comradeship, I wouldn't bother with you." In the entire northeastern province, Spring City Wuhan University is ranked second, and it's among the top 20 in the whole Great Xia. Not to mention your little Songjiang #1 high school. Even the entire Jiangxing can't produce a genius worthy of our university's recommendation slot. Old Chen, you're getting more confused. You can't just fish for accolades like this. You're wasting our resources. Hu Wanli, who do you think you're looking down on? Chen Mingwu's face turned dark as he retorted angrily. What's wrong with Songjiang #1 high school? What's wrong with Jiangxing? Can't we produce an outstanding student in 100 years? If it weren't for our old comradeship, I wouldn't have called you. You think we crave your university's recommendation slot? After the martial arts exams, top universities from all over Great Xia will be clamoring for our students. Beijing University, Qingbei University, Shanghai University, Southwest University, all more prestigious than your Spring City Wuhan University. Their resources surpass yours. Do you think you can compete with them? You look down on others, and that's why your university can't attract top talent. Last year, you didn't make it to the top 16 in the National Martial Arts University competition, and in 2 years, you might not even qualify. You'll be out of a job as principal. Even if you want my students now, I won't give them to you. Get lost." Hu Wanli's face turned ashen, unable to refute the harsh truths spoken by Chen Mingwu. As the situation grew tense and both men fell silent, Mr. He, who had accompanied Chen Mingwu, intervened to ease the tension. You two really are old comrades, exchanging jokes and jabs as soon as you meet. Principal Hu, since you've come a long way, please rest in the reception room for a while. Yichen will be here soon. At least meet the kid, so he doesn't wait in vain. Humph. Hu Wanli snorted coldly and, with two accompanying instructors, headed towards the teaching building. Chen Mingwu, pulled along by Mr. He, followed. As they entered the building, Hu Wanli turned to Mr. He and said, Xiao He, let's skip the reception room. Take me directly to the training room with the blood and energy measurement equipment. When the student arrives, we'll measure his levels first. Mr. He glanced at Chen Mingwu and nodded, saying, All right, then please follow me, Principal Hu and the two mentors. They walked into the training room, where Hu Wanli's eyes fell on an old piece of large equipment. He couldn't help shaking his head. Old Chen, why is your school still using machines from over a decade ago? We phased out this model 7 or 8 years ago. You should replace it with a new one. Chen Mingwu snorted, retorting, Our small city's little school can't compare resources with your top 20 national martial arts universities. Unless you donate a few new machines to us, then I'll change them immediately. Hu Wanli didn't respond directly, but instead asked Mr. He, Do you have the students' records? Could we take a look? Mr. He nodded, already having the documents ready, and distributed them to Principal Hu and the two mentors. Principal Hu glanced at the papers, frowning slightly. Why is the blood energy value so low? The last measurement was only 121 calories, which is even lower than that of an average high school student in our city. Behind him, a female mentor with gold-rimmed glasses interjected. The performance in the last small competition was indeed impressive, even comparable to our city's top talents. But that result is not reliable. A single assessment can't reveal much, especially since this student's past performance was too poor to even get into an ordinary martial arts university. Another male teacher with naturally curly hair added, We are all martial artists here, and we know that the blood energy value indicates a prospective martial artist's potential. If the student's blood energy value is below 160 calories in the upcoming test, I don't think it's worth continuing the evaluation. Principal Hu looked at Chen Mingwu sternly. Old Chen, don't blame me for not giving you a chance, but even in our city's elite high school classes, it's rare for someone to increase by 40 calories in 6 months. The student you're recommending might struggle to meet the standard. Chen Mingwu responded angrily. Old Hu, why is it so hard to get you to do something for me? Have I ever asked you for a favor over the years? This is the best student we've ever had at Songjiang No. 1 High School. Principal Hu stood straight, his expression serious, like an impartial judge. Old Chen, there are rules for everything, and even though we are old comrades, we can't bend them. It's disrespectful and unfair to the other students. Our resources are limited and should be focused on promising candidates to attract more talent and grow. If our martial arts university only admits students like the one you're recommending, how could we maintain our position or guard against threats from other nations? Chen Mingwu nodded and sighed. I see. Old Hu, you don't really consider our school's students significant at all. Hu Wanli replied earnestly. Old Chen, try to see my perspective. I can't let our martial arts university decline under my watch. Coming here today is already the biggest favor I can do for an old comrade. I'm swamped with work and have to head back this afternoon, so don't hold it against me. As they conversed, there was a knock on the door. Come in, said Mr. He. A handsome, fair-skinned young man entered, walking steadily and standing tall like a pine tree. He looked at everyone with calm confidence. Student Yi Chun, reporting in. Hu Wanli raised an eyebrow as he looked up and down at the young man in front of him, thinking to himself, Is this Yi Chen? Compared to the photos in the files, the young man before him seemed full of energy and showed no fear facing a 7th-ranked martial artist like him. The two instructors beside him exchanged glances and nodded subtly, though they couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If only Yi Chen's abilities were a little stronger, they might consider taking him in. However, the data doesn't lie. Despite the promising appearance of the young man, the fact that his potential is lacking remains unchanged. Hello, Yi Chen, I'm Su Jing, an instructor from Chunqing Martial Arts University, the female instructor said. Let's not waste any time. Please step up to the machine and measure your current blood energy level. Yi Chen nodded, fully aware of the situation. He had overheard the conversation outside the door and knew that Chunqing Martial Arts University wasn't keen on recruiting him, so he wasn't planning on trying too hard to join them. However, he was quite curious about how much his blood energy level had increased, so he didn't refuse. He stepped onto the measuring device, placing his feet firmly on the designated spots and gripping the handles on the sides. As the machine roared to life and began to shake violently, white smoke rose around it. A red light flashed at the top of the device, emitting a beeping alarm. Instead of numbers, the screen displayed a series of letters, full. Everyone was taken aback. Su Jing coughed a couple of times, waving away the surrounding smoke, and frowned. Why is this equipment acting up now? The male instructor chuckled. It's an old relic. It's bound to break down. Teacher, he immediately pulled out the blood energy meters manual, and after examining it carefully, she told everyone. According to the manual, These letters indicate either a device malfunction or that the measurement exceeds the maximum range. Hu Wanli asked, "What's the maximum measurement of this old equipment?" 200 cards, teacher, he replied. The male instructor said, "Then it's definitely broken. Let's get someone to fix it quickly, and we'll test again once it's repaired." "Is it possible?" Teacher, he started to say, but was interrupted by the female instructor. "There aren't even a handful of students exceeding 200 cards across the entire country this year. Let's not indulge in fantasies." Hu Wanli nodded in agreement. Typically, a student reaching 180 cards is a rare talent, one in a million, worthy of focused cultivation. Those exceeding 190 cards become the focus of competition among top martial arts universities. A student surpassing 200 cards is already a national champion contender, attracting attention even from top institutions like Qingbei and Modu martial arts universities, which would offer preferential resources. In Chuncheon, one of the largest cities in the northeastern province, no such prodigy exceeding 200 cards had appeared this year. How could such a phenomenon emerge from a resource-poor place like Shaojiang City? Seeing the shared opinion among the university leaders, teacher, he conceded, "I'll get someone to repair it right away." She hurriedly took out her phone and dialed the repair number from the manual, hoping for the second scenario, though rationality told her it was nearly impossible. An 80-card increase in blood energy in just 6 months was unheard of. After some discussion, Mr. He addressed everyone. "I just called the manufacturer, and they said they need to send someone from Chuncheon to repair it. The earliest they can get here is this afternoon." Hu Wanli looked at Chen Mingwu and sighed. "Old Chen, this must be fate. I think we should end the interview here." Chen Mingwu didn't speak, but Mr. He quickly said, "Principal Hu, why don't I show you the footage of Yi Chen's last practical assessment? I believe you would gain a deeper understanding of this student." Hu Wanli waved his hand and smiled faintly. "Mr. He, I don't think that's necessary. Besides, watching the footage would take at least an hour or two, and we don't have that much time." The female mentor, Su Jing, chimed in, "We mainly need to assess a student's potential, and the vitality value is the most straightforward measure. High school practical footage doesn't hold much reference unless it's a top-tier student we're examining in detail." Mr. He wanted to say more, but Chen Mingwu interrupted him. "That's enough, Xiao He. Since Principal Hu and the two esteemed mentors don't see value in our students, there's no need to force it. I believe that talent will eventually shine." Hu Wanli laughed. "There are so many martial universities across the province. It doesn't have to be Chuncheon Martial University that offers the recommendation. We should give other universities a chance too." Chen Mingwu nodded, calmly looking at him. "You're right." At this point, Yi Chen, who had remained silent, asked, "Principal, teachers, can I go home now?" He naturally understood that Chuncheon Martial University had no intention of recommending him, so he saw no point in staying and thought he might as well go home early to enjoy his mother's homemade lunch. Su Jing nodded and politely said, "Yes, you may. Thank you for your efforts." However, she never looked at him directly. Hu Wanli encouraged, "Don't be discouraged, young man. A single setback doesn't mean much. Even if you don't get a recommendation from Chuncheon Martial University, there are other universities to consider. Of course, if you really want to come to Chuncheon Martial University, we look forward to your outstanding performance in the Martial College entrance exam." Yi Chen replied, "I do plan to take the exam, but my goal isn't Chuncheon Martial University. It's to get into one of the top 3 universities in the country." Hu Wanli was taken aback but then smiled. "Well, I wish you all the best in achieving your goal." Despite his words, he didn't take Yi Chen's remarks seriously. The two university mentors exchanged smiles, considering it just the defiant words of a young man facing disappointment. After Yi Chen left, Hu Wanli checked his watch and turned to Chen Mingwu. "Old Chen, it's already noon. Aren't you going to treat your old comrade to lunch?" Chen Mingwu nodded. "Of course, let's eat." So he led everyone to the cafeteria. A few minutes later, standing at the entrance of the school cafeteria, Hu Wanli was taken aback. "Old Chen, I came all this way, and this is what you arranged for me to eat." Chen Mingwu replied as he served food. "You just said that money and resources should be spent wisely. Our school is poor, so we need to save as much as possible to send more excellent students to national martial universities." Hu Wanli chuckled in exasperation and turned to the two mentors beside him. "Since they don't want to host us, let's head back now. No need to stay here any longer. Old Chen, I'm leaving. Don't call me unless necessary. I'm really busy and don't have time to visit your rundown school again." With that, he snorted and left with the two mentors. Around 1 p.m., Chen Mingwu was in his office, intently working on the computer, sifting through information about other prominent martial arts schools in the province, contemplating a promising path for Yi Chen. Just then, teacher He burst in, sweating profusely and looking alarmed. Principal, what's going on, Mr. He? Why the rush? Is it a demon cave riot, or have the ninjas from Neon landed?" Chen Mingwu said calmly, deftly scrolling the mouse while advising. "As a martial artist, the most important thing is to remain calm and composed. Only then can you progress further on the path of martial arts." Teacher He had no time for his lecture and interrupted. "Principal, The expert who came to repair the blood vitality measuring device has arrived. Oh, is the equipment beyond repair? Chen Mingwu continued typing, unfazed. If it can't be fixed, so be it. It's time to scrap it anyway. I'll apply for a new one from the education department, so those snobbish folks won't look down on us. No, teacher, he said seriously. The repair expert said our equipment isn't broken. What did you say? Chen Mingwu abruptly stood up. His sudden surge of energy from the emotional outburst shattered the mahogany desk, sending the monitor flying several meters, crashing into the wall and breaking into pieces. Fortunately, teacher, he had anticipated this and quickly dodged aside, avoiding harm. Principal, it seems your mindset isn't quite there yet. How do you expect to reach the 7th grade like this? Teacher, he teased. Ignoring the joke, Chen Mingwu asked shakily. Mr. He, what did you just say? Repeat it. Teacher, he put away his humor and said seriously. Principal, after repeated verification by the repair expert, our school's blood vitality measuring device is not faulty and is functioning normally. I even had a student who stayed behind test it, and everything was normal. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingwu's large hands trembled slightly, and his eyes reddened. He knew all too well what this result meant. Yi Chen's blood vitality had exceeded 200 calories. The device wasn't broken. It had surpassed its measurement limit. Their school had finally produced a prodigy. Seeing Chen Mingwu's excitement, teacher, he reminded him. Principal Hu and the others should still be on their way back. Shouldn't you call them to inform them? Call them for what? Chen Mingwu stood with pride. Who does he think he is, to deserve teaching my student? Fine, I'll head out first. Wait. As teacher, he was about to leave. Chen Mingwu grinned slyly and said, Mr. He, go ahead and call Principal Hu and the others. It's a big deal, and not informing them wouldn't be right. Otherwise, people might think I'm narrow-minded. Teacher, he understood immediately, covering his mouth with a chuckle. Yes, Principal, I'll take care of it. Chen Mingwu added. Also, prepare a resume for me. This year's Outstanding Teacher Award will be yours. Thank you, Principal, for your support. Teacher, he responded gratefully. Don't thank me. I should thank you for helping the school discover a true prodigy. Chen Mingwu said with a smile. A few minutes later, a black SUV on the highway approaching Spring City suddenly performed a dramatic drift, making a 180-degree turn, narrowly avoiding a rear-end collision. Amid the blaring horns around, the SUV darted left and right like a rocket, racing back the way it came. Meanwhile, although Yi Chen's home wasn't exactly close to the school, requiring over 10 bus stops to reach, he chose not to take the bus. At the school gate, under the admiring gazes of several junior girls, Yi Chen jogged all the way back to his neighborhood. He considered it a jog, but to passers-by, it seemed like he was sprinting at full speed. By the end, he felt like he had just warmed up, still full of energy, with a warm current coursing through him, though not as intense as before. As he returned to his neighborhood and the crowd increased, Yi Chen switched to walking, leisurely heading towards his apartment building. He hummed a tune, having already put the earlier evaluation out of his mind. At this point, he didn't care about a guaranteed spot. His goal was to take the exam for the University of Martial Arts and get admitted on his own merits. He also wanted to see how he ranked among all the test takers nationwide with his current abilities. Nearing home, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from around the corner. Looking up, he saw his mom chatting with their neighbor, Mrs. Pang, who had her son, Pang Fei, a chubby kid 2 years younger than Yi Chen, standing beside her. Mrs. Pang was called so because of her plump figure and her penchant for bragging about her family's achievements, especially her son's. Whenever he did well in school, she'd broadcast it to the world. At this moment, she was chatting away with Yi Chen's mom, who was returning from the market with a fish. Sister Yi, you bought such a big carp. Oh, is it because little Chen is coming home today? With the big exams coming up, it's good to give him some nourishment. Very nice, very nice. By the way, your little Chen is also studying martial arts. What's his blood energy level now? Last I heard, it was about 120 or so, Mrs. Pang said proudly. That's really good, better than my little Chen. Yi Chen's mom replied with an awkward smile, trying to be polite. At this moment, the chubby Pang Fei suddenly exclaimed, Mom, I want to eat fish too. All right, I'll go to the market and buy one even bigger than Mrs. Ye's, Mrs. Pang said smugly, preparing to leave with her son when she saw Yi Chen return. Oh, Xiao Chen is back. We were just talking about you with your mom. Mrs. Pang's eyes lit up as she saw Yi Chen, as if she had found a new target for boasting. She quickly approached him. How's your training going, Xiao Chen? Has your blood energy increased? Your little brother Pang Fei is almost at 120 now. If you don't work hard, he might surpass you. Looking at the proud mother and son, Yi Chen replied calmly. Well, he better work hard. I just measured my blood energy, and it's over 160 now. What did you say? Mrs. Pang's smile froze, and she asked incredulously, how much? 160. Although she wasn't a martial artist herself, she knew enough about blood energy levels to brag. A high schooler with 160 would be a top student even in an honors class, making her son's achievements pale in comparison. As Yi Chen walked into his home, He was enveloped by the rich aroma of food, a scent that felt like home. His mother, Lin Saixia, was busy in the kitchen, sounding a bit dissatisfied. All you do is eat all day. Look at how much weight you've gained, yet you still have the nerve to eat, she remarked, holding a freshly bought fish with a hint of exasperation. Mom, I want grilled fish, Chen replied with a smile, taking the fish and vegetables from her and heading towards the house. Lin Saixia shook her head and continued. You claim your blood energy level has surpassed 160, and yet you're not lying? Chen looked puzzled. When did I lie? I'm your mom. Don't you think I know? She retorted. If I said my blood energy level was over 200, wouldn't you say I was delusional? Chen teased, and the atmosphere between them lightened. Lin Saixia playfully nudged his head. Just wait. I'll tell your dad and see if he doesn't give you a talking to. As soon as Chen entered the house, he was surrounded by the smell of food and couldn't help but ask, Dad, I'm back. How's the sweet and sour pork coming along? From the kitchen, Yi Kaicheng's voice called out. Almost done. Did you get the fish? It's freshly killed, right? Freshly killed tastes best. Lin Saixia brought the fish into the kitchen, while Chen relaxed on the sofa, watching a melodramatic romance on TV, eagerly anticipating dinner. Soon after, Yi Kaicheng emerged with a steaming pot of braised carp. Son, dinner's ready. Chen immediately sat up straight from the sofa and eagerly joined the dining table. His mom had already served the rice, with chopsticks waiting beside it. She smiled and said, Try your dad's cooking, especially the braised carp and your favorite sweet and sour pork. Chen took a piece of fish, savoring it thoroughly before nodding in satisfaction. Delicious. Hearing this, Yi Kaicheng's tense expression relaxed, and Lin Saixia urged, If it's good, eat more. Chen devoured his meal, finishing a bowl of rice and serving himself another. Yi Kaicheng couldn't help but ask, Is my cooking improving, or has your blood energy increased? How come you're eating so much today? Lin Saixia interjected. Your son needs some discipline, Lao Yi. We ran into Pang Fei and his mother today, and to show off, he claimed his blood energy was at 160. You need to talk to him. Yi Kaicheng frowned. Chen, haven't I taught you to be honest? Bragging serves no purpose. Don't do it again, understood? Chen muttered, too busy with his meal to say much else, casually acknowledging his parents' nagging, letting it go in one ear and out the other, knowing it wouldn't cost him a bite. Due to his recent surge in energy and a brief warm-up before coming home, Chen felt particularly hungry today. As he listened to his parents' chatter, he got up to serve himself another helping of food. This action surprised Lin Saixia, who quickly said, Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Don't force yourself to eat more than you can handle. We were just talking to you. There's no need to pretend your energy levels have increased. Yi Kaicheng chimed in. I'm not insisting you must get into martial arts university or become a warrior. After graduation, finding a stable job in a factory is just fine. I don't expect you to be extraordinary. Living comfortably and safely is enough. Look at your mom and me. We've lived quietly, and aren't we doing well? Got it, Mom and Dad. Chen replied as he served himself food, finally responding. I'm not pretending. I'm really hungry, and I'm not lying. My energy levels have actually increased. Hearing this, Yi Kaicheng and Lin Saixia exchanged a surprised glance. In the past 3 years, Chen's energy levels had only increased by a few points, so how could it have surged by 40 points in just 1 week? Son, why don't you just say your energy level is over 200 now? That would make your mom even happier. To his mother's teasing, Chen calmly replied, It seems my energy really is over 200, but I didn't want to scare you, so I said it was above 160. He had no intention of hiding this, as he would eventually need to tell his parents. Just as Yi Kaicheng was about to speak to Chen again, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who is it? Yi Kaicheng asked, frowning slightly. The family of 3 lived modestly, with few visitors, so the unexpected knock puzzled them, thinking someone might have the wrong address. Is this Chen's home? A clear female voice called from outside. Yi Kaicheng and Lin Saixia looked at Chen in confusion, as if to ask, Have you found a girlfriend? Chen, equally puzzled, reluctantly put down his bowl and went to open the door. Standing outside was a young woman in her 20s, wearing a blouse and a black knee-length skirt. Her short hair gave her a professional look, and her dimples added a touch of charm to her smile. Upon seeing Chen, the woman's eyes lit up. Are you Chen? She asked. You are? Oh, I'm Li Ran, a reporter from Jiangxing TV's General News. I heard you ranked first in Songjiang High School's martial arts competition this year, breaking the school record by over 1,000 points. I'm here to do a special interview with you. Do you have time now? Chen realized she was a somewhat well-known host he had seen on TV news before, but instead of answering, he asked, How did you know where I live? Li Ran maintained her smile, dimples showing. We asked your school for your address beforehand. We were on a tight schedule and wanted to publish by tomorrow, so we came unannounced. I hope you understand. Just then, Chen's phone rang. He glanced at it to see that it was a call from Principal Chen Mingwu. Answering the call, he heard Chen Mingwu's booming voice. You little rascal, I never expected you to give me such a huge surprise. Your energy level quietly surpassed 200. You're truly a genius. Yichen gave a wry smile, realizing that the principal was in high spirits, frequently using foul language, and completely lacking the usual authority of a principal. The voice on the other end of the phone continued. I have no idea how the hell you've been training, but if that old bastard Hu Wanli finds out, he'll probably rush back in a panic. After a moment's silence, Yi Chun replied, Principal, I don't want to be recommended to Chun City Martial Arts University. I want to rely on my own strength to take the entrance exam and get into my ideal martial arts university. That's the spirit. Chun Mingwu laughed heartily. That's the kind of vision and courage I expect from a student of mine. After a pause, he added, Don't worry, I'll handle old Hu. You just focus on preparing for the exam. You can organize your time as you wish, and all the school's resources are at your disposal. If you encounter any problems, call me directly. But you have to strive for success and get a good rank in the martial arts university entrance exam. I'm not asking for a national ranking, but I think you can aim for the top 3 in the province. Let those kids from big cities see that we from small towns aren't pushovers. Yi Chen smiled and said, I'll do my best. He knew the principal had high expectations. Chen Mingwu continued, Oh, by the way, I submitted your profile and achievements to the TV station a couple of days ago. They just called back, saying they want to interview you. I've given them your home address, so they'll be there soon. Cooperate with them well. Principal, I finally got a day at home. Can the interview wait until tomorrow? Yi Chen asked, a bit helpless. Why are you complaining so much? I worked my connections to get this opportunity for you, and others would kill for it. Use the TV exposure to boost your reputation as a rising genius. You'll be a local celebrity in Jiangxing, which will benefit your future development. Yi Chen sighed. I understand, Principal. They're already here. Don't be ungrateful. After the call ended, Yi Chen put down his phone. Beside him, Li Ran, having overheard the school-related conversation, smiled and said, Yi Chen, shall we let them in? Thank you. Li Ran gestured, and a burly man carrying a camera walked in, followed by someone with a long boom microphone. The 3 of them crowded into Yi Chen's home. The living room suddenly felt a bit cramped. Yi Chen's parents, who had been stunned listening to the entire call, finally snapped out of their shock. They hurriedly made room for the visitors, bustling around to serve tea and water, trying to be hospitable. It was only then that they slowly began to believe their son had truly accomplished something noteworthy, as even the TV station was there to interview him. Uncle, Auntie, there's no need to fuss. Just make yourselves comfortable. Sorry for interrupting your meal, Li Ran said with a warm voice and a smile that charmed everyone. It's no trouble at all. Please, have a seat. Have you eaten? If not, join us for a bite. Yi Kaiqing and Lin Saixia, Yi Chen's parents, warmly invited them, treating them like celebrities appearing in their home. There's really no need to be so formal, Li Ran replied. Li Ran warmly said, After we finish interviewing Yi Chen, we'd like to talk to you both as well. We want to ask about your parenting experience and how you raised such an outstanding child. Lin Saixia felt a bit uneasy and replied with a smile. Oh, we're not really comfortable being on TV. At this moment, Yi Kaiqing seemed eager, trying to maintain his composure, and said, That's fine, you can interview Xiaochen first, and we'll talk afterward. Although Yi Kaiqing didn't know what achievements his son had made to warrant a TV interview, he was already preparing some talking points in his mind for when it was his turn to speak. The activity at Yi Chen's home quickly caught the attention of their neighbors, especially the van with the Jiangxing TV station logo parked outside, which drew many curious glances. Being a Sunday, many people were home relaxing and came out to see what was happening at the entrance of Yi Chen's building. Why is the TV station here in our neighborhood? Someone asked. I heard they're going to Yi Kaiqing's place to interview their son, Yi Chen. Another person replied. Interviewing Yi Chen? Huh, I knew this kid would make it big someday. Well, you're kidding, right? Just yesterday, you said he'd never become a martial artist. The commotion outside caught the attention of Aunt Pang's household. At the time, Pang Fei was enjoying a delicious grilled fish, while Aunt Pang sneered. Yi Chen, you sly fox, trying to fool me. If I didn't have some martial arts knowledge, you might have tricked me into believing you could increase your strength by 40 units in just a few months. Do you think you're a genius? She then lovingly patted her son's chubby cheek and added, I almost believe that little brat's nonsense, which would have deprived my debao of grilled fish. Eat more, so your vitality surpasses Chen's. As Pang Fei continued to eat, he curiously asked, Mom, why is it so lively at Chen's place? Aunt Pang paused, and then said, You keep eating, I'll go check it out. When she stepped outside, she arrived just as the TV crew was leaving Yi Chen's house. Many men were captivated by Li Ran, their eyes lighting up. This beautiful host and reporter was a goddess to many men in Jiangxing. At that moment, Li Ran was chatting with Yi Chen, occasionally laughing and revealing her signature dimples, making those around them envious. Some people wanted to approach the goddess for a closer interaction, but at the sight of the intimidating bodyguards behind her, they hesitated. As a prominent figure at Jiangxing TV station, Li Ran's status was beyond comparison to that of ordinary people, yet she was exceptionally friendly and even a bit humble towards Yi Chen, which made the neighbors even more curious about his achievements. Once Li ran and her team drove away in their van, the neighbors quickly gathered around, bombarding Yi Kaiching with questions. Old Yi, why did the TV station come to your house? Yi Kaiching straightened his back, cleared his throat, and said, oh, they came to interview our Yi Chen. Interview Yi Chen? What did Xiao Chen do? Yi Kaiching feigned nonchalance and said, oh, nothing much, just got first place in the entire school and broke the school's historical record. My goodness. This is a blessing from the ancestors of the Yi family, the neighbors exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Chen, don't forget your Aunt Wang when you make it big. I even held you when you were little. Aunt Pang, listening from the back of the crowd, felt unsettled and quietly went home. Pang Fei, still munching on grilled fish, asked, Mom, why do you look so upset after going out? Suddenly filled with anger, Aunt Pang stormed over, smacking him a few times. Still eating? Look at how fat you've become. With such low vitality, how dare you keep eating? After a lively chat with their neighbors, the Yi family finally managed to return home, breathing a sigh of relief. Lin Saixia said, Mom, I'm still hungry. I want to eat. Her mother replied, the food might be a bit cold. Let me heat it up for you. Yi Chen smiled and said, it's fine. It's still warm. He sat down and continued to eat heartily. I'll reheat the fish for you, Lin Saixia said, taking the leftover half fish into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yi Kaiching paced around the living room, unable to hide his excitement. Wow, I can't believe my son has really made something of himself. Our family is going to have a warrior. After finishing a bowl of rice, Yi Chen joked while serving himself another. Dad, I might not necessarily go to martial arts university. Didn't you just say it's fine to be an ordinary person? Yi Kaiching immediately gave him a stern look and said, nonsense. Your mom and I didn't have the skills, so we could only be ordinary people. We said that before because your talent seemed low, and we wanted to comfort you. But who wouldn't want to stand out if given the chance? Now that you have an opportunity, you should seize it. We'll support you all the way. He paused, then added, but if you really don't want to become a warrior, your mom and I won't force you. You're grown up now. It's your choice what path to take. Yi Chen chuckled, I was just teasing you. Of course, I want to go to martial arts university and become a warrior. It's my dream. He had already felt the benefits of increased strength and had no reason to give up. At this moment, Lin Saixia came out of the kitchen with the reheated fish, looking worried. Xiao Chun, becoming a warrior can bring success, but it also comes with greater risks. When you insisted on applying for the martial arts program, I thought you wouldn't get into martial arts university, so I didn't think much of it. Now that you actually have a chance, I'm feeling uneasy. Yi Chen reassured her while picking up some food. Don't worry, Mom. I'm strong now, maybe not in everything, but I can definitely keep myself safe. Lin Saixia sighed. You're my only son. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Oh, by the way, I won $1 million in scholarships from the exam, but I've spent some of it. Give me your bank account numbers later, and I'll transfer 30,000 to you to improve our living conditions. How much? $1 million? Oh my goodness. Lin Saixia exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. My son is really doing well. What you earned from this exam is more than enough for your dad and me to save for years. Yi Chen laughed. I'll definitely earn more in the future and get you a bigger house so we can live in a high-end community. It's good that you have such intentions, Yi Kaiching said, taking a drag from his cigarette. But keep the money for yourself. Training as a warrior is expensive. We can't offer you much help, so at least we shouldn't be a burden. Just as Yi Chen was about to reply, there was a knock on the door. Who could it be now? Lin Saixia opened the door to find a short man in a beige trench coat. He wore a black fedora hat with a brim that was 4 or 5 centimeters long, obscuring most of his face. Lin Saixia was taken aback, not recognizing him, and asked, Who are you looking for? The man looked up, revealing a face with high cheekbones and a somewhat unattractive appearance. Below his nose was a toothbrush mustache, and beneath his round glasses, his triangular eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Upon seeing Li Saixia, he respectfully folded his hands in front of him, bowed slightly, and said politely, Hello, Auntie. I am here for Yi Chen-san. Li Saixia was taken aback, confused in her mind. Yi what? At that moment, the short man in the trench coat had already slipped inside the house and bowed again, saying, Sorry for the intrusion, I presume. This is Yi Chen-san. He said the last sentence while looking at Yi Chen, who was sitting by the dining table. Yi Chen frowned slightly, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and felt a hint of alertness rise within him. This person exuded a strange aura, and combined with his appearance and imperfect pronunciation of the language, Yi Chen could almost guess the man's identity. Who are you, and why are you looking for me? Yi Chen was fully on guard, but maintained a calm exterior. Yi Chen-san, may I have a word with you in private? The man gestured with his eyes towards the inner room, and Yi Chen got up and walked towards his small room. Once inside, the man removed his hat and bowed again to Yi Chen. I am Junichiro Yamamoto, and I have long admired your reputation, Yi Chen-san. I have come specifically to meet you today. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. As he suspected, The visitor was from Japan. This was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing, up to no good. Yi-Chen didn't want to waste words and directly asked, Mr. Yamamoto, let's skip the formalities. Just tell me why you're here today. Junichiro Yamamoto let out a cold laugh. I am here to invite Yi-Chen-san to serve the great emperor of Japan. Yi-Chen chuckled. Do you really think that's possible? Yamamoto replied. I also think Yi-Chen-san won't agree so easily, so I am willing to wait and slowly win you over. Yi-Chen nodded. All right, I plan to rest today. Let's talk some other time. With that, he gestured for the guest to leave. However, Junichiro Yamamoto did not move. Instead, he laughed coldly. Yi-Chen-san, do you think I'm a fool? I can leave, but you must come with me. What if I refuse? Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow, smirking coldly. Yamamoto's eyes were sharp, and his tone was icy. I am a third-rank ninja, and you are merely a prospective warrior. Your parents, along with everyone in this neighborhood, are ordinary people. Your parents are just outside. You wouldn't want them to get hurt, would you? Yi-Chen remained silent for a moment, a flash of determination in his eyes, and finally nodded. All right, I'll go with you. Junichiro Yamamoto seemed very pleased and gestured for Yi-Chen to lead the way. Yi-Chen turned and retrieved a spare compound bow from the cabinet, slung the quiver over his shoulder, and looked firmly at Yamamoto. Mr. Yamamoto, as a rear-line archer, it's reasonable for me to carry a bow and arrows, right? Of course, Junichiro Yamamoto replied dismissively. As long as you don't hurt yourself. If you intend to use that bow against me, I advise you to give up. A third-rank warrior's physique is very strong. Even if I stood still, your arrows wouldn't pierce my skin. Songjiang No. 1 High School. In midair, a figure zipped towards the school building like a bolt of lightning, capturing the attention of many and even causing a traffic jam. After all, the ability to fly through the air was exclusive to 7th grade martial artists, while the city lord of Jiang City was only at the peak of the 6th grade, meaning there were no high-grade experts in the entire city. People speculated about who this important figure might be and why they were in such a hurry. Typically, even high-grade martial artists would choose to travel by conventional means to maintain their dignity and avoid causing a stir. Such a scene of flying through the air was rare, unless there was a war or an extremely urgent matter. The airborne expert was none other than Hu Wanli, the principal of Chunqing Martial University. Upon receiving a call from teacher he learned that the recent test was not due to a machine malfunction, but rather that Yi-Chen's blood and energy levels had exceeded 200, surpassing the limits of the old measuring device. This news left him restless. On his way, he repeatedly urged the driver to speed up, almost causing an accident. Principal Hu let out a long whistle, leaping through the sunroof, performing an airborne stunt. It seemed that a single moment's delay could result in Yi-Chen being recruited by another school. If this situation was true, Yi-Chen would undoubtedly be the dark horse among this year's students, ranking highly nationwide. Once the news got out, martial universities across the country would rush to persuade Yi-Chen to join them. Even top universities like Beijing Martial University and Shanghai Martial University wouldn't stand idly by and would certainly join the competition. By then, Chunqing Martial University would lose any advantage and may not even be able to compete with those top institutions. This thought made Hu Wanli anxious, wishing he could give himself a slap. He didn't bother with the stairs, using his spiritual sense to locate Chen Mingwu's office and flying in through the window. At that moment, Chen Mingwu, leisurely sipping tea on the sofa, seemed to have expected this scene and didn't even lift an eyelid. Old Hu, why are you back in such a rush as if your pants were on fire? Chen Mingwu shifted to a more comfortable position and continued. I know you're a busy principal of a key martial university. With the martial arts exam approaching, you need to work with those top students ahead of time. Our small Jiang City High School can't accommodate such a big shot like you. Hu Wanli understood that Chen Mingwu was teasing him about his previous words, but he had no choice and forced a bright smile, warmly saying, Old Chen, we're old comrades, like brothers. It's not easy to come by. How could I just leave? Who's your brother? Chen Mingwu glanced at him sideways, sneering. Don't try to get close to me. I don't have a brother as opportunistic as you. Hu Wanli bowed with a smile. Old Chen, you're being a bit heartless. Even if the bones break, they're still connected by tendons. Our relationship as old comrades can't be severed just like that, can it? Chen Mingwu waved his hand impatiently. Go on, get busy with your own stuff. Don't waste my time here. Can't you see I'm trying to find other university options for Yi-Chen? Just because Spring City University doesn't want him, doesn't mean others won't. His tone was firm, as if he were fighting for Yi-Chen's future. Hu Wanli grabbed Chen Mingwu's hand, pleading, Old Chen, for the sake of our years of friendship, don't look for other universities for Yi-Chen. Leave him to Spring City University. His voice was filled with anxiety and hope. That's not happening. Chen Mingwu said sternly. Old Hu, you must understand, every country has its laws, and every family its rules. Even though we're old comrades, we can't bend the rules and go through the back door. It's unfair to other universities. There are only so many good prospects, and those with blood vitality over 200 are rare. We can't just hand over a promising student to an incompetent principal. There are plenty of universities nationwide, and there's no need to specifically choose yours. Hu Wanli was completely enraged, his presence suddenly overwhelming, causing the room to descend into chaos. He stood up and roared, "Old Chen, you stubborn fool, tell me where Yi Chun is now." His furious voice thundered through the air. "Oh really?" Chun Mingwu responded with a cold laugh. "Can't get your way nicely, so now you're resorting to force? Think I fear you just because you're a 7th rank?" His gaze was defiant and challenging. Hu Wanli stood there, frustrated and speechless for a moment. Then his anger subsided. In a low voice, he said, "If you don't tell me where Yi Chun is, I'll stay here from today on, and you'll have to feed me." His tone was filled with helplessness and determination. Chun Mingwu chuckled. "Our little cafeteria's fare can't compare to the delicacies at your university. I'm afraid you won't get used to it." His words carried a hint of mockery, as if ridiculing Hu Wanli's unreasonable demands. Hu Wanli trembled with anger, but was helpless. Although Chun Mingwu's rank was lower, he was known as Chun the Mad, and if it came to a fight, Hu Wanli might not fare well. Realizing this, Hu Wanli pleaded once more. "Old Chun, I was blind to your greatness, and I underestimated you. Please forgive me this once. I rushed back especially for this. You must let me see Yi Chun again. Rest assured, I promise to fully support him, allowing him to choose any mentor, with at least 5 million in scholarships annually, unlimited access to the library, and even." He bit his lip before continuing solemnly. "Even if the divine relics open, Yi Chun will have priority access." Chun Mingwu's expression shifted, and he looked seriously at Hu Wanli. "Are you serious?" He pondered internally that if Hu Wanli truly kept his promise to give Yi Chun access to the divine relics, then attending Spring City University might not be such a bad choice for Yi Chun. "I swear it." Hu Wanli nodded firmly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "All right, I'll trust you this time." Chun Mingwu finally relented. Though he knew that no oath could guarantee sincerity, it was all about the other party's attitude. "I can let you see Yi Chun, but if he's unwilling, you can't force him," Chun Mingwu emphasized again. "Of course," Hu Wanli said proudly. "I'm the principal of a prestigious university, a position comparable to a deputy provincial leader, a well-known figure in the Northeast province. How could I stoop to coercion or forceful tactics?" His confidence and pride were evident in that moment. As the two men came downstairs, they happened to meet Su Jing and the other two mentors arriving in a black SUV, looking travel-worn. Hu Wanli didn't hesitate and pulled Chen Mingwu into the car. With Chen Mingwu navigating, they drove towards Yi Chen's house. Upon arriving at Yi Chen's doorstep, Hu Wanli asked the others to stay in the car while he and Chen Mingwu got out and walked into the building. At the entrance, Hu Wanli paused to straighten his clothes. Despite being in his 50s or 60s and a formidable figure, he seemed as nervous as a young man on his wedding day. "Old Chen, is my collar crooked?" Hu Wanli asked. "It's fine," Old Chen replied. "Old Chen, is my hair messy?" Hu Wanli asked again. "It's fine," Old Chen responded, sounding a bit impatient. "Are you done yet?" Chun Mingwu glared at him, and Hu Wanli immediately fell silent, even holding his breath. Then, Chun Mingwu knocked on the door of Yi Chen's house, which was opened by Yi Chen's mother, Lin Saixia. "Hello, I'm Chen Mingwu, the principal of Songjiang No. 1 High School, and this is Hu Wanli, the principal of Chunqing Martial Arts University. We're here for a home visit," Chen Mingwu said kindly. Upon hearing that they were the principals from her son's school, Lin Saixia warmly invited them in. Yi Kaiqing hurriedly offered them cigarettes, which Chen Mingwu politely declined. Although Hu Wanli didn't smoke, he respectfully accepted one. The couple was taken aback by the visit. Not only did they meet a famous TV personality, but also two principals, who were figures they had always looked up to. Now, they were chatting warmly with them. Especially Hu Wanli, who was incredibly friendly, even addressing Yi Kaiqing as a brother, showing none of the airs of a powerful figure. After some casual conversation, Hu Wanli couldn't hold back any longer and turned to Yi Kaiqing, asking directly, "So, Brother Yi, where's your son, Yi Chun?" Yi Kaiqing smiled and said, "Oh, he was called out by someone earlier. Xiao Chun said it was a friend, so we didn't ask much. I'll give him a call to come back." He didn't answer. Maybe he's busy and didn't hear it. Hu Wanli and Chen Mingwu exchanged a glance and saw a hint of concern in each other's eyes. "Have you met this friend of Yi Chen's?" Chen Mingwu asked casually. "No, we haven't." Lin Saixia shook her head. "The person didn't sound local, but I can't quite place the accent." Yi Kaiqing served the principal's tea and added, "Xiao Chun took the spare longbow from home with him, saying they were going out for training." Chen Mingwu felt increasingly uneasy. It was the weekend, and there was no reason for Yi Chun to be out training, especially since the school hadn't arranged anything. With this in mind, Chen Mingwu put down his teacup and stood up, saying, "Since Yi Chun isn't home, we won't disturb you further. We'll come back in a few days." Seeing their firm attitude, Yi Kaiqing and his wife didn't insist on them staying and escorted them to the door. Once back in the car, Chen Mingwu and Hu Wanli's demeanor turned serious. "I have a feeling Yi Chun is in danger." Chen Mingwu said bluntly. I've heard about talented students being coerced or abducted, disappearing without a trace. Many remain missing, and those found are often just bodies. We need to find Yi Chun and the mysterious person who took him away immediately. Hu Wanli was filled with a strong fighting spirit, so intense it caused tiny cracks in the car window. Leave it to me. No matter if he's part of a cult, an insider, or from a foreign hostile force, if he dares to harm a hair on Yi Chen's head, I'll make him regret ever coming into this world. Chen Mingwu asked, do you have a way to quickly locate Yi Chen? Of course. Do you think my 7th rank is just for show? Hu Wanli replied angrily, then added, I deliberately got close to the room Yi Chen stayed in earlier and remembered his aura. Now I just need to project my spiritual power to track it. With that, he soared into the air, his spiritual power spreading in all directions. Soon, he tracked the familiar aura near the outskirts. At this moment, the aura was still moving at high speed, heading towards the outskirts of Jiangqing. Hu Wanli stepped into the void, swiftly flying in that direction. Meanwhile, an old silver sedan was speeding along the highway at the city outskirts. Yi Chun, sitting in the passenger seat, urgently shouted, Stop, I need to pee. Yamamoto Junichiro, sitting in the driver's seat, seemed uninterested in stopping and sneered. Yi Chun-san, bear with it a little longer. You can relieve yourself once we reach the handover point with the organization. Yi Chun complained, but I can't hold it any longer. Yamamoto replied, then do it in the car, I don't mind the smell. Seeing the other party wasn't budging, Yi Chun changed the subject. Where are you planning to take me? Yamamoto answered, you'll find out when we get there. The organization will find a way to smuggle you out of the country, back to Japan, where you'll receive comprehensive training to become an outstanding ninja. Yi Chun laughed coldly. Aren't you afraid that after I complete my training, I'll rebel and kill you all? Yamamoto chuckled dismissively. Yi Chun-san, you must be joking. We have ways to ensure you completely obey the organization. When the time comes, even killing your own parents won't make you hesitate. You'll become a complete killing machine. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Chun suddenly smashed the passenger window and rolled out of the car. Yamamoto Junichiro was shocked, thinking that although the car looked old, it had been meticulously modified, and even a first-rank martial artist couldn't destroy it with brute force. Yet, it hadn't managed to confine the aspiring martial artist Yi Chun. Yamamoto sneered. Yi Chun-san, you truly are a genius, but do you really think you can escape my grasp? He wasn't flustered and quickly abandoned the car to chase after Yi Chun. It was nearing dusk, and the light was gradually dimming. Sensing Yamamoto relentlessly pursuing him, Yi Chun took out his longbow, knocked an arrow, twisted his waist, and shot it at Yamamoto. However, Yamamoto easily caught the arrow between 2 fingers. Yi Chun-san, I advise you to stop your futile resistance, or you'll suffer more later. Yi Chun, ahead, ignored him and shot another arrow. Yamamoto repeated his maneuver, catching the arrow once more. With such weak strength, dreaming of killing me is just a daydream. With that, he rushed forward and kicked Yi Chun in the back with such force that Yi Chun flew several meters, crashing into a nearby earthen wall, the debris burying him. The commotion caught the attention of several nearby passers-by, who fled in panic. Now you see the gap between us, don't you? Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Yamamoto Junichiro sneered as he approached, intending to cross the collapsed wall and drag out the heavily injured Yi Chun. According to his calculations, that kick should have rendered Yi Chun completely defenseless, perhaps even unconscious. His presence had been exposed, and soon the Daxiao National Security Bureau would arrive, so he needed to take Yi Chun and leave immediately. As he stepped over the wall, intending to pull Yi Chun from the dirt, he was met with a sharp arrow pointed at his throat, and his gaze locked with Yi Chun's piercing eyes. Sayonara. With the release of the bowstring, blood spurted out instantly. Junichiro Yamamoto clutched his neck tightly, trying to stop the continuous flow of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at Yi Chun. You, how could you? He stammered. Want to know why I'm unharmed and how I managed to shoot you down with one arrow? Yi Chun asked, seeing Yamamoto nodding heavily. But I won't tell you. Yi Chun replied, brushing the dust off his clothes with a bright smile, his words cold as ice. Why would I let you die with peace of mind? While in the car, Yi Chun had already analyzed the difference in strength between them, understanding he had only one chance to strike. He deliberately set a trap, using the first 2 arrows with the strength of a Kwasa warrior to lull Yamamoto into a false sense of security, before seizing the opportunity to aim at his vital point at close range, dealing a critical blow. Filled with rage and hatred, Yamamoto trembled all over, wanting to curse but finding his vocal cords ruptured, unable to make a sound. Only then did he realize that the young man before him was so ruthless, with a mind far beyond his years. It seemed the organization had too little information on this boy, leading to the failure of this abduction. He glared at Yi Chun with malice, as if wanting to etch his appearance into his memory. The enhanced vitality of a 3rd-grade warrior prevented him from dying immediately. He struggled to control the muscles in his neck to clamp down on the arrow, trying to slow the blood loss. Then, using his bloodstained hands, he quickly formed seals and slammed the ground, summoning a massive black ninja hound as the dust settled. He promptly lay flat on the hound's back, clutching its neck tightly. The ninja hound seemed to sense its owner's peril, sprinting away with Yamamoto at a speed comparable to a car. However, just when Yamamoto thought he was out of danger, he suddenly realized the hound had stopped, as if frozen in place. The hound trembled, its beastly eyes filled with indescribable fear, as if it had seen death itself. Yamamoto struggled to lift his head, only to find an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit standing before him, his expression stern and unreadable. Though he couldn't discern the old man's level of skill, the hound's reaction suggested he was undoubtedly a powerful figure from Dacia. With a face ashen with despair, Yamamoto felt as if his fate was being squeezed like a chick's neck. Below him, the ninja hound let out a mournful howl before dissipating back into dust. "Yi-Chen, are you alright?" Hu Wanli asked, carrying Yamamoto as he leapt to Yi-Chen's side, concerned. Yi-Chen, calm and collected, replied, "I'm fine. Principal Hu, why are you here?" Seeing Yi-Chen's composure, Hu Wanli breathed a sigh of relief, just as police sirens blared in the distance, and 3 jeeps roared onto the scene. Instantly, over a dozen martial artists in National Security Bureau uniforms jumped out, surrounding Hu Wanli and Yi-Chen. Hu Wanli frowned slightly at the sight, saying, "I am Hu Wanli, principal of Chunqing Martial University. Get your leader here to talk." The National Security Bureau members exchanged glances. A university principal was at least a high-grade strongman, a figure of lieutenant governor level, not someone they could afford to offend. Moments later, a burly, scar-faced, middle-aged man stepped forward, saluted Hu Wanli, and said in a deep voice, "Yuan, captain of the Jiangxing Division of the National Security Bureau. May I see your identification, sir?" "Humph, what nonsense about documents. I didn't bring any." Hu Wanli snorted, and in an instant, he was floating in midair, astonishing everyone present. Only those of the 7th rank or higher could achieve such a feat even without documents. This act was enough to establish his identity. If he were an enemy, they would already be dead. "Principal Hu, greetings from the 3rd Squad of Jiangxing Branch of National Security Bureau." Led by Yuan, more than 10 martial artists from the National Security Bureau saluted Hu Wanli in unison. Hu Wanli raised his hand, holding Yamamoto, and said sternly, "Captain Yu, this person is a spy ninja from Neon, attempting to abduct our Dacia's genius, Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen cleverly escaped, and upon hearing the news, I rushed here and subdued him." He glanced at Yi-Chen, stopping him from speaking. Then, Hu Wanli looked at Yuan and asked, "Any other issues?" Yuan replied, "We came to investigate after receiving a report from the public. With Principal Hu's endorsement, we can conclude the case smoothly." He glanced at Yi-Chen curiously, his eyes showing amazement. To have faced a 3rd-rank neon ninja and emerged unscathed, truly a genius. "Then I'll leave this spy to you. However, you probably won't extract any valuable information. Once captured, neon ninjas bite down on a poisonous capsule under their tongue. This person won't live long." With that, Hu Wanli handed over Yamamoto Junichiro to Yu and took Yamamoto and saluted Hu Wanli again before leaving with his team. After everyone left, Yi-Chen asked, "Principal Hu, why did you say you killed the spy?" "It was clearly me." Hu Wanli waved his hand and said earnestly, "I'm protecting you." After a pause, he added, "You saw it yourself. External hostile forces are already targeting you. If your ability to defeat a 3rd rank is made public now, it would be like announcing to the enemy that you're a huge potential threat. They'll definitely try to act against you again, possibly sending even stronger spies, putting you in greater danger." Yi-Chen thought for a moment and then asked, "Catching a spy should come with a reward, right? So, I won't get my reward." Hu Wanli was a bit exasperated, then said helplessly, "I'll make up for that reward." But what?" Yi-Chen asked urgently. "But you have to join our Spring City Martial University," Hu Wanli said firmly. "No way," Yi-Chen replied resolutely. "Why not?" Hu Wanli was frustrated again. As the principal of a martial university and a 7th-rank powerhouse, when had he ever been so aggrieved? He patiently and kindly said, "Yi-Chen, catching a spy might only get you a reward of 500,000 at most. If you join Spring City Martial University, on behalf of the school, I'll reward you 5 million. Unexpectedly, Yi-Chen shook his head again. "That mentor named Su Jing already told me I don't meet the criteria for a direct admission to Spring City Martial University. I've given up the direct admission slot and decided to take the exam to prove myself with my abilities. Didn't you encourage me to do this before?" After hearing this, Hu Wanli felt like slapping himself. He blamed himself for speaking too much earlier. "Yi-Chen, that was Su Jing's personal mistake and has nothing to do with Spring City Martial University. Rest assured, I'll fire her right away. Also, if you agree to join Spring City Martial University, I'll personally add another 5 million, making it a total of 10 million for you." "That's 10 million, Yi-Chen," Hu Wanli said, his voice smooth and persuasive like an old fox. "Think about it. With that money, once you enter Martial University, you'll have a head start over other students. Plus, I'll arrange for the best mentors to guide you, give you access to any techniques and martial skills in our library, and provide you with the top training rooms and premium dorms. Normally, these require credits, but they'll all be free for you. Yichen paused, then asked, does Spring City Martial University have a demon cave? His words revealed his eagerness to enhance his strength. During high school, access to demon caves was tightly controlled, and apart from major exams, he rarely had the chance to enter them. This hindered his growth. With a steady stream of demons, he could continually boost his power with his unique strike. Given time and space, every arrow he shot in the future would be devastating. Not only could he easily defeat third-grade ninjas, but he could also take down shadow-level ninjas from Neon with a single arrow. Huanli was momentarily taken aback, not understanding why Yi Chun was interested in this, but he answered, guarding the demon cave is indeed the primary duty of the university, as each school guards its own cave. Spring City Martial University does have a demon cave, and it's one of the largest in the northeastern provinces. Yi Chen's interest peaked, and he asked, can I freely enter and exit the demon cave? Huanli shook his head slightly. I'm afraid not. That particular cave is extremely dangerous, and even I have to be extra cautious when entering it. There are entities stronger than me hidden deep inside. Our main goal is to guard it. Now is not the time for a full-scale war with the demon cave, given our current internal and external troubles. Yi Chen nodded in silence. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Huanli asked, why are you so eager to enter the demon cave? To hone myself. I believe only real combat can truly enhance my strength. Yi Chen replied firmly. Huanli sighed. It's excellent that you have this awareness. Some geniuses train diligently, but shy away from real combat, ending up with mediocre results. He continued, if you truly wish to battle, you can go to the special realms created by the predecessors at Spring City Martial University. They're filled with demons too, but the danger is more controlled, and you might even encounter opportunities. Isn't that better than the demon cave? Really? Yi Chen perked up immediately. Huanli shook his head with a wry smile. I don't understand why you're so eager for battle at such a young age. Once you truly grow, there will be plenty of battlefields awaiting you. We are currently facing both internal and external threats, with foreign powers watching us closely. A conflict with countries like America and Neon is inevitable, and that will be your time to shine and protect our nation. I'm someone who repays grudges 100-fold. What happened today, I will repay 100, even 1,000 times over in Neon's homeland in the future, Yi Chen said with determination. Huanli felt a chill down his spine, sensing that the young man before him was not joking. However, he cautioned, don't underestimate Neon's ninjas. They are elusive and unpredictable, making them very difficult to deal with. The power of the jutsu wielded by these cage-level ninjas is truly intimidating. The Flame Shadow, in particular, has mastered a terrifying fire-style technique called Amaterasu, known in legend as the flame that never extinguishes. If you encounter him on the battlefield, you must be extremely cautious. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with interest, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Let's see if his Amaterasu can outpace my swift arrows. Huanli shook his head with a wry smile. Why am I telling you all this? It's too soon for you to worry about such matters. You can learn about them when you reach a higher level. Then, with confidence, he asked, so, kid, have you decided to join our Spring City Martial Arts University? Yi Chen shook his head decisively. I've decided to take the big exam instead. Huanli was incredulous. You're not tempted by such generous conditions? Yi Chen calmly replied. The conditions you've offered can be matched by other martial arts universities. Why should I choose Spring City Martial Arts University over a better one? This response left Huanli stunned. He never expected to be outmaneuvered by a child. He thought Yi Chun would gradually take the bait under his guidance, but it turned out that Yi Chun was merely using him as a source of information. Just as he was about to continue persuading, a black SUV sped towards them, screeching to a stop by the roadside. The door swung open, and Chen Mingwu jumped out, grabbing Yi Chun and looking him over. Are you hurt? Yi Chen shook his head. He's fine, but my heart is wounded. Huanli muttered from the side. Ignoring the joke, Chen Mingwu led Yi Chun towards the SUV. Huanli sighed helplessly and followed them into the car. On the way back, Yi Chen recounted everything that had happened. You mean you had already badly injured the Neon Spy Ninja before Old Hu arrived? Chen Mingwu was slightly shocked, and Yi Chen nodded. He felt it necessary to explain things clearly to Chen Mingwu, or it might lead to misunderstandings later. He wanted credit for this achievement. You, on your own, took down a third-grade ninja? Chen Mingwu found it hard to believe. Yi Chen nodded again, emphasizing. Of course, there was an element of surprise. In a heating confrontation, I probably couldn't have killed him. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingwu immediately ordered the driver to stop and turned to Su Jing and another instructor. You two, get out. Su Jing looked at Huanli in surprise, who nodded. You should get out. I'll drive the car. You can take a cab back. After a pause, he sternly emphasized. Remember to keep what you just heard strictly confidential. You know the consequences of any leaks. The two instructors exchanged glances and nodded, particularly the female instructor Su Jing, who gave Yi Chen a complex look, thinking to herself that she had never misjudged a talent in all her years of teaching and interviewing geniuses until now. Once the two had exited the vehicle, only Chen Mingwu, Hu Wanli, and Yi Chen remained in the car. Chen Mingwu then asked seriously, Yi Chen, are you interested in joining the dragon group? Before Yi Chen could respond, Hu Wanli interjected sternly, Old Chen, are you out of your mind? Yi Chen is so young, not even a true martial artist yet. How could he possibly join the dragon group? Chen Mingwu replied firmly, I know the dragon group selection is extremely strict, with the youngest member being over 30 and having at least a 4th grade cultivation level. But I believe the organization would make an exception for Yi Chen. What is the dragon group? Yi Chen asked curiously. Chen Mingwu replied, the dragon group is the most mysterious organization in Xia. On the surface, Xia is divided into 5 provinces and 6 departments. But in reality, there's a hidden organization called the Dragon Group. Its status is above all others, not governed by any of these institutions, which shows its immense power. Yi Chen became even more intrigued and asked, so what are the responsibilities and tasks of the Dragon Group? Chen Mingwu said, the Dragon Group handles matters that can't be dealt with openly. Yi Chen was taken aback, thinking to himself that the Dragon Group was indeed extraordinary, capable of handling such tricky issues that only the powerful could manage. He then asked, Principal Chen, are you a member of the Dragon Group? Yes and no. Chen Mingwu replied with a self-deprecating smile. I can only be considered a peripheral member of the Dragon Group, responsible for providing intelligence, recommending talents, and ensuring logistical support for the core members. He pointed to Hu Wanli in front of them. Don't be fooled by old Hu being a 7th-rank martial artist. He's also just a peripheral member like me. Yi Chen asked in surprise. Even a 7th-rank expert can't become a core member? Chen Mingwu smiled. Those with a chance to become core members of the Dragon Group are elites among elites. It's not just about cultivation. They must have at least one extraordinary ability to handle complex and changing tasks. But it seems I lack such an ability. How can you say that? Chen Mingwu glared at him. Your abnormal defense is an extraordinary ability. Principal, but I'm just a rear-line shooter. My dream. Yi Chen began to say, but Chen Mingwu quickly interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. No matter what, I've already submitted your information. The review results will come out in a few days. Yi Chen then asked, are there any benefits to joining the Dragon Group? Why do you sound like a businessman, always looking for benefits in everything? Chen Mingwu glared at Yi Chen again. Yi Chen replied matter-of-factly, I can't help it. We're not well off. If I don't think about gaining benefits, how can I improve my skills? To be honest, joining the Dragon Group is the biggest benefit. Chen Mingwu snorted. If you become a core member of the Dragon Group, you'll earn a lot of merit points for each task you complete. You should know, merit points are more valuable than any currency. On the black market, 1 merit point can even sell for 1 million, and that's if you can find a buyer. Merit points can be traded? Yi Chen asked in surprise. Of course they can. Chen Mingwu said. Everyone works hard on tasks not just for themselves, but also for their parents and loved ones. If merit points couldn't be traded, it would definitely discourage everyone. What can these merit points be used for? Yi Chen continued to ask. As long as you have enough merit points, there's almost nothing you can't do. Chen Mingwu said seriously. Whatever you want or need to accomplish, if you can spend enough merit points, you can get it done within the Dragon Group. Even if you want dragon liver or phoenix marrow, you can trade for it. Additionally, if you become a core member of the Dragon Group, you can ignore mundane regulations, even committing murder on the streets without the Department of Justice having the authority to punish you. Hearing all this, Yi Chen's mind became even more active. The privileges were secondary. He was increasingly interested in the merit points. Yi Chen understood that he would need a large quantity of high-grade elixirs to aid his cultivation in the future, and conventional channels couldn't meet his needs. Only the Dragon Group could solve this problem. As he pondered this, he asked Principal Chen Mingwu, if I join the Dragon Group, does that mean I can't attend Wudao anymore? Chen Mingwu shook his head and explained, there's no conflict. The Dragon Group is just an identity. You need to keep your identity hidden in everyday life. When you're not on a mission, you're just like an ordinary person. This is to protect your safety, as enemy forces bear a deep hatred for our Dragon Group members and have sabotaged many of our operations and plans. Yi Chen nodded, asking no further questions. He understood that having such an identity brought obvious benefits. Although it meant he would take on more risks, for someone like him with high defensive capabilities, it wasn't a major issue. After returning to the school, both Chen Mingwu and Yi Chen got out of the car, followed by Hu Wanli. Chen Mingwu asked, Old Hu, why did you get out too? Shouldn't you be rushing back to Spring City Wuda? Hu Wanli didn't respond immediately, but looked at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, come back to Spring City with me. I promised to fulfill the conditions I agreed to before. Yi Chen shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, Principal Hu, but I'd still like to take the big exam. Hu Wanli became anxious. If you take the exam and stand out, All the Wudao across the country will swarm to you like ants to honey. Then Spring City Wudao will have no advantage. Yi Chun, my dear boy, please don't hesitate anymore. I swear Spring City Wudao is your best choice. Hu Wanli earnestly tried to persuade him. However, no matter how much he pleaded, Yi Chun remained unmoved. Just then, Chun Mingwu interjected. The people from the National Security Bureau just called. They said Yi Chun helped capture a spy and planned to commend him as an outstanding youth of Jiangqing. Hu Wanli exclaimed happily. That's great news. It looks like Yi Chun will soon be a well-known figure in Jiangqing. Chun Mingwu sighed. As he continues to shine, he'll gain more opportunities but also face greater risks. I heard from the National Security Bureau that there have been at least 10 cases of genius students disappearing across the country recently. Only Yi Chun managed to escape. The others are still missing. Hu Wanli looked at Yi Chun, remarking, I'm increasingly amazed by how incredibly strong this kid is. Yi Chun then asked Chun Mingwu, does being an outstanding youth come with a cash prize? You money grubber. I didn't realize you were so obsessed with money. Chun Mingwu joked before adding, there is a prize, but it's not much, probably around 100,000 yuan. Yi Chun nodded, thinking, every little bit helps. However, this was partly because Hu Wanli hadn't revealed that he was the one who killed the spy. If that had been known, the prize could have been 10 times higher. He urgently needed money to buy elixirs, as even a single first-grade elixir cost tens of thousands. Without money, he couldn't enhance his vitality. An evil organization from the Neon country had already set its sights on him, so he needed to improve his combat power for self-defense. Moreover, his goal was to take the martial arts exam and aim to become the national champion, which would bring the greatest rewards. To achieve that, he needed to enhance his vitality as much as possible. In short, he needed money, and lots of it. Back in his dormitory, Yi Chun contacted Cheng Siyu again, expressing his intention to purchase more first-grade elixirs. Mr. Yi, didn't you just buy one a few days ago? Why do you need another so soon? Cheng Siyu asked, puzzled. Does that require an explanation? Yi Chun retorted, then added, shall I deliver it to you after work tonight? Sure, but this time I want to buy two, Yi Chun added. Two. Cheng Siyu was clearly taken aback. Yes, as your valued customer, can I get a discount? Yi Chun joked. Mr. Yi, as you know, I took a significant risk to secure the supply, and the cost of the pills is already high, leaving very little profit margin. Can you offer me a discount and give me your lowest price? If it's not suitable, I'll have to look elsewhere. Why are you being so harsh, Mr. Yi? Hearing this, Cheng Siyu was clearly anxious. Spending millions in just a few days indicated a big client, and if he slipped away, it would be a real loss for her. Seeing that Yi Chun wasn't responding, she continued. Mr. Yi Chun, I'm offering you a price of 350,000 per pill, which is nearly 50,000 cheaper than last time. 2 for 700,000. How does that sound? Yi Chun smirked, realizing Cheng Siyu didn't have much sales experience. Her words indicated there was room for negotiation. So, he replied, 2 for 500,000. Mr. Yi, you might as well take my life at this rate. Your bargaining is unreal. This doesn't even cover the cost, Cheng Siyu said helplessly. How about 600,000? I can't go any lower. If that doesn't work, I'll have to explore other options. There was a long silence from the other side. Yi Chun wasn't in a rush and patiently waited for a response. Sure enough, Cheng Siyu's message notification popped up again. All right, Mr. Yi, you win. 2 first-grade blood enhancement pills for 600,000, and I can deliver them tonight. Yi Chun typed back. That's fine, but I can only pay you 500,000 now. Give me a bank account number for the remaining 100,000, and I'll transfer it to you as soon as possible. Cheng Siyu was silent again, but not for long before she replied. Okay, I'll cover the rest for now. As a warrior, Mr. Yi, your future earnings will be substantial, and I trust you won't default on this 100,000. Reading the response, Yi Chun let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to buy on credit, but he only had just over 500,000 left, even having spent his Outstanding Youth Award in advance. Buying one pill at a time would be troublesome and wouldn't save much money. Training in martial arts truly burns through cash. However, Yi Chun knew that high investment leads to high returns. Once he consumed these 2 first-grade pills, his vitality would soar again. That evening, under Cheng Siyu's resentful gaze, Yi Chun collected the pills. In fact, she had even subsidized the cost slightly. She was betting on Yi Chun's future success. If he became famous, her current investment would yield returns hundreds or thousands of times over. Back in his dorm, Yi Chun immediately consumed one of the blood enhancement pills. Having previous experience, he felt no pressure this time. Knowing the pill had potent effects, he didn't sit quietly to meditate, but instead began jogging on the treadmill. 3 days later, he took the second pill. He could clearly feel his vitality had increased significantly, though he wasn't sure by how much exactly. He also wondered if there was a limit to how much his vitality could increase as a prospective warrior. But for now, it seemed he could still continue to enhance it, just not as dramatically as at the beginning. Another day passed. That morning, Yi Chun received a call from Chun Mingwu, instructing him to head to the vitality testing training room immediately. Without asking any questions, Yi Chun dressed and headed downstairs. He was curious to see the current level of his vitality. Yi Chun walked into the testing room and found 3 people inside. Principal, you wanted to see me? Yi Chun stepped forward and noticed Hu Qianli was also there. He couldn't help but ask in surprise. Oh, Principal Hu, haven't you returned to Chunqing yet? Chen Mingwu joked. Exactly, since that day he came back, he's been sticking around here. Our little backwater place can't possibly accommodate someone as important as you. Hu Wanli looked up at the sky with a calm expression. Yi Chun turned his head and saw a stranger, trying hard to identify him. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't make out the man's face or even the style of his clothing. It was as if the entire person was pixelated, giving Yi Chun a sense of intrigue. At this moment, Chen Mingwu introduced. Yi Chun, this is one of the core members of the Dragon Group, codenamed Miss Dragon. The brief introduction made Yi Chun understand the man's identity and piqued his curiosity about this mysterious dragon group, which indeed seemed to hide many talented individuals. While Yi Chun was pondering, Chen Mingwu added, Yi Chun, let's have you test your vitality again on the measuring device. We've replaced it with a new model that can measure up to 300. Haha, this is sponsored by Principal Hu on behalf of Chunqing Martial Arts University. Yi Chun nodded. All right, I'll give it a try. Looking at the brand new measuring device in front of him, Yi Chun was filled with anticipation to see what his current vitality level was. Not only him, but Principal Hu was also full of anticipation. He wanted to see if Yi Chun's vitality could reach 200-something. If it was just over 200, Principal Hu still had a chance to recruit Yi Chun. But if Yi Chun's vitality reached 220, the competition would become extremely fierce, and he would hardly stand a chance, possibly having to return early. At this point, the silent Miss Dragon spoke up. Principal Chun, I have a feeling this young man's talent seems quite average. I didn't sense anything unusual from him. Just as Chen Mingwu was about to argue, Hu Wanli said, Miss Dragon, I advise you not to jump to conclusions too quickly. Someone who can single-handedly kill a third-grade ninja cannot have poor talent. Miss Dragon was immediately intrigued. Then I'll be watching closely. Chen Mingwu also watched Yi Chun step onto the equipment, feeling anxious. No matter how Yi Chun had performed before, an accurate measurement result would be more convincing. Yi Chun confidently stood in place as the machine roared to life, the red light at the top flashing continuously, accompanied by a piercing alarm. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the display window as 4 letters appeared. Full. Holy crap. Even Hu Wanli couldn't help but curse. What on earth is going on? He exclaimed. This is the new equipment I just bought. Chen Mingwu was also stunned by the result, then overjoyed. Such high-tech equipment had undergone multiple tests before leaving the factory, making it impossible for it to malfunction. This left only one conclusion. Yi Chun's vitality had exceeded the measuring limit of this new equipment, surpassing 300. Unbelievable. Yi Chun stepped down from the equipment, glanced at the letters on the screen, and said with dissatisfaction, Principal, can't you get a device with a higher measurement limit? Chen Mingwu and Hu Wanli exchanged bewildered looks. What are you talking about? This type of equipment is more than sufficient for freshmen at university. It's you who's abnormal. Hu Wanli interjected excitedly, then turned to Principal Chen. I'll report back to the organization immediately, requesting approval for Yi Chun to join the Dragon Group. You deserve at least 10 merit points for recommending such talent. With that, Wulong's body seemed to dissolve into a mist, dispersing instantly. After Wulong left, Hu Wanli grabbed Chen Mingwu's hand, pleading tearfully, Old Chun, for the sake of our years of friendship, you must persuade Yi Chun to come to Spring City Wuda. Initially, he thought if Yi Chun's vitality was too high, he would give up, but seeing such an extraordinary result, he couldn't resist. In the history of Dxiao, or even the world, he had never heard of a high school student with vitality over 300. They say proximity to water ensures first access to the moon. If someone else took him, he would regret it for life. Chen Mingwu withdrew his hand disdainfully, saying coldly, Your second-rate Wuda can't possibly contain a true dragon like Yi Chun. What are you thinking? I'll be grooming him as my successor. Hu Wanli confidently declared. Once I retire, he'll be the principal of Spring City Wuda. Chen Mingwu smiled slightly, with a hint of mockery. Telling me is useless, you should talk to him yourself. Making this old guy lose face felt immensely satisfying, finally releasing the frustration he'd been holding in. Yi Chun, don't go. Hey, don't go. I have something to tell you. But Yi Chun paid no attention, turning to Chen Mingwu, saying, Principal, I'll go back to training now. With that, he left without looking back. The medicinal power within him still lingered, and he needed to absorb it quickly. By then, his vitality would surely increase again. He wanted to see just how high his vitality could rise. Meanwhile, outside, with Yi Chun's interview broadcasted and the Ministry of National Security announcing him as the city's outstanding youth, his reputation was soaring. Everyone was curious about this sudden dark horse, with many influencers and online celebrities crowding the school gates, live streaming to catch a glimpse of Yi Chun. Some even attempted to climb over the fence, streaming live as they rushed into the campus, hoping to find Yi Chun and get first-hand information. Instead, they were beaten black and blue by dorm manager Old Lee and a few security guards and thrown out of the school. Everyone soon realized this was a martial arts high school, not a liberal arts one. If you caused trouble, they would indeed beat you. Yi Chun was unaware of all this, as he was deeply immersed in training. His body seemed to have endless energy, his appetite increased dramatically, even startling the cafeteria ladies. Possibly due to Principal Chun Mingwu's arrangements, Yi Chun now had his meals separately, with high-quality meats and vegetables, unlimited and completely free. Through a regimen of nutritional and medicinal supplements, combined with his own training, Yi Chun felt his energy and vitality had reached their peak. This extraordinary sensation made him acutely aware that he had hit his limit, and the only way to further improve was to advance to the next level. At this point, there was only 1 week left until the National Martial Arts exam. On this day, Yi Chun received another call from Chen Mingwu. Chen informed him that the National Security Office had almost completed their investigation into his kidnapping, revealing it was orchestrated by the dark organization of the Neon Flame Ninja lineage. Anger surged within Yi Chun. He understood that unless he eradicated the evil forces of Neon, he would never find peace. He resolved to be ruthless, determined to strike fear into these villains by taking them down one by one. Suddenly, a question came to Yi Chun's mind, and he asked, "Principal Chun, how did Neon spies find out my home address?" Chen Mingwu sighed. "We're investigating. At present, there are 2 possibilities, the television station or the school." Yi Chun remained silent, realizing that these were the only channels through which his basic information could have been accessed. He understood that some people might even betray their own family for personal gain. Chen Mingwu continued, "What happened before is beyond control, but your recent test results are known only to me, Hu Wanli, and Fog Dragon from the Dragon Group. They are all trustworthy, so you can rest assured." Yi Chun nodded, understanding his implication. Yi Chun knew that the value of a first-grade martial technique was at least several hundred thousand, yet it was rare to find one for sale. He was surprised by Principal Hu's generosity in gifting him a martial arts manual. Privately printing and trading such manuals is a serious crime, with a minimum sentence of 10 years if caught. Only martial universities, the military, and a few martial arts schools have legitimate copies. Therefore, ordinary people have only 3 paths to learn. Those with talent can attend martial universities, the resilient can join the military, and those left without options can apprentice at a martial arts school. At that moment, Yi Chun heard a long-awaited notification in his mind. Ding! Detected martial technique, explosive arrow. Would you like to learn it now? He instinctively replied, "Learn." Instantly, the manual transformed into a stream of golden light and merged into his body. He immediately felt he had grasped the basics of the explosive arrow, channeling power into the arrow, which explodes upon hitting a target, with the power depending on the amount of energy infused. On the system panel, Yi Chun saw the description of the explosive arrow, level 1, capable of shooting explosive arrows with power calculated as skill level strength 120, with the explosion's range proportional to its power. After reading the description, he confirmed it was an AoE damage skill, which perfectly compensated for his weakness. When he looked up again, Hu Wanli's figure had disappeared. Yi Chun shook his head with a wry smile, thinking, when someone gives you something, you owe them a favor. Having learned this martial technique, he felt indebted to Principal Hu, a debt he intended to repay in the future. Yi Chun went to the cafeteria, and just as he sat down to eat after getting his meal, he noticed a shadowy figure sitting across from him. It was Yin Qingyi, Director Yin. Yi Chun frowned slightly, but still greeted politely. "Hello, Director Yin." Yin Qingyi nodded with a smile, pointing at the mountain of food in front of Yi Chun, and asked, "Got so much, can you finish it?" Yi Chun replied indifferently, "I won't waste it." With that, he started eating. Having a good appetite means your vitality is increasing. Yin Qingyi smiled again and continued. "The teacher is here to talk about the same topic, hoping you'll return to Team 012. Yi Chun said, "Thank you for your concern, Director Yin, but I don't want to change teams." Yin Qingyi said, "I think you should change teams. Your current teammates are holding you back. Joining Team 012 with Hao Jian to form a dual shooter lineup will surely help you achieve great results in the exams." Yi Chun shook his head slightly and continued eating in silence. Yin Qingyi's eyes flashed with a hint of malice, and his tone turned cold. "Yi Chun, to be frank, you can choose to change teams or not, but you will change." Yi Chun raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "What if I insist on not changing?" Yin Qingyi's smile returned, but it carried a sinister undertone. "Yi Chun, even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about your parents, right?" Yi Chun's family background wasn't prominent. His father worked at a raw material supply company for pharmaceutical factories, while his mother was a clerk at the Municipal Affairs Center. As a child, he was oblivious to the harsh realities of society, only concerned about securing a stable future. However, when Yin Qingyi appeared before him, Yi Chun realized the extent of the man's influence, which extended into pharmaceutical factories and government departments. I can support my parents in the future, so they won't need to work anymore, Chen said calmly. Yan Qingyi's smile grew colder. If, one day, your father accidentally consumes poisonous herbs at work, or your mother gets hit by a truck on her way home, you would understand, right? These words caused Chen's pupils to contract, and a chill ran through his heart. He realized that the person sitting before him was not a teacher, but a devil. Despite the murderous intent brewing inside him, he didn't show it, and instead appeared fearful. Director Yan, what you're doing is illegal. Yan Qingyi seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world and laughed. Illegal? What law have I broken? I'm just speaking hypothetically. Besides, he sneered, even if I did break the law, what could be done to me? Laws are for ordinary people, not for someone like me, a fifth-grade martial artist. As an ordinary person before, you probably hadn't heard of the two big bosses of Jiangcheng, the Yin family and the Hao family, but now, you qualify to know. Chen nodded, understanding that he had already encroached on the other's interests. Yan Qingyi patted his face and said amiably, smart boy, I'm growing fonder of you. You have only two choices. Either kneel and serve my two families like a dog, or let your entire family disappear. Chen, panicked, nodded. All right, Director Yan, I understand. That's the spirit. Yan Qingyi nodded with satisfaction. Report to Team 012 the day after tomorrow. You're replacing Zhao Gang. What about Zhao Gang? Chen asked. The big exam is coming up, and normally, you can't change team members, Yan Qingyi sighed. Zhao Gang's leg will soon be broken, and he won't be able to participate in this year's exam. According to emergency measures, in such cases, a new member can be added to the team, provided the new member agrees. What about my current team? Chen's heart sank. Yan Qingyi sneered. That's not my concern. Adapt or perish, survival of the fittest hat's the natural law and part of the martial exam. Chen's face turned ashen, and he replied despondently, all right, I understand. Satisfied, Yan Qingyi stood up, slowly approached Chen, and patted his shoulder. Chen, don't disappoint me in the big exam. I expect a stellar performance from you so that my nephew, Hao Jian, can secure the top spot in the province. With that, he chuckled and left. Behind him, Chen sat calmly in his chair, holding his chopsticks, with a barely noticeable cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Director Yan, rest assured, I will perform well. My performance will surely be unforgettable for you. 2 days later, it was the day before the big exam, the final practice for the team. In 2 days, it would be the annual National Martial Arts exam. Chen walked onto the field, where a crowd had already gathered, with most people standing in their squad formations. Initially, he instinctively headed towards Squad 326, but then realized he should be going to Squad 012. Yesterday, Yan Qingyi had informed him that everything was arranged, and he should report directly to Squad 012 the next day. When he arrived at the gathering point for Squad 012, for people were already waiting: Cheng Yuyu, Hao Jian, Li Nan, and Lu Che. Although they were familiar faces, Chen felt a sense of strangeness and aversion towards them. The four also noticed Chen. Cheng Yuyu's eyes were filled with resentment, clearly still holding a grudge for the slap Chen had given her in public. Li Nan and Lu Che had complicated expressions, having previously mocked Chen when he left the team, unsure how to face him now that they were teammates again. In contrast, Hao Jian appeared as usual, with a cheerful expression, warmly greeting, "Welcome back, our old friend and new teammate." As he spoke, he led an exaggerated round of applause. Li Nan and Lu Che joined in, though their faces showed discomfort. Hao Jian put his arm around Chen's shoulder, saying enthusiastically, "Chen, give us a smile. Isn't it great to be back with old teammates and away from those lousy ones?" Chen looked at him, smiled calmly, and asked, "Hao Jian, you seem really happy." Hao Jian was taken aback, but then provocatively retorted, "Shouldn't I be happy? With you as a strong ally, my provincial champion title is practically guaranteed." He turned to Li Nan and Lu Che, asking, "Isn't that right?" Li Nan and Lu Che quickly agreed. Yes, Hao Gu is right. We'll do our best to support Hao Gu in winning the provincial champion. Hao Jian nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Once it's done, each of you will get a bonus of 50,000, and Chen, you'll get 100,000. How about that? Hao Gu is generous, right? Li Nan and Lu Che exchanged wry smiles. Despite their dissatisfaction, they nodded repeatedly. Every year, repeat students who assist in exams can earn at least 50,000 if they help their employer rank in the top 1,000 in the province. Yet, the reward for helping Hao Jian aim for the provincial champion was so meager, it felt like exploitation. However, they dared not protest, as Director Yan had already talked to them, and refusal might lead to consequences worse than those faced by Zhao Gang, which was not just about a broken leg. Chen neither agreed nor disagreed, saying lightly, "Hao Gu, I don't think we need to practice together anymore. See you on the exam morning." Hao Jian laughed heartily. "I think so too. With such a strong team, having you and me as top shooters, the exam will be a breeze." Chen nodded and prepared to leave. As he turned, he saw four familiar figures watching him from a distance: Zhao Zhuang, Yao Wen, and the Chen sisters. Yao Wen gave an awkward smile and said, "Boss, if you're leaving, you should have given us a heads up so the brothers could be prepared." Zhao Zhuang glared at him and said sternly, "Chen has his reasons. Don't make things difficult for him." Usually chatty like a sparrow, Chen Bing was unusually quiet. Even when her sister, Chen Shui, tugged at her, she deliberately avoided looking at Yi Chun, her lips pouting as if they could hang a bottle, while tears welled up in her eyes, dampening her long eyelashes. Before Yi Chun could speak, a haughty voice came from behind. Hao Jian, am just giving you a heads up about the teammates I want. Who do you think you are?" Seeing him, Zhao Zhuang said in a low voice, "Hao Jian, don't go too far." Hao Jian laughed arrogantly, spreading his arms wide. "So what if I'm going too far? What are you going to do about it?" Yao Wen, standing nearby, raised his hand to charge forward, but Zhao Zhuang held him back firmly. "Wenzi, calm down. Don't you want to take the big exam?" Zhao Zhuang knew that if Yao Wen acted now, Director Yin would surely make a big deal out of it and cancel their exam eligibility. Yao Wen, seething with anger, said, "He took our leader right before the exam. How can we take the exam without him?" Zhao Zhuang insisted, "We can't resort to violence." Hao Jian's backing was formidable, something ordinary students like them couldn't contend with. If they acted today, Director Yin and Hao Jian could find countless ways to torment them. Just then, Cheng Yu stepped forward, provocatively eyeing Chen Bing. She still remembered how Chen Bing had humiliated her after the last exam. "Chen Bing, my dear, isn't it funny how the tables turn? Your dear Yi Chun is with me now. You never know who the real winner is until the end, and you celebrated too soon." With a disdainful glance at the devastated Chen Bing, she left with Hao Jian and the others, like a victor. Yi Chun lingered at the back, quietly saying to the disheartened four, "Practice well these next 2 days. Wait for my word." With that, he walked away without looking back. Watching his retreating figure, the four felt a storm of emotions. What did their leader mean by that? Yao Wen, unable to contain his excitement, asked, "Does this mean our leader?" Zhao Zhuang signaled him to keep quiet, as there were many people around. The other three immediately fell silent, but couldn't hide their joy. They knew Yi Chen had a plan, but couldn't guess what it was. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and today was the day of the martial arts exam, a day that would determine the fate of the candidates. 3 years of effort, success, and failure would all culminate at this moment. The 4 members of Team 326 arrived early at the field. As they passed by, nearly every student cast a glance their way, eyes filled with confusion, disdain, mockery, and schadenfreude. The news of Yi Chun being reassigned had spread like wildfire among the students. Once clinging to a strong leader, the 4 now struggled to form a complete team for the exam. The 4 were filled with anxiety, and the constant ridicule and sneering from those around them only added to the pressure. Just as they were feeling uneasy, a familiar voice called out from behind them, "Sorry, I'm late." "Chen Gu, boss, brother Yi Chun." Zhao Zhuang and the others shouted excitedly. Even the usually shy Chen Shui was visibly moved, her chest heaving with emotion. Yi Chun approached them with a smile, playfully flicked Chen Bing's nose, and asked, "Weren't you the one who said you wouldn't talk to me?" Chen Bing pouted and then shyly hid in her sister's embrace. Yao Wen quickly asked, "Boss, why are you back? Weren't you with Team 012? Yi Chun replied calmly, "My legs are my own. I can go wherever I want." Zhao Zhuang expressed his concern. "Chen Gu, I know you can't let us go, but by coming back, you've completely offended Hao Jian and Director Yin. We can't fight them." Yao Wen nodded vigorously, tears welling up in his eyes. "Boss, just knowing you care is enough for us. It proves I didn't misjudge you, that you were worthy of being called our leader. But, boss, you should leave. You've worked hard to turn things around, and there's no need to clash with them now." At this moment, Chen Bing emerged from her sister's embrace and threw herself into Yi Chen's arms, clutching his waist tightly, her head buried in his chest. "Brother Yi Chen, you should go. I was wrong to blame you." Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. "You all are so naive. I didn't join them out of fear, but because I had my own plan." "What?" Zhao Zhuang and the others were stunned. Ignoring their expressions, Yi Chen continued, "They dared to threaten me and my family, so I must retaliate." Zhao Zhuang worriedly said, "But Chen Gu, if you do this, Director Yin will definitely hold a grudge, and his powerful connections won't let you off easily." Yi Chen smiled. "Even if they were willing to let me go, I have no intention of letting them off. I want everyone to know that anyone who crosses me, Yi Chen, will face consequences." His gentle smile sent a chill down their spines. They suddenly realized that the once innocent boy had matured, revealing his cunning and strategies. Chen Bing looked up and asked seriously, "Brother Yi Chen, do you need my help?" "I can't." Before she could finish, Yi Chen shook his head. He sensed that the Chun sisters' family background was not as simple as it seemed, but he didn't want them involved. "Don't say anything. Don't ask anything. Just focus on your exams. I've got everything else covered." Reassured by Yi Chen's confident tone, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Chen Bing and her sister exchanged glances and decided not to press further. The sisters understood each other and chose to wait and see. If Yin Xingyi and Hao Jian dared to harm brother Yi Chun, they would ensure there was a price to pay, even if it meant breaking family rules. Just then, Hao Jian, accompanied by Cheng Yuyu and others, stormed over, drawing the attention of nearby students. Yi Chun, how dare you mess with me? Hao Jian glared at Yi Chun, seething with rage, wishing he could devour him. He had just learned from teacher He that Yi Chun had returned to Team 326, leaving them short a member. Hao Jian and Cheng Yuyu were dumbfounded. With the major exam imminent and the bus arriving soon, where could they possibly find a replacement now? Yeah, I messed with you. What are you going to do about it? Beat me up? Yi Chun approached his opponent, staring provocatively at Hao Jian, clearly trying to force him to make a move so he could justifiably prevent him from taking the major exam. However, Hao Jian was no fool and remained calm at the critical moment. He quickly called his uncle, Yin Xingyi, and explained the situation in detail. Soon, Yin Xingyi arrived with a menacing aura, his eyes filled with malice and threat. Despite the pressure from a fifth-level warrior, Yi Chun appeared composed and unruffled. Director Yin, I apologize, but despite your repeated coercion, I've thought it over and still believe Team 326 suits me better, so I don't plan to switch teams, Yi Chun said calmly. Yi Chun, you're courting death. Director Yin spat through gritted teeth. Oh really? I'm standing right here, try to kill me. I'd like to see just how powerful a fifth-level warrior is. Yi Chun's provocation infuriated Director Yin, but he realized that the most important thing now was to persuade Yi Chun to join Team 012 for the exam. Since Yi Chun wouldn't respond to threats, he had to try a softer approach. Yin Xingyi's expression softened as he said kindly, Yi Chun, if you join Team 012 for the exam, I, Yin Xingyi, along with the Yin and Hao families, will not treat you poorly. After the exam, I'll personally hand you 5 million in cash. What do you think? Yi Chun shook his head slightly. I'm not interested in money. This wasn't an empty statement. The more he trained, the more he understood that money wasn't the most important thing. Resources for cultivation were key. The more advanced the resources, the rarer they were, and they couldn't simply be bought with money. Only by becoming stronger and fighting for them could one truly follow the path of martial arts. Hearing this, Yin Xingyi gritted his teeth and added, but on the exam roster, you're listed under Team 012, which I personally changed 2 days ago, and it can't be changed now. If you insist on following Team 326 as the Director of Education, I can only cancel your exam qualification. As soon as he finished speaking, a deliberately loud voice interjected, who said his exam roster lists him under Team 012. Everyone turned to see Director Wang swaggering over. Wang Changji. Yin Xingyi glared at him, realizing it was him backing Yi Chun. Director Wang sauntered up, saying coldly, What, not allowed? I told you before, don't mess with my students. You sure know how to ignore my warnings. I'll be straight with you. After you changed the roster, I changed it back. Yi Chun is still with Team 326. Then, as if he remembered something, he added, Oh, didn't I say that from now on, whenever you see me, you should call me Dad. Or else I'll hit you every time I see you. Now, call me Dad for everyone to hear. Yin Xingyi trembled with anger. Wang Changji, don't push it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Before he could finish, Wang Changji raised his hand and slapped him hard. Yin Xingyi staggered, a red, swollen handprint appearing on his left cheek. The sudden blow left the surrounding students stunned, and Yin Xingyi's dignity was shattered, his eyes blazing with fury. He removed his crooked glasses, put them in his pocket, and dropped all pretenses. Without saying a word, Yin Xingyi scanned the crowd, then turned and walked toward the school gate. Hao Jian anxiously watched Yin Xingyi's back and couldn't help but shout, Uncle, Uncle. However, Wang Changji reprimanded him. Why are you shouting? What good can you learn from him? This mess is all you're doing, so prepare to repeat the year. Cheng Yuyu, Li Nan, and Lu Che also looked worried, turning to Hao Jian. Brother Hao, what do we do now? Hao Jian thought for a moment, knowing that Yin Xingyi would not sit idly by and that there would be significant actions to follow. The Yin and Hao families were not to be trifled with. So he told the three, Stay calm, the real show is just beginning. Shortly after, buses specifically arranged for the occasion arrived one after another, picking up the candidates and heading to the examination venue. The exam was held at a special site in the city center, a unique realm established by the powerful individuals of Xia, specifically for the martial arts entrance exams. Although it appeared to be a matchbox-sized black hole from the outside, it was actually vast inside, capable of accommodating all the city's candidates at once. Depending on the candidates' choices, the realm would generate different numbers and strengths of monsters, with the final rankings determined by the total score of each team's kills. The same standards were applied to martial arts exams across the province and the country, making it easy to calculate rankings once the exams concluded. At this time, the area around the exam site was already packed with people. Every year, Tens of thousands of spectators gathered to watch the martial arts entrance exams, including both students' parents and those who came just for the excitement. After all, among these young individuals, someone would definitely rise to become a pillar of Xia in the future. Some people enjoyed making predictions, showing off their foresight. When Yi Chen got off the bus, the crowd immediately stirred. Look, isn't that Yi Chen? The dark horse from Songjiang No. 1 High School who assisted the National Security Office in capturing a spy from Neon. I saw him on TV a few days ago, someone said excitedly. Wow, seeing him in person. Maybe our Jiang City will produce a provincial top scorer this year. Another person quickly countered. Come on, kids from our small city don't have the foundation those from big cities do. Wu Xing from Bin City, Gan Hongwei from Spring City. Their vitality has already surpassed 200. And Nye Lei from Yang City is even more formidable, with rumors that his vitality exceeds 220, making him a strong contender for the national top scorer. We don't stand a chance. The surrounding people perked up their ears, listening to this knowledgeable person's analysis, and looked at him with admiration, feeling he was truly well-informed. In the stands, the 4 principals of Jiang City's martial arts high schools were gathered together. This time of year was always when they prepared to compete, each hoping their school's candidates would outperform the others. Old Chen, I heard your school has an impressive student this year, one principal said. I heard too. That Yi Chen, he's quite the dark horse. I wonder if he can continue to surprise us in this exam. Chen Mingwu scoffed. A student trained by me, Chen Mingwu, won't be a failure. This year, our provincial top scorer will be him. Just wait and see. Su Jiangwo, the principal of the city's experimental martial arts high school, who had been silent until now, interjected, Old Chen, don't be too sure of yourself. Every year you say your school will produce the provincial top scorer, but every year you're at the bottom among us 4. If you're at the bottom again this year, your position as principal might be at risk. Chen Mingwu glanced sideways at Su Jiangwo and sneered. Old Su, are you afraid I'll steal your thunder? How about a bet? What do we wager? 5 million, do you dare? Su Jiangwo chuckled. I thought it was something big, just money? I'm in. But let me make it clear, no backing out. When I say something, I mean it. Just take care of yourself. With that, Chen Mingwu turned to the 2 people beside him. You 2 can be witnesses. Su Jiangwo shook his head slightly. Money means nothing to us 6th grade warriors. It's just for buying mundane things. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already lined up with his classmates, ready to enter the secret realm one by one. The secret realm is entered in teams, with each team assigned to different examination sites, similar to dungeons in some games. Each team's kill points will be uploaded to the system by the secret realm's energy after the assessment. Yi Chen and his classmates were well aware of these rules. However, just as the exam was about to begin, a convoy of luxury cars drove into the examination venue. The license plate of the leading car boldly displayed 00001. Those in the know immediately realized it was the City Lord's car. The car stopped, and a middle-aged man with an authoritative presence stepped out. It was City Lord Zheng Yuan. Secretary Yu Fu approached the main examiner, who was about to lead the students in, and said, the exam is paused. The City Lord received a report from the public claiming malpractice in this exam, and he's here to investigate. The entire venue fell silent at these words. Everyone speculated about who was involved in the malpractice. Secretary Yu directly called out, who is Wang Changji, the head teacher of Songjiang No. 1 High School. Wang Changji stepped forward from the crowd and said, I am. Without another word, Yu Fu gave an order, and the special action team from the National Security Office surrounded Wang Changji. As tensions were about to escalate, a voice called out from afar, hold on. Everyone turned to see. It was Principal Chen Mingwu of Songjiang No. 1 High School. Chen Mingwu angrily said, who gave you the guts to arrest my people? Just as he finished speaking, City Lord Zheng Yuan spoke with authority. I did. So what? Chen Mingwu squinted slightly, knowing this was a deliberate provocation. However, since the other party was his superior, he suppressed his anger for the moment and asked, may I ask, City Lord, what crime has Wang Changji committed that warrants his immediate arrest? Zheng Yuan replied, there's a report that Wang Changji abused his power and altered team data before the exam. Shouldn't he be arrested for that? Chen Mingwu chuckled after hearing this. I thought it was something serious. I instructed Wang Changji to modify the data. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest me. Zheng Yuan was taken aback and instinctively looked at a car behind him. Chen Mingwu sneered. That's right, it was me. As the head of the school, I have the authority to modify team information, don't I? Secretary Yu interjected. Provincial regulations state that team information cannot be altered 3 days before the exam. Principal Chen, you should know that. Chen Mingwu retorted sharply. Of course I know. But I changed the information because one of our head teachers was abusing power, forcing a student to switch teams. I was merely restoring the data to prevent his success. The one guilty of malpractice isn't Wang Changji, but Yan Qingyi. He then glared at the black sedan behind Zheng Yuan's vehicle and shouted, are you not going to come out and face me? You traitorous dog. Yan Qingyi reluctantly stepped out of the car and stood beside Zheng Yuan, protesting. They're lying. It's Chun Mingwu and Wang Changji who are suppressing me, controlling the school to eliminate me as an outsider, twisting the truth, and falsely accusing me. I asked the city lord to judge fairly. Zheng Yuan, hearing this, looked at Chun Mingwu and said, in that case, I'll have to take you in for a thorough investigation. Chun Mingwu shouted, you dare. Let's see who has the guts to touch me. Zheng Yuan smirked. Chen Mingwu, I advise you to cooperate. You're a 6th grade warrior, and I'm already halfway into the 7th grade. You're no match for me, so surrender willingly to avoid suffering. Chen Mingwu laughed heartily. I fought my way in and out 7 times in the Demon Lair's army of 100,000, and you think I'm afraid of you, you dog? At that moment, just as Zheng Yuan was about to strike in anger, a cold voice came from above. Zheng Yuan, you dare move against my old comrade? You're underestimating me. Hu Wanli, aren't you? Hu Wanli, what are you doing here? Zheng Yuan was shocked. Standing before him was Hu Wanli, not only the principal of Spring City Wuda, but also a formidable 7th grade fighter, making Zheng Yuan wary. Hu Wanli, however, ignored Zheng Yuan's question and coldly remarked, Changzhu Zheng, you wield your authority with quite the arrogance. You're ready to arrest a 6th grade fighter without hesitation. What benefits has Yan Qingyi offered you to make you ignore the facts and turn black into white? Hu Wanli, stop making baseless accusations. Zheng Yuan's face darkened as he angrily retorted to the crowd of thousands gathered around. As the city lord, I am enforcing the law impartially. I won't let a bad person go, nor will I wrongfully accuse a good one. If, after investigation, Chun Mingwu and Wang Changji are found innocent, I will naturally release them. He continued to question, why not bring Yan Qingyi, who is also a suspect, for questioning? Why only arrest these two? Hu Wanli smirked coldly and replied defiantly, Zheng Yuan, don't be so overconfident. As the lord of this city, you should know how to handle cases without interference. Zheng Yuan, feeling embarrassed and angry, snorted. If you know what's best for you, leave immediately. If you continue to meddle, I will report you to the provincial lord for overstepping your bounds. If that's the case, I will certainly intervene in this matter today. Hu Wanli stepped forward into the center of the field, releasing a powerful aura that forced the National Security Bureau's team members back several meters. The onlookers exchanged glances. The pressure of a 7th grade fighter was indeed terrifying, capable of suppressing everyone with just his presence, as if he alone could dominate the entire city. Zheng Yuan hadn't anticipated Hu Wanli's stubbornness, leaving him momentarily indecisive, his gaze inadvertently turning to Yan Qingyi. At that moment, Yan Qingyi spotted Yi Chun in the crowd, his eyes filled with venom. He understood that the mastermind behind today's situation was this young man. He never expected Yi Chun to be so cunning, quietly setting such an elaborate trap. Yan Qingyi thought to himself that Yi Chen's influence was so strong that even a 7th grade fighter was willing to stand up for him. If allowed to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Today, it must be a fight to the death. With this in mind, Yan Qingyi said to Zheng Yuan, Sir, our family head has promised that once this is over, we will fully supply the elixirs you need for training before reaching the 7th grade. Furthermore, he whispered into Zheng Yuan's ear, Captain Matsushita of the Neon Dark Division asked me to tell you that if you assist the Neon Dark Division ninjas in capturing all the geniuses present today, they will provide you with a 7th grade barrier-breaking pill to help you reach the 7th grade. A barrier-breaking pill. Zheng Yuan was visibly shaken. He was currently stuck at a bottleneck, and with the help of a 7th grade barrier-breaking pill, he would undoubtedly break through and become one of the top figures in Daxia. With this thought, he glanced at Yan Qingyi and nodded slightly. Yan Qingyi was overjoyed and immediately whistled, prompting dozens of black-clad warriors to emerge from several nearby vehicles. Their faces were covered with black cloth, and they wielded katanas that glistened menacingly in the sunlight. Neon ninjas. The crowd was instantly shocked, and panic ensued. No one expected a group of neon ninjas to infiltrate the city center on such a significant day. The 3 school principals who were initially in the stands now stood beside Chen Mingwu, fully alert and ready to act at any moment. Chen Mingwu narrowed his eyes, glaring at City Lord Zheng Yuan, and coldly said, You have some nerve, colluding with the Neon Dark Division. This is a capital offense. Zheng Yuan responded with a cold sneer. If I kill all of you here today, no one will ever find out. Among the ninjas in black, the leader arrogantly laughed, pulling down his mask to reveal an unpleasant face. He proudly declared, As they say, recognizing the times makes one a wise person. If you sincerely join our great Neon Empire now, I welcome you at any time. If you hesitate even for a moment, my ninjas and I have blades that show no mercy. Hearing this, Chun Mingwu laughed heartily and declared, There are plenty of traitors in our Daxia, but there are even more people with integrity, principles, and spirit. How can you compare to the vile invaders who switch allegiances like dogs? His words resonated with those around him, and the crowd shouted in unison, Destroy the neon invaders, and uphold the glory of Xia. In an instant, tens of thousands of voices echoed through the sky. Captain Matsushita, enraged, raised his sword and commanded, "Kill them all, leave no one alive." Hu Wanli stepped forward, his aura as a 7th-grade expert instantly unfurling. He coldly declared, "A mere few 6th-grade ninjas and a bunch of 4th or 5th-grade underlings think they can cause chaos on our Xia soil. You're overestimating yourselves." Captain Matsushita sneered, mocking, "Do you think our neon ninjas are as foolish as your Xia pigs? Without the assurance of victory, I would never act so rashly." With that, he and 2 other ninjas behind him swallowed a small red pill. Hu Wanli was taken aback and asked, "Demon Ghost Ration Pill? What is the Demon Ghost Ration Pill?" "It's an evil concoction made by these twisted neon people, derived from substances extracted from corpses, mixed with various potent drugs, and blended with nuclear wastewater. After consumption, it greatly enhances one's potential, allowing them to surpass their limits temporarily." Captain Matsushita replied with a sinister smile. "It seems you know a lot about our Neon's high-tech martial arts products. This pill has severe side effects. At best, it cripples. At worst, it causes instant death. Is it really worth it? Heh. As long as we can capture the talented individuals behind you and take them back to our country, the sacrifice of the 3 of us will be worth it. The entire Neon Nation will recognize us as heroes," Captain Matsushita said disdainfully. "Taking pride in occupying others' nests and harming neighboring countries. Your Neon is beyond saving. The victor becomes the king, and the defeated become bandits. Now that we have 3 7th-grade fighters here, if you don't want to die, surrender immediately," Captain Matsushita said coldly. Hu Wanli, undaunted, responded, "I fear the ancestors of Xia would point fingers at me. If that's the case, then let it be death." Captain Matsushita roared, his body enveloped in a blood-red mist. The samurai sword in his hand emitted a blood-red glow, slashing down towards Hu Wanli's head. At the same time, the 2 ninjas who had taken the Demon Ghost Ration Pill attacked Hu Wanli from both sides. For the first time, Hu Wanli showed a serious expression. As his body's spiritual power surged, a phantom long sword slowly rose above his head. He grasped the ethereal sword with his hand and clashed heavily with the 3 ghostly blades. As the fierce battle raged on, other ninjas, along with Zheng Yuan, Yin Qingyi, and others, suddenly launched their attack, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the warriors of Xia. Taking advantage of their numbers, the neon ninjas began to turn their blades against the surrounding civilians, causing them to flee in all directions. Captain Matsushita let out a cold laugh, forming seals with his hands as a dark aura surged from his body. Upon closer inspection, one could see countless tormented souls trapped within. With a low roar of darkness descends, the bright noonday sky suddenly turned dark, and the wind carried the sound of wailing spirits. No matter how the crowd tried to escape, they couldn't break free from the confines of this area, and the timid ones were reduced to tears. What was supposed to be a spectacle had turned into a fight for survival. Captain Matsushita, with a ferocious expression, shouted, "Kill them all, slaughter these Xia pigs. Tonight, I will drink their blood." The ninjas, spurred by his words, became even more brutal, their bloodthirsty nature fully unleashed. Yin Qingyi, becoming more arrogant, shouted harshly at Yi Chun, "You little brat, this is what you get for crossing me." However, just as Captain Matsushita and Yin Qingyi were reveling in their triumph, a thick fog began to envelop the previously dark sky. The mist grew denser, to the point where no one could see their hand in front of their face. Within this fog, a figure seemed unaffected, moving like a dragon towards Matsushita. With a swift touch, the figure retreated, and Matsushita's head was suddenly severed, blood gushing from his neck and splattering onto many faces around. Thud! Thud! 2 more dull thuds followed as 2 more blood columns shot into the sky. At that moment, the mist began to dissipate, and the darkness lifted. The crowd could clearly see that Captain Matsushita, who had been attacking Hu Wanli, along with 2 subordinates who had consumed military ration pills, had all become headless corpses. The bodies hit the ground heavily, sending a shiver through everyone present. The once bloodthirsty ninjas were now filled with despair. The bustling square fell into a deafening silence. Suspended in midair, a figure shrouded in mist announced in a voice that echoed across the land, "Dragon Group on duty, bystanders clear the area." The Dragon Group, it's actually the Dragon Group. The remaining neon ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear. The reputation of the Dragon Group from Great Xia hung over them like a sword, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Those usually arrogant ninjas now seemed like mice facing their natural enemy, with even their courage to resist completely vanished. With a clattering sound, the neon ninjas fell to their knees, raising their samurai swords in a gesture of surrender. At that moment, a figure darted away like a frightened rabbit, desperately trying to escape. "Zheng Changzhu, isn't it a bit too late to run now?" Wu Long sneered, releasing a stream of mist from his fingertips. The mist transformed into a fierce dragon shape in midair, instantly binding Zheng Yuan tightly. Let me go? Let me go? I am the Lord of Great Xia. You have no right to bind me. Zheng Yuan screamed hysterically, his voice filled with fear and unwillingness. Wulong's voice turned icy cold. Say one more useless word, and I will execute you immediately. Zheng Yuan immediately fell silent, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. He knew very well that Wulong meant what he said. Even a small city lord like him, or even a provincial lord, could be executed first and reported later by the dragon group. At this moment, the sound of orderly footsteps came from afar. A large contingent of city defense troops surged in like a tide, sealing off the area completely. The crowd was once again in chaos, unsure what this sudden change meant. Wulong stood silently in midair, seemingly indifferent to these ant-like existences. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Vice City Lord of Jiangcheng, Lu Jian, pays respects to Lord Wulong. A neatly dressed, middle-aged man stepped out from the city defense troops, clasping his hands in salute towards Wulong in the air. Wulong said calmly, Lu Jian, you arrived just in time. Before Chen Mingwu could speak, Lu Jian continued to explain. Upon hearing of the anomaly at the examination site, I immediately gathered the city defense troops outside the city to come to the rescue. Fortunately, with Lord Wulong's assistance, the students and citizens of Jiangcheng did not suffer significant casualties. Wulong directly asked, Lu Jian, how do you plan to handle this now? Lu Jian replied seriously, the city lord colluded with foreign enemies and accepted bribes. The evidence is conclusive. He will be immediately apprehended and sent to the provincial city for trial. The Yen and Hao families are in cahoots, posing as pharmaceutical merchants, but actually a criminal force, controlling the elixir market and manipulating martial arts exam scores, recruiting idle martial artists from society, guilty of serious crimes. I have already dispatched forces to both families, and they should have already captured all key personnel. As he spoke, Lu Jian's gaze suddenly fell on Yan Qingyi, whose face was ashen not far away, and he sneered. Oh, there's one more here. He gestured to the surrounding city defense troops. Take him down. Several elite city defense members pounced like wolves, pinning Yan Qingyi to the ground and tying him up tightly. Yan Qingyi stared intently at the silently standing young figure not far away, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. The young man was also looking at him, his expression indescribably indifferent. Yi Chun, Yan Qingyi murmured, as if soulless, being escorted onto a truck. He had never imagined that one day he would fall at the hands of a young man, taking his entire family down with him. Uncle! Uncle! Hao Jian cried out, rushing forward in an attempt to grab Yan Qingyi, only to be kicked away unceremoniously by a city defense troop member, leaving him curled up on the ground like a shrimp in pain. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuyu, Li Nan, and Lu Che, surprisingly, did not step forward to help. A hint of schadenfreude flashed in their eyes, as if they were watching an entertaining drama. After the city defense troops escorted Yan Qingyi and a large group of neon ninjas away, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to discuss the event with lingering fear. At this moment, Miss Dragon descended from the sky and approached Yi Chun with a tone of delight. From now on, you're also a member of our dragon group. Congratulations. Yi Chun smiled faintly and shook his head. There's nothing to congratulate about. It's just another task and responsibility. But you, my friend, are indeed quite the strategist playing it safe, luring the snake out of its hole and catching them all in one sweep. Impressive. Miss Dragon gave him a thumbs up, full of admiration. Yi Chun shrugged and modestly replied, I was just going with the flow. Without your help and Principal Chen's, my plan wouldn't have succeeded. Miss Dragon looked at him with even more appreciation in his eyes. So young yet so composed, no wonder I chose you. He then changed the subject and asked, what do you think of Deputy City Lord Lu Jian? Nothing special, just someone who sways with the wind. Yi Chun shook his head slightly. He'll side with whoever wins. Insightful. Miss Dragon's eyes sparkled with approval. Then, he patted Yi Chun on the shoulder and pointed towards the examination hall. The big exam is about to start, and that's the main event for you today. Perform well, and don't embarrass our dragon group. Of course, I'm set on becoming the national top scorer. Yi Chun responded confidently. Miss Dragon reminded him, don't be too complacent. Although your vitality is indeed strong, this year's exam also has prodigies from the Central Province, Southwest Province, and Southeast Province. I hear they've all mastered first-grade martial skills. This year's competition for the top scorer is the toughest and most prestigious in the past decade. Standing out will greatly benefit your future development. He paused and continued. If you really manage to secure the national top scorer title, I can help you apply for a core elite position in the Dragon Group. Then you'll have your own special code name, which will greatly enhance your authority within the group. You'll even be eligible to participate in internal auctions for rare resources, like the barrier-breaking pill that even Zheng Yuan covets. You just need to accumulate merit points to obtain it. Sounds good. Yi Chen turned and waved at his teammates as he walked towards them, saying, "Watch me." Miss Dragon nodded. "All right, I'll be watching." Yi Chen walked past Cheng Yuyu, Li Nan, and Lu Che without a second glance, his gaze unwavering. Li Nan and Lu Che felt a sense of inferiority, lowering their heads in silence. They realized that they now lived in a completely different world from Yi Chen. Contrary to their previous expectations, Yi Chen was like a dragon, while they were mere insects. Cheng Yuyu felt a complex mix of emotions, her spirit crushed, and the brightness in her eyes faded. She had once had a sincere love right in front of her, but failed to cherish it, only to regret it after it was gone. If given another chance, she would hold on to Yi Chen's hand tightly and never let him leave. Watching Yi Chen walk towards the Chen sisters, Cheng Yuyu felt a sharp pain in her heart, lamenting how she had squandered such a great opportunity. She wanted to approach him again, but the memory of a resounding slap made her face burn with shame. "Brother Yi Chen," Chen Bing called out sweetly, her eyes sparkling, completely oblivious to Cheng Yuyu's current desolation. Yi Chen gently brushed Chen Bing's hair, then turned his gaze to Chen Shui, who blushed shyly and quickly lowered her head. He then looked at Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen, smiling as he said, "Thus brother, boss." Under the hopeful eyes of everyone, Yi Chen spoke firmly. 3 years of hard work have led us to this moment. Let's go." Chao Zhuang and the others were filled with excitement, responding in unison, "Let's go." Indeed, they had struggled and fought for 3 years for this moment to stand out. This was crucial for every martial arts student's destiny. Led by Yi Chen, the 326 team headed towards the secret realm's teleportation point. As Yi Chen approached, the surrounding examinees instinctively made way for him, allowing him to pass unimpeded. Those who could privately converse with the core elites of the Dragon Group were not to be trifled with. At this moment, one of the exam proctors announced loudly, "The exam secret realm will be divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, difficult, elite, and champion. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the monsters, and naturally, the more points you can earn. Please choose wisely based on your team's strength. You must be cautious, as every year many teams fail due to selecting challenges that are too difficult. As martial artists, it's crucial to have a clear understanding of your abilities, which is also part of the martial arts exam. A martial artist without self-awareness has a high probability of dying on the battlefield, and thus holds little value for cultivation." The surrounding examinees fell silent, then began discussing animatedly. Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen looked at Yi Chen, asking, "Boss, what should we choose?" "Champion," Yi Chen replied decisively. Chao Zhuang and the others nodded without hesitation. All right. Soon after, they were ready to enter the exam secret realm. When the chief examiner saw Yi Chen, his expression noticeably softened. "What difficulty level are you choosing, little ones?" "Champion," Chao Zhuang, as the team leader, answered first. The chief examiner was taken aback and, unlike with other teams, did not immediately grant permission. Instead, he turned to Yi Chen and said, "I think choosing the champion difficulty is too ambitious for your team. According to the records, only your backline marksman has reached the champion level, while the other positions, frankly, would face considerable pressure even at the normal difficulty level in the secret realm." Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen exchanged glances, both showing signs of embarrassment. Yi Chen smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you for the reminder, teacher, but we still choose the champion difficulty." He was aware that the monsters at this level were not only powerful but also densely packed, making it impossible for a single person to handle them alone. The chief examiner frowned and said seriously, "Your front line won't be able to withstand the attacks of those monsters. Without their protection, no matter how high your output is, it's hard to survive, and you'll have to leave in regret." Despite the examiner's earnest advice, Yi Chen firmly stated, "I understand all of this. I still choose this difficulty." The examiner shook his head in resignation and sighed. Young people can only learn from experience. During the battle, if you feel you can't hold on, you must quickly recite exit, and you will be transported out of the secret realm. The exam ends when the last of you is transported out or dies. "Death, really?" Everyone gasped. The examiner nodded. "Yes, the secret realm is a real world. If killed by a monster, it's actual death, and your body will be transported out." He sighed again and continued. "Every year, kids who are overconfident or impulsive die in the exams. The death rates for normal and hard difficulties are manageable, but for elite and champion levels, especially the champion realm, it's very high. The deceased were all future elites of Xia." Yi Chen turned to Chao Zhuang and the others, asking, "Are you afraid?" The 4 of them replied in unison, "Not afraid." Even Chen Shui shouted with unusual determination. Yi Chen smiled, looking back at the chief examiner with a firm resolve in his eyes. The examiner shook his head again and pointed to the largest teleportation portal behind him, with a giant golden crown embedded in the frame. "Remember what I said. If it gets tough, transport out immediately, didn't waste your lives." Yi Chen and his team bowed to him and headed towards the champion secret realm, which only they were entering. This action drew the attention of everyone around. and even the candidates about to enter other instances glanced their way. In front of the normal and hard difficulty instance entrances, there were thick queues of people. There were also many at the elite difficulty instance, as young people are often passionate, full of fantasies and aspirations, wanting to give it their all. Only the champion secret realm had just Team 326. Let's go, Yichen called out softly, stepping into the secret realm first. Chao Zhuang, Yao Wen, Chen Shui, and Chen Bing followed closely behind. The observing principals returned to the high platform, watching the students' movements. These kids really have the guts to choose the champion instance. It's like they're courting death. One principal shook his head, while another laughed. Looks like I'll win this bet. You know nothing. This is called courage born of skill. Shun Mingwu glared at the three, filled with confidence. Just wait and see how my disciple performs. Although his words weren't agreed upon, they made the other three high school principals laugh out loud. Hu Wanli and Wu Long remained silent, their eyes fixed on the entrance to the champion's secret realm. If Yi Chun can really lead this lineup to become the provincial top scorer, as long as he joins our Spring City Martial University, I'll make sure he gets the spot for the miracle. Wu Long chuckled and shook his head. That's tough. You have to know, there's only one spot for the entire Northeast Province. The Wu family in Bin City, the Gan family in Spring City, the Nia family in Yang City, and elites from various academies and the Demon Suppression Army are all eyeing this opportunity. After all, it's an unprecedented chance. As rumors swirled outside, Yichen led his team into the secret realm. As soon as they entered, they found themselves in the midst of a desert. Above them, a massive sun blazed down, and the glaring sunlight reflected off the smooth sand, stinging their eyes. What kind of hellish environment is this? Chao Zhuang complained, his muscular body beginning to sweat, likely soon to be drenched. Yao Wen and the Chen sisters weren't faring much better. It was their first time battling in such harsh conditions. The champion secret realm was already giving them a tough challenge right from the start. Yichen remained calm, seemingly unaffected by the environment, and quickly spoke up. Listen to me, everyone. As soon as Yichen spoke, all eyes turned to him. If the monster's attacks become too intense, do not push yourselves. Be decisive in retreating. Boss, how can that be okay? If we retreat, what about you? Chao Zhuang asked urgently. Yeah, Brother Chen, even if it costs me half my life today, I'll do my best to help you fulfill your wish. Chen Bing said, clenching her small fists and gritting her teeth. As long as Brother Yichen doesn't back down, neither will I. Yichen shook his head slightly and said firmly, that's an order. Everyone must obey. Brother Yichen. Chen Bing hesitated, but, under Yichen's sharp gaze, she shrank back and didn't continue. After a moment of silence, Chao Zhuang spoke again. Brother Chen, I know you have our best interests at heart, but this big test is about teamwork. On the battlefield, it's usually set up like this. Even the strongest backline can't deal damage without the protection of the front line. Instead, they might. Trust me, Yichen said seriously to his teammates. I'm not being reckless. If I sense danger, I'll teleport out, so don't worry. When I tell you to leave, be decisive, or don't blame me for being harsh. Chao Zhuang and the others exchanged glances and fell silent. Leaving Yichen alone in such a challenging secret realm was hard to accept. Though they knew Yichen's defense was stronger than the average backline, it didn't mean he was invincible. Brother Yichen, when you tell everyone to leave, please let me be the last. I'm a water mage and can shield myself with water, plus I'm support, so the monsters won't target me first. I can help you maintain your state and relieve fatigue. Chen Shui suddenly spoke. She was usually quiet but was the most determined among them. Once she made up her mind, it was hard to change. After thinking for a moment, Yichen nodded in agreement. Chen Shui's analysis made sense. Her ability to boost the team's endurance was a rare talent. No wonder he never felt exhausted last time. Chen Shui smiled shyly at Yichen, adding a unique charm to the moment. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from above the secret realm. The champion's secret realm assessment officially begins now, lasting a total of 3 hours. As the sound faded, the entire desert trembled slightly, as if an earthquake had struck. Chao Zhuang and his companions quickly adjusted their balance, barely managing to stand firm. Suddenly, demonic pincers began emerging from the sand, closing in on Yi Chun and his group from all directions. Damn, starting with demonic pincers? There must be 100 of them. Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen cursed as they quickly readied themselves to fight. Yi Chun gripped his black iron bow, and with a wave of his hand, an arrow miraculously appeared. If one looked closely, it seemed to materialize from a simple white ring he wore. It was a spatial ring with about a cubic meter of space, given to him by Hu Wanli before the exam. Initially, he was hesitant to accept it, but realizing it was like having a massive quiver, he gladly took it. However, the debt of gratitude seemed to grow with it. At that moment, Yichen couldn't dwell on such thoughts. He focused intently and released an arrow towards the nearest demonic pincers. Instantly, a series of them were sent flying, green fluid spilling out as their life force vanished. Then, a stream of energy-based water cascaded over Yi Chen's head, a healing spell from Chen. Chen Bing also cast a wind blessing on him. With the support of the Chen sisters, Yi Chen's shooting speed was incredible, each arrow piercing through its target. Before long, over 100 demonic pincers were vanquished by him. During this time, Yi Chen didn't forget to use his powerful strike whenever it was off cooldown. Haha, so this is the champion's realm. Yao Wen stood confidently with his greatsword in front of Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's formidable attack power, no monsters could get within 10 meters of them. However, as expected, the unexpected happened. The vast desert began to shake more violently. Suddenly, thousands of demonic pincers emerged from the ground, including 3 king pincers with jaws like large blades, gleaming ominously. Wenzi, keep your jinxed mouth shut from now on. Chao Zhuang quickly prepared to defend against the incoming monsters. Yi Chen calmly drew another arrow, aiming at the nearest king pincer. With a hum from the black iron bow, the arrow flew like a shooting star, piercing the king pincer's head. A perfect shot. With a thud, green fluid sprayed over 10 meters away. The king pincer let out a roar before its massive body collapsed, crushing 3 or 4 passing pincers beneath it. That was amazing. Boss, you're my eternal hero. Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen exclaimed in unison. Little did they know, Yi Chen had grown significantly. Although he couldn't increase his power by killing monsters recently, his vitality had nearly doubled. The surge in vitality naturally enhanced his strength. With both vitality and skills boosting him, Yi Chen's regular arrows were now comparable to a third-rank warrior. Facing the king pincers again, he didn't even need to aim for vital spots, dispatching 1 with each arrow, and 3 arrows took down the 3 bosses. Yi Chen even meticulously used his powerful strike to finish them off, hoping to gain more strength attributes. Just as everyone was celebrating, the desert's tremors intensified. A swarm of red centipedes emerged from the ground, rushing towards Yi Chen and his group at incredible speed. As they looked around, there were tens of thousands of them. Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen's hearts sank with a thud, leaving them with only one thought. It's over. Bloodstained centipedes. It's the bloodstained centipedes. At this moment, a massive projection of spiritual energy floated above the square outside, displaying the secret realm where Team 326 was located. Every year during the big exam, this projection would switch between different secret realms to show the waiting parents and spectators the situation inside the examination halls. However, this year was different. The projection became exclusive to Team 326, drawing countless eyes, as everyone was eager to see how this team, which chose to enter the champion secret realm, would perform. Before this, everyone was praising Yi Chen's performance, calling him the dark horse of this year's exam. However, when the crowd saw tens of thousands of bloodstained centipedes appear, many knowledgeable individuals turned pale. Bloodstained centipedes are considered the pinnacle of first-grade magical creatures, with combat power comparable to some second-grade creatures. Even more terrifying, they always appear in swarms, are small in size, move extremely fast, and are much harder to deal with than demonized beetles. Most deadly of all, their bodies contain a large amount of venom, and if an ordinary person is bitten, they would rot away and die within 5 minutes without effective treatment. Even a Kwasa warrior would lose most of their life if bitten. Now, facing over 10,000 bloodstained centipedes, Team 326 might only leave behind a pile of bones. Even the 5 principals on the high platform began to feel tense. This situation was no joke, it could really cost lives. With the speed of the bloodstained centipedes, if the team hesitated even slightly, they would face total annihilation. At this moment, Wulong stood silently with his arms crossed, his right index finger tapping his arm, revealing his inner unease. He began to regret the words he had said to motivate Yi Chen before the exam. If Yi Chen had been a bit more stubborn, he might not come out of the champion secret realm alive today. Retreat. Yi Chen ordered the team to withdraw immediately upon seeing the surging tide of creatures. But, Brother Chen, boss, maybe we can hold on a bit. Chao Zhuang said from the side. The moment he spoke, the bloodstained centipedes lunged at the team. Chao Zhuang raised his large shield, strenuously resisting the onslaught. Yao Wen swung his great sword, striking a bloodstained centipede's scaly body with a clang. The sword was instantly knocked away. Damn it, retreat. Yi Chen shouted again, pinning a bloodstained centipede to the ground with an arrow as it attempted to attack Yao Wen. Gritting his teeth, Yao Wen realized staying would only be a burden. In a flash of gold, he disappeared. He had thought that the training over the past few days had significantly improved his strength, allowing him to assist Yi Chen more, but the reality proved otherwise. Meanwhile, Chao Zhuang's battle cry drew even more bloodstained centipedes' attention. His large shield was quickly covered with at least 10 of them, and more were crawling around to climb onto his body. Despite the heavy armor, the centipede's pincers pierced through his defenses. Chao Zhuang groaned in pain. More bloodstained centipedes crawled onto his body. Retreat quickly. Yi Chen's command echoed. Chao Zhuang felt the poison spreading within him, his body growing increasingly rigid. Reluctantly, he whispered leave in his heart. In an instant, His body transformed into golden light and vanished. The bloodstained centipedes, losing their target, surged toward the remaining Yi Chun and the Chen sisters, accompanied by an even larger horde of monsters. You two, get out of here, Yi Chen shouted to the sisters. However, Chen Shui shook her head firmly, gracefully waving her hand to unfurl a ribbon of flowing water. One end was tied to her hand, and the other wrapped around Yi Chen's waist. With this water ribbon, Chen Shui floated gracefully above Yi Chen, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Meanwhile, Chen Bing softly whispered, "Wind, my friend, lift me up." Instantly, the wind beneath her feet surged into a whirlwind, lifting her into the air. Yi Chen laughed heartily, feeling invigorated, surprised that the Chen sisters could truly lend him support. "Let's fight to our heart's content." He drew his bow like a full moon, aimed at the oncoming bloodstained centipedes, and released an arrow. Boom! A massive explosion erupted among the monsters, shattering dozens of centipedes into pieces, with those nearest the center turning to dust. Martial arts, Yi Chen thought to himself, realizing why he could face so many monsters. He had learned a first-grade martial skill. The two girls were impressive too, with their skillful techniques. "Old Chen, you really kept this hidden, didn't you?" Faced with praise from the three high school principals, Chen Mingwu was bewildered. He wondered where Yi Chen's martial skills came from and glanced at Hu Wanli, who couldn't hide his pride. Hu Wanli noticed Chen Mingwu looking at him and gave his old partner a wink. Everyone watching the projection was captivated. Is this the power of a genius? If it were anyone else, they'd likely fare no better than the two male team members who had just exited. By now, a large number of medical staff surrounded Chao Zhuang, attending to him with IVs and CPR. Yao Wen remained conscious but was shaken, trembling, as a counselor approached to comfort him. Inside the secret realm, Yi Chen's explosive arrows continued to wreak havoc among the monsters. He noticed that Chen Shui's water ribbon not only wrapped around him, but also supplied him with energy. With this support, Yi Chen unleashed his explosive arrows without restraint. In midair, Chen Bing maintained Yi Chen's wind blessing while using wind blades to finish off the weakened monsters. Just as everyone thought the situation had stabilized and Yi Chen would lead the Chen sisters to become the first team to clear the secret realm in Jiang City's history, the sky suddenly darkened. Yi Chen's brow furrowed, a sense of unease creeping in. He looked up to see countless black, demonic bees, each the size of a fist, blotting out the sky as they descended upon them. Seeing this, Chen Bing and Chen Shui's expressions changed. "Bing Bing, Xiao Xue, retreat immediately." Yi Chen shouted urgently. "What about you, brother Yi Chen?" Chen Shui asked anxiously. "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine," Yi Chen replied firmly. "All right, brother Yi Chen, don't push yourself too hard. I'll wait for you to return." Chen Bing bit her lip, knowing she would be of no help if she stayed, and chose to leave. "Xiao Xue, you should go too," Yi Chen said, looking at Chen Shui floating above him. Chen Shui hesitated, biting her lip. "If I leave, no one will be here to restore your strength, and you'll be facing these creatures alone. Xiao Xue, you've already done so much. Leave the rest to me," Yi Chen gently reassured her. He was right about her. Chen Shui was indeed his best partner. At that moment, Chen Shui's eyes sparkled with determination. She gracefully flipped in the air, landing softly, her hands gently caressing Yi Chen's face as she whispered, "Brother Yi Chen, take all my strength and win the championship." Then, to Yi Chen's surprise, Chen Shui leaned in, her lips meeting his in a gentle kiss. The kiss of the goddess. After a kiss, Chen Shui transformed into a golden light and vanished instantly. Yi Chen licked his lips, tasting a hint of sweetness. More importantly, he noticed his stamina rapidly recovering and his strength surging. Could this be a type of enhancement skill? Yi Chen hadn't expected Chen Shui to possess such powerful supportive abilities. As the horde of monsters drew closer, the iron bow in Yi Chen's hands hummed, releasing 3 explosive arrows in succession. Boom, boom, boom. In 3 areas around him, all the monsters within a 3-meter radius were blasted to pieces, their limbs scattering as if they'd entered a meat grinder. Chen Shui, having just exited the secret realm, saw this scene on the projection and couldn't help but smile sweetly. However, just then, Chen Bing came running over, puffing with indignation. "Sister, you're so sneaky," kissing brother Yi Chen behind everyone's back. Chen Shui was taken aback, unsure how her sister had found out. She glanced around and realized that thousands of eyes were fixated on her, and upon recalling the large projection above, she understood that her kiss with Yi Chen had been broadcast live. Chen Shui's fair face flushed crimson, and her ears turned a shade of pink. She stomped her foot, unable to bear the countless suggestive glances, and ran out of the crowd, covering her face. Fortunately, everyone's attention soon shifted back to Yi Chen's battle in the secret realm. Originally, they thought that Squad 326, with only Yi Chen left, was on the brink of defeat, but unexpectedly, he fought more valiantly. A dense swarm of top-tier monsters couldn't even get close to him. This scene left everyone in awe. This isn't just an archer, it's a cannon. Unbelievable. I've never seen such a powerful archer. He's really impressive. Even the principals in the stands were captivated, with the usually critical principal Su Jiangwo of the City Experimental Martial Arts High School nodding slightly, impressed by Yi Chen's formidable offensive capabilities. This kid is indeed a rare gem, qualified to challenge the championship instance. However, his team's front line is too weak to provide effective support, he said, shaking his head regretfully. It's a pity, such a pity. The other two principals agreed, acknowledging Yi Chen's strength, but noting that he couldn't hold the line alone. He's only a prospective warrior, and his stamina can't sustain such intense martial skills. Once his stamina drops and his firing rate slows, that's when he'll be out. Chen Mingwu and Hu Wanli remained silent. They knew Yi Chen's defense was impressive, even comparable to a frontline tank, but ultimately, defense has its limits. With the relentless assault of countless monsters, whether Yi Chen could withstand it was a concern. Moreover, the blood-tainted centipedes and black jade venom bees carried deadly toxins, and even if Yi Chen could withstand physical damage, escaping the poison's clutches seemed unlikely. As everyone pondered their thoughts, Yi Chen's firing rate in the projection indeed began to slow. The horde of monsters seemed to sense this change, growing more frenzied in their charge towards Yi Chen. The leading creature was already within 3 meters of Yi Chen. 2 meters, 1 meter. Hiss amidst the excited shrieks of the blood-stained demon centipedes. Dozens of them swiftly climbed onto Yi Chen's body. Meanwhile, the black jade venom bees swarmed from the air, covering every inch of his skin. Outside the scene, Yao Wen, witnessing this, couldn't help but scream hysterically, "Boss, come back." "Chen, no, don't." Chao Zhuang, who had just regained consciousness, struggled to get up against the doctor's orders, staring in terror at the projection. He knew the horrors of these monsters too well. A single bite had brought him to death's door. Now, Yi Chen was covered in these venomous creatures. How could he possibly survive? Chen Bing watched in despair, breathing heavily, on the verge of suffocation. Su Jiangwo slammed the railing, shouting angrily, "What is Yi Chen doing? Why hasn't he chosen to retreat?" The crowd, who moments ago were praising Yi Chen's performance, fell into a sudden silence in the square. The monstrous sea overwhelmed Yi Chen, surrounding him like a cocoon. Some of the more timid onlookers couldn't bear to continue watching, fearing that when the creatures dispersed, only bones would remain. At this time, more and more candidates, unable to hold on, emerged from the secret realm, dejected. However, they were quickly drawn to the massive projection in the sky. The sheer number and high level of the monsters made their skin crawl. If they had been in that scenario, they might have wet themselves from fear, unable to kill even a single monster. Yet, what did it matter if Yi Chen was stronger? He was now being completely consumed by the monstrous sea. In contrast, a sense of smug relief rose within them, dispelling their disappointment over failing the exam. Cheng Yiyu, Li Nan, Lu Che, and others, though disheartened by not entering the exam site, refused to leave, their eyes fixed on the giant projection. Seeing Yi Chen in a seemingly doomed situation, they were all moved. Li Nan and Lu Che showed a hint of sympathy, while Cheng Yiyu displayed a trace of delight. Not far away, Hao Jian, who had been despondent, burst into laughter, his voice filled with the excitement and joy of revenge. However, his laughter abruptly choked off, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. At that moment, an explosive arrow. In the projection, the densely packed layers of monsters encasing Yi Chen suddenly detonated from within. With a thunderous roar, the monstrous sea erupted, like a storm on a calm water surface. The creatures that had enveloped Yi Chen were instantly reduced to debris. In an instant, a 3-meter radius around Yi Chen was cleared, sharply defined and empty. Everyone in the square was dumbfounded, staring at the unscathed teenager standing straight with his dark iron bow, the entire scene falling into a dead silence. Principal Su Jiangwo of the experimental high school was left speechless, his usually composed demeanor shattered by what he witnessed. Yi Chen's performance was beyond his understanding. In contrast, Chen Mingwu burst into laughter, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and proudly pointed at the projection in midair, exclaiming, "See that? That's my student." The other two high school principals were equally amazed, with only envy in their hearts. Why didn't such a prodigy come to our school? Meanwhile, the audience was in an uproar. Some were even pulling at their hair, unsure how to express their shock. The tank class candidates who had left the field were equally incredulous. Is this a backline shooter? Damn, he's tougher than us tank specialists. If it had been them, they'd probably be reduced to bone fragments by now, caught in the swarm of blood-stained centipedes and black jade poison bees. Yi Chen's battle continued. On the ground, another wave of blood-stained centipedes charged at him, trampling over their comrades' dismembered limbs and the green liquid-covered ground. In the air, countless smaller, denser black jade poison bees aimed their stingers at Yi Chen, ready to strike. In an instant, a larger mass of monstrous bodies enveloped Yi Chen. 3 seconds later, boom. The mass exploded, sending shockwaves through the air. Everyone watching felt a tingling sensation all over. It was like sticking a firecracker in cow dung. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man's comment drew numerous eyes. He hadn't expected his offhand remark to garner so much attention, causing him to fall silent in surprise. Yet his analogy resonated with everyone. As they looked back at the projection, they couldn't help but agree. The scattered monster debris indeed resembled cow dung splattered everywhere. As time passed, the desert within a dozen meters of Yichun had turned a deep green. Countless monster remains lay scattered like discarded rags. Yet this didn't deter the monstrous hordes, which kept charging at Yichun relentlessly. Countless mandibles and stingers attempted to pierce his body, only to be met with a metallic clang. Another explosion awaited them. Unbeknownst to everyone, nearly 2 hours had passed since the exam began. More and more candidates were exiting the secret realm. Although the exam lasted 3 hours, few teams could endure to the end. The final exam's secret realm was nothing like the low-level magic caves they practiced in. The monster density and strength were incomparable. This was a measure to create distinction and select talent. Every time a new batch of candidates emerged from the secret realm and saw Yichun engulfed by the monster sea, they would be startled. Then, witnessing him clear out a circle of monsters like a firecracker in cow dung, they displayed varying degrees of shock. Gradually, the audience's focus shifted from watching Yichun's progress to observing the expressions of newly emerged candidates. Each time a candidate exited, still immersed in the scene they just witnessed, those around them would remind them to look at the projection. When the bewildered candidate, like those before him, displayed a shift from shock to horror on his face, everyone else was satisfied and smiled contentedly, as if feeling a wave of relief. Then, they began to look for their next target, eagerly repeating the process. Meanwhile, the previous performer turned into a spectator, kindly advising each new candidate emerging from the secret realm. In this cycle of play, Yichun had no idea how much energy he had expended. He could clearly feel his stamina nearing its limit. If it weren't for Chen Shui providing him with a powerful state boost, continuously helping him recover his strength, he might have been exhausted long ago. Consequently, he began to deliberately slow down his shooting speed, striving for efficiency. After all, these bugs, despite being disgusting, posed no real threat to him. He had plenty of time to deal with them at his own pace. At this moment, the monsters seemed to go berserk, with thousands upon thousands surging from all directions, more fiercely attacking Yichun. From a distance, it appeared as if a monstrous mountain was forming on Yichun. Yet, no matter how many monsters piled up, they ultimately turned into dismembered remains with a loud explosion. Su Jiangwo looked at Chen Mingwu, asking in disbelief, "Are you sure this guy is a backliner?" Chen Mingwu nodded confidently, pointing at the projection. "Look at his powerful output. Which backliner can match that?" Su Jiangwo, hearing this, was left speechless, his mind buzzing. In all his years as a principal, he had never encountered such a prodigy. He then sighed with a wry smile. "It seems I've lost my 5 million for sure." On the other side, Hu Wanli excitedly grabbed Chen Mingwu's hand, pleading, "Old Chen, we're old comrades, life and death companions." "Cut it out," Chen Mingwu snorted. "You want me to persuade Yichun again, huh? No way. If such a genius went to your Spring City Martial University, it would be like a flower stuck in a cow pat." Hu Wanli was so frustrated he scratched his head, but was at a loss for what to do. Nearby, Wu Long patted his shoulder with a sympathetic smile, saying, "I completely understand how you feel. I'm also secretly grateful that I didn't rashly judge him the first time I saw him, or else our dragon group might have missed out on a top-tier talent." At that moment, the crowd in the square became restless again because they noticed that the large projection in the air suddenly switched to another secret realm. This immediately sparked dissatisfaction among the audience. Having watched Yichun's battle, they could no longer tolerate other candidates' battle scenes. It was like being served coarse food after a feast, utterly unpalatable. Instantly, everyone glared at the chief examiner, who shivered in fright but shrugged helplessly, indicating he wasn't the one who switched the channel. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't switch back to the champion's secret realm where Yichun was. What was happening? The crowd once again buzzed with discussions. Just as several principals couldn't hold back and were about to step forward to investigate, a golden light shimmered in front of the champion's secret realm, and Yichun's figure finally appeared. Had he reached his limit? Even someone as strong as Yichun couldn't endure such intense attacks from the monster horde indefinitely. It was a relief that he came out alive. At that moment, a deep voice emanated from within the secret realm. "All monsters in the champion's secret realm are dead. The examination ends early." All monsters in the champion's secret realm are dead. The examination ends early. Experimental School's principal Su Jiangwo staggered, almost throwing out his back. The broadcast left the entire audience in shock once again. After watching the martial arts university exams for so many years, this was the first time they encountered such a situation. Ending an exam early wasn't unheard of, but ending it early because all the monsters were defeated was unprecedented. And to have cleared the most challenging champion's secret realm was simply outrageous. At this moment, all eyes were inevitably focused on Yichun. He stood out like the brightest star in the sky. Holding a black iron bow, dressed in worn-out light armor stained with the pungent blood of monsters, he resembled a triumphant hero, receiving the admiration of the crowd. Chen Bing and Chen Shui rushed to his side, tears dampening his clothes, tears of excitement and joy. Chen Shui, concerned, continuously cast healing spells. Yi Chun, noticing the pale face of the girl who had exhausted herself with the final boost, smiled gently and said, "It's okay. I'm not hurt. You should rest." "Oomph, brother Yi Chun is so biased, only caring about my sister. I was also giving it my all to support you." Chen Bing pouted, dissatisfied. "Is it because my sister gave you her first kiss that you're so partial? If that's the case, I can give you mine too." Her words made Chen Shui blush instantly. Yi Chen cleared his throat, quickly trying to ease the situation. "Bing, you were amazing too. It's thanks to all of you that I could fight to the end." At this moment, Yao Wen approached, supporting a barely walking Chao Zhuang. Both had somewhat embarrassed and guilty expressions. Yi Chun patted their chests, pretending to be serious. "What's with the long faces? We cleared it, shouldn't we be happy?" "But we..." Chao Zhuang hesitated, feeling like they hadn't contributed enough. Yi Chen shook his head. "I think each of you is indispensable. Skills can improve over time, but the will to fight and attitude are the most valuable qualities. You didn't back down in danger and protected me till the end. Your scars and desperate fight in the face of adversity prove you deserve this championship." Yao Wen looked up at the sky again, his body trembling slightly, biting his lips hard but unable to stop the tears. "Boss, thank you. Meeting you is the greatest blessing of my life." He then turned to a modestly dressed middle-aged couple nearby, shouting, "Dad, Mom, did you see? Your son is a champion." The couple was overwhelmed with tears, nodding repeatedly. Yi Chun patted Yao Wen's shoulder with a smile and then spotted his own parents in the crowd. His father, Mr. Yi, waved stiffly like a leader, and after Yi Chun waved back, he said to those around him, "That's my son." The people around immediately looked on with respect. Soon after, the chief examiner began announcing the results. Songjiang No. 1 High School Team 352, 2,396 points. Jiangbei High School Team 210, 3,128 points. City Experimental High School Team 153, 12,534 points. Jiangnan No. 1 High School Team 301, 96 points. The exam was nearing its end, as it usually did around this time of year. Everyone would give a warm round of applause and pay great attention to the last team to emerge from the secret realm. The longer a team endured inside, the stronger their abilities were proven to be, and the higher their score. However, this year was different. There was little attention on the remaining teams. Some members who had just come out, ready to celebrate their victory, found themselves in an awkward position as no one paid them any attention. Team 134 from City Experimental High School scored 21,542 points. Team 117 from Jiangnan First High School scored 17,824 points. Team 339 from Songjiang First High School scored 185 points. Team 229 from Jiangbei High School scored 6,543 points. The score differences between teams were vast, and the chance of a tie was minuscule. But these scores were not the focus. Regardless of how high the scores appeared, everyone waited quietly, knowing the chief examiner would announce a much higher score. The crowd waited for nearly an hour. Finally, after the chief examiner announced the City Experimental High School Team 105 score of 51,856 points, the announcements paused. Team 105 was hailed as the top seed in this Jiangxing Martial Arts University exam, and their final result was unsurprisingly high. This score was enough for them to gain admission to a top 20 national martial arts university. Nevertheless, the attention remained low. The team members awkwardly stood there, having heard rumors of a monster this year, forcing them to swallow their pride. Under the eager gaze of countless eyes, the chief examiner took a deep breath and finally announced the long-awaited team number. Songjiang First High School Team 326 scored 500,000 points. The crowd erupted. This result exceeded everyone's expectations by a large margin. 500,000 points were 10 times higher than the previous top seed, City Experimental High School's ace team. This wasn't an exaggeration. Although the score still had some gaps, Team 320 SIX's performance undoubtedly surpassed everyone. Team 105 score of 51,856 points was the maximum they could achieve. In contrast, Team 320 SIX's 500,000 points were due to the sheer number of monsters, and Yi Chun had left the exam early. People were full of sighs. Once this score was announced, who knows what students from other cities and provinces would think. It was like a bolt of lightning out of a clear sky. In the champion secret realm, each monster was worth 3 points, and bosses were worth 1,000 points. This meant that throughout the exam, Yi Chun alone killed over 100,000 monsters. This also gave him an increase of over 3,000 in strength. There was no other way. The cooldown for the skill Qingquan Strike was 9 seconds, and even if Yi Chun used it as soon as it was available, he could only release it a little over 1,000 times. Moreover, He finished the exam half an hour early. If he had known the monsters were so easy to defeat, he would have taken it slower. Shortly after the scores were announced, Yi Chun heard the long-awaited system notification in his mind. Ding! Perfect hidden achievement accomplished, randomly selecting 3 rewards. Ding! Obtained a level reward. Shinkuan Strike level 1. Ding! Obtained level reward. Eagle Eye. Ding! Obtained SS level reward. Divine Treasure Map Fragment. Yi Chun examined the 3 rewards in turn. The first reward was self-explanatory. His skill Heaven and Earth Strike had leveled up, reducing its cooldown by 1 second as expected, now down to just 8 seconds. This increased the skill's snowballing potential. The second reward was a new skill called Eagle Eye LV1, a passive ability that significantly enhanced his vision and increased damage by 50 when hitting an enemy's weak spot. Yi Chun was very pleased with this, thinking to himself that he had the potential to become a sniper, capable of taking out enemies from extreme distances, which he found incredibly cool. Then, his attention shifted to the final reward, an SS grade prize. Yi Chun gazed at the gleaming, aged map glowing with golden light in the system space, filled with anticipation. What treasure did this map lead to? Could it be a divine artifact? Upon closer inspection, he noticed the map's background depicted a bare-chested strongman aiming a longbow at a red sun in the sky, seemingly ready to shoot. Despite the map being incomplete, with only 2.5 suns visible, Yi Chun instantly recognized the scene as Ho-Yi shooting down the suns. In the foreground, a palace-like structure was drawn, with a red X marking the southwest corner. From the map, Yi Chun could only deduce this much. The exact location of the palace and its surroundings remained unknown due to the map's missing parts. However, he inferred that finding this palace would grant him the legacy of this deity, which thrilled him. Ho-Yi was renowned for his archery, and as an archer himself, receiving Ho-Yi's legacy would drastically boost Yi Chun's combat power. Especially the fiery red Ho-Yi bow, which looked incredibly stylish if he could possess it, he might truly have the power to shoot down the sun one day. Although there was only one sun in the sky now, Yi Chun had no intention of actually shooting it. However, the idea of firing hundreds or thousands of arrows at those who dared to provoke him intrigued him. Since those people were ready for revenge, Yi Chun, who preferred action over holding grudges, was more than willing to oblige. At that moment, Yi Chun noticed Chen Mingwu and others approaching him. Chen Mingwu laughed heartily and gave Yi Chun a bear hug, his voice resonating across the entire square. Congratulations, my young friend. The 3 high school principals also came forward to offer their congratulations, adopting a humble demeanor and even addressing him as a friend. This was not surprising, given Yi Chun's extraordinary performance and his inevitable rise as a prominent figure in Daxia. Naturally, they wanted to establish a good relationship early on. However, before they could engage Yi Chun in conversation, a figure abruptly pushed past them and eagerly grabbed Yi Chun's hand. Yi Chun, you must apply to Spring City Martial University. Everyone turned to see it was Hu Wanli, the president of Spring City Martial University, who appeared almost ready to kneel in his eagerness. Faced with such a scene, Yi Chun could only smile wryly, as it was difficult to refuse someone who had previously gifted him martial arts techniques and a storage ring. Although a martial skill of first rank isn't particularly rare, the value of that ring is extraordinary, at least for Yi Chun at the moment it's beyond his means. Moreover, such items are incredibly rare, and even if one has the money, they can't simply buy them. Luckily, Chen Mingwu was present and kicked Hu Wanli out. Stay put. How could the top martial arts scholar of our great Xia go to your broken place? Hu Wanli retorted unwillingly. Chen Mingwu snorted coldly and replied, no matter which martial arts university Yi Chun attends, he's bound to get that spot, so you don't need to worry. Hu Wanli responded bluntly. Old Chen, I advise you to think it over. Do you really believe that if Yi Chun goes to another province or martial arts university, someone will help him secure that spot? In Great Xia's 5 major provinces, each has only one spot. Wherever Yi Chun goes, he'll struggle to compete against others. Even though he's the top martial arts scholar, he's just a student without background or influence. Even in our northeast province, there are many noble families and descendants of high ranks, and it's the same in other provinces. If Yi Chun went to Qingbei Martial Arts University or Modu Martial Arts University, why would the old aristocrats and high-ranking families of Great Xia bet on an unfamiliar young man, who wouldn't want their own family members to receive the divine inheritance? Everyone present fell silent. Chen Mingwu knew that old Hu's words were not without truth. Although Great Xia is a whole, internal competition is fierce. It's human nature. Otherwise, why would those of high rank guard Great Xia? On one hand, it's because their blood flows with Great Xia's heritage. On the other, it's for the continuation of their family, so their descendants can thrive and prosper. After listening to their conversation, Yi Chun understood why Chen Mingwu had said those words to him earlier. Everyone is selfish and wants to fight for their own interests. As a martial artist, one indeed should compete and strive. Only through competition can the martial arts of Great Xia remain prosperous. But there is a bottom line. One must not betray Great Xia or forget their roots. Above this line, one should fight for what they deserve. As for how to achieve what one desires, that depends on one's own abilities. Thinking of this, Chen curiously asked, "What is the divine inheritance you're talking about?" Chen Mingwu replied, "This isn't the place to talk about it. Let's find a convenient time to tell you." In Yang City, at the exit of the secret realm for the martial arts exam champion, a team of 4 men and 1 woman emerged exhausted. Despite their fatigue, their faces were filled with excitement because they had successfully challenged the champion's dungeon, enduring for a full 3 hours. The tens of thousands of spectators below had long awaited their return and erupted into enthusiastic cheers, calling them the light of Yang City. This was no exaggeration, as they were the first team in Yang City's history to last 3 hours in the champion's secret realm, scoring over 100,000 points, reaching a total of 118,000. By the standards of previous years, this score was enough to make them stand out in the Northeast Province, allowing them to almost freely choose any martial arts university in Great Xia. The leader of the team was none other than Niele, the son of Yang City's lord. His blood vitality exceeded 200 in the pre-exam test, making him a formidable presence. He pulled out a pair of sunglasses from his backpack, put them on coolly, and gave a thumbs up to the audience. The crowd below went wild again, with some fangirls fainting from excitement. After interacting for a while, Niele finally boarded the extended Lincoln prepared by his father. Inside, 2 maids in seductive Katir outfits approached, using their delicate hands to relax his body. He comfortably reclined in the soft seat, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the massage, his hands caressing their silk-clad legs. Just then, the butler hurriedly came looking for him, anxiously saying, "Young master, something terrible has happened." Niele, extremely displeased, took a sip of juice and said, "Can't it wait? Can't you see I'm busy?" The butler urgently replied, "Latest news, a team from Jiang City scored 500,000 points." Niele spat the juice all over the maid's chest, his sunglasses slipping down his nose. He grabbed the butler by the collar and demanded, "What did you say? Say it again." Similar scenes were repeatedly playing out among the various talented individuals in the northeastern provinces. This news spread like wildfire, rapidly gaining momentum and extending beyond the province. Within days, the legend had reached all 5 major provinces, shaking the entire nation of Daxia. People were eager to discover who Chen was, the person capable of leading a team to achieve such extraordinary results, seemingly single-handedly accomplishing the impossible. Some experts even questioned whether there was a malfunction in the examination realm of Jiangqing in the northeast, while many candidates protested, demanding a retest. However, a report containing numerical values silenced the skeptics. The report boldly stated, Chen's physical test, blood energy value, 400. This report caused a huge stir, forcing people to believe it, as it was endorsed by 4 principals from Jiangqing High School, the president of Spring City Martial Arts University, and even the Dragon Group. It became clear why Chen achieved such exceptional results. His blood energy value was comparable to that of a second-grade peak martial artist. The focus shifted to how Chen possessed such a high blood energy value. After expert analysis, the conclusion was either an extraordinary natural talent or the use of some secret elixir. Meanwhile, public opinion was brewing, and flights from all over the country to the northeastern province were fully booked. Unable to purchase tickets to Spring City, people opted for Yangqing, Bincheng, or nearby cities with airports, all with one goal, to reach Jiangqing. Suddenly, tourists flooded Jiangqing, especially its 3 major attractions: the high school where Chen studied, the examination venue, and Chen's former residence. Chen's former residence was particularly crowded and lively. The locals were not annoyed but instead delighted, eagerly engaging in influencer marketing. Neighbors familiar with Chen were making a fortune, with reporters and media outlets visiting daily, offering substantial appearance fees. Among them, Aunt Pang was a standout, skillfully praising Chen as a rare gem. "I held him when he was little, and he called me Aunt Pang. Oh, Chen was smart from a young age. I always knew he would succeed." "What? He has a girlfriend?" "Rumors. Absolute rumors. If you want to know about Chen, I'm the one to ask." Meanwhile, Chen, the person at the center of this storm, and his parents had already moved from their original residence before the situation escalated. They now live in a high-end residential area in the city center, one of the most luxurious in Jiangqing, where only mid-level martial artists and their families are allowed to reside. The security in the community consists of martial artists, with the security captain being a 4th-grade martial artist, making it highly secure and inaccessible to ordinary people. According to regulations, Chen's family would not have qualified to live there. Deputy Mayor Liu Jian had everything arranged well in advance. On the day of the exam, he presented Chen with a villa covering over 200 square meters. In the past few days, old Yi had wandered around the villa inside and out no less than 100 times, while his mother, Lin Saixia, couldn't stop smiling. She never dreamed of living in such a luxurious house. One day, Yi Chun was reclining in a rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, basking in the warm sunlight. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Looking outside, Yi Chun saw that Lu Jian had arrived. The deputy mayor was very eager to see him, so Yi Chun opened the door with a remote control. Soon, Lu Jian stood before him, showing none of the arrogance of a sixth-rank powerhouse. He smiled and asked, "Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with this place? If not, I can help you find another one." "Thank you for your kindness, Mayor Lu. This place is great. No need to trouble yourself." Yi Chun replied with a faint smile, responding politely. "I'm glad you're satisfied, Mr. Yi," Lu Jian said, rubbing his hands together. "After all, you've made a remarkable impression, and your future is limitless. As the local official, it's my duty to ensure you have everything you need so you can focus on your cultivation and protect Daxia." Yi Chun nodded. "Mayor Lu, you are thoughtful." He knew Lu Jian had other motives for his visit. Sure enough, Lu Jian paused before continuing. "Mr. Yi, you might have heard that former Mayor Zheng Yuan and the criminal elements from the Yin and Hao families have been apprehended and are awaiting trial. However, Hao Jian, the legitimate son of the Hao family, has not been taken into custody due to the exam situation. What are your thoughts on this?" Yi Chun closed his eyes, pondering for a moment, and then said calmly, "The law of the country and the rules of the family should be followed. Handle it as it should be handled. A crooked upper beam will cause the lower beam to be askew, and proper education is indeed necessary." Lu Jian was taken aback, clearly realizing Yi Chun's firm stance. He reminded himself to be even more cautious in future dealings with Yi Chun, lest he bring disaster upon himself and his family. Wiping away cold sweat, he respectfully said, "Then I shall take my leave. If you have any instructions, please feel free to call on me. Thank you for your help." Yi Chun nodded slightly, not even bothering to stand up. He understood that the tougher he was with such people, the more they would fear him. If he showed them kindness, they might take advantage. After Lu Jian left, Yi Chun began to contemplate the divine relics mentioned by Principal Hu and Principal Chen. This made him think of his divine treasure map. Perhaps the place depicted on the map was within those relics. Just as he was deep in thought, his phone rang. It was a message from Cheng Siyu. "Mr. Yi, are you available? I would like to visit you if you have time. Please let me know." Yi Chun suddenly remembered that he still owed her 100,000 yuan. Now, with an additional 500,000 yuan gifted to him by Principal Chen, who said it was from a bet, he replied, "I am here. I will transfer the 100,000 to you right away." Unexpectedly, Cheng Siyu immediately replied, "No, no, Mr. Yi, you misunderstood. I'm not here to ask for money. I'm here to give you money." "Give me money?" Yi Chun thought for a moment and understood what Cheng Siyu meant. Recently, several branded pill companies had approached him to discuss endorsement deals, and he was still considering them, not having made a final decision. It seemed another company had come knocking. Since Cheng Siyu was an acquaintance and had helped him before, he decided to give her the courtesy. He promptly messaged her, "Come over. I'm at Villa number 8 in Wujie Community. Just mention my name at the gate." "Thank you, Mr. Yi." In just a few minutes, Cheng Siyu arrived in front of Yi Chun. She was wearing the same black professional outfit with a pencil skirt, looking both capable and sexy. Accompanying her was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Cheng Siyu introduced him. "Mr. Yi, this is Zhou Tian, the head of our pharmaceutical company's Northeast division." Zhou Tian immediately nodded and handed over a business card, but Yi Chun didn't take it and instead asked directly, "You're here to discuss an endorsement deal with me, right?" "Mr. Yi, you're indeed wise and astute. We tried so hard to meet you initially, but only through Siyu's acquaintance with you could we finally see you." Zhou Tian, being the regional head, had quite the gift of gab. He smiled and continued, "We at Surui Pharmaceuticals would like to invite you to be our spokesperson, offering an endorsement fee of 50 million annually. What do you think?" Yi Chun smiled slightly, his interest piqued. Through his recent interactions with various pill companies, he had gained some understanding of the market. So he said, "Mr. Zhou, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Zhou Tian was suddenly flustered and quickly looked at Cheng Siyu for help. Cheng Siyu smiled sweetly and said, "Perhaps Mr. Yi could name his price. As long as it's reasonable, we'll do our best to meet it." Yi Chun nodded slightly and held up 3 fingers. 300 million? Zhou Tian asked nervously. Yi Chun shook his head. "I want 30 of your company's annual profit." "What?" Zhou Tian and Cheng Siyu's expressions changed dramatically. Although Surui Pharmaceuticals wasn't a top-tier brand, it still had an annual net profit of around 10 billion. Yi Chun was asking for 3 billion just like that. Mr. Zhou quickly waved his hands. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Yi Chun's offer made Zhou Tian shake his head repeatedly, showing dissatisfaction. "Mr. Yi, your offer is a bit steep. In previous years, the endorsement fee for top exam scores never exceeded 1 billion, considering it's just an entrance exam with limited influence," Zhou Tian said. "The most we can offer is 3 billion a year. If Mr. Yi doesn't agree, we'll have to look elsewhere. There are plenty of high scorers from the Northeast province this year." Yi Chun raised an eyebrow and gestured toward the door, responding coldly. Then be my guest. Mr. Yi, can't we discuss this further? Cheng Siyu, standing by, pleaded hastily, only to be interrupted by Zhou Tian. Xiao Cheng, no need to beg him. 3 billion is already a sky-high fee. He'll regret it when we leave. With that, Zhou Tian pulled Cheng Siyu away, as she turned back to Yi Chen with an apologetic look. Outside, Zhou Tian snorted, just a top scorer of an exam, acting like a martial arts celebrity. Before he could finish, his phone rang. It was his superior, the sales manager. The manager excitedly asked, Old Tian, did you and Xiao Yu meet Mr. Yi? Is the endorsement deal secured? If you land this project, it's a major achievement, and the deputy general manager position in the sales department will be yours next year. Zhou Tian replied helplessly. Manager, Yi Chen's demands are outrageous. He's asking for a third of the company's profits, so I flatly refused and left with Xiao Yu. After all, there's a top scorer every year. We don't need this one. What did you say? The manager, expecting praise, immediately turned angry, scolding. Are you out of your mind? How can you compare past top scores with this year's? Haven't you been following the news? As a regional head, your lack of insight is disappointing. Zhou Tian broke out in a cold sweat, stammering. Manager, it's just a national top scorer. Is it really worth it? I can't believe you're still being stubborn. I had high hopes for you as my successor, but you've let me down. The manager sighed. You're suspended for a period of reflection. Cheng Siyu will take full charge of this project. Hand the phone to Xiao Yu. Cheng Siyu took the phone, hearing the manager sternly say, Remember, you must secure Mr. Ye's exclusive endorsement deal at all costs. All right, manager, I'll do my best. Cheng Siyu replied. Not your best, but you must. The manager's tone was firm. You must spare no effort, even if it means giving everything you've got. After all, youth is meant to be bold. Cheng Siyu shivered slightly, understanding the manager's implication. She covered her chest with her hand, biting her lip, and said with difficulty, I understand, manager. Good, Xiao Yu, the company's future hinges on you, the manager said earnestly. If you secure this project, you'll be the new regional head. With that, the manager hung up. Cheng Siyu composed herself, opened Feishin, and requested to meet Yi Chen again. After receiving Yi Chen's consent, she returned to his home, filled with doubt. When Cheng Siyu returned, she seemed hesitant, avoiding eye contact with Yi Chen. Her beautiful oval face flushed with a hint of red. Miss Cheng, did you come back to see me for something specific? Yi Chen asked. Quickly adjusting her posture, she let her hands fall to her sides, trying to appear confident. Mr. Yi, I apologize for any offense caused by our previous manager. The company has now entrusted this matter entirely to me. Could you give us another chance? We're willing to offer you 30 of the profits if you agree to be our exclusive spokesperson. Yi Chen, however, raised 4 fingers and said coldly, No, I want 40 of the profits now. Mr. Yi, Cheng Siyu bit her lip, looked him straight in the eye, and resolutely said, All right, Mr. Yi, 40 it is. I agree. Her decisiveness surprised Yi Chen. He had only intended to give her a hard time, not expecting her to agree so readily. Great. Yi Chen stood up with a smile, extended his hand towards Cheng Siyu, and said, Then here's to a successful partnership. Cheng Siyu seemed startled, slightly pulling back as she shook his hand, her palm trembling. Seeing that Yi Chen made no further moves, she breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Mr. Yi, I'll have someone draft the contract for signing soon. It will be for a year, but the endorsement fee will be paid in monthly installments. No problem. Yi Chen suddenly remembered something and added, Oh, by the way, I need you to provide the best qi condensing pill and deduct the cost from the endorsement fee. Are you advancing to a martial artist, Mr. Yi? Cheng Siyu, though not a martial artist herself, was aware of the basics as a salesperson for a pharmaceutical company. To advance from a martial arts apprentice to a martial artist, one must take a qi condensing pill, which is quite expensive, with the cheapest costing at least $1 million. Although students admitted to martial arts universities receive one upon enrollment, the university only provides the lowest grade. Better ones must be purchased at one's own expense. A martial artist of Yi Chen's caliber would certainly not settle for a low-grade pill. Can you get the best qi condensing pill? Yi Chen asked, staring at Cheng Siyu. Cheng Siyu assured confidently, Mr. Yi, your matters are my matters. I'll definitely get you the top-tier qi condensing pill, but the price? Price is not an issue, as long as the product is good. Yi Chen waved dismissively, considering he was now quite wealthy. Before leaving, Cheng Siyu exchanged phone numbers with Yi Chen, assuring him that he could call her anytime, day or night. To her, Yi Chen was a gold mine, and she dared not neglect him. After Cheng Siyu left, Chen Mingwu came to see Yi Chen. Yi Chen greeted him with a smile. Principal, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have welcomed you properly. No need for formalities with me. Chen Mingwu retorted, rolling his eyes. That old geezer who Wanli has been pestering me non-stop these days. I finally shook him off and came to see you. Are you here to discuss my school choice? Yi Chen asked. Exactly. Chen Mingwu nodded. In recent days, Almost every martial arts university in the country has sent representatives to our school. Some even sent their principals and vice principals, all eager to see you, but I held them off. I want you to think carefully before you make a decision. What do you think I should choose? Yichen inquired. The decision is yours to make. Chen Mingwu replied, waving his hand. Do you want to go to Shinji? Faced with this question, Yichen couldn't help but think of the fragment of his divine treasure map. He had a gut feeling that there was some connection between the two. So he couldn't resist asking, Principal, what exactly is a divine relic? Simply put, a divine relic is a secret realm left behind by the ancient sages and deities of our Xia civilization. Chen Mingwu patiently explained. Our civilization has been passed down for thousands of years. Although there are many inheritances, very few have been found and unsealed. If one can gain even a trace of the sages or deities' legacy, it would be immensely beneficial, and one's strength would soar. When a divine relic opens, is there a limit on the number of people who can enter? Yichen continued to inquire. Of course, Chen Mingwu nodded. Too many people going in would be counterproductive and could lead to unnecessary sacrifices. When the Zhurong relic opened back then, well, let's not talk about that. Which sage or deity left behind this relic? Yichen asked curiously. Chen Mingwu shook his head. No one knows until it opens. To prevent historical tragedies from repeating, the high-level officials of Xia have decided that from now on, only talented elites under the age of 24 can enter each time a divine relic opens. This way, we can nurture talent without losing our top combat power. So each of the 5 provinces gets a spot, meaning only 5 people can enter? Yichen frowned. Why not allow more people? It's due to foreign interference, Chen Mingwu sighed. Countries like America, Neon, South Korea, and many in the Western Alliance all want to share and have forced our Xia to compromise, allowing them some entry slots. Yichen clenched his fists in frustration. If the legacy of our sages and deities is taken by these people, it would be a great humiliation. Indeed, Chen Mingwu agreed. That's why the allocation of these slots is crucial. Even those with connections must have the strength to qualify. Only those who are both talented and well-connected have a chance at a ticket. Still, letting these people share in our heritage is infuriating, Yichen seethed. It's frustrating, but given the current situation, we have to compromise. However, we also have an exchange, Chen Mingwu continued. According to the agreement, if other countries' divine relics open in the future, we have the right to send representatives to compete for their legacies. Yichen raised an eyebrow. That's somewhat compensatory. Yet he still felt uneasy. In the divine relics, is it possible to fight each other? Yichen asked. Certainly. Chen Mingwu replied with a smile. Even if it wasn't allowed, who would really follow the rules? With such tempting treasures, no one would back down. Even if someone gets killed, no one would know who did it. Hearing this, a cruel smile appeared on Yichen's face. If they are so eager to seize our treasures, they can't blame me for being ruthless. He then looked at Chen Mingwu and declared firmly, Principal, I've made my decision. I must go to this divine relic. Chen Mingwu chuckled and said, I knew you wouldn't want to suffer any losses. However, if you want to enter the divine relics, it's best to choose the martial arts universities in the northeastern or southwestern provinces. These provinces are relatively weaker, without powerful, entrenched families, so the chances of obtaining a spot for the relics are greatly increased. Yichen nodded in response. Principal, please convey to Principal Hu that I've decided to go to Spring City Martial Arts University. For him, there wasn't much difference in which university he chose. After all, his greatest reliance was the system, and as long as he continued to grow, he would eventually become invincible. Improving his cultivation was just a way to avoid drawing too much attention. Pursuing a prestigious school was a small wish from his past life, but this wish paled in comparison to obtaining a divine artifact. Moreover, if such a legacy of the great Xia sages and gods were to fall into foreign hands, it would suggest that great Xia was weak and easily bullied, something Yichen couldn't accept. Since he prioritized the divine relics, it didn't matter to him which university he attended. Principal Hu was eager to recruit him, and he had received many benefits from him, so not going would seem ungrateful. More importantly, Principal Hu had promised that if he went to Spring City Martial Arts University, he would do everything to recommend him for a spot. 2 months later, Yi Chun, who had been lounging at home, finally got up to head to Spring City. He didn't have Hu Wanli wait for him, as a principal couldn't focus solely on him, so he chose to report to the school on his own. After 2 months, the buzz about him being the national top scorer had faded, as people moved on to the latest trending topics. After a 2-hour journey, Yi Chun arrived at the gates of Spring City Martial Arts University, carrying the large bags his mother had prepared for him. Nearby, a few young men in university uniforms were lurking around the new students. After a while, one of them hesitantly said to the buzzcut youth in the middle, Boss, are we really doing this? If the instructor finds out, he'll skin us alive. What are you afraid of? The buzzcut youth shot him a glance. Did you forget how the seniors treated you when you first joined last year? I thought they were kind seniors, but those bastards made me give them 100 contribution points as a service fee, and threatened to beat me up if I didn't. Do you know how I survived this past year? It took me a whole year of hard work to save up 100 contribution points. Now new sheep have arrived, and if we don't take advantage of them, how will we ever get ahead? But I heard the freshmen this year are tough, and there's even a national top scorer among them. So what? Even if he's the world's top scorer, he's still just a greenhorn freshman. The three of us are second rank. We can't handle him. After the buzzcut youth spoke, another pockmarked youth chimed in. Lizzie, if you don't want to, you can leave now. The boss and I will handle it. Just don't be jealous when you see us enjoying ourselves later. Lizzie hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself. Let's do it. If we don't, someone else will. Just then, the buzzcut youth smiled with satisfaction, and they heard the pockmarked youth excitedly pointing at a handsome young man carrying large bags. Boss, there's a juicy target. What are we waiting for? Let's go. The buzzcut youth was overjoyed and led his two companions toward the young man with enthusiasm. Chen walked into the campus of Chungcheongwu University, where he was greeted by a senior with a buzz cut and a warm smile, making him appear especially friendly. Chen immediately recognized the school uniform, thinking to himself that this must be a senior. So he quickly responded, I'm a freshman. Hello, senior. The buzzcut senior exchanged glances with his two companions, their eyes gleaming with undisguised excitement, clearly plotting something. Ma Zi stepped forward eagerly, reaching out to grab Chen's luggage, saying with a grin, Here, let me help you with that. Li Zi followed suit, trying to take Chen's other bag. However, Chen felt cautious, noticing that there were many other freshmen around, some with heavier luggage, yet no one else was being offered help. Why were they so keen to help him? Thus, Chen deftly avoided their hands and smiled, saying, Thank you, seniors, for your kind offer, but my bags aren't heavy. I can manage them myself. Ma Zi was undeterred, continuing to persuade. Hey, we're all going to be schoolmates. No need to be so formal. He tried once more to take the bags, but Chen evaded him again. Seeing this, the buzzcut senior reconsidered his approach and decided to try a different tactic. He smiled and said, In that case, let us show you to the registration area. You're new here and might need some guidance. Chen thought about it and, seeing their enthusiasm, agreed. Thank you, seniors, I'll take you up on that. No need to be so polite. It's our duty. The buzzcut senior laughed heartily, and the three of them surrounded Chen as they walked into the campus. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, and Chen learned some information about Wu University from them, such as choosing majors, completing tasks, and earning contribution points, daily training routines, and some campus gossip. As they neared the registration area, the buzzcut senior pulled a bottle of water from his bag and handed it to Chen. Junior, after all this talking, you must be thirsty. Here, have some water. Chen shook his head. Thanks, senior, but I'm not thirsty. The buzzcut senior insisted. Take it. I'm offering it to you. Really, there's no need. I have water in my backpack that I haven't finished. Thank you, senior. Chen's refusal made the buzzcut senior a bit annoyed. He thought to himself, this kid is really stubborn, not falling for any tricks. It reminded him of himself a year ago, naively accepting a senior's offer, only to end up with a huge debt of 100 contribution points. However, he couldn't worry about that now and decided to be more forceful. Charging 100 contribution points as a guiding fee was a bit unreasonable, but he thought to himself, might as well go all the way. Just as the buzzcut senior was about to signal his two companions to forcibly extort Chen, a furious female voice suddenly interrupted. Ma Jie, Zhang Shuai, Xia Chuang. What are you three plotting? The three seniors were startled, realizing they were in trouble as the formidable girl appeared. Chen turned his head and saw a girl with a ponytail walking towards him. She was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, and with her large, bright eyes and oval face, she looked both youthful and beautiful, yet also spirited and capable. Ma Jie, noticing her, grinned and asked, Qingwen, what brings you here? However, Qingwen ignored him and looked at Chen with concern, asking, They didn't ask you for any contribution points, did they? Chen observed her attire and guessed that she was also a senior at Chungcheong Wuda, seemingly acquainted with the three people beside him. Earlier, when the seniors mentioned campus gossip, they specifically talked about the school beauty rankings, and he remembered hearing Qingwen's name. With this in mind, Chen smiled and replied, Thank you for your concern, senior. The seniors have been very kind, showing me around and even offering me a map and water. You see, Qingwen, you misunderstood us. We're just being helpful. Qingwen shot the three a glare, then took Chen by the arm and led him toward the new student registration area. Freshman, you must be cautious since you're new here. Don't let some bad students take advantage of you. Your contribution points are valuable, so don't give them away lightly, or you'll regret it later. As she spoke, she glanced at the crew-cut guy. Chen understood that Qingwen's words held deeper meaning. If he hadn't met her today, this situation might have been difficult to resolve. Nearby, Zhang Shuai looked at Ma Jie and whispered, Boss, what do we do now? Ma Jie replied in a low voice, Qingwen is not easy to deal with. She's also an organizing committee member of the student council. Let's not make a fuss for now. She can't stay with this fat sheep, 247. We'll collect our service fee another day. We can afford to wait. Lai Zixiachuang hesitated and asked, what if this kid denies it afterward? Ma Jie grinned wickedly. Deny it? Then we seniors will just have to teach him the rules of our school with our fists. At this moment, Qingwen had already brought Yi Chun to the registration area. Freshman, this is where you register. Go tell the staff your name, place of origin, and ID number, then collect your dorm key and student ID. Yi Chun politely smiled and approached a staff member. Name? Yi Chun. The staff member looked up in surprise and asked, wait, what's your name again? At this point, not only the staff member but also Qingwen, Ma Jie, and the surrounding freshmen stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Yi Chun. Yi Chun paused for a moment and repeated, my name is Yi Chun. The staff member exclaimed, Yi Chun from Jiangxing? Yes. As soon as he confirmed, the place erupted. The staff member immediately stood up, his attitude changing drastically, and asked eagerly, Yi Chun, are you today's top scorer in the martial arts university exam? Upon receiving Yi Chun's affirmative reply, the surrounding crowd's gaze changed noticeably, and Qingwen widened her eyes, surprised to find that the freshman she met was the top scorer. Zhang Shuai and Xia Chuang's expressions changed dramatically, realizing they had indeed encountered a tough character. Ma Jie sneered. So what if he's the top scorer? He's still a newbie, right? We've been training for a year longer than him, so he'll always be junior to us. Just then, the staff eagerly invited Yi Chun to a large piece of equipment and said with a smile, Yi Chun, this is a simple test before enrollment. The data will be recorded for our archives. Please use your most skilled combat method to attack the center of this device. Yi Chun nodded and retrieved an iron bow and arrows from his spatial ring. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up with envy. Even if they saved every penny for 4 years of college, they might not accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for even the lowest level of a spatial ring. In comparison, Yi Chun was far ahead. Ma Jie, witnessing this scene, couldn't hide his greed and thought to himself, this spatial ring will be mine sooner or later. As he confidently made this vow, Yi Chun casually drew his bow and shot an arrow. Boom! The device suddenly emitted a loud noise, causing the entire ground to tremble. Immediately after, the numbers on the device's display began to fluctuate wildly. When Ma Jie saw the final number, his legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground as all thoughts vanished from his mind. 12,654. The people around were nearly speechless with shock. This value was comparable to that of a 4th-grade warrior. The last newly tested student had only scored 2,143, not even a fraction of Yi Chun's score, and was already among the top in the new student rankings. This number represented a student's strength or attack power. Although attack power does not entirely define a warrior's combat capability, in the face of absolute strength, all techniques become insignificant. Yi Chun, your blood vitality has already exceeded 1,000, hasn't it? A staff member stammered. The average person has about 100 blood vitality and can generate around 800 force, while a trained warrior can enhance this ratio. 1 blood vitality can produce about 10 force, and exceptionally talented individuals can achieve an effect of 1.12 to 1.15. No, my blood vitality is just over 600, a 1st-grade warrior, Yi Chun replied, shocking everyone again. This meant Yi Chun had achieved an incredible increase of over 1.20. Moreover, 2 months ago, the news reported Yi Chun's blood vitality was 400, and now it had surpassed 600, his cultivation speed surpassing that of most students who train for a year. Even Qingwen widened her eyes, staring intently at Yi Chun. Senior? Senior. Yi Chun called a few times before Qingwen snapped out of her daze, a blush appearing on her face. Junior Yi Chun certainly lives up to his reputation. I'm truly impressed. I'm an archer too. Could you teach me your force technique? Yi Chun didn't know any sophisticated techniques. He simply combined over 6,000 forces in one strike. To avoid suspicion, he nodded, saying, another day for sure. At this moment, Ma Jie's face was pale as he thought to himself. Even if we combined the scores of the 3 of us, we wouldn't match Yi Chun. If we had really confronted Yi Chun earlier, we would be gravely injured if not worse. He recalled boasting to Yi Chun that if he ever got bullied at school, he could just mention his name. Now, it seemed laughable. Yi Chun, here is your dorm key, Villa number 1. A staff member handed over a golden key to Yi Chun. This scene filled the new students with envy, and even the seniors looked on with admiration. The number 1 villa was one of only 10 in the entire school, each incredibly luxurious. Only the most powerful and resourceful top talents could live there. It was rumored that renting one of these villas cost 1,000 contribution points per year, and one needed the strength to keep it, as other students could challenge you at any time. If they succeeded, they would take over your remaining time there. Thus, those who lived in the number 1 villa were typically among the top 10 strongest in the school. Qingwen, doing quite well among the second-year students, could only afford to live in a large apartment in the Earth Zone. The Tianzi Villa is something most can only dream of. Qingwen looked at the keys in Yi Chen's hand with envy and smiled. You might not be familiar with the way, let me guide you. Ma Jie and his two companions quickly stepped forward, eagerly offering. We'll help carry your luggage. Don't worry, we won't charge you any contribution points. Thank you, seniors, Yi Chen replied, grabbing his student card and following Qingwen, Ma Jie, and the others. After they left, the staff members sternly scolded the crowd. What are you staring at? This was arranged by the principal himself. If you have any complaints, take them to the principal or challenge Yi Chen at Tianzi Villa number 1. The crowd quickly averted their gaze, thinking to themselves that geniuses like him are beyond their reach. The group weaved through the campus, eventually arriving at a beautifully scenic area far from the teaching buildings. This place was full of trees and flowers, creating a sense of seclusion from the outside world, like stepping into a paradise. Zhang Shuai sighed. It's so beautiful here, I wish I could stay for a few days. Ma Jie replied with a cold laugh. Stop dreaming. This kind of place isn't for ordinary folks like us. Only prodigies like Yi Chen have the right to live here. Qingwen looked at Yi Chen with some concern and cautioned. Be careful living here. Some senior students might come to challenge you. Oh, why is that? Yi Chen asked curiously. Qingwen explained. You're new here and moving straight into the Tianzi Villa, especially Villa number 1, might not sit well with some powerful seniors. She paused before continuing. The school allows students to challenge each other, as long as no one gets seriously hurt. If you lose a challenge, you have to give up your villa. It's a rule meant to encourage martial arts practice among students. So that's how it works. Yi Chen smiled, unfazed. If anyone wants to challenge me, let them come. I'm ready. Ma Jie added. Your combat skills are impressive, but those senior students are strong too. Especially those living in the top 10 apartments of the dizzy category. They've reached the 5th rank and mastered at least one 4th rank martial skill. You might find it tough against them. However, Yi Chen seemed even more intrigued. If those seniors really come to challenge me, I wouldn't mind facing them. After all, my main goal here is to secure a spot in the miracle. He resolved silently that his first task was to establish his reputation. In the afternoon, after having lunch with Qingwen at the cafeteria, Yi Chen returned to the villa alone. He looked around and noticed that there was no one in the nearby villas. As Qingwen had mentioned, these powerful seniors, most likely, were out on missions or had joined organizations like the Demon Suppression Army. Yi Chen lounged on the sofa, contemplating his future plans. With his current strength, he couldn't easily overpower all his competitors. Even the seniors ranked in the Earth category had reached the 5th rank, and the top 10 were already at the 6th rank. Therefore, it was urgent for him to enhance his abilities. He had two options: enter the secret realm to fight monsters, or continue to improve his cultivation. Of course, he could pursue both simultaneously. Yi Chen decided to seek out Hu Wanli the next day to request permission for unrestricted access to the secret realm. At that moment, he took out his phone and called Chen Xiu, informing her of his intention to break through to the 2nd rank and asking her to prepare the best bone consolidation powder. This powder, made from the essence and bones of magical creatures along with other ingredients, is essential for martial artists breaking through to the 2nd rank. The medicinal value of bone consolidation powder varies with its quality, and the best requires the essence and bones of 5th rank magical creatures, costing over 100 million. Yi Chen, having recently come into a considerable fortune, with over 500 million in endorsement fees from Shirue Pharmaceuticals last month, naturally opted for the finest quality. Upon receiving Yi Chen's request, Chen Xiu immediately sprang into action, not hesitating for a moment. To better serve Yi Chen, she, as the regional manager for the company's Northeast division, had relocated her office to the Spring City branch and purchased a house near Spring City Martial Arts University. Yi Chen was not only her golden goose, but also the hope of the entire company. In just over a month of endorsement, the company's net profit had doubled and continued to rise. The shareholders, who once complained about Chen Xiu's high costs, now treated her with great respect, fearing that her departure would greatly harm the company. Rumors circulated within the company that Yi Chen's choice of Shirue Pharmaceuticals was entirely due to Chen Xiu, and although she never confirmed this, she allowed the rumor to persist, making it seem more credible. She understood that the closer her relationship with Yi Chen, the more her career would flourish. Naturally, she was eager to fulfill any of Yi Chen's requests. Chen Xiu also invited Yi Chen to visit her new home and taste her cooking. Yi Chen thought about it, and since he had no plans and it wasn't far, he gladly accepted. Dressed casually, he arrived at the address, which was a high-end apartment complex, considered top-tier housing for ordinary people. Taking the elevator up and knocking on the door, Chen Xiu appeared in a black short dress, perfectly showcasing her impressive figure. Today, she wasn't wearing black stockings, and her full, round thighs appeared even more strikingly fair against her black dress. Mr. Yi quickly walked into the room, and Chen Xiu greeted him with joy in her eyes, bending down to take out slippers for him. As Yi Chen glanced over, he inadvertently caught a breathtaking sight. He swallowed hard, and quickly offered to change his shoes himself. Chung Siyu laughed softly and returned to the kitchen, saying as she walked, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Yi. The food will be ready soon. Also, the top-grade bone-strengthening powder you requested is on its way." Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction and suddenly remembered something else. "Bring me 5 top-grade third-tier body refining pills as well," he added. Chung Siyu was taken aback and blurted out, "Mr. Yi, why do you need third-tier pills when you've just broken through the second tier?" Realizing her blunder, she quickly apologized, worried she might have upset Yi Chen. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I spoke out of turn." "No harm done," Yi Chen replied with a smile, unfazed. He explained, "My physique is somewhat unique, and I can handle the impact of higher-grade pills. Just keep this to yourself." He revealed a bit of his secret to pave the way for future requests and to draw Chung Siyu closer, making her feel trusted. Upon hearing this, Chung Siyu hurried to his side, knelt down, and solemnly promised, "Rest assured, Mr. Yi, everything I have today is thanks to you. I won't let you down." Yi Chen nodded and helped her up. As she stood, she seemed to stumble slightly, falling into Yi Chen's arms. He felt the softness in his embrace and was enveloped by the scent of a mature woman. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi." Chung Siyu quickly got up, flustered, and ran back to the kitchen. The room fell into an awkward silence, but soon the subordinates delivered the pills. After dismissing them, Chung Siyu handed the pills to Yi Chen herself. Yi Chen opened the jade bottle containing the bone-strengthening powder, and a rich medicinal aroma wafted out, confirming its quality. "You've done well," he praised. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Yi." Chung Siyu replied, her cheeks flushed as if painted with rouge. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen didn't reseal the bottle but consumed the bone-strengthening powder directly. Chung Siyu was alarmed. "Mr. Yi, that's dangerous." She knew the risks of a warrior's breakthrough and worried that, as an ordinary person, she couldn't handle any unforeseen events. However, Yi Chen showed no signs of discomfort after taking the powder. He nonchalantly said, "Is the food ready? Let's eat." Without waiting for Chung Siyu to respond, he sat at the dining table and began to eat heartily. After the meal, with Chung Siyu looking on in disbelief, Yi Chen patted his stomach and said, "I'm full, and it seems I've already broken through." "Mr. Yi, you truly are extraordinary," Chung Siyu exclaimed in genuine admiration, her respect for him growing even more. "This is nothing," Yi Chen chuckled, noting her admiring gaze, his youthful heart stirring. He took out a third-tier body refining pill and consumed it directly. Instantly, Yi Chen felt an intense heat throughout his body. Even his face was burning. He realized the potent effect of the top-grade pill was overwhelming. Although it wouldn't harm him, it left him feeling unbearably hot, his mouth dry, and a fiery sensation in his abdomen. Seeing Yi Chen's sudden change, Chung Siyu anxiously approached him, bending down to ask, "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" The fragrance was intoxicating, and the sight was alluring. Yi Chen felt the heat intensify. Mustering all his strength, he hoarsely shouted, "I'm fine. Leave. Go." Chung Siyu was even more worried, unable to abandon Yi Chen at such a moment. She quickly supported him, suggesting, "Mr. Yi, should I call someone, or would you like to lie down and rest for a while?" The next moment, Chung Siyu let out a startled cry as she felt herself being lifted and carried step by step toward the bedroom. At midnight, Chung Siyu struggled to push Yi Chen off the bed and slowly got up herself, only to kneel on the floor due to weakness in her legs. She endured the pain, using the table for support to stand up again, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. A few hours earlier, she felt like a small boat tossed around in a stormy sea. Looking at the sleeping Yi Chen once more, she gently covered him with a thin blanket before supporting her sore back and leaving the room, quietly closing the door behind her. The next day, as daylight flooded the room, Yi Chen awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. He noticed a significant surge in his energy, a sign of a breakthrough in his cultivation. However, amidst his elation, he vaguely recalled doing something he shouldn't have the previous night. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was in Chung Siyu's home. Oh no! Yi Chen opened the door and searched around, but Chung Siyu was nowhere in sight. On the dining table, there was a sumptuous breakfast and a note. "Mr. Yi, I've gone to the office. Toiletries are in the bathroom, and breakfast is on the table. Please eat before going to school, and leave the dishes. I'll clean up after work." After reading the note, Yi Chen sighed with relief, feeling both warmth and guilt. He knew he couldn't push himself so hard in the future. As for Chung Siyu, he would have to find a way to make it up to her over time. After using the towel and toothbrush Chung Siyu had prepared for him, Yi Chen placed the remaining pills into his storage ring and left for school. Instead of returning to the villa, he went directly to find Hu Wanli. Having called ahead, he knew the principal was in the office, so he headed straight there. Just as he was about to enter, the office door swung open, and Yi Chen almost collided with someone. Startled, he looked up to find a stunningly beautiful woman, unlike any he had seen before. Clad in heavy armor, with naturally curly hair cascading to her waist, her face was untouched by makeup, yet strikingly beautiful, especially her deep, dark eyes. However, Her demeanor was cold and distant, as if keeping everyone at arm's length. Instinctively, Chen took a step back. Her icy gaze didn't linger on him, treating him as if he were invisible, and the clinking of her armor echoed as she walked away. Chen watched her until she disappeared from sight, lingering at the door for a while. As she neared the staircase, she seemed to sense his gaze, turning slightly to shoot him a sharp look. Chen felt a chill run through him and quickly averted his eyes, hurrying inside. Once in the office, he exhaled deeply, his heart pounding. Huanli's teasing voice came from the desk. Kid, if you keep staring and she decides to come back and stab you, I won't be able to stop her. Principal, who is she? Chen couldn't help but ask. You'll find out soon enough, Huanli replied with a chuckle, dodging the question. So, how's the dorm I arranged for you? Are you satisfied? It's all right, Chen replied, though his mind was still filled with curiosity about the enigmatic woman. Chen touched his nose and replied vaguely. He hadn't even stayed in the villa for an hour yesterday, so how could he know if it was comfortable? What's the rush to find me? When Huanli asked this, Chen immediately dismissed his wandering thoughts and turned serious. Principal, I want to enter the secret realm as soon as possible. Huanli raised an eyebrow and shook his head helplessly. You're in such a hurry? You've only been here a day. A hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes. You're just like her. Are we going to have another martial arts fanatic at our school? A martial arts fanatic? Who is she? Chen was puzzled, but quickly refocused on the matter at hand. Anyway, please arrange it for me quickly. It's very important to me. I am determined to get a spot in this miracle. All right, Huanli nodded. I'll arrange it for you as soon as possible and provide you with a personal mentor who can assist your martial arts training and ensure your safety in the secret realm. Chen waved dismissively. No need for a mentor. I'll be fine on my own. Just give me access to the secret realm. No way. Huanli's tone suddenly became firm, his eyes revealing a refusal to be contradicted. You're my pride, the hope for revitalizing our Spring City Martial Arts University. Besides, I promised old Chen that I'd ensure your safety. If anything happens to you, that old guy will definitely come after me. All right. Chen reluctantly agreed, shaking his head. Seeing Chen's disappointment, Huanli scoffed. Don't take this for granted. I found you the best mentor in the entire school, and it wasn't easy to persuade her to take you on. Don't be ungrateful. The best mentor? Who is it? Chen's interest was piqued. Haha, you'll find out soon enough. Huanli replied with a mysterious smile, then changed the topic. You've just arrived and everything is unfamiliar, but you can hang out with Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen. They're here at Spring City Martial Arts University too? Chen was surprised and then delighted. Huanli nodded slightly and smiled. This way, you won't feel too lonely. Thank you, Principal. Chen expressed his gratitude sincerely. Why thank me? They're both members of the champion team. Although their contributions were smaller and their talents less impressive, they each have their strengths, Huanli explained. Chao Zhuang has always been the team leader with rich experience in leading teams, so he can study battlefield command. Yao Wen is smart and can develop as a martial arts researcher. Although Huanli said this, Chen understood his intentions. After a moment of thought, he asked, Principal, did Chen Shui and Chen Bing also come? Those two ladies? I wouldn't dare invite them. Huanli chuckled, shaking his head. You might not know, but they're the granddaughters of Chen Rushan, the principal of Beijing Martial Arts University, and the precious jewels of the Chen family, one of the 4 great families in Beijing. Then why would they come to a small place like Jiangxing to study? I have no idea. There might be hidden reasons. I was kept in the dark and only recently learned their true identities, Huanli shrugged. You could ask them yourself when you have the chance. Upon hearing this, Chen fell silent. The Chen sisters hadn't contacted him in a long time, and his messages had gone unanswered. He believed they must have their reasons. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cut off contact. Their friendship wouldn't end like this. Just then, Huanli interrupted Chen's thoughts, his expression suddenly serious. Chen, there's something you care about that I need to tell you. Chen looked up, waiting for the principal to continue. Huanli took a deep breath and said solemnly, the date for the opening of the miracle has been set. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement flashed in Chen's eyes, and he asked, when? In about 3 months, Huanli replied, shaking his head slightly with a hint of concern in his voice. I originally thought the opening of the miracle would take at least another year. This is far beyond my expectations, and I'm worried you might. Worried I won't be strong enough? Chen asked with a smile. Huanli nodded seriously and said, I won't beat around the bush. The restriction for entering this secret realm is under 24 years old and below the 7th grade. This means your opponents will be at least 6th grade powerhouses, possibly even at the peak of the 6th grade or on the verge of the 7th. I'm concerned you won't be able to compete with them. 3 months, huh? Chen smiled slightly and said with determination, that's enough time. Huanli's eyes narrowed. Chen, this is no time for jokes or to show off. Principal, I know what I'm doing. I have confidence that in 3 months, I'll be able to stand against these guys. After hearing this, Huanli scrutinized Chen carefully and, realizing he wasn't joking, slowly said, In that case, I'll certainly recommend you. However, we might have an internal selection process. Only those who excel in the selection will qualify for a spot. Chen suddenly asked, Principal, the sister who just left your office, is she also competing for this spot? She won't be. Hu Wanli shook his head. She no longer meets the requirements. She's over 24 years old? Chen asked in surprise, thinking she didn't seem much older than him. Her cultivation level doesn't meet the requirements. She's already at the 7th grade. Hu Wanli said flatly. This startled Chen. He had never encountered someone so young at the 7th grade before. Is she really that formidable? You'll get to know more about her in time, Hu Wanli said with a knowing smile. You seem quite interested in her. No, I'm not. Chen blushed and quickly denied it. However, he knew this was the first time he had met such a beautiful and distinctive girl. Chen Bing was cheerful and enthusiastic. Chen Shui was calm and reserved. Cheng Xiu was caring, but this girl was as aloof as an iceberg, keeping others at a distance. She felt like an insurmountable icy mountain, cold and unyielding. Everyone appreciates beauty, and it's natural for young people to be captivated by it. I understand, but Hu Wanli's tone shifted. I advise you to give up on that thought. Does she have a boyfriend? Chen asked curiously. No. Then why? Because no one can reach her heart. Hu Wanli sighed. What does that mean? That's not something you should worry about now. Focus on improving your strength and securing a spot for the miracle. Although our Northeast province is relatively underdeveloped, we have many elites. If you can't break through in the selection, don't blame me for not helping you. Hu Wanli's words snapped Chen out of his reverie, and he earnestly said, Principal, give me access to the secret realm, and I won't disappoint you. Hu Wanli nodded. The secret realm can be opened for you, but only once a week, for 8 hours each time. Principal, that's not enough time, Chen protested directly. Hu Wanli waved his hand firmly, saying, No bargaining with me. That's the decision. Every time you enter the secret realm, you must go with a mentor. After a moment of thought, he asked, When are you planning to go in this week? The sooner, the better, came the reply. Then let's do it tomorrow. I'll make the arrangements now. Head to the school library entrance tomorrow morning, and I'll have a mentor meet you there. After Chen left, Hu Wanli picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Hu Wanli. Starting tomorrow, open the secret realm once a week for 8 hours each time. Got it. Don't talk to me about running out of spirit stones. Just do as I say. Deduct the shortfall from my allowance. Don't worry about my resources. It's settled. Goodbye. As Chen reached downstairs, his phone rang. It was a call from Qingwen. They had exchanged numbers before parting yesterday to stay in touch. He hadn't expected her to call so soon. Qingwen invited him to the archery club of the student council. The club members were all archers and regularly held activities to exchange archery skills. Overwhelmed by her enthusiasm, Chen agreed. Following the address given by Qingwen, Chen arrived at the archery club's venue, where he found 20 or 30 people either chatting or practicing archery. As he stepped into the venue, Qingwen waved him over with a warm smile. Once he approached, Qingwen introduced him. This is Tao Ying, the vice president of the archery club. Chen looked at Tao Ying beside Qingwen. Her face was cute, with a bit of baby fat. He greeted politely. Hello, senior. So you're the famous Chen I've heard so much about. You certainly live up to the reputation, Tao Ying said with a smile, extending her hand for a handshake. Her hand was soft, not what one would expect from an archer. Qingwen chuckled. Chen, today you have 2 beautiful ladies asking you to be their teacher, so you better not hold back. After Chen promised to help, both girls laughed. Tao Ying reassured him. Don't be nervous, relax. We seniors won't bite. Chen smiled wryly, realizing that his popularity had soared with his growing strength. As they chatted, the 3 of them moved to the archery range. Chen took out his black iron bow, immediately capturing Qingwen and Tao Ying's attention. Wow, that bow is so cool. It's really beautiful. I wish I had one like it. Without saying much, Chen raised the bow, notched an arrow, and aimed at the target. Since acquiring the Hawkeye skill, he noticed a guiding line in his vision, clearly indicating the arrow's trajectory. By making slight adjustments based on this line, he could easily hit the target every time. Thwack! An arrow flew and struck the target dead center 100 meters away, earning cheers from the 2 girls and drawing the attention of other club members. After shooting, Chen began to teach Qingwen and Tao Ying how to shoot. With the aid of the guiding line, he knew how to shoot more accurately. However, assisting them was a bit challenging, as they needed to be quite close. Although Chen tried to maintain some distance, the focus required inevitably brought them closer. Especially when Chen was helping with the bow, from an outsider's perspective, it looked like he was embracing Qingwen. At that moment, a long-haired man carrying a longbow entered the venue and frowned. President, many club members greeted him in unison upon seeing him. The man directly asked, Who's that guy with Qingwen? What are they doing? Someone replied, I think he's a freshman. Qingwen invited him. A freshman? The man snorted and walked straight toward Chen and the 2 girls. The surrounding club members followed suit, aware that the president had a thing for Qingwen and had been pursuing her diligently. Watching his crush in such an intimate scenario with someone else was unbearable. Qingwen was startled by a shout, snapping her out of her focus, and only then did she realize how close she was to Yi Chun, almost touching. Yi Chun was helping her hold the bow, like a boyfriend in love. This thought brought a blush to Qingwen's cheeks. She pulled away, calmed her racing heart, and turned to the newcomer, saying, Minka, you're here. Let me introduce you to Yi Chun, our freshman, and this year's national top scorer. She then turned to Yi Chun and added, this is Minka, our club president, and a junior. He represented our university in the Northeastern Province Youth Archery Competition last year and won 3rd place. Hearing this, Yi Chun extended his hand to Minka, saying, hello, senior. However, Minka ignored him and looked at Qingwen with a smirk, saying, 1-1, if you want to improve your archery, I can teach you personally. What can a freshman teach you? He'll only lead you astray. Qingwen frowned immediately, displeased, and her expression darkened. Minka, I invited Yi Chun here. How can you, as the president, have such an attitude? Besides, who I choose to learn from is none of your business. Yi Chun only taught me and Taoying for a few minutes, and I already feel like I've improved. Right, Taoying? Taoying nodded repeatedly in agreement. Seeing that both were siding with Yi Chun and hearing the whispers around, Minka felt humiliated and angry. He turned to Yi Chun with a mocking smile and said, freshman, do you dare to make a bet with me? What kind of bet? Yi Chun frowned, thinking this was unnecessary trouble. Minka sneered, let's see who can shoot farther and more accurately. If you lose, leave the archery club for good. If I lose, I'll leave, and you can be the president. Yi Chun shook his head slightly. There's no need for this. If I'm not welcome here, I'll just leave. With that, he turned to go. He had no grudge against Minka and didn't want to bother with someone so brash. However, Minka taunted from behind. What? Scared? And you call yourself the national top scorer? You're just a coward. His words drew laughter from many club members. Yi Chun's brow furrowed, annoyed. He turned back and asked, how are we competing? Minka sneered. I told you, whoever shoots farther and more accurately. The targets here are too close. There's a farther range in the back mountains. Let's compete there. Gladly, Yi Chun replied, leading the way out of the arena. Qingwen hurried after him, apologizing. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to cause you so much trouble. It's all my fault. Yi Chun shook his head. It's okay, senior. Even without today's incident, someone would challenge me sooner or later. Since that's the case, I might as well make an example of him. Be careful, Yi Chun. Minka is really skilled at archery, and his vision is excellent. Long-distance shooting is his specialty, Qingwen warned. Oh really? Yi Chun smiled. No matter how good his vision is, can it beat an eagle's eye? The group followed Minka and Yi Chun to the mountainside at the back. Minka stood at the forefront of the clearing, pointing to the targets lined up on the neighboring mountain peak. He announced loudly, there are 4 targets on the opposite mountain, at distances of 200, 300, 400, and 500 meters from us. Whoever shoots the farthest and hits closest to the bullseye wins. If you think you're not up to it, you can admit defeat now to avoid missing the target and embarrassing yourself. Yi Chun shook his head slightly and said calmly, I thought the targets would be farther. The farthest is only 500 meters. Minka was taken aback, then sneered. Are you joking with me? If you can hit the target 200 meters away, that would already be impressive. Enough talk, let's begin. All right, you go first, Yi Chun replied. You go first. Once I make my move, you won't have a chance, Minka said with a laugh, drawing his bow and striking a pose like he's shooting the sun. The surrounding classmates cheered for him. Minka closed his left eye and shouted loudly, releasing the arrow, which flew in a graceful arc and hit the target 200 meters away. Someone looked through binoculars and shouted, Minka, you're amazing. 9 rings. Cheers erupted. Minka shook his head, looking regretful. I was a bit off my game. Could have been a 10. Your turn, top student. Yi Chun responded calmly. You can shoot another arrow to avoid any regrets. Humph. That shot is enough to deal with you. I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it. With that, Yi Chun took out his black iron bow and aimed directly at the 500-meter target. The people around gasped. What's he doing? Aiming for the 500-meter target? Is he joking? There's no way he can hit it. At that moment, the bowstring twanged, and the arrow traced an even longer arc, hitting the bullseye. A clear sound echoed between the mountains. 500 meters, and a bullseye. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Qingwen's eyes widened with amazement, and Taoying held her face in awe, becoming an instant fan of Yi Chun. Without a word, Yi Chun put away his black iron bow and walked down the mountain, leaving Minka in a stunned silence. The event quickly spread across the campus, but Yi Chun returned to the villa, taking another body-tempering pill. With previous experience and an increase in his energy and blood, Yi Chun did not lose control as he had the previous night. The next morning, Yi Chun arrived at the library entrance. It was still early, and no other students were there yet. However, he saw a familiar figure, clad in heavy armor, with long, naturally wavy black hair cascading down her back, exuding an icy, unapproachable aura. Yi Chun was taken aback, the mentor the principal had arranged for him was her? Yichen approached with a sense of unease and asked, "Excuse me, are you waiting for me?" The woman in front of him exuded a powerful aura, and standing before her, Yichen felt an invisible pressure. It wasn't an attack, but rather a quality she emanated from within. In response to his question, the woman did not answer, but simply nodded slightly, her eyes devoid of any emotion. "Greetings, mentor," Yichen said politely, trying to make a good impression. Despite her appearing only a few years older than him, he showed utmost respect. "Just call me senior sister. That's what everyone calls me," she replied in a cool tone that made Yichen tense, not daring to ask why. After speaking, she turned, her hair flowing behind her, gesturing for Yichen to follow. "Senior sister, is there something you need?" The woman stopped and glanced at Yichen out of the corner of her eye. "We're near the Library of Martial Arts. I thought I might choose a few martial techniques," Yichen said softly, trying to relax. After all, he had already reached the second rank and was capable of learning more advanced techniques. "Learning such things now is of no use to you. It will only waste your time," she replied coldly. "Huh? What?" Yichen asked, puzzled. "You'll find out in due time," she said, continuing to walk forward. Left with no choice, Yichen followed. Soon, they arrived at a teleportation array in the heart of the campus. At the moment, the array was dim, clearly inactive. Nearby stood a female mentor, Su Jing, who had previously accompanied Hu Wanli during the interview. Upon seeing Yichen, her expression briefly turned awkward but quickly shifted to a warm smile as she said, "Welcome to Spring City Martial University, Yichen." Yichen smiled back, thinking that since they were all on the same side, there was no need to hold grudges. Su Jing turned to the woman and asked, "Ning Shuang, the principal has already informed me. Are you taking Yichen into the secret realm now?" The woman, referred to as Ning Shuang, nodded slightly, maintaining a distance from everyone. Yichen recalled what Ma Jie had mentioned about the list of campus beauties, where Jiang Ning Shuang's name was prominently featured. Ma Jie had spoken of her with caution, obviously quite wary of her. Now, Yichen understood why. Su Jing seemed to know Jiang Ning Shuang's personality well and didn't say much more. She retrieved a dozen or so spirit stones from her storage ring, glowing faintly and crystal clear, exuding a rich energy. The concentration of energy was unmatched even by top-tier third-rank pills. Spirit stones, the name surfaced in Yichen's mind. He remembered the stones he had seen in the demon cave, though their purity was far inferior to these spirit stones. If I could get my hands on a few high-purity spiritual stones and absorb them, I wonder what the outcome would be. Yichen thought to himself that as long as his body could handle it, his vitality would definitely surge. However, recalling the frenzy he experienced a few days ago when absorbing a third-grade pill, he dismissed the idea. Jiang Ningxuang was not Cheng Siyu. Just a moment ago, as they walked along, any senior students who saw her steered clear. If he were to lose control around her, who knows if she might kill him. Besides, Yichen didn't want to lose his senses, as that would not be him, and it could harm others. As he pondered, Su Jing had already poured all the spiritual stones into the groove beside the portal. The portal emitted a humming sound, and its center began to shimmer with colorful lights. It was activated. Jiang Ningxuang said nothing, flipping her long hair, and stepped into the portal first. Yichen followed closely behind, entering the portal. In a blink, when his vision cleared again, Yichen found himself standing in a dense forest. A humid and sweet breeze blew through the gaps in the trees. Jiang Ningxuang simply said, "Don't go deep in, and don't stray more than 10 meters from me," before falling silent. Out of the corner of his eye, Yichen noticed she was holding a tunter-long black spear. The shaft seemed coiled with a dragon, the tassel white as snow, and the tip sharp as a sword. When she swung it casually, it seemed to emit a faint dragon's roar. "Understood, senior sister," Yichen replied, then aimed at a giant python coiled on a tree not far ahead. The arrow pierced the python's abdomen, causing it to hiss in pain and strike at Yichen with lightning speed. Startled by the python's strength, Yichen quickly shot another arrow, which went through the python's mouth and exited through its back. With a spray of blood, the python died instantly, its massive body sliding several meters across the ground before stopping at Yichen's feet. Yichen exhaled deeply and looked back at Jiang Ningxuang, who stood holding her spear. "Senior sister, that python was at least a 4th grade. It was so dangerous just now, weren't you worried I'd get hurt?" he asked. Jiang Ningxuang replied coolly, "I know your strength. If you can't even handle a python, then forget about competing for any divine relics." "Senior sister knows me?" Yichen asked curiously, puzzled because he didn't recall meeting her before. But Jiang Ningxuang didn't answer. Instead, she leaned against a nearby tree, pulled out a wine gourd, and started drinking heavily. Yichen was surprised that such a delicate beauty was actually a heavy drinker. While gathering energy for his next move, he observed her actions. She finished one bottle and produced another, continuing to drink. Wine trickled down her smooth chin to her slender neck, soaking her collar. She seemed oblivious to drunkenness, drinking with reckless abandon. Before long, 7 or 8 wine gourds lay discarded around her. At that moment, the icy demeanor on Jiang Ningxuang's jade-like face began to melt, replaced by fear, helplessness, and terror. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears, and her pupils trembled as if she had seen something horrifying. Sensing something was wrong, Yichen quickly put away his iron bow and rushed to the trembling Jiang Ningxuang, who was curled up under the tree, clutching her arms tightly. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Yichen quickly stepped forward, noticing Jiang Ningxuang's face was devoid of color, and her once rosy lips were now as pale as paper. "Senior sister." Yi Chan was shocked, moving closer with concern and reaching out to touch her shoulder. However, Jiang Ningxuang, like a startled wildcat, sharply exclaimed, "Don't touch me." Simultaneously, her delicate hand transformed into a palm strike, mercilessly hitting Yi Chen's chest. Bang! Yi Chen was sent flying, crashing through 3 thick tree trunks before falling to the ground. In the next moment, Jiang Ningxuang's expression changed dramatically, as if waking from a nightmare. The fear on her face vanished, replaced by tension and surprise. She pushed off the ground and instantly appeared in front of Yi Chen, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" At that moment, Yi Chen, for the first time sensed the warmth of the stunning beauty before him, her icy demeanor melting away, revealing a breathtaking allure. "Cough, cough. I'm fine, not dying yet." Yi Chen patted the palm print on his chest and prepared to stand up. However, in the next moment, a spear was brandished, its sharp tip poised directly at his nose. A cold voice demanded, "Why did you approach me earlier?" "I saw something was wrong and came over to check on you, big sister." Yi Chen was somewhat irritated, thinking to himself that his genuine concern had been met with a palm strike, and now he was being questioned. Just because she's beautiful, does she think she can do as she pleases? "Really?" Jiang Ningxuang replied coldly. "If not, what else could it be, big sister?" Yi Chen's expression darkened, ignoring her, and he began to hunt magical creatures. He gradually understood why Ma Jie didn't want to mention her. Who could tolerate such a neurotic personality? Just then, Yi Chen heard a hesitant voice from behind. "How's your injury? Do you need to see a doctor?" "Thanks for your concern, big sister. I'm fine." Yi Chen replied impatiently. But Jiang Ningxuang insisted. "Maybe you should see a doctor. I wasn't gentle earlier, and I'm worried you might be hurt." Yi Chen rolled his eyes, turned around, opened his shirt, and revealed his chest, saying, "Thanks, big sister. I'm perfectly fine." Jiang Ningxuang instinctively shielded her face with her arm, peeking through to see that Yi Chen was indeed unhurt, and only then did she relax. She quickly reverted to her cold demeanor. "Put your shirt back on." However, she was secretly amazed that Yi Chen, a mere second-grade martial artist, could withstand a strike from her, a 7th-grade practitioner. Incredible. Humph. Yi Chen buttoned up his shirt and, timing his skills cooldown, used his powerful attack to slay magical creatures. The secret realm held many 4th-grade creatures, and he always aimed for their vital points, striving for a one-hit kill. During the skill cooldown, Yi Chen subconsciously observed Jiang Ningxuang's movements, as there was nothing else to watch but her. He noticed Jiang Ningxuang seemed to be practicing martial techniques, using the simplest moves: block, grab, stab, chop, burst, cloud, sweep, twist, throw. Although the actions were simple, each move felt incredibly powerful to Yi Chen. The movements appeared slow but were as fast as lightning. As Yi Chen watched, he seemed to gain some insight. Drawing the bowstring once more, Yi Chen's movements became slow and deliberate, as if he was forming a profound connection with the longbow. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like a bolt, directly hitting a giant ape weaving through the forest. The massive creature flipped through the air for several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Chen was astonished. The power of this arrow seemed even greater than before. While the stacking of power played a role, he clearly felt that his understanding had also significantly contributed. Using the same method, Yi Chen slowly drew the bow again. This time, he pulled the string even more slowly than before, only releasing the arrow once he found that sense of unity with the bow. Thud! The arrow sliced through the air with a sonic boom, severing a giant python in half. This scene caused Jiang Ningxuang's actions to pause as she turned her gaze toward him, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Yi Chen's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending arrow intent." He opened the system panel and saw, "Arrow intent LV1, passive skill, archery damage increased by 1.2 times." Yi Chen was delighted. He hadn't expected to comprehend arrow intent inadvertently, which directly boosted his damage by 20. No wonder Jiang Ningxuang had previously said that learning martial arts techniques was useless now. Mastering the simplest moves to perfection results in a qualitative leap. 8 hours flew by, and if it weren't for Jiang Ningxuang's reminder, Yi Chen wouldn't have realized so much time had passed. He checked the panel and found his strength had increased by nearly 18,000. Combined with his previous accumulation, his universe strike now boasted a power of 24,558. He mused that his attack power likely rivaled that of an average 5th-grade cultivator. The feeling of farming monsters was exhilarating, and he planned to delve deeper into the secret realm next week, where the monsters would surely be more formidable. As Yi Chun was secretly pleased with himself, he had just stepped out of the secret realm's portal when he saw Minka approaching with a group of people, mostly members of the archery club, including Qingwen and Tao Ying, who seemed to be persuading someone. Minka pointed to a tall young man beside him and said, "Brother Luo Feng, that's him." Luo Feng immediately stepped forward towards Yi Chun, eyes sharp. "Are you Yi Chun?" Luo Feng asked coldly. Yi Chun frowned and replied, "I am. Are you here to back up Minka?" "I'm not that childish." Luo Feng snorted. "If Minka lost to you, it's his own fault for not being skilled enough. Are you aiming for the miracle spot?" "That's right," Yi Chun answered frankly. "Good. That's what I was hoping for," Luo Feng declared arrogantly. "I've been away on missions and just returned to hear you're competing for the spot. We both want the same position, and only one of us can represent the school in the provincial selection. Let's settle this privately. The winner takes the spot, and the loser steps aside." "Yi Chun, don't blame me, a senior, for bullying you. Competition for opportunities is only about strength. No one will go easy on you because you're younger or less advanced." "What grade are you?" Luo Feng asked. "Sixth grade. Are you scared?" Yi Chun retorted. "If you're scared, just give up." Luo Feng had just finished speaking when he saw a stunning figure in heavy armor emerge from the portal. He immediately greeted her with alarm and respect. "Senior sister." Jiang Mingshuang didn't even glance at him, lifting her long legs to leave. Yi Chun hurriedly called out, "Big sister, he's going to beat me up. Aren't you going to protect me?" Jiang Mingshuang's cool voice echoed from afar. "If you can't even defeat such a mediocre person, you should give up on competing for the spot early." Jiang Mingshuang's words echoed around, making Luo Feng feel extremely embarrassed. After all, in the world of martial arts, no one wants to be seen as mediocre. If these words had come from someone else, even a mentor from Chunqing Martial Arts University, Luo Feng would have dared to argue. After all, not only was he a sixth-grade beginner, but his father was also the city's defense chief, a prominent figure throughout the northeastern province. However, in the face of Jiang Mingshuang, he didn't dare to utter a word. Below the high grade, everyone is insignificant. This is an insurmountable gap in martial arts. Stepping into the high grade makes one a revered martial arts master, free from mundane constraints. If an ordinary person dared to offend, even if they were killed, it would be considered trivial. Even though his father was also a seventh grade, if Jiang Mingshuang really decided to kill him, his father would likely not dare to retaliate. So, Luo Feng could only vent his frustration on Yi Chun. "Kid, do you dare to accept the challenge? If not, keep a low profile and behave." Just as Yi Chun was about to respond, a male voice interrupted. "I wondered who was showing off here. Turns out it's you. A senior challenging a freshman who just enrolled a few days ago. How impressive." Everyone turned to see 5 more people arriving. The one speaking was the leading young man, sunny and handsome, with a well-proportioned build, carrying a blood-stained sword on his back, as if he had just been in a battle. Luo Feng's expression changed slightly upon seeing him. "Yan Wenxing, must you always oppose me? It was just a few contribution points I took from you before. What does this have to do with you?" "Of course, it concerns me." Yan Wenxing stepped forward, glanced at Yi Chun, and smiled. "He's my junior, and as his senior, I naturally have to look out for him." Hearing this, Yi Chun finally remembered why this person looked familiar. This was the senior Yan Wenxing who had led the team to break the school record at Songjiang No. 1 High School 3 years ago. However, this record was broken by Yi Chun himself 3 years later. It turned out this senior also got into Chunqing Martial Arts University. They were from the same hometown and school, so naturally, their bond was different. "Hello, senior," Yi Chun greeted with a smile. Yan Wenxing nodded and then looked back at Luo Feng, saying, "What do you say, Luo Feng? Should I join you in the ring for a spar?" Luo Feng's mouth twitched, and his face turned even more unpleasant. Yan Wenxing was a mid-6th grade, one minor level higher than him, and followed the agile warrior path, excelling in attack, defense, and speed, naturally countering Luo Feng's archer type. A match in the ring would be a certain defeat. "Yan Wenxing, stop messing around. Our positions don't overlap. We can both join the selection," Luo Feng said solemnly. "But this kid and I can only have one of us in the selection, so we naturally need to have a match before it." Yan Wenxing smiled slightly. "There's no rush. The selection is at least a month away. What does challenging Yi Chun now mean? Are you afraid he'll surpass you?" "Afraid of him?" Luo Feng sneered. "Even if you give him 3 years, he can't surpass me." He thought for a moment and added, "In that case, let's postpone the unknown duel to a month later, before the selection. Now you have nothing to say, right?" Before Yan Wenxing could speak, Yi Chun quickly interjected, "No need to wait a whole month. A week is more than enough to deal with you." Yan Wenxing frowned slightly, surprised by his junior's recklessness. Luo Feng laughed heartily and turned to Yan Wenxing, saying, "You heard him yourself. But I'll extend it by another week so no one says I'm too harsh. Let's settle it in half a month and see who wins and who gets selected." With that, He didn't give Yan Wenqing a chance to speak and left with his group. After Luo Feng and his group left, Yan Wenqing seriously said to Yi Chen, "We're both students of Principal Chen, so I call you my junior. But you're being too impulsive. Luo Feng is a 6th grade archer. Are you confident you can beat him?" Yi Chen smiled slightly. If it were in a week, he might have a chance to struggle. But since he wants it in half a month, he stands no chance. Really? Yan Wenqing looked skeptical. Principal Chen had personally called him, asking him to take care of this junior, claiming he was the most talented student he'd ever seen with limitless potential. But now, Yi Chen's seemingly flippant demeanor made Yan Wenqing question whether someone with such a personality could truly become strong. "Senior brother, you'll see when the time comes." Seeing Yi Chen's confident expression, Yan Wenqing could only nod slightly. "I hope to stand alongside you in the selection competition, so don't let me down." With that, they continued walking together. Yan Wenqing was surprised to learn that Yi Chen was living in the prestigious Villa No. 1. "It seems Principal who values you too, enough to make even me, your senior brother, a bit envious," he remarked. "You should know, I only made it to the top 10 this year to earn a spot in Villa No. 4. Then he asked, "Junior brother, can you afford the villa expenses? There's a fee to live in the villa?" Yi Chen asked curiously. "Of course. The entry fee alone is 1,000 contribution points per year, not to mention cleaning, maintenance, and facility depreciation fees. Altogether, it costs at least 1,500 contribution points a year," Yan Wenqing explained. Yi Chen was taken aback. "I wasn't aware of that. When I registered, a staff member just handed me the keys without mentioning any fees. So the principal used special privileges to waive all your fees." Yan Wenqing looked at Yi Chen with a hint of envy. He too was a talent, but it took him 4 years of hard work to earn a villa, while Yi Chen enjoyed it all upon arrival. With a sigh, he added, "Junior brother, even if your fees are waived, you should still strive to earn contribution points, or you'll regret it later." "Senior brother, what are contribution points used for?" Yi Chen asked. "They're extremely useful, especially once you reach the 4th grade. Without contribution points, you'll find it hard to progress," Yan Wenqing explained with a smile. "You might have made a lot from endorsements now, but money only helps at lower grades. Once you reach the middle grades, you'll need spirit stones for cultivation, which are rare and can't be bought with money. However, with contribution points, you can exchange them for spirit stones at the school, which are vital for cultivation." Yi Chen recalled the glowing spirit stones in his mentor Su Jing's hands before entering the secret realm. He couldn't help but wonder if having enough spirit stones would allow him to stay in the realm indefinitely. This thought brought back the question he had asked Jiang Ningxuang earlier. What would happen if the power of the spirit stones ran out before they left the realm? Jiang Ningxuang's response echoed in his mind. They would be expelled into a different dimension or possibly transported to an unknown world. This harsh reality made Yi Chen realize that the cost of grinding in the secret realm was the continuous depletion of precious spirit stones. With this question in mind, he turned to his senior, Yan Wenqing, and asked, "Senior, how many contribution points are needed to exchange for 1 spirit stone?" Without hesitation, Yan Wenqing replied, 100 contribution points per stone. He further explained, "Besides bringing honor to the school, the most common way to earn contribution points is by completing tasks. Tasks are graded from C to S, with only B level and above offering contribution point rewards. And S-level task can earn you 100 points." Yi Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. "The toughest task only gets you 1 spirit stone?" "Of course," Yan Wenqing affirmed. "Spirit stones are a scarce resource. Our planet, Blue Star, has limited reserves, and most are obtained from the demon caverns. However, the large spirit stone veins there are controlled by demon forces, leaving us unable to access them." After hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head in resignation. He quickly calculated that relying solely on tasks to obtain spirit stones would be inefficient and time-consuming. Recalling the large number of spirit stones Su Jing used when they entered the realm, Yi Chen realized the significant cost principal who had invested in him. This gratitude motivated him to achieve results in return. With this thought, Yi Chen asked, "Senior, how many contribution points can one earn through honors?" Yan Wenqing explained in detail. "It depends on the level of honor. Provincial or national honors, those that can boost the school's ranking, can earn you thousands to tens of thousands of contribution points at once. If it's a world competition, the numbers are astronomical. However," he added with a wry smile, "this method is hundreds or thousands of times more difficult than completing tasks. I haven't received such rewards yet." Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. He had already dismissed the idea of earning spirit stones through tasks, finding it both exhausting and inefficient. In contrast, pursuing honors seemed more suitable for him, provided he had enough strength at least reaching the 7th rank. Yi Chen calculated that in terms of cultivation, he was currently at the 2nd rank and could still rely on elixirs for rapid advancement. As for the secret realm, he would have to depend on Principal Hu's support for now. He silently vowed to repay Principal Hu's nurturing once he was capable. After chatting with Yan Wenqing for a while longer, Yi Chen bid farewell and returned to his dormitory. He felt his qi and blood levels nearing the 1,000-point threshold, with a trend toward further growth. So, he took another body tempering pill. The typical qi and blood limit for a second-rank martial artist was around 400, but Yi Chen's breakthrough beyond 1,000 points still wasn't his limit, making him comparable to an early-stage 4th-rank martial artist. This was the advantage of a solid foundation. In the following days, Yi Chen devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Soon, he exhausted 5 body tempering pills. Feeling his qi and blood had reached their limit, Yi Chen contacted Chen to help prepare the harmony pill needed to break through to the 3rd rank. This elixir was even more precious, with a single pill costing over 3 billion. Purchasing this kind of elixir nearly drained all of Yi Chen's savings. Although there were cheaper options available on the market, Yi Chen wasn't willing to settle for less. According to senior brother Yan Wenqing, once you reach the middle grade, money becomes almost useless for acquiring the necessary cultivation resources. Indeed, as he had said, Yi Chen found this to be true. When Yi Chen asked Chen Xiu if it was possible to acquire a 4th-grade elixir, he was told it was quite difficult. Most elixir manufacturers only produce 1st to 3rd-grade elixirs. Higher-grade elixirs cannot be mass-produced, and the raw materials required are extremely rare and expensive. The ingredients for making 4th-grade elixirs are spirit treasures that can only grow in areas rich in spiritual energy. In an environment like Blue Star, they cannot be cultivated artificially. They can only be found in secret realms or demon caves. Moreover, these spirit treasures are generally purchased with spirit stones, and rarely with money. The day after Yi Chen advanced to the 3rd grade, there was a knock on the door of his villa. Through the surveillance system, Yi Chen saw 3 young men standing outside, one of whom was Luo Feng. Yi Chen opened the door and asked, "Is there something you need from me?" He looked at Luo Feng, puzzled. "Didn't we agree to meet for the duel in half a month? There's still more than a week left." Luo Feng remained silent, while the scar-faced man leading the group smiled and asked, "Could we come in and discuss this?" Although the man wore a smile, Yi Chen sensed a hint of cunning. Still, he allowed them inside, curious about their intentions. Inside, the scar-faced man sat on the sofa, with Luo Feng and another young man standing respectfully on either side. Yi Chen asked, "May I know your name?" The scar-faced man replied with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to be so formal. My name is Jia Ren. My father is Jia Zheng, the governor of the Northeast Province." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, there are only 5 governors in all of China, each a powerful figure. Since he introduced himself directly, it seems he doesn't want to beat around the bush. Yi Chen sat on the opposite sofa and said bluntly, "Brother Jia, just tell me what brings you here." Jia Ren chuckled and said, "It's nothing much, really. We just want to ask if you could withdraw from the selection competition and give this opportunity to Luo Feng. He'll graduate next year, and the future is yours." "Sorry, Brother Jia, but I can't comply with that," Yi Chen replied without hesitation. Jia Ren seemed to have anticipated Yi Chen's response and continued to persuade him with a smile. "Don't be so harsh, Brother Yi Chen. Martial arts aren't just about fighting. There are social connections too. If you give the opportunity to Luo Feng this time, we won't let you suffer any loss." He gestured to the 2 men beside him. "You know Luo Feng. His father is the city defense chief of Spring City. This is Ku Yu, the son of the city lord of Spring City. Befriending us means you can walk with ease in the Northeast Province." Jia Ren maintained a confident and composed smile, as if everything was under control. However, Yi Chen's response immediately darkened Jia Ren's expression. "Sorry, I'm straightforward by nature, and I'm not good with social games. Matters of martial arts should be resolved through martial arts." Jia Ren coldly replied. "So, Brother Yi Chen, you refuse to give me this face?" Yi Chen shrugged and said calmly, "I mean no offense, but if you insist on thinking that way, there's nothing I can do." Jia Ren responded with a cold smile and a nod. "Fine, let's see how things go. Once I walk out that door, you'll regret not wanting to befriend me." With that, he left the villa with Luo Feng and Ku Yu. Outside the villa, Ku Yu turned to Jia Ren with a heavy tone. "Boss, I didn't expect this stubborn kid from a small city to dare oppose us, the elites of Spring City. Since that's the case, we won't hold back. We'll start with diplomacy and then move to force." Jia Ren narrowed his eyes slightly and said to the 2, "Use our connections to cut off this kid's financial resources." Ku Yu immediately responded, "Yes, I'll take care of it," he said, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. 2 days later, Yi Chen emerged from the secret realm once again. This trip had earned him a total of 20,000 power points. If Jiang Mingshuang hadn't stopped him from going deeper, he could have gained even more. Now, Yi Chen's power points were close to 45,000, and after taking the harmony pill, he advanced to the 3rd grade realm, with his energy reaching 1,500 calories. His overall combat power was already comparable to a 6th grade initial stage martial artist. With a week left before his match with Luo Feng, he had another chance to enter the secret realm and had asked Chen Xiu to prepare at least 10 body refining pills for him. Since 4th grade pills were unavailable, he would have to rely on 3rd grade pills to enhance his strength. Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang. Seeing it was Chung Siyu, he thought she had prepared the pills for him to collect. However, Chung Siyu's breathless and anxious voice on the other end surprised him. Mr. Yi, it's not good. What happened? Don't worry. Take your time to explain, Yi Chen reassured. Hearing his words, Chung Siyu took a few deep breaths to calm herself before continuing. The company is planning to terminate your endorsement contract. What did you say? Yi Chen's brow furrowed slightly. If the company unilaterally terminated the contract, they would have to pay a 10 billion penalty, something Shirue Pharmaceuticals would not do lightly. Chung Siyu continued. I just received a call from the head of sales at headquarters. He informed me of this decision and also told me that starting tomorrow, I don't need to come to work anymore. I've been laid off. Her voice broke into sobs. Don't cry, Yi Chen said sternly. Did the sales manager tell you why? Chung Siyu replied. I asked, but he didn't say directly. He hinted that you offended someone you shouldn't have. All right, I understand. I'll handle this, and I'll let you know what happens. Yi Chen ended the call, knowing that this was all Jia Run and his group's doing. With their influence in the province, targeting a pharmaceutical company was a simple task. Yi Chen didn't blame Shirue Pharmaceuticals. After all, they were just caught in a power struggle. This debt would be settled with Jia Run, Luo Feng, and their associates. What's wrong? You look upset, Yi Chen heard Jiang Ningxuang ask. He was surprised she hadn't left and noticed his distress. Yi Chen smiled slightly. It's nothing, just a small issue. Yi Chen waved his hand, and Jiang Ningxuang nodded slightly before walking away with her long, elegant legs. Once she left, Yi Chen's phone rang again. Seeing it was Chung Siyu calling, he answered. Chung Siyu urgently said, Mr. Yi, a young master from Chunqing wants to meet you. He says he has important matters to discuss. Yi Chen asked, who is it? Chung Siyu replied. He claims to be the son of the deputy provincial governor He Yuhua. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen said, arrange to meet him at your place. Chung Siyu responded, all right, I'll contact him now. After hanging up, Yi Chen didn't head straight to Chung Siyu's place. Instead, he meandered through the surrounding streets to ensure he wasn't being followed before entering the building where Chung Siyu lived. Upon arriving, he found a young man in a white suit sitting in the living room. Seeing Yi Chen, the man immediately stood up, extended his hands, and said with a smile, I am He Shuang. I've long admired your reputation, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen shook hands with him, and they sat opposite each other at a round table. After Chung Siyu served them tea, she quietly left. With the room now silent, Yi Chen spoke first. I prefer not to beat around the bush. What brings you to see me, Mr. He? He Shuang nodded and smiled. I came specifically to form an alliance with you, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. An alliance? That's right. He Shuang continued after a sip of tea. Like you and my father, I am also facing pressure and exclusion from powerful adversaries. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Only by joining forces can we have a better chance of turning the tables. Yi Chen's interest peaked, realizing that He Shuang understood his situation. He replied, I'm just a freshman at Wuda, just starting my journey. Are you sure collaborating with me will be beneficial? In response to Yi Chen's question, He Shuang smiled. As the saying goes, trust those you use, and don't use those you distrust. I trust my judgment. Mr. Yi, you are like a dragon in a pond waiting to soar into the skies when the storm arrives. I believe you will achieve great success in the future. Yi Chen paused, then asked, Mr. He, what benefits would I gain from this collaboration? I will ensure my father supports you in obtaining a spot for the divine relic, He Shuang replied. You may not know, but Principal who has advocated for this many times at provincial meetings, facing significant resistance without support from other influential figures, especially from Governor Jia Zhang and his allies, who directly oppose Principal Hu's proposal. Yi Chen had considered this. Coming from a small city with no background and being new, he naturally lacked support. With people like Jia Ren and Luo Feng fanning the flames, support seemed unlikely. Partnering with He Shuang appeared to be a promising option. However, Yi Chen didn't immediately agree. Instead, he looked at He Shuang and asked, with such substantial support from you and Deputy Governor He, what do you expect from me in return? He Shuang was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Mr. Yi. You're truly farsighted. Aware of Yi Chen's caution, he added, rest assured, I won't ask for much. All I seek is that you offer us assistance within your means when my father and I find ourselves outnumbered. All right, it's a deal, Yi Chen agreed. After concluding their discussion, He Shuang left Chung Siyu's home first, getting into an inconspicuous van. He told the driver, let's head back. The chauffeur hesitated and asked, young master, is Yi Chen really worth such an investment? He Shuang smiled, his eyes glinting with wisdom. What do you know? If my Yi family wants to break the deadlock in the future, the key might lie with him. Being part of the Dragon Group. Heh, Jiarun, I should thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to win over this hidden dragon so easily. After He Shuang left, Yi Chen stayed for dinner at Chung Siyu's home before deciding to leave. Mr. Yi, are you leaving already? Can't you stay a little longer? Chung Siyu's voice was soft, her eyes filled with anticipation and shyness. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her dress, like a student waiting to be scolded by a teacher. Seeing her like this, Yichen couldn't help but blush. He cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment and said seriously, "No, with only a week left until my duel with Luo Feng, I must give it my all these days." "Oh, all right then." Cheng Xiu lowered her head in disappointment and continued to fiddle with her dress. Yi Chun turned to leave, his hand on the doorknob, when he suddenly remembered something important and turned back. Cheng Xiu's eyes brightened. "Did you change your mind, Mr. Yi?" Yi Chun shook his head, watching the hope in her eyes fade away, and solemnly reminded her, "You keep the 10 billion penalty fee for now. Also, try to stay in as much as possible these days and contact me immediately if anything unusual happens. After this crisis is over, I'll help you find a way out." "All right, Mr. Yi, I'll follow your arrangements," Cheng Xiu replied, her sadness turning into joy. The fact that Mr. Yi entrusted her with such a large sum and cared so much for her safety made her feel like she was part of his inner circle, filling her with happiness. Having given his instructions, Yi Chen returned to his dorm to continue his secluded training. He still had a significant amount of unabsorbed medicinal effects in his body. Although he no longer had a supply of pills, fully absorbing these effects would enhance his vitality further. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. Yi Chen arrived early at the entrance to the secret realm, only to find Jiang Ningxuang already waiting there. Her slightly wavy long hair swayed gently in the breeze, and her stunning figure caught the eye of every passerby. Just as Yi Chun was about to greet her, Jiang Ningxuang entered the teleportation array first. He shrugged and began hunting monsters on his own. This time, Yi Chun wasn't content with lingering on the outskirts. He was determined to venture deep into the heart of the secret realm to hunt higher-level monsters and accelerate his power accumulation. "You can't go any further." Jiang Ningxuang finally spoke up to warn Yi Chun as he continued deeper. But Yi Chun ignored her, quickening his pace towards the depths. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" Jiang Ningxuang's brows furrowed slightly, puzzled by Yi Chun's sudden rebelliousness. Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Chun entered the dense forest's core. Before him was a vast meadow, filled with purple flowers he couldn't name. At the center of each flower were purple fruits, glowing faintly. Curious, Yi Chun pointed ahead and asked, "Senior sister, what are those?" "Those are purple berries," Jiang Ningxuang answered briefly. "Purple berries? They seem like a spiritual treasure." Yi Chun exclaimed excitedly. "I read that these purple berries can be used in medicine, and even mid-level martial artists can significantly boost their vitality by consuming them." His eyes sparkled as he turned to Jiang Ningxuang for confirmation. "Senior sister, is this true? This isn't something you should be thinking about right now. Retreat immediately." Jiang Ningxuang commanded sternly. "Why?" Yi Chun asked, puzzled. With such an opportunity in front of him, how could he easily give it up? Within this territory, there are 7th-tier magical beasts, each with its own domain, and these spirit treasures must belong to one of them. If you pick them without permission, it will surely provoke its wrathful attack. Yi Chun confidently said, "Don't worry, I can protect myself. Besides, with senior sister here, what do I have to fear?" With that, he swiftly dashed towards the purple berry fruits. Jiang Ningxuang felt a pang of worry seeing Yi Chun's recklessness. She knew there were 7th-tier magical beasts nearby, and yet Yi Chun dared to venture in. If he truly encountered one, how could she protect him? However, Yi Chun had already entered the field and started picking the fruits. As he gathered a few, the ground suddenly trembled. Immediately, a creature resembling an armored dragon burst from the earth, revealing its 7 to 8 meter long body covered in scales, with deep blue flames flickering on them. It roared in fury, opening its fang-filled mouth, and the blast of air sent Yi Chun flying. "Damn, it's a 7th-tier beast, the fire-scaled armored dragon king." Jiang Ningxuang's face changed as she tightened her grip on her dragon-patterned spear and instantly dashed to Yi Chun's side. "I'll hold it off. You retreat," she called out, engaging in fierce battle with the fire-scaled armored dragon king. She thrust her spear but only managed to leave a white mark on its body, acknowledging its famed defensive prowess. The dragon king roared again, its tail sweeping like a heavy hammer, forcing Jiang Ningxuang to swiftly dodge. However, as she retreated, she noticed Yi Chun still bent over picking the purple berries, making her want to stab him with her spear. After repelling the annoying human woman, the fire-scaled armored dragon king's angry eyes fixated on the busy Yi Chun. It couldn't believe that this human dared to ignore it and continue picking the spirit treasures right in front of it. With a swing of its massive tail, Yi Chun was sent flying like a bowling pin. "Yi Chun!" Jiang Ningxuang plunged her spear into the ground to counteract her momentum and quickly moved towards Yi Chun. But before she could reach him, Yi Chun came running back, dusty but unharmed. "Don't worry, senior sister. I'm fine," he said, brushing past the stunned Jiang Ningxuang and heading back to the spirit field. Roar! The fire-scaled armored dragon king was furious, unable to believe this insignificant human dared to return. Right in front of it, He bent over again to pick the purple berries. Enraged, the Dragon King raised its broad front paw and slammed it down towards Yi Chen. With a cold snort, Yi Chen's figure vanished into the shadows, leaving the Dragon King swiping at empty air. After searching around, it finally noticed Yi Chen standing beneath its belly, continuing to gather the fruits. The fire-scaled armored Dragon King went into a frenzy, heedless of the damage to the spirit field, spinning its entire body in a death roll. Boom! The ground caved in instantly. Still unsatisfied, it stomped and leaped on the ground until it became a series of trenches, finally stopping its rampage. After venting its fury, it panted heavily, the anger in its beastly eyes slightly diminished. However, before it could fully calm down, it spotted a dusty figure climbing out of the pit, bending over yet again to pick the remaining purple berries. With a roar full of rage, the fire-scaled armored Dragon King spewed flames from its massive mouth. The fiery roar scorched all the trees in its path. Yet, amidst the blazing heat, Yi Chen cheerfully collected the spiritual fruits from the ground, muttering to himself, "These treasures nurtured by spiritual energy are truly remarkable. They aren't even afraid of high temperatures. Otherwise, I'd feel heartbroken." The fiery roar lasted several minutes, and wherever Yi Chen went, the dragon's flames followed, but he was completely unbothered. It roared its roar, he picked his fruits. Eventually, the fire-scaled armored Dragon King, with smoke billowing from its mouth, panting heavily as if from anger or exhaustion, couldn't stand Yi Chen's cold indifference any longer and fled swiftly underground. Haha, senior sister, look how many purple berries I picked, over 100. This trip wasn't in vain. That big armored dragon was quite considerate, giving me such a generous gift. Looking at Yi Chen, who was entirely blackened except for his bright white teeth, Jiang Ningxuang didn't know how to express her feelings. Is this guy really a backline shooter? Even a 7th grade tank would have been charred by the fire-scaled armored Dragon King's flames. Yet he was completely unscathed. Jiang Ningxuang didn't understand, but was deeply shocked. Put your clothes on first. Jiang Ningxuang turned her head away, avoiding looking at him. It was only then that Yi Chen realized his clothes had been burned away by the fire earlier. Fortunately, he was covered in black ash. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Once Yi Chen dressed, he noticed Jiang Ningxuang had already walked away. He quickly called out, "Senior sister, where are you going?" Jiang Ningxuang didn't stop, but continued walking further. "You don't need my protection anymore. Just practice here by yourself. I'm leaving." With that, Jiang Ningxuang's silhouette completely vanished from Yi Chen's sight. Principal's office. What did you say? You left Yi Chen alone in the secret realm. Hu Wanli shot up, shouting angrily. That's reckless. Jiang Ningxuang stood before him, waiting for him to finish before speaking. Master, he doesn't need my protection. I feel unworthy of this spirit stone. From now on, let Yi Chen enter the secret realm on his own. I won't go. Wait a moment. Hu Wanli hurriedly called out to Jiang Ningxuang, who was about to leave, and asked, what do you mean by saying Yi Chen doesn't need protection? Jiang Ningxuang paused, slightly turning her head. A weirdo who is unfazed by the attacks of a 7th grade fire-scaled armored dragon king, does he still need my protection? Watching Jiang Ningxuang leave after saying this, Hu Wanli stood there in shock. He didn't understand, but was deeply impressed. That evening, Hu Wanli summoned Yi Chen, who had returned from the secret realm loaded with treasures, to his office. He asked sternly, Yi Chen, what happened? How did you upset Ningxuang? Yi Chen was taken aback, then replied, I didn't upset her. She wanted to leave on her own. Tell me everything that happened today. Yi Chen recounted the day's events in detail. Hu Wanli listened, dumbfounded. Wait. He interrupted Yi Chen. You said you encountered the fire-scaled armored dragon king and were attacked by it. Yi Chen nodded and said with a smile, but that old armored dragon wasn't much of a threat. Its flames only managed to burn off my clothes. Luckily, I picked all the purple berries it was guarding, otherwise, it would have been a real loss. Hu Wanli noticed Yi Chen staring at him in a daze and quickly exclaimed, Principal? Say something. This snapped Hu Wanli back to reality. He even considered pinching himself to stay calm. After regaining his composure, he looked earnestly at Yi Chen and said, Xiao Chen, I truly believe you should switch to being a frontline tank. I'm confident you could become the world's best. However, Yi Chen shook his head repeatedly. Principal, you don't understand. My dream since childhood has been to be an outstanding backline shooter. Being a tank is out of the question, not in this lifetime. Hu Wanli felt exhausted. This guy was clearly a once-in-a-generation talent for being a frontline tank, yet he insisted on being a backline shooter. Such defensive talent may never be seen again, but it's undoubtedly unprecedented. It was such a waste not to fully utilize his potential. Hu Wanli continued, Xiao Chen, think it over carefully. Choosing a profession you're good at is crucial. You might not feel it now, but when you truly step onto the battlefield and fight alongside your teammates, you'll understand what I mean. By then, if you want to switch roles, it'll be too late. Your combat style and habits will be set and hard to change. If you ever reach rank 7 and enter the true professional path, changing will be impossible. Principal, what's a professional path? Yichen asked curiously. Hu Wanli waved him off. It's too early for you to know about that. Wait until you have a chance to reach rank 7. For now, just listen to me and switch to being a frontline tank, okay? No way. Yichen quickly shook his head. Principal, I'm fine as a backline shooter. It's been my dream since I was a kid. Just go. Hu Wanli interrupted, waving him off tiredly. All right. Yichen dashed out. Watching him leave, Hu Wanli sighed. What a perfect tank candidate. Why won't he listen? Suddenly, Hu Wanli remembered something and shouted in the direction Yichen had gone. Hey, don't eat those spirit fruits recklessly. You need a master alchemist to make them into pills first. Otherwise, the energy is too overwhelming, and your body can't handle it. Got it, Yichen replied. Back in his dorm room, Yichen immediately opened his storage ring and saw the more than 100 purple berries inside. He licked his lips, took one out, and muttered. The principal said they're packed with powerful energy and could cause problems. Let's see what kind of problems. With that, he tossed the berry into the air and swallowed it as it fell. Gulp. As he swallowed the purple berry, Yichen felt his body start to heat up. Wow, no wonder they're called spirit fruits. This packs more punch than a third-grade pill. With the spirit fruit consumed, he felt his vitality surge. Tomorrow was the duel with Luo Feng, and he was eager to see how much he had grown during this time. The next day, Yichen slept in until almost noon before finally waking up. He had stayed up in the training room until after 3 a.m. to absorb the energy from the spiritual fruit, which allowed him to rest. The power of the purple berry was indeed formidable, and he understood why it couldn't be consumed directly. If an ordinary martial artist ate it, even a fourth-grade warrior might bleed from all orifices and die. However, Yichen felt nothing but a warmth inside him, urging him to release it. Glancing at the clock, he realized he was almost late and quickly got out of bed, dressed, and rushed to the martial arts field. By this time, the area around the martial arts field was already crowded with students. They had heard about the match between Yichen and Luo Feng today and wanted to see the difference between the two. Hardly anyone believed Yichen could defeat Luo Feng. After all, Luo Feng was a senior and a 6th-grade powerhouse, while Yichen was a freshman who had been in school for less than a month, clearly no match for him. They just wanted to see how many rounds Yichen could last against Luo Feng and what kind of performance this new national champion could deliver. On the east side of the ring, Luo Feng was already waiting there, accompanied by Jiao Run, Kuyu, and other members of the Spring City Prince gang. Their fathers were influential figures in both the political and business sectors of the Northeast province, wielding significant power. Kuyu looked at Luo Feng and said with a smile, "Ah Feng, don't be nervous. We've already cut off this kid's financial resources. Without resources, no matter how talented Yichen is, he can't improve his strength much. Should I be afraid of him?" Luo Feng sneered dismissively. "Watch me take him down in one move." Jia Rin said calmly, "Don't underestimate him. After all, he's the national champion." Hearing his leader speak, Luo Feng straightened up and said, "Boss, I'm not underestimating him. It's just that if I, a dignified 6th-grade expert, can't even beat a freshman, I might as well find a block of tofu and knock myself out." After Kuyu finished speaking, the wealthy young men around them laughed heartily. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the crowd, and someone shouted, "Yichen is here!" Instantly, all eyes turned towards the young man in white with a longbow slung over his shoulder approaching from afar. As Yichen walked towards the ring, everyone made way for him. Seeing this, Luo Feng jumped onto the ring and laughed. "Yichen, I didn't think you'd actually have the guts to come. Are you ready to embarrass yourself?" Yichen ignored him and walked straight to the other side of the ring. Suddenly, he heard 2 familiar voices from the crowd below. "Go Yichen. You can win. Boss, go get him." Turning around, he saw it was Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen. Since the start of the school year, the two had been busy with their studies, as the martial arts theory courses were quite demanding, leaving no time to meet up. He hadn't expected them to skip class and come to support him on the ring, making them some of the few cheering for Yichen. Many people around glanced at Yichen and Luo Feng with peculiar expressions, as if they were looking at fools. The outcome of the arena match seemed obvious, almost one-sided. People couldn't help but wonder if these two were putting on an act or cheering for Yichen. Yichen smiled at them, gave a thumbs up, and then took down his iron bow, holding it in his hand, and asked Luo Feng, "Shall we start right away?" Laughter erupted from the crowd below. "Start right away? Do you have any idea of the rules?" "Haha, this kid is too bold. It's like he has a death wish." Luo Feng sneered, saying, "As your senior, let me kindly remind you that the school mandates the use of special protective armor for arena matches and requires a referee with a higher cultivation level than the contestants. You don't even know that, yet you dare to challenge me." Yichen looked around and asked, "Who is the referee?" "It's me." Before the words finished, a figure descended diagonally from the air, landing heavily in the center of the arena. Her heavy armor clanked. Her body leaned forward, right leg bent, left leg straight, left hand on the ground, right hand holding a spear. Her flowing hair and delicate features perfectly combined strength and beauty. Senior sister. The crowd stirred again. It was unexpected that the referee for this match was the senior sister. She was known for her aloofness and detachment from worldly affairs, yet here she was, judging the match. If people had known she was the referee, the audience would have likely been several times larger. Jia Ren gazed at her impressive figure on stage, murmuring, having such a beauty as a companion would truly befit a hero. Ku Yu and his followers exchanged looks, all knowing that this rose with thorns would not be easily won over. Approaching her meant being prepared to get hurt. Jiang Ningxuang slowly rose, saying little, and directly took out 2 sets of specially made armor from her storage ring, throwing them to the two. Put it on. Attacks below the 7th grade won't cause harm. If a part sustains a certain level of damage, the corresponding area will light up red. The first to light up loses. Luo Feng took the armor and put it on skillfully, fully armed. However, Yi Chen remained still, looking at Jiang Ningxuang, saying, I don't think I'll need this armor. It's unnecessary. His words caused an even greater stir in the crowd. Not wearing armor. Is he seeking death? Luo Feng sneered. Yi Chen, if you don't wear it, watch out. I might just shoot you down. Oh really? Yi Chen smiled. Let's see if you have what it takes. But looking at how weak you seem, your heart might be willing, but your strength certainly isn't. Luo Feng turned to Jiang Ningxuang. Senior sister, you are the referee. How should this be handled? If Yi Chen insists on not wearing the armor, and I accidentally kill him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ningxuang replied calmly, kill. I'll ensure you face no consequences. The crowd was in an uproar, not understanding why the senior sister would say such a thing. Are you serious, senior sister? Luo Feng was stunned. The school allowed matches between students, but strictly prohibited intentional harm, with violators facing expulsion or even legal action. Yet, the current situation felt strange and unsettling. Indeed, as long as you can injure him or kill him, I will declare you the winner of this match. Jiang Ningxuang added. Hearing this, Luo Feng felt no joy. Instead, he sensed something increasingly bizarre, as if something was amiss. Could it be that Yi Chen has somehow offended the senior sister? Otherwise, why would she allow him to be killed? Luo Feng stood there in shock, feeling utterly bewildered by the situation. Jiang Ningxuang's icy tone was as biting as a cold wind, snapping him back to reality. Why are you looking at me like that? Haven't I made myself clear? Her voice carried an undeniable authority. Luo Feng instinctively glanced at Jia Ren in the audience for help, feeling torn. Although he hated Yi Chen, killing someone was no trivial matter, especially under the strict laws of the Grand Xia. If he actually killed Yi Chen, and the situation escalated, even his father might not be able to protect him. Even if he didn't face the death penalty, he would likely spend years in prison. With Miss Zhang vouching for you, what are you afraid of? Besides, there are so many of us here. We can all testify on your behalf, Jia Ren encouraged, looking around as others nodded in agreement, supporting his decision. Yes, that's right. We all heard Miss Zhang say she'd take responsibility, so you won't be held accountable even if you kill your opponent. Luo Feng understood the implication in Jia Ren's eyes, suggesting that he should leave no witnesses. Although Yi Chen was a genius, if such talent couldn't be used for their benefit, it was better to eliminate him quickly. Luo Feng nodded subtly, turning back with a determined, fierce gaze. Are you both ready? Jiang Ningxuang spoke again, her tone carrying a commanding authority. Both nodded, and she sharply commanded, begin. Instantly, a protective barrier rose around the arena, isolating it from the outside noise. As the shield went up, Luo Feng and Yi Chen simultaneously drew their bows, arrows launching like lightning towards each other. Die! Luo Feng was confident that his arrow would pierce Yi Chen's heart. However, just as the arrow was about to be released, Yi Chen mysteriously vanished from his sight. At the same time, a sharp arrow shot like lightning towards Luo Feng's face, startling him. He quickly rolled to dodge, barely avoiding it. Thud! Their arrows struck the barrier almost simultaneously, the powerful impact causing it to ripple like waves, sending a chill down Luo Feng's spine. Before he could recover from his shock, a ghostly figure appeared behind him. Watch out behind you. Ku Yu's shout from outside filled Luo Feng with a strong sense of danger. He rolled awkwardly again, as an arrow embedded itself where he had just been standing. Luo Feng was stunned, unable to comprehend how Yi Chen had silently approached and circled behind him. The repeated failures filled him with humiliation. As a formidable 6th-rank warrior, he was being toyed with by a freshman. If word got out, he would be disgraced in the high society of Spring City. Realizing this, Luo Feng's face twisted with rage, his blood boiling with murderous intent. Deadly triple shot. He did a backflip, swiftly drawing 3 arrows and knocking them on the string. His hands moved so quickly they left afterimages, and the arrows hummed as they flew towards Yi Chen's head, chest, and abdomen. The outcome is decided. Jia Ren, seeing Luo Feng getting serious, finally smiled, his previously anxious heart settling with relief. Although the opponent seemed to possess a strange martial skill, it was all in vain against absolute strength. Just as Jia Ren's smile started to spread, He witnessed Yi Chen standing firm on the stage, enduring 3 arrows. The arrows struck Yi Chen in quick succession, only causing him to sway slightly before they snapped weakly and fell to the ground. What? Ku Yu's mouth hung open, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Everyone present was deeply shocked by this scene, their minds reeling. They had expected Yi Chen to be killed by the 3 arrows, but instead, he emerged unscathed. The outcome was hard for them to accept. The person who found it hardest to accept was Luo Feng. He was well aware of the power behind those 3 arrows, with over 4,000 units of qi and blood, combined with a 3rd-grade martial skill, unleashing damage exceeding 50,000 force. Such an attack would be impossible for a shield-bearing warrior of the same level to withstand without defensive skills. Just how tough was Yi Chen? Luo Feng suddenly understood why the senior sister remained so calm. Even though Yi Chen opted not to wear protective armor, she had no objections, as she had long known about Yi Chen's extraordinary defense. She had anticipated that Luo Feng wouldn't be able to breach Yi Chen's defenses. He originally thought the senior sister wanted to use him to get rid of Yi Chen, but it turned out she had never regarded him highly. Feeling increasingly aggrieved, Luo Feng let out a furious roar, his spiritual energy surging out, causing his clothes to flutter. He flipped his hand, gripping 5 arrows between his fingers, lining them up before the bowstring. Yi Chen, I refuse to believe this move won't break your defense, he shouted angrily, then launched the 5 consecutive lightning shots. Luo Feng fired the first arrow while standing, spun around to release the second, performed a backflip to shoot the third, crouched to fire the fourth, and finally, stepped back with inertia, adopting a wide stance to draw the bow fully and shoot the last arrow like a comet, targeting Yi Chen's heart. The first 4 arrows struck Yi Chen, forcing him back 3 steps. The final arrow hit him, the powerful impact sending Yi Chen flying and crashing into the protective barrier. Exhausted, Luo Feng struggled to stand, his legs trembling violently. With his cultivation level, executing this move was already challenging, but he chose to do so to save face. Seeing Yi Chen lying on the ground, Luo Feng laughed wildly, his face twisted with glee. He looked triumphantly at the members of the Spring City Prince gang, who were cheering and applauding him, even receiving an approving glance from Jia Ren. Satisfied, Luo Feng turned his gaze to Jiang Ningxuang, who stood silently, a smug smile playing on his lips. Senior sister, it's time to announce the match is over. Yi Chen is dead, and I have won. However, Jiang Ningxuang paid him no attention, her eyes closed, remaining silent. Just as Luo Feng was about to confront her, Yi Chen dusted himself off and stood up unharmed. With a playful look at the stunned Luo Feng, he chuckled. Is your attack over? Well then, it's my turn now. Seeing Yi Chen's malicious expression, a wave of panic surged through Luo Feng's heart. Moments ago, he was full of confidence, but now he was utterly exhausted, unable to muster any powerful techniques. Moreover, his hidden ace, the lightning 5 consecutive shots, had been depleted and proved ineffective against Yi Chen. What use would any other attack be? Senior sister, he's cheating. Boss, save me. He pleaded with Jiang Ningxuang and anxiously glanced at Jia Ren, like a drowning man grasping at his last straw. He was unwilling to concede defeat. Doing so would not only strip him of the chance to compete for the divine spot, but also make him a laughingstock, never able to hold his head high again. Being utterly defeated by a freshman would become a lifelong nightmare. At this moment, Yi Chen's bowstring was fully drawn, firmly locking onto Luo Feng. Just then, Jia Ren couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up from the audience. Brother Yi Chen, please show mercy. Let's call today's match a draw, shall we? The Spring City Crown Prince gang will surely remember your kindness. However, before Jia Ren could finish, Yi Chen released the arrow. A burst arrow. With a thunderous boom, the explosion spread across the stage, causing the entire platform to creak and the protective shield to ripple like boiling water. Luo Feng was blasted against the shield and rebounded back to the stage, landing heavily. Despite the protection of his armor, he felt a powerful counterforce, as if a giant hammer had slammed into his chest, forcing him to cough up blood. The red warning light on his body lit up instantly, indicating that without protection, he might have been shattered to pieces. But Yi Chen had no intention of stopping. Since the opponent had gone for the kill, he wouldn't hold back either. Another burst arrow was shot, and with another loud explosion, Luo Feng's body was flung like a broken kite, his anguished screams echoing around, sending chills down the spines of the spectators. It was only then that the crowd realized Yi Chen was not only incredibly defensive, but also immensely powerful in attack, far surpassing Luo Feng. The terrifying explosive force made the protective shield tremble as if it were about to collapse. People stepped back, creating a vacuum of several meters around the stage. Even Jiang Ningxuang, who had been watching with half-closed eyes, now looked on with a gleam in her gaze. Boom. Another arrow. Luo Feng rebounded twice off the shield before crashing to the ground again, lying motionless like a dead dog, completely unconscious. As Yi Chen raised his bow to shoot once more, a jade hand stopped him. Chen looked and saw it was Jiang Ningxuang. That's enough. If you shoot again, he'll die, Jiang Ningxuang said calmly. Chen shrugged indifferently and lowered his bow. The winner of this match is Chen, Jiang Ningxuang announced, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Many realized their palms and foreheads were damp with cold sweat. Chen had been terrifying, like a god of death, instilling fear that he might, in anger, turn on them as well. This isn't just a top scholar in the nation, it's a fierce beast, utterly brutal. Before the match, no one expected this outcome. Chen not only defeated Luo Feng, a formidable senior in the 4th year, but he did so with overwhelming ease. Everyone could sense that Luo Feng was at his limit, while Chen still had plenty of energy to spare. At this moment, there was no disagreement about Chen representing the school to compete for a spot in the godly relic, and they began to anticipate his performance against the Northeast Martial University for the final qualification. In the Northeast Province, Spring City Martial University has been overshadowed by Northeast Martial University for many years. Can they really turn the tables this year? Boss, I knew you could do it. Brother Chen is awesome, totally crushed the senior. As soon as Chen stepped down from the stage, Yao Wen and Chao Zhuang surrounded him, chattering excitedly. Defeating a beginner at the 6th level isn't something to boast about. Chen smiled, his ambitions reaching far beyond the confines of the Martial University. The boss is indeed the boss, with a vision that a common person like me can't compare to. We can only watch Brother Chen soar and be content with witnessing it up close. Chen waved his hand and laughed. Stop the flattery. Once you excel in your studies, you'll make your mark in your fields too. Since we've finally reunited today, let me treat you to a feast. Yao Wen and Chao Zhuang were immediately thrilled. Great. The boss is treating, so I have to eat a lot today. Haha, Brother Chen is a billionaire now. We're definitely taking advantage. Chen chuckled and led the two of them towards the exit. Just as they were about to leave, Jia Ren's voice called out from behind. Chen, my brother. What's up, Brother Jia? Chen turned to face him. Jia Ren approached slowly with his group, standing in front of Chen, exuding an oppressive aura that made Yao Wen and Chao Zhuang feel the pressure. The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, fearing any fallout. Jia Ren calmly stated, You calling me Brother Ren is appreciated, but your actions today have made Brother Ren unhappy. Chen looked at him just as calmly and asked, So what do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. Jia Ren smiled slightly, a hint of menace in his eyes, yet he spoke kindly. I just want to let you know that Brother Ren is very angry right now, and the consequences are serious. With that, Jia Ren had a few people carry the unconscious Luo Feng away, leaving with his group. Every member of Jia Ren's entourage cast menacing glances at Chen as they passed, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Once they were gone, Chao Zhuang anxiously said, Brother Chen, you've offended these powerful people. They'll definitely look for a chance to retaliate. Chen, however, shook his head nonchalantly and said, They're just a bunch of rabble. As long as I'm strong enough, what can they do to me? Let's go eat. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Chao Zhuang and Yao Wen didn't stay long due to their heavy study schedules. After bidding them farewell, Chen went to test his current blood energy level, which was 1,826. Seeing this number, Chen marveled at the potent effect of the purple berry fruit, which boosted his blood energy by about 300 with just one. Truly a spirit fruit nurtured by absorbing spiritual energy, Chen decisively consumed a second one. That night, Chen spent the entire night working out in his gym. By dawn, he emerged drenched in sweat from the training room. He also felt that his blood energy seemed to have reached its limit again, indicating he could advance to the next level. But the question remained, how should he proceed to advance to the 4th level? Chen wanted to advance to the 4th rank, but found himself with only 1 billion in funds, which was insufficient to purchase the necessary 4th rank elixirs. Even with more money, such high-level cultivation resources can't be obtained through wealth alone. He had heard from Cheng Xiu and his senior brother Yan Wenxing that acquiring 4th rank elixirs was exceedingly difficult. After some thought, Chen decided to seek help from Principal Hu, as being stuck at his current level indefinitely was not an option. Without assistance, he would have to borrow the resources and pay back double in the future. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, he hurried out. As he approached the principal's office, Chen overheard Hu Wanli yelling, questioning why Wuhan University's resource allocation was being cut. He angrily asserted that, despite its challenges, Wuhan University was still among the top 20 universities in the country and should not have its resources reduced arbitrarily. Hu Wanli even questioned the province's decision, doubting that Northeast Wuhan University could win the selection competition, and in his anger, he even threatened to lead people into the demon cave to gather resources himself. Chen pushed the door open and saw Hu Wanli, hands on hips in anger, with phone parts scattered across the desk. Smiling, he asked, Principal, why are you so upset today? Hearing this, Hu Wanli's anger subsided a little. He took a sip of tea and asked, Never mind that. What brings you here this time? Chen chuckled and started cracking sunflower seeds from the desk. Hu Wanli scoffed. Stop with the small talk. I know you. If it weren't important, you'd never step foot in here. Leaning back on the sofa with his eyes closed, Hu Wanli asked, So, what's the matter? Yi Chen cleared his throat and got straight to the point. I'd like you to help me obtain an elixir for advancing to the 4th rank. Hu Wanli's eyes snapped open, and he stared intently at Yi Chen. Confirming that Yi Chen had indeed reached the peak of the 3rd rank, a smile appeared on his face. Impressive, impressive. Among the martial artists I've met without family heritage, your cultivation progress is the fastest. Yi Chen was taken aback and asked, What is family heritage? Hu Wanli explained, Some large families have a long history and possess secret methods for training their descendants. They have substantial financial resources and abundant access to resources, enabling them to train a 6th-rank martial artist in just a few months to a year. Yi Chen was astonished to learn that these families' power far exceeded his imagination. Hu Wanli, however, reassured him, There's no need for you to feel inferior. Hu Wanli waved his hand, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Those powerful families can quickly train someone to the 6th rank, but they can't mass-produce them. The resources required are extremely expensive, and the cost is substantial. Moreover, they can only cultivate up to the 6th rank. To reach the 7th rank, one must either be an extraordinarily gifted genius or rely on heritage and opportunity. Therefore, most 6th-rank practitioners struggle to break through to the 7th rank in their lifetime. There are countless examples of those who reach the peak of the 6th rank in their 20s and never break through to a higher rank before they die. Hearing this, Yi Chen was curious and asked, Is the 7th rank really that difficult to achieve? Hu Wanli chuckled mysteriously and replied, It can be both difficult and easy. You'll understand in time. He returned to the main topic. Since you've come to me, I'll take care of the matter with the 4th rank silver blood pill for you. You can go back now, and I'll have someone deliver the pill to your dormitory later. Thank you very much, Principal, Yi Chen said gratefully, then added, Principal, I have one more request. Go ahead. I'd like to find a martial technique manual for the 5 consecutive lightning strikes. Hu Wanli was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. You saw Luo Feng use it, and want to learn it too? Yi Chen nodded, understanding that although Luo Feng hadn't harmed him, he could sense the significant destructive power of the technique and wanted to learn it for himself. Hu Wanli smiled and said, It's not too late to learn it once you reach the 6th rank. Why? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. Hu Wanli glanced at him and said seriously, Do you also want to end up like Luo Feng, quickly exhausting your energy on the battlefield and leaving yourself vulnerable to your opponent? He thought of Yi Chen's incredible defensive abilities and continued, Even if your defense is strong, without the stamina to counterattack, it's all in vain. Remember, on the battlefield, a martial technique must be able to kill the enemy. If it can't and instead leaves you vulnerable, no matter how high its rank, it's worthless. If Luo Feng hadn't used such energy-draining techniques in your previous fight, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. In a real battle, if he realized he couldn't defeat you, he would at least have the energy to escape, avoiding death. Yi Chen nodded, gradually understanding. Choosing a martial technique requires consideration of one's abilities. High-rank techniques may be powerful, but they also consume a lot of energy. If you can't defeat the enemy in one blow, you'll only end up being overpowered. Even though his defense had improved, it was best to avoid making such basic mistakes. His senior sister had said something similar before, and with the principal's explanation, he finally understood the reasoning. If you want to learn a new martial technique, I have a 3rd-rank technique called Deadly Triple Strike. You can take it and learn it, Hu Wanli said, taking a small booklet from his storage ring and tossing it over. Yi Chen caught the booklet and asked, puzzled, Principal, who came up with such a cheesy name for this technique? It's a mid to low rank technique. What kind of name were you expecting? Hu Wanli glared at him, saying sternly, If you want to learn real martial techniques, reach the 7th rank as soon as possible. Until then, you don't have the luxury to be picky. Yi Chen nodded, then asked before leaving, Principal, how much is the silver blood pill worth? Why do you ask? Hu Wanli frowned, pointing at Yi Chen. In the future, during the selection competition, give the representatives from Northeast Martial University a good beating and show those snobbish people in the province that Spring City Martial University is not to be underestimated. That would be the best repayment for me. After leaving Principal Hu's office, Yi Chen was on his way back to the dormitory when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was his mother calling, he answered with a smile. Mom, why are you calling so early today? On the other end, Lin Saixiao's voice came through. Oh, I just miss you. How's your training going at school lately? It's going all right, Yi Chen replied while walking, then asked with concern, Are you and Dad doing well? We're both fine, don't worry. You're studying away from home, so be careful and try to temper your personality when needed, she advised. Hearing his mother's repeated reminders, Yi Chen felt a bit impatient and responded, Mom, I know. Don't worry. His mother's voice continued. Get along well with your classmates, curb your stubborn temper, and don't easily offend others. Yi Chen's brow furrowed. His mother didn't usually repeat herself like this, and he felt a sense of unease. He asked directly, "Mom, what's going on? Is something happening at home?" At that moment, the impatient voice of Yi Kaiching came through. "Why are you telling him all this? He's grown up and knows how to handle things." It seemed the phone had been handed to Yi Kaiching, who continued, "Son, focus on your studies at Wuda. You're the first in our family to attend, so make us proud. Everything's fine at home, no need to worry. I'll hang up now." "Okay, I understand, Dad," Yi Chen replied, but his heart was uneasy. He immediately called Chen Mingwu. As soon as the call connected, Chen Mingwu said, "Xiao Chen, you know what's going on, right?" "Yes, I do," Yi Chen replied. "That bastard Lu Jian dared to send people to forcibly control your parents last night." "Damn it," Chen Mingwu said angrily. "What did you say?" Yi Chen was instantly unsettled, an unnamed anger rising within him. Chen Mingwu paused, realizing he'd been tricked by Yi Chen, but there was no point in hiding it now. He said, "Xiao Chen, don't worry. Fortunately, I've had people secretly watching over your parents. As soon as I got the news, I rushed to the scene and secured them. They're safe at my place now." "What did my parents do wrong to be arrested?" Yi Chen asked indignantly. Instead of answering, Chen Mingwu asked, "Xiao Chen, have you offended anyone in Spring City recently?" Yi Chen fell silent, recalling a face with a kind smile. Jiao Ren. Thinking of this person, Yi Chen recounted the recent events to Chen Mingwu. After listening, Chen Mingwu said in a serious tone, "That Jiao Ren must be involved. I had heard that the Prince Gang of Chunsheng was quite influential, but I didn't expect their reach to be so extensive that they could make a deputy city lord work for them. Jiao Ren must have promised some benefits in his father, Governor Jia's name, to make someone like Lu Jian willingly act as his pawn." Yi Chen nodded in agreement and replied, "With Zheng Yuan in prison, the position of city lord has been vacant. Jiao Ren likely promised him that position, which is why he's working so hard." In his heart, Yi Chen had already marked Lu Jian as Jiao Ren's accomplice, and he thought to himself, "This is a fickle person, loyal to whoever gives him benefits. He used to flatter me, but now he's turned against me. Once I return from the divine relic, I'll deal with him first. And I won't forget the mastermind, Jiao Ren. His hand is likely behind the reduction of resources at Chunqing Wuda. Don't worry, you don't have to concern yourself with family matters. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to your parents." Hearing this, Yi Chen felt a warmth in his heart and gratefully said, "Thank you, old principal. I won't let you down." After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen took a deep breath, hiding the sharpness in his eyes. His current goal was to improve himself, secure a spot, and enter the divine relic to compete for the inheritance. Once he acquired it, even a formidable 8th grade expert like the governor wouldn't be a threat, and someone like Jiao Ren would be easily crushed. With his mind made up, Yi Chen returned to his dormitory. Shortly after, Su Jing personally delivered the silver blood pill and asked with a smile, "Yi, are you preparing to break through to the middle grade? Would you like me to protect you during the process? I won't charge you contribution points." Yi Chen understood that this was her way of currying favor. Typically, students would request a teacher to protect them during breakthroughs, which was costly, usually about 100 contribution points for a 4th grade breakthrough, equivalent to an S-level task. However, Yi Chen politely declined. "Thank you, teacher, but I don't think it's necessary." After Su Jing left, Yi Chen swallowed the silver blood pill. Within moments, he felt his blood become unusually heavy, each heartbeat pumping it like mercury. As time passed, the sensation grew stronger, and he could feel the flow of blood throughout his body. "Is this the 4th grade?" he murmured, raising his hands to observe the blood coursing through his capillaries. He felt his strength increasing rapidly. If he were to face Luo Feng now, even with protective armor, he could defeat him with just 3 arrows. After reaching the 4th grade, Yi Chen didn't rest. He immediately consumed 2 purple berry fruits to start a new round of blood and energy enhancement training. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day to enter the secret realm to hunt beasts. Early in the morning, Yi Chen entered the realm. Without Jiang Ningxuang by his side, he headed straight for the heart of the secret realm. Along the way, various magical creatures fell to his arrows with ease. He was no longer content with mere hunting. The secret realm was rich in spiritual energy, suggesting that there were more spiritual treasures beyond just the purple berry fruits. If he could find 1 or 2, he would be in for another windfall. As Yi Chen pondered this, he turned and saw a massive creature devouring a deer-like magical beast not far away. It was none other than the fire-scale armored dragon king he had encountered before. At the same time, the dragon, having just finished its meal, also spotted Yi Chen, its eyes widening like millstones. Man and dragon stared silently at each other. It's hard to imagine that the ruler of this secret realm, the fierce and tyrannical fire-scaled armored dragon king, now stands rigidly in place, eyes fixed on a tiny human. Its hind legs are slightly raised, as if ready to flee at any moment. Old dragon. Yi Chen smiles as he slowly approaches. Dragons are known for their habit of collecting treasures. Although this fire-scaled armored dragon king is not a pure-blood dragon, The dragon blood flowing through its veins might make it inclined to do the same. Having previously obtained the purple berry from it, Yi Chun is more convinced of his judgment. Given this, he doesn't believe that the fire-scaled armored dragon king doesn't have other treasures hidden away. By following it, he's sure to find its hoard. As Yi Chun steps closer, the fire-scaled armored dragon king slowly retreats. The human's friendly smile appears terrifyingly sinister to it. With intelligence not inferior to humans, it seems to have guessed Yi Chun's wicked intentions. It was merely out for food, but ended up in such an unfortunate situation. After a moment of standoff between man and dragon, the fire-scaled armored dragon king can no longer bear the inner turmoil and breaks down completely. It lets out a roar and takes off at a gallop, crashing through countless trees and sending the surrounding birds and beasts fleeing in terror. Old dragon. Don't go, old dragon. Yi Chun chases relentlessly, using his shadow sprint to gradually close in on the fire-scaled armored dragon king. Seeing the approaching nightmare, the dragon roars and leaps into the air, choosing to burrow underground in an attempt to escape. However, as it burrows into the earth, Yi Chun catches up just in time, grabbing hold of its fiery tail tip. He then feels his body rapidly moving underground, the speed rivaling that on the surface. Holding tightly onto the dragon's tail, he wants to see where the fire-scaled armored dragon king will take him. Before long, the surroundings begin to open up, as if they've entered an underground cavern. The dragon leaps into a seemingly larger space. By now, Yi Chun's eyes have adjusted to the darkness, and the faintly glowing objects around him allow him to see everything more clearly. Wow, is this the old dragon's lair? Yi Chun exclaims in delight, looking around to find the space vast, like an underground plaza. Upon closer inspection, the shiny, softly glowing stones embedded in the walls are high-purity spirit stones. There are hundreds of them throughout the dragon's lair. Aha, I've hit the jackpot. Yi Chun excitedly runs to the stone walls, prying out the spirit stones and storing them in his ring. Meanwhile, the fire-scaled armored dragon king, thinking it has finally shaken off the terrifying presence, prepares to return to its nest for a nap. Just as it comfortably lies down on its soft bed of twigs and animal furs, intending to admire its beautiful lair one more time before sleep. Suddenly, the fire-scale armored dragon king spotted a human figure by the distant wall, who was persistently prying its beloved gems from the wall and making them vanish like magic. The dragon's drowsiness immediately vanished, replaced by a furious roar. In an instant, it lunged towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the dragon's powerful charge, which shook the entire cave, causing pebbles to rain down from the rock walls. Old dragon, I'm just taking a few stones from you. Is it worth getting so angry? Yi Chun said, while deftly prying another spirit stone and placing it into his storage ring. The fire-scale armor dragon king swung its tail like a massive hammer, sending Yi Chun flying into the opposite wall, shattering a large section of the rock, causing more spirit stones to fall. Yi Chun nimbly climbed out of the rubble, collecting the fallen spirit stones into his ring. The dragon stomped angrily within the cave, causing further rock walls to crack. Realizing that using brute force against Yi Chun could lead to the collapse of its hard-earned home, it opened its massive mouth and unleashed a fiery breath, aiming to incinerate Yi Chun. However, Yi Chun continued to pick up spirit stones, secretly pleased, thinking, this unexpected haul means I can now afford to enter the secret realm on my own. Noticing more spirit stones on the walls, but constrained by the limited space of his storage ring, Yi Chun decided to leave the rest for another time. Just then, he caught a whiff of a fragrant medicinal scent nearby. By the light of the dragon's fiery breath, he noticed some peculiar plants in the center of the lair, emitting a soft white glow, seemingly more potent than purple berries. Curiously, Yi Chun approached, but before he could get close, the dragon leapt protectively in front of the plants, blocking his path like a mother hen guarding her chicks. Don't be so stingy, old dragon. I just want to take a look. Yi Chun tried to reason, but was cut off by the dragon's angry roar. I don't believe a word you're saying. Frustrated, Yi Chun threatened, old dragon, if you keep this up, I'll take all your treasures with me. This threat further agitated the dragon's fragile nerves. It lunged at Yi Chun with its jaws wide open, intending to crush him to bits with its sharp teeth. With a crunch, two thick, sharp dragon teeth, laced with blood, flew from its mouth. In pain, the dragon rolled on the ground, howling. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chun quickly approached the spirit field, discovering a patch of lush green spirit grass. Although he didn't know its name, the rich fragrance suggested it was a treasure more valuable than purple berries. In the center of this spirit grass patch bloomed a strange flower, burning with crimson flames. Seeing this, the dragon, ignoring the pain in its mouth, madly charged at Yi Chun, as if that fiery flower was its lifeline. This time, Yi Chun was well prepared. Coupled with the fact that the fire-scale armored dragon king was emotionally distraught and its aim was poor, he successfully dodged again. With quick reflexes, he swiftly dug through the scorching earth with his hands, extracting the flame flower along with its protective soil and storing it efficiently in his spatial ring. The flame flower glimmered with an enchanting light within the ring. Although Yi Chun was unsure of the exact grade and effects of this spiritual herb, the old dragon's intense reaction made it clear that it was undoubtedly a valuable treasure. However, after placing the flame flower into his ring, he realized the space was completely full and couldn't accommodate anything else. Furrowing his brows slightly, Yi Chun pondered for a moment before deciding to return to his dormitory to temporarily store the spirit stones and other finds, freeing up space in the ring before heading back to the dragon's lair. After all, he hadn't fully explored the cave yet, and there might be other treasures still undiscovered. Worried that delaying too long might lead the old dragon to relocate with the remaining treasures, Yi Chun immediately dashed towards the cave entrance. Using both his hands and feet, he swiftly climbed up the soft soil passage the old dragon had dug, returning to the surface quickly. As soon as he touched the ground, he activated his now-cooled shadow sprint, transforming into a shadow as he raced towards the secret realm's exit. It was a race against time. Yi Chun needed to return to the dragon's lair before the old dragon moved away. He sped all the way back to his dormitory, quickly emptying all the treasures from his ring. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to carry the flame flower with him. Such a precious item was best kept close. This time, Yi Chun strapped on an arrow quiver he hadn't used in a while, filling it with sharp arrows. As he looked at his preparations, he thought to himself that it might be time to get a larger spatial ring. It would be heartbreaking to discover a great treasure only to leave it behind due to insufficient space. Of course, these thoughts were for later. Right now, the priority was to return to the dragon's lair swiftly. Soon, Yi Chun re-entered the secret realm and easily found the tunnel leading to the dragon's lair, quickly making his way back inside. He saw the old dragon tidying up the chaotic cave and flashed a harmless smile. "Hello, old dragon, I'm back again. Are you surprised?" "Happy." However, upon seeing him, the fire-scale armored dragon king trembled violently and fell silent for several seconds. Then, to Yi Chun's astonishment, tears began to fall from its massive dragon eyes. Yi Chun was taken aback. It was the first time in his life he'd seen a dragon cry, and his heart softened. He approached to console it. "You're such a big dragon. Why are you crying? I'm just borrowing some of your treasures for now. I'll return them double in the future." Hearing this, the fire-scale armored dragon king cried even harder, starting to sob. Yi Chun stepped forward, patting its large head gently, and spoke kindly. "Don't cry. I, Yi Chun, always keep my word. Whatever I take from you today, I'll definitely return double in the future." Upon hearing this, the fire-scale armored dragon king suddenly turned around, dug into the nearby rock wall with its massive claws, and quickly disappeared into a newly created passage. It had left. Watching the dragon's departure, Yi Chun sighed. "I guess I really broke its heart." Despite his sigh, his hands never stopped. These spirit stones and spiritual herbs were exactly what he needed at the moment, and he couldn't afford to abandon them because of a moment of softness. In the path of martial arts, it's survival of the fittest. Letting it go was already a mercy. A 7th-grade magical creature was full of treasures, and if he were to kill and sell it, the value would far exceed the treasures he'd gathered today. He systematically removed the spirit stones from the walls, and then picked all the spirit herbs from the spirit fields. Finally, his gaze fell upon the soft bed where the old dragon had previously slept. After placing the spirit stones into his storage ring, the light dimmed completely, and he noticed a faint glow emanating from where the old dragon used to sleep. Yi Chun approached, brushed aside the weeds and branches, revealing a palm-sized metal piece. This metal was unlike anything he had seen before. It wasn't very hard to the touch, yet it was extremely resilient, with a cool and smooth surface. Particularly, the strange power emanating from within seemed to have a refreshing effect, making Yi Chun feel mentally clear when near it. Realizing he had found another treasure, he unhesitatingly stored it in his storage ring, planning to ask Principal Hu about it later. Feeling elated today, Yi Chun finally experienced the thrill of treasure hunting, like a pauper suddenly winning a billion. If this small dragon lair held so many treasures, how much more would be hidden within the divine relic? With this thought, Yi Chun was eager to enter the relic. He couldn't help but wonder if the SSS reward, a fragment of a divine treasure map he received, was within this relic. Before leaving, Yi Chun took another look around the dragon lair to ensure nothing was left behind. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, realizing he forgot the 2 dragon teeth. He quickly ran over and picked up the 2 dragon teeth, each about half a person tall. The storage ring couldn't hold them, so he had to carry them. These things were too large. Even if the storage ring was empty, it couldn't fit the 2 dragon teeth. Finally, Yi Chun climbed out of the dragon lair, satisfied. The 2 dragon teeth paved the way ahead, moving over rocks as if on flat ground, a testament to their sharpness. Making a long sword or saber from this material would likely result in a divine weapon, formidable even to a 7th-grade expert. After returning to the surface, Yi Chun didn't rush back, given there were still a few hours before the secret realm closed. allowing him to continue fighting monsters to increase his strength. Although he had made a small gain, he couldn't afford to waste resources and needed to utilize them fully. In those few hours, Chen's strength increased by more than 15,000, reaching over 82,000. Considering his nearly 4,000 calorie blood strength bonus, his attack power was comparable to a 7th grade expert. Of course, a true 7th grade expert would have unknown attack methods and combat techniques. The saying goes, below the 7th grade, all are ants. But at least now, Chen felt somewhat invincible when facing martial artists below the 7th grade. With this in mind, Chen hummed a tune on his way back. After constant battles, he noticed the number of monsters in the secret realm had significantly decreased, and finding them took longer. A few more times, and he might have to pause, allowing the monsters to repopulate and avoid overexploitation. Besides, if he really killed all the monsters here, wouldn't the old dragon starve? Alas, it's all because he's too kind-hearted. Thinking of this, Chen cheerfully exited the secret realm. Su Jing stood outside and immediately noticed the huge fangs on Chen's shoulder. She had seen him rushing in and out of the secret realm before, but his speed left her no chance to ask about it. Su Jing felt a vague unease from the massive fangs and couldn't help but ask, Chen, what are you carrying on your shoulder? Chen replied while walking, oh, nothing much, just 2 dragon teeth. Oh, just 2 dragon teeth. Su Jing nodded, but the next moment her eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, dragon teeth. Watching the young boy's light steps fade into the distance, Su Jing's heart was in turmoil. She had no doubt about the truth of what Chen had said. After all, something that even made a 6th grade martial artist like her feel uneasy could not be ordinary. What shocked her even more was that such a coveted treasure was in the hands of a boy who had only been enrolled for a month. Did this mean that Chen had killed a dragon in the secret realm? She had heard from Principal Hu that there were indeed dragons in the realm, not purebred ones, but still containing dragon bloodlines. This was why the realm was strictly controlled, and students were not allowed to enter freely. Principal Hu had once ventured into the realm himself to try and subdue the dragon, but he came back empty-handed. It was an earth dragon with high defense and the ability to burrow underground, making it difficult even for 8th grade experts to handle. Could Chen's combat power already rival that of high-grade experts? The more Su Jing thought about it, the more alarmed she became, especially recalling how she had once underestimated him, leaving her feeling embarrassed. She sighed inwardly. The world changes, and we mustn't underestimate the young. She muttered to herself, I need to work harder, or else watching juniors surpass me one by one is too much of a blow, unworthy of the title of mentor. Meanwhile, Chen carried the dragon tooth and kicked open the door to the principal's office. At that moment, Hu Wanli was sitting in front of his computer, intensely focused on the screen, wearing a mischievous smile. He was startled by Chen's abrupt entrance. He quickly pressed Alt-Tab, turned around, and cursed. You little brat, you're getting ruder by the day. Don't you know you should knock before entering? Chen silently cursed the old pervert in his mind and replied, sorry, I had something in my hands, so I just came in directly. He was full of energy, and his vision, enhanced by his eagle eye ability, had clearly caught the images on the computer screen, which were not teaching materials but rather pictures of mature women. Since the principal was busy, Chen decided to leave. He said, I'll be going then, and turned to leave with the dragon tooth. Wait a minute. Hu Wanli immediately called after him, his eyes fixed on the dragon tooth as he excitedly stood up. My dear disciple, where did you get your hands on such a high-class item? Chen casually replied, it's just the tooth of that old dragon from the secret realm. Hu Wanli was taken aback and quickly asked, did you kill that 7th grade beast? Chen shook his head. No, it tried to bite me and broke 2 teeth, so I just brought them back. Hu Wanli was stunned, unable to fathom how Chen had managed it. He quickly asked, can you explain in more detail? Seeing his curiosity, Chen recounted the events in the secret realm to Hu Wanli in detail. After listening, Hu Wanli was completely stunned. You mean you broke into the old dragon's lair and took all its treasures? Chen nodded, yes. Hu Wanli remained silent for a while before sighing. I even suspect now that you might have some kind of defensive artifact hidden on you. Otherwise, I just can't comprehend why you have such formidable defense. Even the sharpest, toughest fangs of a grade 7 dragon beast can't harm you. Chen shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, maybe it's just a natural talent. Hu Wanli sighed deeply, his eyes fixed on Chen as he continued. So, does that mean even someone like me, a grade 7 warrior, can't do anything to you? Perhaps. Chen replied ambiguously, as he hadn't yet faced a true grade 7 human warrior. Human warriors differ greatly from magical beasts. The latter's strength lies mainly in their physical attributes, with relatively simple attack methods. In contrast, human warriors possess diverse attack techniques and can awaken spiritual powers at grade 7, evolving various attack methods with distinct attributes. He pondered whether the defense his system granted would be effective against those unique attacks. Kid, It wouldn't be too much to give your master one of these dragon fangs, would it? I'm in need of a primary material for weapon crafting, and these fangs are perfect. Hu Wanli's eyes gleamed with greed as he eyed the dragon fangs in Yi Chen's hand. No problem, I'll give you one, and you can help me make a short knife with the other. Yi Chen agreed without hesitation. Why do you need a short knife as an archer? Hu Wanli asked, puzzled. For close combat. Yi Chen replied matter-of-factly. If an opponent gets too close, using a bow and arrow becomes inconvenient, so a knife is more suitable. Using dragon fangs for a secondary weapon, you're really extravagant, kid. If Chun Mingwu knew, he'd be jumping up and down. Hu Wanli laughed. Yi Chen chuckled. Well, that's just how it is when you have the means. Hu Wanli nodded. All right, it's your material, you call the shots. Anything else? If not, I'll go craft the weapon. As a high-level warrior, Hu Wanli was naturally self-taught and skilled in forging. Yi Chen stopped him. Principal, don't rush. I have something else I want you to appraise. He took out a green spiritual herb from his storage ring and asked, what is this? Hu Wanli raised an eyebrow and replied, Emerald Demon Vine, a grade 5 spiritual herb, worth about 50 contribution points per plant. It's a primary material for making grade 5 elixirs. You've done well. This is quite a haul. Yi Chen nodded, feeling secretly pleased, as he had over 100 of these in his storage ring, which was a significant gain. Then, he took out a flame-like flower. Hu Wanli gasped, Scarlet Flame Flower. You even got a grade 7 spiritual herb? This is incredibly effective for fire attribute practitioners, not only boosting vitality significantly, but also enhancing the purity of flames. Its value is immeasurable, even more valuable than those dragon fangs. Principal, what kind of attribute warrior am I? Yi Chen asked curiously. It's hard to tell now. Once you reach grade 7 and your spiritual power matures, you'll awaken your attribute. Hu Wanli explained. Yi Chen nodded. I'll keep this Scarlet Flame Flower for now. If I awaken a fire attribute later, it'll be just right to consume it. Hu Wanli marveled. I never expected you'd gather so many treasures from a trip to the secret realm. I'm almost envious enough to want to rob you if you weren't my student. You can't hurt me. Principal, save your energy. Yi Chen teased, leaving Hu Wanli momentarily speechless. Indeed, even the Fire-Scale Dragon King's teeth couldn't penetrate Yi Chen's defenses, so Hu Wanli wouldn't stand a chance either. Hu Wanli sighed inwardly, realizing he'd soon have to regard Yi Chen as an equal. After a moment, he regained his composure, knowing that as Yi Chen's teacher, his student's strength would also reflect well on him, so he felt no jealousy. All right, kid, go back and train. The selection competition is in 3 days. Let's see how you perform. I'll hurry and try to finish your secondary weapon before then, so you can take it into battle. With that, he turned to leave, only to be stopped by Yi Chen again. Teacher, don't be in such a rush. There's one more thing I haven't shown you. Yi Chen took out a peculiar piece of metal from his storage ring and handed it to Hu Wanli. Seeing the item, Hu Wanli's eyes widened in disbelief. Hu Wanli grabbed Yi Chen's shoulders tightly, shaking him with urgency in his voice. Kid, tell me quickly, where did you get this? At that moment, the principal's face was flushed, and he was panting, but Yi Chen shrugged off his hands disdainfully and calmly replied, in the dragon's lair. He then asked, Principal, is this thing any good? Hu Wanli sighed, full of regret, and said, why was I so hasty to get this worthless dragon tooth? As he spoke, he slapped himself several times. Yi Chen quickly stopped him. Principal, it's not that serious. Once Hu Wanli calmed down a bit, Yi Chen tentatively asked, Principal, what exactly is this thing? Hu Wanli fiddled with the piece of metal, his eyes filled with fascination, as if he were caressing something precious. After a long pause, he sighed deeply, as if making a significant decision, and handed the metal back to Yi Chen, saying solemnly, Yi Chen, remember, never show this to anyone lightly, or it could bring disaster upon you. Yi Chen was startled and quickly asked, Principal, what exactly is it? Is it really that valuable? Hu Wanli chuckled and replied, valuable? If news of you possessing this thing gets out, even 8th and 9th grade super strong fighters would come to pressure you into handing it over. Yi Chen gasped, asking again, Principal, what is this? Hu Wanli slowly said, Divine Will Iron. Yi Chen asked in confusion, Divine Will Iron? What's so special about it? He turned the metal over in his hands, examining it. Hu Wanli explained, haven't you noticed how invigorated you feel when you're near this iron? Yi Chen nodded in agreement, still puzzled. Is that alone enough to attract 8th and 9th grade super strong fighters? Hu Wanli continued, this iron naturally carries spiritual energy, and it's a crucial material for crafting a life-bound spiritual weapon. Life-bound spiritual weapon. Yi Chen repeated. Hu Wanli nodded and continued to explain. You must have seen me form a spiritual sword with my mental power, right? Yi Chen nodded, recalling the day of the martial arts exam, when Hu Wanli used that semi-transparent sword to fight 3 opponents without losing ground. Hu Wanli went on. After reaching the 7th grade, you can form spiritual weapons, and by merging them with a physical vessel, you can forge your life-bound spiritual weapon. If I had a life-bound spiritual weapon that day, I wouldn't have needed to wait for the Mist Dragon to act to defeat those 3 neon ninjas who had consumed the evil spirit pill. A life-bound spiritual weapon is that powerful and can grow stronger with nurturing. If I had one, I could even challenge across realms, dare to fight an 8th grade strong fighter. As he spoke, Hu Wanli looked again at the piece of divine will iron in Yi Chen's hand, his eyes showing a fascinated gleam. And this iron in your hand is one of the vessels that can merge with a spiritual weapon, commonly known as spiritual essence. Principal, how is such a treasure created? Yi Chen asked curiously. Hu Wanli shrugged and answered, how would I know? Hu Wanli rolled his eyes and said, if we knew how this thing was created, would it be so rare? The most likely explanation is that it's a naturally occurring mystical object, something that can't be artificially made. There are only a few pieces in the world. Our ministry's Minister Zhang once stumbled upon one. After refining it into his personal spiritual weapon, he happened to encounter the 9th-rank high priest from the kingdom of Shiva, who came to challenge our great Xia territory. With just one strike, he severed the priest's left arm. If not for the sake of maintaining regional stability, that high priest would have met his end right there. Yi Chen felt a sense of awe. If he had such power, who would he fear? With this thought, he retrieved the divine iron from Hu Wanli's envious gaze and stored it in his ring. Although he couldn't use it yet, he believed he would soon reach the 7th rank, elevating his combat strength to a new level. Yi Chen then turned to Hu Wanli and asked, Principal, the ring you gave me before is too small. Do you have a larger one? Hu Wanli snorted. Do you think rings are like wild yams on the ground, just there for the taking? While the materials to make a ring aren't as rare as divine iron, they are still considered secondary spiritual materials and are similarly expensive. The larger the space, the more exorbitant the price. If you can lead the team to defeat Northeast Martial University, I might consider rewarding you with one, Hu Wanli added. That should be easy. I have no opponents below the 7th rank now, Yi Chen said with a confident smirk. Don't get too cocky, Hu Wanli warned. Northeast Martial University has been in the top 10 nationwide for years, dominating the entire Northeast province, so they're not to be underestimated. I heard they've assembled their strongest lineup this year, mostly 6th-rank peak warriors. Especially their core player, Su Wendong, who comes from a prestigious family and is hailed as the strongest student Northeast Martial University has had in the past decade. Like you, he's also an archer, known nationwide for his tremendous power and fearsome archery skills. Plus, many influential figures in the province are backing Su Wendong to secure a spot to enter the divine realm. He's determined to win. It's said that if not for this opportunity, Su Wendong would have already reached the 7th rank, becoming one of the few top prodigies to achieve such a level before graduation. Oh really? Yi Chen's interest was piqued, and he couldn't help but smile. I hope he puts up a good fight on the field and doesn't disappoint me. Although your defense is impressive, Su Wendong is no pushover. I hear he wields a weapon crafted from a 7th-rank magical beast, which might just penetrate your defenses, Hu Wanli said seriously. This battle is crucial. Only if you perform exceptionally well can I argue your case in the upcoming discussions to secure that spot for you. Returning to his dormitory from Hu Wanli's place, Yi Chen immediately checked the safety of the spirit stones. Once he confirmed they were intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Counting his haul, he realized he had accumulated 256 spirit stones, a considerable fortune worth over 20,000 contribution points. He recalled Ma Jie mentioning that they couldn't earn even 100 contribution points in a year. In other words, Yi Chen's earnings from this trip were equivalent to over 2 centuries of effort for an average martial arts student. This realization made Yi Chen understand why opportunities and treasures could drive people to madness, prompting them to risk their lives. It indeed was the only shortcut for a warrior's rise. As Yi Chen was pondering this, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host possesses spirit stones. Would you like to upgrade a skill? Curiously, Yi Chen opened the system panel to view the skill menu. The description of Heaven and Earth Strike LV3 caught his eye. If an enemy target is killed with this skill, the host permanently gains 3 strength, with an 8-second cooldown. The stronger the enemy killed, the more strength gained. Shadow-LV1 allows the user to enter the shadows, increasing speed and agility by 50 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1800 seconds. Explosive Arrow LV1 fires an explosive arrow that deals damage equal to skill level strength 120, with the explosion's range and power being proportional. Deadly Triple Shot LV1 fires 3 arrows simultaneously, each dealing damage equal to skill level strength 60. Eagle Eye LV1 is a passive skill that significantly enhances vision and increases critical hit damage by 50. Without hesitation, Yi Chen clicked on Heaven and Earth Strike. This skill was undoubtedly crucial for his development, so he prioritized its upgrade. Confirm upgrade for Heaven and Earth Strike. Confirm. Ding. Upgrade successful, consuming 100 spirit stones. The effect of Heaven and Earth Strike LV4 was, if an enemy target is killed with this skill, the host permanently gains 3 strength, with a 7-second cooldown. The stronger the enemy killed, the more strength gained. Upon reaching level 5, it will evolve. Hearing this, Yichen almost cursed. It took 100 spirit stones just to upgrade Heaven and Earth Strike by 1 level, which was frustrating. This upgrade reduced the cooldown by 1 second, and there was a small line of text indicating that the next level would evolve, but he noticed that upgrading to the next level would require 1,000 spirit stones. I can't afford this, Yichen thought, shaking his head in frustration, and turned his attention to other skills. He discovered that upgrading other skills only required 1 spirit stone each. After some thought, Yichen decided to upgrade each of his other skills by 2 levels. With some hesitation, he also upgraded Shadow Dash by 2 levels. He realized that despite his high defensive capabilities, agility and speed were still crucial, especially when pursuing enemies or facing unique situations where nimbleness was particularly beneficial. As for other skills, he believed in developing them evenly, because completing system tasks or achievements might reward him with skill level upgrades. This way, he could maximize the benefits of such rewards. However, who could guarantee that the rewards were random? If he ended up with a level 1 skill, the enhancement would merely earn him a single spirit stone, which would be a significant loss. After some adjustments, Yichen checked the skill menu again. The description for Heaven and Earth Strike LV4 was, if an enemy target is killed by this skill, the host permanently gains 3 strength, with a cooldown of 7 seconds. The stronger the enemy defeated, the more strength gained. Upon reaching level 5, it unlocks the Shadow Dash LV4 skill, enabling the user to enter a shadow state, increasing speed and agility by 100 for 70 seconds, with a cooldown of 1,260 seconds. Explosive Arrow LV3 can shoot arrows that explode, dealing damage equal to skill level strength 145, with the explosion radius proportional to the damage. Deadly Triple Shot LV3 fires 3 arrows simultaneously, each dealing skill level strength 95 damage. Eagle Eye LV3 is a passive skill that significantly enhances vision and doubles damage when hitting an enemy's weak spot. The upgrades were substantial, especially in terms of agility, with the duration increased 6-fold and the cooldown significantly reduced. As for combat power, the upgraded active skills, combined with the critical damage boost from Eagle Eye, meant even an ancient dragon in a secret realm might not withstand his triple arrow attack. However, while the increase in power was exciting, the depletion of resources was distressing. In a short time, his spirit stones were almost exhausted, leaving him broke again. He needed to find a way to acquire more resources. Yichen muttered to himself, realizing that conventional methods of acquiring resources were still too difficult and slow. He had 2 options: delve into the Demon Cave or compete for heritage. The Demon Cave was currently blocked by Wu De and the Demon Suppression Army, and students generally wouldn't enter lightly. The cave was relatively stable at the moment, with conflicts under control, but any disturbance could lead to major trouble. If an uprising occurred, hostile forces like Neon and South Korea around Desya would surely take advantage, putting Desya at a disadvantage. After careful consideration, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yichen decided to pursue the path of heritage. Once he developed his abilities, he would naturally not fear enemies like Neon. With this in mind, Yichen took out an emerald demon vine and swallowed it whole. Most spiritual herbs were not consumed directly by human warriors. They needed to be refined into pills to neutralize their properties for safe absorption. Only powerful magical creatures dared to consume them raw, enduring immense pain and risking explosion if consumed excessively. In this world, Yichen seemed to be the only one who could ingest them without harm. 3 days passed quietly, and Yichen felt his vitality reaching its limit once again. If tested, his vitality would likely exceed 4,000 calories. Today was the day of the selection competition, and Yichen, fully prepared and energized, left his villa early. Since acquiring the divine iron, he found that keeping it nearby rapidly restored his energy. Nevertheless, he still needed sleep to recover physical fatigue, though the duration was significantly reduced. Yichen arrived at the designated square, basking in the morning sun, and saw his 4 teammates for the journey. 3 were unfamiliar to him, but one was his acquaintance, senior brother Yan Wenxing. Yichen, over here. Yan Wenxing waved eagerly when he spotted Yichen. Yichen waved back and walked over quickly. Since you're new here, and these seniors often go out on missions, you might not know them well. Let me introduce them to you, Yan Wenxing said, pointing to the nearest person. This is Han Meng, a professional knight, our frontline tank, and the top tank at Spring City Martial Arts University. He owns Villa number 3. Yichen noticed the man's towering figure, over 6 feet 3 inches tall, clad in heavy blue armor with a sword at his waist. The massive shield on his back, as tall as a door and at least 1,000 pounds, added to his imposing presence. Yichen greeted him. Hello, Senior Han Meng. But Han Meng merely glanced at him and stood with his arms crossed, exuding arrogance. Yan Wenxing laughed to ease the tension and introduced the next person. This is Wang Yan, a fire mage like you, specializing in rear-line attacks. He's been a leading figure of our cohort and owns Villa number 2. Hello, Senior Wang Yan. Yi Chen greeted again. Wang Yan, looking quite impressive in a robe adorned with runes and holding a staff crowned with a fist-sized ruby, turned to Yi Chen and said coldly, "Villain number 1 symbolizes the strongest. You must be even more powerful than me, right?" Understanding the mockery, Yi Chen retorted, "If you're not convinced, we can have a match." Sensing the rising tension, a young woman beside Wang Yin interjected, "All right, we're teammates now, no internal conflicts." Yi Chen turned to see a sweet-looking girl holding a white staff, clearly a support class like a priest. She said, "Du Huan, it's not just Han Meng who has concerns. This guy is progressing fast, but he's still only a 4th-rank warrior. We're essentially 4 against 5, how can we win?" Yan Wenxing explained, "You may not know since you've been out on missions, but although Yi Chen's rank isn't high, his combat skills are impressive. He defeated Luo Feng in a unknown duel, which is why he replaced Luo Feng for the competition." "Beating Luo Feng means nothing," Wang Yin scoffed. "Our university lacks strong shooters, so we had no choice but to send Luo Feng. Replacing him with this kid doesn't change anything. Su Wendong from Northeast Martial Arts University is too strong. Without a top-tier shooter, we lack firepower. How do we win?" Han Meng chuckled, agreeing. "So why did the school rush to gather us? We might as well forfeit since we can't win, and we'll just get beaten badly." Speaking so negatively even before the match starts, Yan Wenxing was a bit upset. Northeast Wudao wasn't like the invincible teams of Beijing Wuda or Shanghai Wuda, with only Su Wendong standing out. He firmly stated that as long as everyone fought bravely and coordinated well, they had a chance to win. Even if they didn't win, they should at least make a mark, proving that Spring City Wudao was not to be underestimated. Wang Yin snorted, mentioning his previous suggestion to the principal about bringing the strongest assassin, Pan Xing, from Spring City Wudao, to replace the marksman. This strategy could allow them to aggressively target Su Wendong from the start, increasing their chances of victory. However, the principal insisted on keeping the current lineup, claiming it was the strongest, and tasked them with reclaiming the provincial championship lost for 18 years. Wang Yin looked at everyone and sneered. "Do you really think this is possible?" Before anyone could respond, Hu Wanli's voice echoed from above. "Nothing is impossible." Startled, everyone quickly greeted, "Hello, principal." Hu Wanli looked sternly at Wang Yin and Han Meng. "You guys are getting bold enough to question my words now." Han Meng defended. "Principal, we're just being honest. The marksman from Northeast Wuda is on a completely different level than ours. Even if I can withstand attacks, it's useless without any output." Hu Wanli's expression darkened as he pointed at them. "You've barely killed a few enemies and seen little of the world, yet you dare to question me? Back when I was fighting in the demon lair, you were still in diapers." Hu Wanli continued, "I'm telling you, play as I instruct. If you fail, it's on me. If you win, I'll reward each of you with 2,000 contribution points." Hearing this, everyone gasped, as 2,000 contribution points were equivalent to the reward for completing 20th-level tasks. Hu Wanli nodded with satisfaction. "That's more like it. Remember, this match should revolve around Yi Chen as the absolute core. You four must actively distract the enemy to create enough space for Yi Chen to attack." "Understood." Everyone replied in unison. "Understood." Han Meng and Wang Yin exchanged glances, feeling a bit disdainful. The principal was clearly setting the stage for Yi Chen, making them the supporting players to highlight Yi Chen's strength. After all, this match was crucial for securing a spot in the Divine Relics. As long as one's performance stood out, even a loss could be blamed on weak teammates, still securing a nomination. Han Meng whispered to Wang Yan. Could Yi Chen be the principal's godson? Why else would he receive so much help? At that moment, Principal Hu took a short knife from his storage ring and handed it to Yi Chen. Although the knife was sheathed, everyone felt a hint of its power, and both Han Meng and Yan Wenxing looked on with envy. Every warrior desired a powerful melee weapon. Principal Hu said, "The knife is ready. Take it with you." Yi Chen nodded and strapped the short knife to his waist, making everyone envious. Han Meng jealously remarked to Wang Yan, "If Yi Chen isn't the principal's godson, then he must be his real son." "Principal, why do you only give Yi Chen a weapon and not us? That's really unfair." Han Meng finally couldn't hold back and complained to Hu Wanli. "If you can also get dragon teeth, I can make weapons for you too." "What?" Everyone looked at each other in disbelief as Wang Yan asked, "Principal, do you mean that the dragon tooth used to make this weapon was obtained by Yi Chen himself?" "That's right." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Dragons are at least 7th grade, with incredibly strong bodies that even high-grade human warriors find difficult to harm. How could Yi Chen possibly defeat a dragon? Does he have some powerful background? This kid must have some connection with Principal Hu. Han Meng whispered, and Wang Yin shook his head, saying, "It shouldn't be. The Crown Prince gang has already investigated. He's just from an ordinary family in a small city." "What are you two whispering about?" Hu Wanli snorted, and after Han Meng and Wang Yin fell silent, he continued, "Treasures and opportunities aren't something you get from others' charity. If you have the strength, go fight for them yourself. Without strength, you can only watch." Don't expect to get anything without contributing. Han Ming defiantly retorted. Then what has Yi Chun contributed? What contribution? Hu Wanli replied with a faint smile. You'll know after today's competition. With that, he led the way toward an SUV parked nearby. From behind, Wang Yin said, Don't worry, Principal. We will definitely cooperate well with Junior Yi Chun later. He gave Han Ming a look, who added, That's right. I'll make sure to protect our junior. Both of them wore a sly smile, having already been bribed by the Crown Prince gang. Since they couldn't win first place anyway, they might as well do Jiaran a favor. Soon after, the group arrived at the Chunqing Stadium. By this time, the stands were packed. This annual event was a rare opportunity for ordinary people to witness battles between mid to high-grade warriors. This year, the presence of the popular warrior Su Wendong had raised the selection's profile to new heights. Many of Su Wendong's fans and support groups were present, and even before the competition began, chants of Su Wendong echoed throughout the arena, turning it into his personal showcase. Today, in addition to the teams from Northeast Martial University and Chunqing Martial University, there were 14 other university teams. However, everyone knew those 14 were just there for show and posed no threat to the top 2 seeds. The final was sure to be between Northeast Martial University and Chunqing Martial University. In past encounters, Northeast Martial University had won the championship for 18 consecutive years. This year, everyone was confident that with Su Wendong, they would continue their legacy and claim their 19th consecutive victory. At this moment, in the largest rest area on the east side of the stadium, the competitors and coaches from Northeast Martial University gathered. Listening to the cheers from the surrounding audience, a young man dressed like a warrior smirked and said, This is so boring. We'll be champions again this year, no challenge at all. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man in soft armor provocatively declared, Heh, our Northeast Martial Arts University is among the top 10 in the country. If we can't dominate in the Northeast province, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? His words caused a short-haired young man sitting in the center to frown slightly. The scars on his face and the mix of old and new scars on his exposed arms clearly indicated he was a seasoned fighter. On either side of him, 2 professional masseurs were helping him stretch and relax his muscles. Lin Xiao, Xiaowei, don't boast. Until you've truly defeated the last enemy, you can't afford to be careless. On a real battlefield, even a slight oversight can be disastrous, Su Wendong said sternly. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiao and Xiaowei, who had been chatting idly, immediately shrank back. Brother Dong, we're not underestimating them. In fact, we've overestimated them. With you leading us this year, which team can last more than a minute against us? Xiaowei flattered him. Exactly, Brother Dong. You're one of the rare geniuses who was specially admitted to the Demon Resistance Army before graduating. After experiencing real combat and trials, how can the rookies from other martial arts universities compare? Lin Xiao chimed in. Su Wendong shook his head slightly, though he pondered their words. After all, there is a world of difference between those who have seen battle and those who haven't. Combat skills, experience, and calmness in a crisis are unmatched by ordinary people. He sighed softly, thinking, It seems there's no worthy opponent in the Northeast province. Only the upcoming National Martial Arts University Championship can offer me a true challenge. If it weren't for repaying my alma mater and securing a spot for the Divine Miracle, I wouldn't bother with this competition. But since I'm participating, I must seize that spot and lead my team to a higher rank in the upcoming national championship, elevating Northeast Martial Arts University on the national leaderboard. Meanwhile, the team from Spring City Martial Arts University also entered the venue. As the second seed, they received considerable attention and applause. Their resting area was directly opposite Northeast Martial Arts Universities, creating a tense atmosphere as the 2 teams faced each other. When Hu Wanli took the stage, many dignitaries, including the provincial leader, were already seated there. Zhang Shulin, the principal of Northeast Martial Arts University, glanced at him and teased, Old Hu, you're finally here. I thought Spring City Martial Arts University had forfeited. This remark elicited laughter from those around. Hu Wanli sat down in the chair marked with his name and calmly replied, Good things come to those who wait. It's not about who arrives first, but who wins in the end. The surrounding people detected the tension in their words. Ku Rong, sitting next to provincial leader Jia, remarked, This competition isn't just about the provincial university rankings. It also concerns the allocation of our province's spot in the Divine Miracle. It's crucial. He continued, The outcome seems clear, doesn't it? Who else but Su Wendong is qualified to get that spot? The speaker was Luo Fei, head of city defense. That's not necessarily true. The competition hasn't started yet, and the results are uncertain, Hu Wanli calmly responded. Though our Northeast province may lack resources and talent is scarce, a dark horse might still emerge. Luo Fei interrupted. Are you saying that the newcomer Yi Chun, whom you strongly recommended, is stronger than Su Wendong? I don't know if he's stronger than Su Wendong, but he's certainly stronger than your son, Luo Feng. Hu Wanli retorted, leaving Luo Fei red-faced. Although Spring City Martial Arts University couldn't surpass Northeast Martial Arts University, securing second place in the province was still a significant honor and beneficial for future development. Originally, his son Luo Feng was supposed to compete, but Yi Chen took his place, leaving him dissatisfied. Just as he was about to continue, provincial leader Jia intervened. Alright, let's watch the competition first. We can discuss it afterward. The competition was divided into Group A and Group B, with Dongbei Wuda and Chunqing Wuda placed in different groups to prevent them from meeting before the finals. As the top seed of Group A, Dongbei Wuda was the first to take the stage, immediately inciting enthusiastic cheers from the crowd, who chanted Su Wendong. Su Wendong. Their opponents, Yangqing Wuda, although not weak in the northeastern province, were unlucky to face Dongbei Wuda in the first round. The 5 Yangqing Wuda players looked solemn and tense, their bodies stiff as they watched their opponents stride confidently onto the platform. Let's go for it, guys. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. A Yangqing Wudao assassin suddenly charged towards the still-forming formation of Dongbei Wuda. Almost simultaneously, 2 other teammates from Yangqing Wuda burst forward with astonishing speed, attacking from 3 directions. Meanwhile, the support player from Yangqing Wuda cast enhancement spells on the 3 advancing players, and the last player, an archer, swiftly shot an arrow not aimed at any individual from Dongbei Wuda, but directly at the center of the platform. The arrow landed with a delay but exploded into a thick smoke, quickly covering more than half of the platform. The audience was instantly intrigued. They hadn't expected Yangqing Wuda to feign weakness at the start, only to reveal they were well prepared with a bold strategy involving 3 assassins. Even the sole archer shifted roles to provide cover, and the smoke arrow was executed with precision so much so that even the formidable Dongbei Wuda could be at risk of being outmaneuvered. The audience marveled at the tactic, and the principal of Yangqing Wuda felt a swell of pride, considering it his masterpiece. If Su Wendong, the absolute core of Dongbei Wuda, could be taken out at the start, Yangqing Wuda would gain a 5-4 advantage, and victory would not be out of reach. However, the principal's smile froze before it fully formed. As the smoke cleared, all 5 members of Dongbei Wuda stood unscathed, while the 3 Yangqing Wuda assassins lay groaning on the ground, their vulnerable spots glowing red to signify their defeat. Were it not for the specialized protective armor, they might have faced real peril. The audience erupted into thunderous applause as the remaining 2 players from Yangqing Wuda raised their hands in surrender, leading the referee to declare Dongbei Wuda the winner. Although Yangqing Wuda's strategy was clever, they had chosen the wrong target. Su Wendong, seasoned by life-and-death battles, found such an ambush trivial. Dongbei Wuda's principal, Zhang Shulin, looked at the grim-faced principal of Yangqing Wuda and said with a smile, "Better luck next time." Next, the top and second seeds of Group B took the stage, with Chunqing Wuda facing Binqing Wuda. Binqing Wuda was as strong as Yangqing Wuda, both ranking among the top 5 in the northeastern province. No one expected the competition to begin with 2 high-stakes matches. As the 10 players took their positions, the crowd was surprised to see one player opting not to wear protective gear. This move instantly sparked heated discussions among the crowd. Logically speaking, unless someone has full confidence in their abilities, they wouldn't make such a choice. Since the inception of this competition, fewer than a handful have voluntarily opted out of wearing protective gear. After all, it's just a contest, and getting injured or even losing one's life isn't worth it. Those who choose not to wear protective gear must sign a waiver, indicating they will take full responsibility for any consequences. The fact that the person not wearing protective armor was a backline shooter intrigued everyone even more. Some praised his bravery, while others thought he was overestimating himself, leading to mixed opinions. Many influential figures in the audience were also discussing him. Zhang Shulin turned to Hu Wanli and asked, "Old Hu, is this Yi Chen the one you recommended? He certainly has guts, but he's being reckless. Aren't you going to do something about it? This isn't a show, it's a real battlefield." Hu Wanli replied indifferently, "Just manage your own people. I know what I'm doing with mine." As they spoke, the match had already begun. The team from Binqing University immediately concentrated their firepower, launching a fierce attack on Yi Chen. To them, not wearing protective armor was the biggest provocation, clearly showing he didn't take them seriously, so naturally, they wanted to make him pay. Binqing University chose a conventional lineup with 2 frontline tanks, a shield support, 3 backline dual-output players, and 1 support. The 2 burly men in the front line charged straight at Yi Chen, followed by attacks from the backline mages and shooters, with the support enhancing their efforts. Ice balls and arrows rained down on Yi Chen. However, just before all the attacks landed, Yi Chen mysteriously vanished from the arena, causing an uproar. "Li Xiang, he's behind you." The principal of Binqing University shouted anxiously from the high platform. The shooter on the stage from Binqing University tensed up, intending to turn around, but felt a powerful force hitting him like a sledgehammer, sending him flying. Almost simultaneously, the other 2 backline players from Binqing University also fell, with a red light indicating their elimination. This sudden turn of events left the entire audience stunned. The shooter from Chongqing University, who wasn't wearing protective gear, had moved more stealthily than an assassin, infiltrating the opponent's backline and swiftly taking out all their backline players with 3 cold arrows. The fluidity of his attack left everyone in awe. The 2 frontline players from Binching University, seeing their backline wiped out, had no choice but to raise their hands and surrender. The arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers, even more intense than the previous match. Both matches ended quickly and decisively, but Chongqing University's performance was far more entertaining, naturally endearing them to the audience. Especially the shooter from Chongqing University, who left a lasting impression on everyone. Yichun. Interesting. Su Wendong, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of fighting spirit. This competition wouldn't be so boring after all. Hu Wanli turned to the principal of Binching University, clasped his fists, and gently said, "Thanks for the match." The expressions of the influential figures present varied, clearly affected by the match they had just witnessed. They began to realize that this year's Chongqing University seemed more formidable than in previous years. As Yichun stepped off the stage, Yan Wenqing excitedly grabbed his shoulder, laughing heartily. "Junior brother, well done." Behind them, Han Meng, Wang Yan, and Du Huanhuan each wore different expressions. They hadn't even had a chance to act before the match ended under Yi Chen's thunderous offensive, leaving these senior students winning a match thanks to a freshman. The following matches lacked the excitement of the previous 2, leaving the audience bored and sleepy. After more than an hour of competition, Northeast University and Chongqing University unsurprisingly emerged from their respective groups. At this moment, the audience perked up, and the influential figures on the high platform sat up straight, as the long-awaited final was about to begin. The next match, Northeast University versus Chongqing University. Ladies and gentlemen, the finals of the Northeast Province Martial Arts University Selection Tournament are about to begin. The stage is set for an intense showdown between Northeast Martial Arts University and their long-standing rivals, Spring City Martial Arts University. Will Northeast Martial Arts University secure their 19th consecutive championship, continuing their unbeaten streak? Or will Spring City Martial Arts University rise to the occasion and shatter the myth? Let's wait and see. As the commentator's voice resonated, tens of thousands of spectators erupted in cheers, eagerly anticipating the match. From the previous matches, it's clear that this year's Northeast Martial Arts University team has been even more formidable with the addition of Su Wendong. Spring City Martial Arts University has also performed admirably, especially their shooter Yi Chun, who has left a lasting impression on everyone. All eyes are on this emerging talent to see how much of a challenge he can pose to Su Wendong. On stage, Hu Wanli and Zhang Shulin locked eyes, as if an invisible spark connected them. Just when everyone thought a confrontation was inevitable, Hu Wanli and Zhang Shulin exchanged smiles and shook hands, politely saying, "Let's have a good match." However, as the audience breathed a sigh of relief, they noticed the handshake lingered, growing tighter by the second. Moments later, both of them trembled slightly, and with a crack, the chairs beneath them shattered, finally prompting them to release their grip. It seems your skills have improved over the year, Brother Wanli," Hu Wanli remarked with a smile. Zhang Shulin snorted in response, "You're not bad yourself, old Zhang." Many around them discreetly wiped the sweat from their brows, feeling the tension from the rivalry between these 2 martial artists of the 7th rank. Finally, the province leader, Jia Zheng, intervened. "If you want to spar, wait until after the match. For now, let's enjoy the competition." With that, they accepted new chairs from the staff and settled down to watch the match. Meanwhile, the 5 players from Northeast Martial Arts University and Spring City Martial Arts University had taken their positions on stage. Surprisingly, Su Wendong from Northeast Martial Arts University was not wearing any protective gear. The intense rivalry between the core players on both sides heightened the excitement among the spectators. Feeling Su Wendong's gaze, Yichun looked back, the determination in his eyes igniting a fire within him. He gripped his black iron bow tightly, thinking to himself, "If that's the case, then let's fight." The commentator's voice filled the venue. After the previous rounds, we are quite familiar with both teams' lineups. Spring City Martial Arts University is using a conventional formation with 2 frontline defenders, 2 backline attackers, and 1 support. In contrast, Northeast Martial Arts University is employing an unconventional lineup with 1 tank, 1 assassin, 1 shooter, and 2 supports. This formation places a high demand on the shooter's performance, underscoring their absolute trust in Su Wendong. As the commentator spoke, Northeast Martial Arts University's tank warrior, Lin Xiao, stood at the forefront of his team. Towering over even Han Meng by half a head, Lin Xiao turned his head, covering his mouth, to speak to Xia Wei behind him. "Keep a close eye on their shooter. Let's aim for a quick victory." Xia Wei, caressing the 2 daggers at his waist, responded with a sinister smile. "Don't worry, within 5 seconds of the start, I'll have him on the ground." Facing me, the nimble Xia Wei, without protective gear, is sheer folly. Behind him, Su Wendong said, "Just make him lose his fighting ability, don't cause any fatalities." Xiaowei gave a sly grin and quickly vanished behind Lin Xiao, making it hard for his opponent to predict his intentions. The match was overseen by a 7th-rank referee, and as the whistle blew, Xiaowei crouched low and suddenly darted out from behind Lin Xiao. He moved so quickly he seemed like a blur, charging straight at Yi Chun. The audience gasped, knowing that assassins are the archer's nemesis, and once they get close, there's almost no chance to counter. "Hurry, Han Meng, Yan Wenxing, block him," shouted Du Huanhuan, the support, while boosting her teammates. Yan Wenxing didn't wait for instructions, charging ahead with his greatsword aimed at Xiaowei. Meanwhile, Han Meng, hidden under his helmet, flashed a strange smile and roared, seeming to block Xiaowei's path with his shield, but deliberately leaving a narrow gap. Xiaowei seized the opportunity and swiftly broke through the front line. "Damn it!" cursed Yan Wenxing, spinning around to assist without pausing to reproach Han Meng. Seeing this, Du Huanhuan urgently called to Wang Yan. "Wang Yan, use the fire ring spell." The fire mage's fire ring could slow down the enemy's advance, buying time for the backline until Han Meng and Yan Wenxing could return. However, Wang Yan instead cast a fireball spell, launching it rapidly at Xiaowei. Xiaowei accelerated, easily dodging the fireball and closing in on Yi Chun. His sharp dagger gleamed with a cold light as he aimed for Yi Chun's waist. Just as Xiaowei thought he had succeeded, Yi Chun vanished into thin air. "Using that trick again?" Xiaowei sneered, his ears twitching as he activated his assassin skill to locate by sound. He pursued Yi Chun relentlessly by tracking his footsteps. "I refuse to believe you can stay invisible forever." Meanwhile, Xiaowei's charge had thrown the Spring City Martial University's formation into chaos. Taking advantage of this, Su Wendong launched an attack, leaping and shooting 3 arrows, each incredibly fast and at tricky angles, targeting Du Huanhuan, Yan Wenxing, and Wang Yan. Yan Wenxing barely managed to raise his sword to block, the clash of arrows and swords sparking fiercely. The impact forced him back 4 or 5 steps before he could steady himself, cold sweat trickling down as he realized the terrifying power of Su Wendong's casual arrow. Wang Yan cast another fireball spell, which collided with the incoming arrows, incinerating them instantly. But Du Huanhuan wasn't so lucky. Her petite figure was struck by an arrow, slammed into the protective barrier behind her, and fell unconscious. Su Wendong fired 3 more arrows, aiming at Wang Yan. Wang Yan hastily cast a fire ring, managing to block 2 arrows, but the third pierced through the flames and struck his chest, glowing red as he was eliminated. Lying on the ground, Wang Yan gave a wry smile, glancing towards the VIP seats where Jia Ren was seated. Seeing Wang Yan's gaze, Jia Ren nodded slightly, offering encouragement. In the moment Wang Yan was eliminated, Han Meng raised his hand to signal his surrender. In an instant, Spring City Martial University lost 3 members. At this moment, the host's excited voice echoed through the arena. It was unexpected that Northeast Wuda's attack would be so fierce, eliminating 3 opponents in less than half a minute after the start. It seems they are just 1 step away from claiming their 19th consecutive championship. Northeast Wuda's principal, Zhang Shulin, wore a smug smile. "Wanli, it looks like this year's championship will once again belong to our Northeast Wuda." Hu Wanli responded coldly. "The match isn't over yet. It's too early to celebrate." He sneered. 2 against 5. "Do you really think there's a chance for a comeback?" Some of the big shots around started to relax, thinking Hu Wanli was just being stubborn. In reality, most had already concluded the outcome of this match. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly appeared on the field, sprinting towards Yan Wenxing. He intended to save a teammate, but Lin Xiao tried to stop him. Lin Xiao, who was initially entangled with Yan Wenxing, roared and charged at Yi Chun with his large shield. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Chun made a 180-degree turn, aiming 2 arrows at the 2 support players in Northeast Wuda's backline. This move made Lin Xiao and Xiaowei break out in a cold sweat. They were so focused on intercepting Yi Chun that they didn't notice their support players were left wide open. The bowstring twanged, and 2 arrows shot out like lightning, sending the support players flying into the protective barrier, eliminating them instantly. Meanwhile, Yan Wenxing couldn't withstand Su Wendong's fierce attack, taking multiple arrows and retreating in defeat. Yi Chun from Spring City Wuda, in a dire situation, remained calm and executed a brilliant feint, swiftly eliminating Northeast Wuda's 2 support players. However, Su Wendong from Northeast Wuda quickly retaliated by eliminating the 4th player from Spring City Wuda. Now, there are still 3 players from Northeast Wuda on the field, while only Yi Chun remains for Spring City Wuda. Can he work a miracle? Despite Yi Chun's impressive performance, realistically, Spring City Wuda's chances of winning are almost 0. As the host narrated the match, the audience expressed astonishment and regret, and some even began packing up to leave the venue to avoid the post-match traffic. At this time, the 3 players from Northeast Wuda had Yi Chun surrounded in a triangle formation. Lin Xiao sneered. "Yi Chun, you stand no chance in a 3-0. Surrender now and spare yourself some pain." However, Yi Chun firmly replied, "Why surrender? In a Onion 3, The advantage is mine. Lin Xiao and Xia Wei launched their attack, with Xia Wei charging at Yi Chun with daggers in hand, Lin Xiao advancing with his shield, and Su Wendong shooting arrows to block Yi Chen's retreat, hoping to let Xia Wei land a fatal blow. Facing the three-pronged attack, Yi Chun seemed cornered, forced to retreat repeatedly. Xia Wei sneered, raising his daggers, aiming directly at Yi Chen's waist. If this strike landed, Yi Chen's kidneys would be pierced. Yet, at that critical moment, Yi Chen twisted his body, a cold flash appearing at his waist. Xia Wei's body suddenly flew out like an arrow, spinning twice before crashing to the ground in a disheveled state. This unexpected scene drew gasps from the audience, and even some of the big shots on the high platform stood up in surprise, staring intently below. Xia Wei, the assassin from Northeast Martial University, had been counter-killed at close range by an archer. His protective armor was slashed, injuring his skin. It's hard to imagine that if this happened on a real battlefield, Xia Wei might have been cut in half, revealing the terrifying lethality. Su Wendong glanced at the bloody dagger in Yi Chen's hand, his brow furrowing slightly as he thought to himself, a 7th-grade weapon? Lin Xiao asked in surprise. Dong, what did you say? Is that dagger in his hand a 7th-grade weapon? Su Wendong nodded slightly, saying solemnly, be careful, I'll handle him. Lin Xiao nodded knowingly and moved closer to Su Wendong. The dynamics of the match changed in an instant, as Yi Chun, the only remaining contestant from Spring City Martial University, managed to eliminate another from Northeast Martial University. The situation on the field seemed to have shifted, with the Northeast team abandoning their aggressive attack for a more cautious defensive strategy. With one shield and one attacker left, it was clearly the wisest choice and the best way to win the match. As the commentator explained the strategies, spectators who were about to leave returned to their seats, eager to see how long this contestant from Spring City could hold out. On the field, Su Wendong stood behind Lin Xiao, continuously shooting arrows at Yi Chun, but Yi Chun skillfully dodged them all. Su Wendong advised, surrender, Yi Chun. Although you're strong, I have a tank, and you can't win. Yi Chun smiled faintly and replied, oh really? Do you think you're safe hiding behind a tank? With that, he accelerated towards Lin Xiao, and Su Wendong kneeled down and drew his bow like a full moon, aiming at Su Wendong behind Lin Xiao. It's useless, Lin Xiao roared, raising his large shield to block Yi Chen's arrow from above. However, Yi Chen's arrow was aimed at the ground in front of Lin Xiao. Explosive arrow. Su Wendong's pupils shrank with alarm. Not good. Boom. The stadium echoed with the sound of a violent explosion, and Lin Xiao's body was blown several meters away by the immense impact, his entire body glowing red. Thanks to his battlefield-honed sense of danger, Su Wendong barely avoided the core of the explosion. In an instant, only Su Wendong and Yi Chun remained on the field, with the unknown situation leaving the entire audience, including the commentator, stunned. No one expected that the initially advantageous position of Northeast Martial University would be turned around by Yi Chun alone, bringing it to a draw. Su Wendong silently praised, you're strong, deserving of my full strength. Saying this, he tossed aside his longbow and retrieved another one crafted from the bones of an unknown creature from his storage ring. The bow exuded a powerful aura, and the nearby audience could feel the intense pressure emanating from it. Su Wendong gripped the longbow, gazing coldly at Yi Chun, and said in a chilling tone, I can tell that your agility is about to run out. If you don't want to die, surrender immediately. However, Yi Chun shook his head and replied, that's impossible. I'm determined to win this championship. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Wendong had barely finished speaking when he raised his hand and shot an arrow at Yi Chun. Yi Chun narrowly dodged, and the protective shield behind him reverberated with a loud crash, shaking violently. At the same time, Yi Chun retaliated, firing explosive arrows like a rainstorm towards Su Wendong. He knew his opponent was equally agile, and ordinary attacks wouldn't land, so he resorted to wide-area attacks. An intense battle erupted between them, leaving the audience wide-eyed in amazement. Seeing that his long-range attacks were ineffective and impressed by the power of Yi Chun's explosive arrows, Su Wendong deliberately closed in on Yi Chun. He thought to himself, if I get close enough, your explosive arrows will be useless, right? He decided on this strategy, knowing that explosive arrows caused indiscriminate damage, like grenades. If thrown too close to an enemy, they might harm both the enemy and the user. As long as he stayed more than 2 meters away from Yi Chun, he would be out of reach of his short blades and could prevent the use of explosive arrows. Victory seemed certain to him. With a confident smile, Su Wendong swiftly approached Yi Chun, drawing his bow like a full moon, and shot an arrow as fast as lightning at Yi Chun's right shoulder. This arrow was meant to render Yi Chun completely powerless. Thud! The arrow struck Yi Chun, only causing him to sway slightly. Su Wendong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Yi Chun withstood a full-force strike from a 7th-grade weapon, which even 7th-grade warriors dared not face directly. Explosive arrow. At that moment, Yi Chun shot an arrow between them. Boom! With the explosion, The arena fell into an eerie silence, the stands around them so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Moments later, as the dust settled, the crowd saw Su Wendong and Yi Chun standing face to face. Why? Why are you unharmed? Su Wendong managed to say before coughing up blood, his eyes closing as he collapsed. Yi Chun stood proudly in the center of the arena. Witnessing this, the spectators around the stadium gasped in shock. Inside the stadium, a crowd of 50 to 60,000 spectators sat in stunned silence, as if time had frozen. What had they just witnessed? The shooter from Chuncheng Wuda, against all odds, had turned the match around after all his 4 teammates had been eliminated. First, he used a feint to take out both support players from Northeast Wuda. Then, with a concealed 7th-grade weapon, he swiftly dispatched the assassin. Next, he outsmarted the tank's defensive strategy and took him down with an explosive arrow. Finally, even as Su Wendong gave his all and revealed his own 7th-grade weapon, he lured him in and, with unbelievable defensive prowess, achieved a 5-kill against the Northeast Wuda team. Such an extraordinary comeback left everyone bewildered. Even minutes after the match had ended and the 5 members of the Northeast Wuda team were rushed to the hospital, most of the audience was still reeling from the shock. Watching the big screen replay the match over and over, some covered their mouths, some clutched their hair, others gaped, and some blushed with excitement. Almost no one was in a hurry to leave. They all wanted to savor every moment of this legendary battle, hoping to etch it into their memories. Bang! Jia Ren's fist slammed onto the armrest of the sofa, his expression dark and furious. Boss, what do we do now? Kuyu asked timidly, glancing at Jia Ren. He thought to himself, who would have guessed Yi Chun was this strong? Even after bribing 2 of their main players, he still managed to overturn the situation and defeat Northeast Wuda. He began to regret siding with Jia Ren against Yi Chun, but he felt trapped on Jia Ren's ship. What else can we do? Jia Ren replied sinisterly. Does he think winning the championship means he gets the divine spot? He's dreaming. The Northeast province isn't for Yi Chun to decide. With that, he left the VIP suite with his entourage. In the arena, Yi Chun slowly stepped down from the stage. Yan Wenxing and the now awake Du Huanhuan stared at him as if seeing him for the first time. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Do I look too handsome? Yi Chun thought. You are indeed too handsome. I've hopelessly fallen for you, Du Huanhuan said, her eyes wide with admiration. Just before Su Wendong knocked her out, she thought they were doomed. But upon waking, the first thing she saw was Yi Chun standing victorious, while Su Wendong lay defeated. In that moment, seeing Yi Chun's profile, she had only one thought. He's so handsome. How could there be such a good-looking man in the world? At that moment, Yan Wenxing also spoke up. Junior, you're indeed too handsome. You're almost turning me, your senior, gay. If you don't mind. Yi Chun laughed and quickly moved away. Then he noticed Han Meng and Wang Yin standing awkwardly not far away. As Yi Chun approached, Han Meng and Wang Yin avoided eye contact. Yi Chun, you're really something. I'm truly Emperor Slap. Before Han Meng could finish, Yi Chun slapped him. Yi Chun, why are you hitting people? Slap, slap. Wang Yin, seeing Han Meng get hit, tried to protest but instead received 2 slaps himself, leaving him seeing stars and his cheeks swelling. Yi Chun smiled at the 2 people in front of him and asked kindly, do you have any objections? Wang Yin and Han Meng were at a loss for words. Faced with someone capable of single-handedly overturning the Northeast Martial University, how could they dare to voice any dissent? At this moment, they finally understood why Principal Hu was so confident before the competition and why he regarded Yi Chun as the absolute core, even preparing a grade 7 weapon for him. They realized they were the true frogs in the well. At this moment, Hu Wanli approached, glaring at the 2 men, and announced sternly, in my capacity as the principal, I declare that due to your passive behavior in the competition, you are expelled and all rewards from this competition are forfeited. Han Meng and Wang Yin were instantly panicked, filled with dread. This punishment would be a lifelong stain on their records, even preventing the Demon Defense Army from accepting them, and shattering their dreams of becoming martial arts instructors. Today, you were easily swayed into passivity. Tomorrow, you might cower on the battlefield and betray to Xia. What use is there for us to keep you at Martial University? Get out! Hu Wanli roared, sending them flying away. He then turned to Yi Chun and his companions, speaking kindly. With those 2 troublemakers gone, their contribution points will be divided among the 3 of you. Yan Wenxing quickly waved his hand. No, no, let them all go to junior brother Yi Chun. Du Huanhuan nodded in agreement. It was junior brother Yi Chun who turned the tide, defeating 5 opponents single-handedly to secure victory. We wouldn't dare to take credit. Hearing this, Hu Wanli looked at Yi Chun, who said, senior brother Yan Wenxing and senior sister Du Huanhuan also contributed. I support an even split. How about this? Hu Wanli gestured. Yan Wenxing and Du Huanhuan will each receive 3,000 contribution points, and Yi Chun will receive 4,000. Any objections? Yi Chun shook his head slightly, and Yan Wenxing and Du Huanhuan exchanged glances, overjoyed. They had never expected to receive a reward of 3,000 contribution points, equivalent to 30 level tasks. With this reward, they had a chance to reach the peak of grade 6 before graduation. Yi Chun, there's a meeting later to discuss the allocation of spots. Come with me. Hu Wanli led Yi Chun to the second floor. By then, the conference hall was already filled with many prominent figures from Spring City and the entire Northeast province. As Yi Chun entered, many people stood up and gathered around him, eager to make connections. However, Jia Zhong, the provincial leader sitting at the head, let out a cold snort, and everyone promptly returned to their seats. Spring City's mayor, Ku Rong, spoke first. Since everyone is here, let's discuss the allocation of the miracle spots. This matter is of great importance to our province and concerns the fate of Xia. We must be careful in our selection. From what I understand, other provinces have already chosen support and tank roles. For the balance of the team, our province should ideally provide a DPS role. Let's hear everyone's thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Wanli spoke up directly. I don't think there's a need to choose. Spring City Martial University is the champion of this year's selection competition, and the core marksman, Yi Chun, has proven himself. He deserves the spot. Many people nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, Luo Fei, the head of city defense, voiced a different opinion. I don't think we necessarily have to choose from the champion team. Everyone looked at him as Luo Fei continued. Although Spring City Martial University unexpectedly won today, Northeast Martial University has been the champion for 18 consecutive years and still has a slightly better overall strength. I also feel Spring City Martial's victory was somewhat opportunistic. If the two teams were to compete again, the outcome might be different. I believe selecting Su Wendong is the most appropriate decision. Hu Wanli looked at Luo Fei and said gravely, Lord Luo, didn't you see that Yi Chun defeated Su Wendong in an unknown match? Principal Hu, don't be impatient. Luo Fei replied with a slight smile. I'm not saying Yi Chun isn't impressive. I just think Su Wendong is more suitable. From what I observed, Yi Chun won because his defensive capabilities surpassed Su Wendong's. But who can say how he acquired such defense or how long it will last? What if he took some kind of elixir before the match to enhance his defense? Can he maintain this extraordinary defense once he enters the Divine Realm? Our primary criterion for selection is offensive capability, and excluding defense, Su Wendong, with his 7th grade bow, clearly has superior long-range attack power compared to Yi Chun. That's why I believe Su Wendong is more fitting. Hearing that an influential figure supported Su Wendong, Zhang Shulin, the previously despondent principal of Northeast Martial University, perked up and interjected, Lord Luo is absolutely right. We lost this match under dubious circumstances, and I now suspect that there was cheating involved on the part of Spring City Martial University. I intend to lodge a protest with the committee for a rematch. Hu Wanli was immediately displeased and pointed at Zhang Shulin, scolding. You old bastard, you say nothing when you win, but cry foul when you lose, shameless. How is it not cheating? Zhang Shulin retorted defiantly. Have you ever seen a Martial University student who can withstand a direct hit from a 7th grade weapon wielded by a quasi 7th grade martial artist? Not even us oldtimers would dare take a hit from Su Wendong Heaton. So it must be cheating. Many around them began to murmur, finding some truth in Zhang Shulin's words. If Yi Chun had indeed taken some kind of elixir to achieve such results, it would certainly count as cheating, warranting the annulment of his victory. That's nonsense. I'm Yi Chun's principal. Don't you think I'd know if he cheated? Hu Wanli was utterly furious and shouted. Today, I, Hu Wanli, guarantee with my honor that Yi Chun did not take any elixir before the match. If there is concrete evidence proving Yi Chun cheated, I will resign from my position as principal of the Martial University. City Lord Ku Rong intervened. Old Hu, calm down. We can investigate this matter thoroughly. If there's no cheating, Yi Chun's name will be cleared. Investigate? How do you plan to investigate? Hu Wanli asked with narrowed eyes. If an investigation is launched, does that mean Yi Chun won't qualify for the Divine Realm spot until it's resolved? Ku Rong replied regretfully. Old Hu, it's unavoidable. The Divine Realm is too significant. We must proceed cautiously. If something goes wrong, no one can bear that responsibility. Seeing both influential figures speak this way, many around them nodded in agreement. At this moment, a voice spoke up from the head of the table. I think this is being blown out of proportion. If Yi Chun really cheated, there would be some evidence. Let's not forget, he is this year's national exam top scorer. Everyone turned to see that the speaker was Vice Provincial Governor He Yuhua. Yi Chun also looked at this prominent figure, recalling that someone named He Shuang had approached him earlier, claiming to be He Yuhua's son and wanting to form an alliance. It turns out that He Shuang's words were true. The deputy provincial leader indeed defended me at a crucial moment. He Yuhua smiled slightly and continued. If you insist that Yi Chun cheated, then did he also cheat to become the top scorer at the martial arts university? What kind of miracle drug could sustain someone for so long? Even if Yi Chun did cheat, if he can maintain this state, what's the difference? Upon hearing this, Those who had previously sided with the city lord and the head of city defense nodded in agreement, finding the deputy provincial leader's argument reasonable. Ku Rong and Luo Fei's expressions turned grim, surprised that the usually silent deputy would support Yi Chun. As their superior, He Yuhua's statement left them unable to argue back, and they anxiously glanced at Jia Zheng. Jia Zheng frowned, not expecting He Yuhua to oppose him at this moment. Knowing full well that Ku Rong and Luo Fei were his people, He Yuhua still chose to speak against him, clearly targeting him. Clearing his throat, Jia Zheng said sternly, I think it's better to investigate further. If something goes wrong in the divine relics, letting other countries gain an advantage and seize the legacy of our great Xia, none of US can bear that responsibility. He hoped this statement would settle the matter. However, just then, the entire conference hall was filled with mist, obscuring everyone's vision and causing a commotion. A cheerful voice emerged from the mist. I'll take responsibility for that. Sitting at the head, Jia Zheng frowned upon hearing this voice and thought to himself, Mist Dragon? As soon as the words left his mouth, the smoke in the room gradually gathered, revealing the figure of the Mist Dragon. Beside him stood a child of about 8 or 9 years old, dressed casually with his hands in his pockets, his gaze indifferent, lacking the liveliness typical of his age. The Mist Dragon, having appeared, looked at Jia Zheng and said, Provincial Leader Jia, I vouch for Yi Chun. What do you think? The crowd was stirred, surprised that even someone from the Dragon Group would get involved. Jia Zheng was also caught off guard and asked with a frown, Miss Dragon, why would a distinguished member of the Dragon Group vouch for an ordinary martial arts student? Because he is also a member of the Dragon Group. Is that reason enough? With those words, the crowd was in an uproar, all eyes on Yi Chun, shocked to hear of such a young Dragon Group member for the first time. Jia Zheng felt his authority as the provincial leader being challenged and said gravely, To my knowledge, Su Wendong has also passed the Dragon Group's assessment and will soon become a member. Why do you speak for Yi Chun and not for him? The Mist Dragon laughed heartily. Our Dragon Group has peripheral members throughout the Great Xia, but core members are few. Jia Zheng suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Peripheral members of the Dragon Group are merely affiliates, gathering intelligence and recommending talents, while core members are the elite among elites, each a top talent. Core members answer directly to the leader, Qinglong, and even the heads of the 6 departments have no authority over them. That's right. I have received Qinglong's approval to officially induct Yi Chun as the 16th core member of our Dragon Group. As he spoke, the Mist Dragon produced a golden scroll engraved with a dragon's head and offered it to Jia Zheng. Provincial Leader Jia, would you like to open it to verify its authenticity? Jia Zheng hurriedly shook his head, his face showing panic. Who would dare tamper with an edict from Qinglong, risking their life? The leader of the Dragon Group is the most enigmatic 9th rank expert in the entire Xia, a true dragon whose power is unfathomable. 5 years ago, a large spirit stone mine was discovered near the northeastern provincial border of Xia, in America, in alliance with Neon and South Korea, attempted to seize it. The Allied forces dispatched 3 9th rank experts, pushing back Xia's anti-demon army. Just as they were about to be routed, Qinglong emerged, battling the 3 9th ranks alone, resulting in 1 death, 1 injury, and 1 retreat. Qinglong's fame spread worldwide. Some say he has reached the peak of the 9th rank, while others believe he has surpassed it, entering a higher realm, earning him the title of the foremost martial artist in Xia. Qinglong's presence has allowed Xia to develop steadily over the years, with neighboring countries wary of direct confrontation. Not just a mere provincial leader like Jia Zheng, even the heads of the 6 departments dare not disrespect Qinglong. Seeing Jia Zheng sweating, the Mist Dragon smiled lightly. To tell you the truth, allowing Yi Chun into the divine relics wasn't my decision, but an order from our Lord Qinglong. The words struck everyone like a bolt of lightning. The conference hall erupted into chaos. No one had expected that Yi Chun would gain the attention of the leader of the Dragon Group, suggesting a future full of limitless potential. Many silently regretted not speaking up for Yi Chun earlier alongside the deputy provincial chief, missing an opportunity to build connections. With the endorsement of Lord Qinglong, there was naturally no objection from the officials, and the quota for the Northeast province was given to Yi Chun. He glanced around the room, asking, What do you say? Everyone agreed without hesitation. Even Luo Fei and Ku Rong shook their heads. They weren't foolish enough to oppose at this moment. The might of Qinglong was not something to be trifled with. Zhang Shulin, the president of Northeast Martial University, hesitated, biting his lip as he looked at Jia Jingdao. Governor Jia, could it be that the Su family has offered you? Silence. Jia Jingdao immediately interrupted, his gaze cold. Su Wendong's skills are inferior. What can be done about it? If General Su has any objections, he can take it up with Lord Qinglong. Turning to Yi Chun, he offered a warm smile. Yi Chun, if you gain any legacy from the miracles, don't forget those of us who nurtured you. Yi Chun remained silent. Beside him, Wulong addressed everyone. What I just said is highly confidential and must not be leaked. You know the consequences if it is. We wouldn't dare. Everyone shook their heads quickly. They knew if they leaked the information, the dragon group would swiftly find the source, and the consequences would be severe. Yi Chun, let's step outside, Wulong said, leaving the meeting room with the child in tow. Yi Chun understood there was more to discuss and followed them. Yi Chun, your status as a core member of the dragon group is confirmed, and your code name is Jialong. Do you have any objections? Jialong? Yi Chun was stunned, feeling the name was outdated. I definitely have objections, and they're significant. Wulong was puzzled why. The code name is too lame. Yi Chun complained. I want to change it. Before Wulong could respond, the child next to him asked Yi Chun, what code name do you want? Who is he? Yi Chun inquired, assuming the child was Wulong's son. He's also a member of the dragon group. Wulong replied with a light cough. So young. Yi Chun was surprised, as he thought dragon group members were older. That doesn't matter, the child added. What code name do you want? After thinking for a moment, Yi Chun said, let's go with True Dragon. True Dragon. Wulong and the child exchanged glances. Don't you think that's a bit much? Can you handle it? Our leader's code name is Qinglong. Yi Chun replied confidently. I think I can handle it. Wulong was about to say more, but the child interjected. All right, it's settled then. Well, okay. Wulong scratched his nose, looking a bit bewildered. Yi Chun was also taken aback. His code name was decided just like that? It seemed the child beside Wulong held significant influence within the dragon group. Feeling Yi Chun's gaze, the child looked at him and said firmly, since you've chosen such an impressive code name, you must take on the corresponding responsibility and show your strength. This journey to the divine relic must not fail. Yi Chun wasn't bothered by this and didn't regard the child as a mere kid. He thought to himself, even if you don't say it, I'll give it my all. The child nodded and continued to warn. Although you are confident, I must tell you that the relic is extremely dangerous, filled with countless traps and mechanisms. These are even more troublesome than the competitors entering with you. A single misstep could be fatal. Miss Dragon chimed in. I remember last time the relic of Zhurong was opened, the mechanisms were too strong, and no one could reach the deepest part to obtain the most precious legacy treasure. It was truly a pity. Yi Chun responded confidently. This time, there won't be such a problem. I'll bring back all the treasures from this relic. However, the child said seriously, don't speak too soon. The mechanisms in those relics must be solved with thought. Otherwise, even a 9th-level powerhouse would be blasted to bits if they tried to force their way through. And there's always a time limit for when relics open. So the challenge for both you and your team is immense. Yi Chun nodded, his anticipation for the relic growing stronger. Yi Chun, go pack your things and get ready to set off, the child said. To where? Yi Chun asked, puzzled. Of course, to Yang City to meet up with the rest of the team. The relic is located near Yang City this time. You all need to get to know each other quickly so you can cooperate better inside the relic. Teams from other countries will also be arriving gradually, Miss Dragon added. A day later, Yi Chun followed the Yang City Martial University team to the campus of Yang City Martial University. The meeting point was set within the university, and following the signposts, Yi Chun arrived at an enclosed training arena. As soon as he entered, he heard the clear sound of someone reading aloud. When life is going well, enjoy it to the fullest. Don't let the golden goblet stand empty against the moon. Heaven gave me talents for a reason. Wealth spent will return. Yi Chun looked towards the voice and saw a young man dressed as an ancient scholar, one hand behind his back and the other holding a scroll, swaying as he recited poetry. Then, a series of loud exclamations drew Yi Chun's attention to the northeast corner of the field. There, a young woman with fiery red explosive hair, clad in heavy armor, was relentlessly striking a dummy in front of her. Each blow was incredibly forceful, causing the entire arena to echo with the sound of impact. Her elbows were especially noteworthy, adorned with weapons resembling oval-shaped shields, which looked quite unique. While Yi Chun was lost in thought, a timid voice suddenly came from behind him. Excuse me, have you seen my little Rome? Startled, Yi Chun turned around to see a petite girl with a baby face, wearing a puffy dress, her head slightly bowed, and her big eyes looking up at him shyly. Little Rome? Who's that? Yi Chun asked. She raised her right hand, her index finger close to her lips, and said softly, Little Rome is a very cute little bunny, my good friend. Have you seen it? Sorry, I haven't, Yi Chun replied sincerely. All right, I'll go look somewhere else, the girl said, glancing around as she walked away. After the baby-faced girl left, Yi Chun noticed a woman in a mage's robe standing not far away. She was beautiful, a classic oriental beauty, reminding Yi Chun of Jiang Ningxuang. Her shimmering high-level mage robe added an air of holiness and elegance. When she saw him, she gave a bashful smile, which for some reason felt familiar to Yi Chun. He smiled back politely, then reluctantly looked away, thinking he shouldn't stare and risk being misunderstood. Just as Yi Chun was about to explore the interior of the arena, the beautiful woman spoke up. Yi Chun, where are you going? Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Chun immediately turned back, looking at her in disbelief. You know me, you are? The woman covered her mouth with a charming smile. I'm Chen Shui. Yi Chun sized up the person in front of him, finding it hard to believe his eyes. He couldn't reconcile the stunning woman before him with the Chun Shui he knew. The twin sisters of the Chun family were nearly identical. The elder one was calm, and the younger one was playful, both being his most trusted teammates and partners. He knew the sisters well. Though they were pretty, they were not what he would call stunning beauties. Compared to the woman standing before him, it was like comparing night and day. When the woman introduced herself, Yi Chun looked more closely and finally saw a hint of Chun Shui in her features. Are you really Xiao Shui? He asked in surprise. Yes, brother Yi Chun, I didn't expect you to forget me so quickly, Chen Shui replied playfully, relaxing a bit as if they were the only two people around. Yi Chun was stunned. He had heard the saying, girls change at 18. But this transformation was astonishing, as if she were a completely different person. Seeing his confusion, Chen Shui explained, my sister and I used to disguise ourselves, as per our grandfather's rules, to avoid too much attention. I see. Yi Chun realized, then asked, with such a good background, why did you come to Jiangxing for school? Our family has a tradition that direct descendants must not receive any family benefits until they graduate high school, to build their character, Chen Shui continued. My mother is from Jiangxing, so my sister and I came here for school. Yi Chun nodded, suddenly realizing something. Are you a member of the Shinji squad too? Chen Shui tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and nodded slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. I don't know why, but when Grandpa told me to come, I did. Yi Chun was impressed. Was this the privilege of coming from a prestigious family? He had barely managed to break through from the Northeast province, while Chen Shui was directly assigned here. In the Central province, where prestigious families were everywhere, the Chen family's power and reputation were indeed formidable. Xiao Shui, what level are you now? He asked. Level 6, Chen Shui replied. Yi Chun took a deep breath, just as he had suspected. Although he had anticipated it, he was still amazed. Despite his hard work, he had only just reached level 5. It's true what they say, comparison is the thief of joy. He had heard from Hu Wanli that big families have secret methods to quickly elevate their direct descendants to level 6, and now he was witnessing it firsthand. You reached level 6 using your family's advantages, while I earned my place in Shinji through my own efforts. You're much more impressive than I am, Chen Shui said understandingly. Yi Chun smiled. He didn't mind at all, nor did he feel any jealousy. Prestigious families had their resources due to generations of accumulation. He believed that with his own efforts, he could create a world of his own someday. Then, his descendants could ascend to level 6 as easily as Xiao Shui. Thinking about this, Yi Chun looked around, once again distracted by the sound of poetry recitation and fists hitting equipment nearby. He turned to Chen Shui and asked, are those people also members of the Shinji squad? Yes, including that girl over there still looking for her little rabbit. Chen Shui nodded slightly. Yi Chun was speechless once more. Yi Chun looked at his teammates and couldn't help but feel that, except for Chen Shui, there wasn't anyone truly trustworthy. Just then, a soft cough came from outside the door, catching everyone's attention. Yi Chun turned to see a short, plump middle-aged man enter. At the same time, the man who had been reciting poetry and the aggressive woman also approached. Uncle Lu, Chen Shui greeted politely, then whispered to Yi Chun, this is Lu Daong, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of War, an 8th-rank peak expert, and our team leader for this mission. Yi Chun nodded, feeling more at ease with someone as sensible as Chen Shui by his side. Everyone, gather around, Lu Daong called out, his gaze landing on a girl searching for something in the distance. Chi Mingwe, come over here. Your little Rong is here. With that, he pulled out a fluffy rabbit from behind him. Oh, little Rong, where did you run off to? I was looking everywhere for you. Chi Mingwe ran over, gently cradling the rabbit in her arms, and then bowed to Lu Daong. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Lu Daong looked at the obedient girl, seeming a bit helpless and weary, and waved his hand. Go line up. He scanned the group and sighed. What a bunch of troublesome youngsters. You're Yi Chun, right? Lu Daong looked at Yi Chun with a hint of seriousness in his voice. You seem like the most normal one here, so you'll be the team leader. Why? Although no one else spoke up, the aggressive woman looked Yi Chun up and down with disdain and said coldly, shouldn't the strongest person be the leader? Why should this weakling be the captain? I don't agree. If you don't agree, we can have a little contest, Yi Chun replied, curious to see his teammates' abilities. Fine. If you can dodge 3 of my punches, I'll accept you as the captain, the aggressive woman shouted. Her right fist suddenly engulfed in flames as she charged at Yi Chun. Be careful, brother Yi Chun, Chen Shui exclaimed from the side. The fiery punch landed heavily on Yi Chun, but he only swayed slightly. Didn't you eat? Yi Chun asked calmly, looking down at the aggressive woman. Huh, she roared again, her other fiery fist striking Yi Chun's face. His voice came from beneath her fist. Your speed is decent, but your strength is lacking. Huh. The aggressive woman's forehead veins bulged as she twisted her waist and spun 360 degrees, delivering a powerful hook to Yi Chun's temple. Yi Chun tilted his head slightly and nodded. The strength is passable this time, but still not enough. The aggressive woman finally showed a change in expression and asked, "Are you a frontline tank too?" Chen smiled. "No, I'm a backline damage dealer. As an archer, having a bit of defense seems reasonable, doesn't it?" The feisty woman widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, "How is your defense higher than mine? And I'm supposed to be the tank?" The poet next to her also looked at Chen with curiosity. Lu Daong sighed helplessly and muttered, "I didn't expect this kid to be the strangest one." Then he turned to everyone and continued, "There's still over half a month before the miracle opens. You should use this time to practice and get to know each other. Oh, right, let's do some introductions first. Chen, backline DPS, role, archer, from Spring City Marshall University." Chen said confidently. "Chen Shui, backline support, role, mage, from Capital Marshall University." Chen Shui introduced herself next. The feisty woman spoke up next. "Wan Li, frontline tank, role, boxer, from Sichuan-Chongqing Marshall University. But I want to be DPS. My teacher insisted I switch to a tank." Li Mu, frontline DPS, role, swordsman, from Shangshigansu Marshall University. The poet introduced himself, and then everyone turned their attention to the little girl holding a rabbit. The little girl, seeing everyone's gaze on her, timidly said, "Qi Mingwe, backline DPS, role, summoner, from Magic City Marshall University." Hearing this, Chen became even more curious about the girl. Being able to emerge from one of the top 3 Marshall universities in Xia already proved her terrifying strength. Moreover, she was an extremely rare summoner. But judging by her appearance, it seemed even an ordinary boy her age could bully her. He wondered what powerful abilities she possessed. At this point, Lu Daong addressed everyone. "Now that you all know each other, let's start training. Any questions?" Chen raised his hand and said, "Lu Daong, I want to ask if Yang City Marshall University has any secret realms. I'd like to train there." Lu Daong frowned and asked, "What do you want to do in a secret realm? Isn't this arena big enough?" Chen shook his head. "We're going into the miracle for real combat, so we need to enhance our combat abilities first. Without enemies in this arena, we can't improve our combat skills. The magic cave is too dangerous, so the secret realm is the best option." Lu Daong thought for a moment, finding some truth in Chen's words, and nodded. "I'll propose your request to the principal of Yang City Marshall University, asking him to open the secret realm for your practice as soon as possible. Anything else?" Chen raised his hand again. Lu Daong was a bit exasperated. "What else?" Chen said, "Could we each be given a spatial ring with more space so we can bring back more treasures from the miracle?" Lu Daong pointed at the 2 spatial rings on Chen's hand and said, "You're already wearing 2 rings. Isn't that enough for you?" Chen touched the rings on his hand, the second one being a reward from Hu Wanli before his departure, with space 5 times larger than the first. However, he still said, "These 2 rings aren't enough. The space is too small to hold much. Chen, the place you're going is a miracle, not a warehouse. Do you think you're going on a shopping spree?" Lu Daong's temple throbbed, clearly frustrated. But Chen replied, "Lu Daong, since we're going to such a significant miracle, we should make the most of it. If we can't bring back many treasures due to limited space, wouldn't that be a huge loss?" After Chen finished speaking, Chen Shui agreed. "I support Chen's view. It's better to be prepared." Lu Daong, seeing Chen Shui's agreement, sighed and nodded. "All right, I'll handle this matter as soon as possible. I'll make sure the advanced Na ring is in your hands before you enter the miracle." He looked around at everyone, finally resting his gaze on Chen's face. "I've agreed to your terms, but if you come out of the miracle and the Na ring is still empty, I won't let it slide." With that, his short, stout figure transformed into a mist and vanished from sight. After Lu Daong left, Wan Li returned to her training, continuously punching the dummy. Meanwhile, Li Mu continued to recite poetry with a rhythmic nod. Qi Mingyue's little rabbit leaped from her arms, hopping toward the grass outside. "Xiaorong, wait for me!" Qi Mingyue called out, running after it. In the end, only Chen and Chen Shui remained. "Chen, let's go for a walk," Chen Shui said shyly. "Sure," Chen replied. "Since we're new here, it's good to explore and get familiar with the surroundings. Plus, I haven't seen you in months, and there's so much to catch up on." As Chen and Chen Shui strolled along the campus road of Yangqing Martial Arts University, passing students glanced at them, curious about the striking pair they hadn't seen before. Especially Chen Shui, with her fair skin, beautiful features, and an elegant, pristine mage's robe, looked like a goddess descending to earth. She brushed her wind-tousled hair back, hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage and gently placed her hand on Chen's arm. Chen was momentarily surprised, looking at the stunning girl lightly holding his arm. Her head was bowed, and her flawless face was as red as an apple. He smiled, neither resisting nor pulling away, allowing the bashful girl to hold on to him. At that moment, it seemed as if the hearts of many nearby male students shattered. Just then, a group of 5 with an intimidating presence approached from the opposite direction. Most of them were short, with bow legs, swaggering as they walked. Yo, pretty girl, one of the 4 men in the group exclaimed upon seeing Chen Shui, their eyes filled with greed and desire. Yi Chun frowned slightly at their awkward Daxiao language, finding it unpleasant. However, he didn't want to cause trouble and ruin the beautiful moment. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The leading short, thin man blocked Yi Chen's path. When Yi Chun tried to walk around him, 2 other members of the group stopped him. Blocking my way. Yi Chen paused, frowning at the group. The leader, a young man, introduced himself. I'm Kuma Haida, a noble ninja visiting from the Empire of Neon. May I have the honor of getting to know this beautiful lady? Xiong Pingjian ignored Yi Chun and stared intently at Chen Shui. I don't want to know you, Chen Shui said to Yi Chun. Brother Yi, let's go. She pulled Yi Chun, trying to avoid Xiong Pingjian, but a nearby ninja blocked their path. He sneered. We Japanese ninjas have traveled far, and this beautiful lady won't have a drink with us? Is this how you treat guests in Xia? What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Chun, filled with rage, swiftly drew the dragon fang blade and slashed upwards, severing the ninja's arm in an instant. Blood splattered as the ninja let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. The remaining 4 ninjas were visibly shocked, forming hand signs to prepare for a counterattack. Yi Chen stood resolutely in front of Chen Shui, drawing his iron bow, knocking an arrow, and glaring coldly at the 4, as if looking at dead men. Whoever moves, dies. The surrounding martial arts students gathered around, and upon understanding the situation, they angrily cursed at the ninjas. You Japanese bastards, how dare you cause trouble in Xia? Are you tired of living? Everyone here is your elder. How dare you disrespect your elders? Shameless dogs, try making a move again, and we'll chop you into mincemeat. At that moment, a black flame appeared out of thin air, its heat so intense that it distorted the surrounding space. The black fire lunged towards Yi Chun as if it had a life of its own. Just then, a torrent of water surged down from midair, colliding violently with the black flame, resulting in a deafening explosion that forced everyone back. A few moments later, the water vapor and black flames dissipated, revealing a figure. A middle-aged man in a kimono, wearing a red conical hat with the character Flame inscribed on it, stood there. His gaze was fierce as he looked at Lu Daong and said in a deep voice, Lord Lu, your country promised to ensure the safety of the participating teams. Are you going back on your word? We will certainly ensure everyone's safety, Lu Daong responded coldly. But that's based on the premise that you follow the rules and don't cause trouble. If anyone commits a crime, they will naturally be dealt with according to our Xia's laws. And which rule did this ninja break to deserve having his arm chopped off by this young man? The Flame Shadow smirked coldly. Lu Daong retorted dismissively. Mr. Flame Shadow, I don't believe you didn't see what happened earlier. Harassing our Xia women deserves punishment. Very well. Flame Shadow nodded slightly, his eyes like a hawk's as he stared at Yi Chun. Judging by your skills, you must be one of the martial artists entering the relics this time, correct? Once inside, our Japanese ninjas will be eager to experience your abilities. Xiong Pingjian glared at Yi Chun viciously. I'll remember you. Let's hope you don't run into us in the relics. I actually hope I do run into you in the relics, Yi Chun replied, a playful smile curling at his lips as he looked at him. Let's go, Flame Shadow commanded, leading his group away. He didn't want to just swallow his anger, but he could feel an almost imperceptible gaze from the sky, fixated on him, making his skin crawl. If his intuition was correct, then it was at least a powerful figure from the Daxia 9 ranks. If he acted rashly, there was no guarantee that this powerful figure wouldn't strike him down, and he would be doomed. So, the best course of action was to temporarily avoid confrontation. Once inside the divine relic, his neon ninjas could unleash their skills and show the consequences of crossing them. Just as they were about to leave, Yi Chen's voice rang out again from behind them. Hold on. Flame Shadow furrowed his brow and stopped his group. Yi Chun had his bow drawn, pointing at the one-armed ninja, and asked in a deep voice, Did I say you could leave? Flame Shadow asked in confusion, What do you mean? Yi Chen's gaze was sharp as he coldly commanded, Apologize to Chen Shui. Kumabira Kenna shouted, Don't push it. Yi Chen calmly replied, When you were harassing Chen Shui earlier, did you think you were pushing it? Now, immediately. Apologize. Yi Chen's voice was like a cold blade, and Kumabira Kenta was momentarily stunned, sensing the truth in Yi Chen's gaze. If he didn't comply, Yi Chen's arrow would surely fly. He quickly glanced at Flame Shadow, who looked at Lu Daong standing silently by, then gritted his teeth and gave Kumabira Kenta a nod. Kumabira Kenta's expression shifted. As one of the most outstanding young ninjas of Neon and the future successor of Flame Shadow, having to apologize to a Daxiao person in public was worse than death. However, with Flame Shadow's signal, he had no choice but to comply. Sorry, Kumabira Kenta and the one-armed ninja bowed in unison. Yi Chen lowered his bow and said indifferently, Your apology lacks sincerity, but don't worry, I'll teach you how to respect Daxiao in due time. Flame Shadow glanced at Yi Chen, then turned to Lu Daong and said, Lord Lu, Fortunes change. The divine relic is not exclusive to Daxia. I look forward to hosting you in Neon in the future. With that, he led the ninjas away. After the Neon group left, Lu Daong reprimanded Yi Chun. While I admire your actions today, you need to be cautious. Don't underestimate any opponent, especially these Neon ninjas who are known for their vengefulness. You've provoked them today, they'll surely seek revenge. Yi Chun chuckled. I'm actually hoping they come. And even if they don't, I'll pay a visit to those living comfortably in Neon with a little explosive gift. He then glanced at the bloodstained ring in his hand. He had taken it from the severed limb of the Neon ninja. If it's a little fool's belongings, he might as well accept them with a smile. With a thought, Yi Chen scanned the ring's interior, finding it small and filled with miscellaneous junk. Clearly, it belonged to a pauper. Most of the contents were magazines and DVDs like Heavenly Paradise, Ikamoku Road, Amateur Photo Collections, and Peach Club. Yi Chen frowned, planning to critically review them later. Then, he found a book on ninja techniques. The clone technique was probably the most common and used by Neon ninjas, something almost every ninja knew. Ding! Do you want to learn the clone technique? Yi Chun unhesitatingly chose yes. The book transformed into a golden light, pouring into his body. Clone Technique LV1 allows the creation of an illusionary clone using a small amount of spiritual power, lasting 60 seconds. Yi Chun used 11 spirit stones to upgrade the clone technique by 2 levels, reaching LV3. Now, he can use a small amount of spiritual power to create 4 illusory clones that last for 180 seconds. With this skill, he gained another way to confuse his enemies. Additionally, his system has an evolution function. Yi Chun wondered if upgrading this skill to level 5 might evolve it into something like Shadow Clone, allowing the clones to become solid and gain attack capabilities. If that were the case, he could create hundreds of himself, shooting arrows like rain. However, this would require a large supply of arrows, but that was just a thought for the future. After this episode, Yi Chun lost interest in wandering around with Chen Shui. They had a meal together, and then he returned to his dormitory. Yangqing Martial University had prepared 5 villas for them. Upon returning, Yi Chun didn't hesitate to consume 3 jade magic vines. Now that he had reached the 5th rank, eating such 5th rank spirit herbs was like chewing on wild vegetables to him. If others knew about this, it would surely cause a sensation. Normally, a martial artist would explode from consuming so many spirit herbs. However, after eating them, Yi Chun only felt a slight warmth in his body. He then took off his shirt and entered the training room to work out. He lost track of time until Chen Shui knocked on his door, calling him for dinner. By then, his physique was no longer the frail figure from months ago. His muscles were well-defined, exuding explosive strength far superior to those of the male celebrities on TV. Having just finished training, Yi Chun was radiating heat and decided to open the door without putting on a shirt. Seeing Yi Chun's sculpted physique, Chen Shui's face turned crimson, and she said softly, "Brother Yi Chun, it's time to eat. You can't forget to replenish your energy, even when training hard." Yi Chun replied, "All right, come in and wait for a bit. I'm all sweaty, so I'll take a quick shower." He suggested she read a book or play some games on the couch while he went into the bathroom. When Yi Chun finished his shower, he found a clean set of clothes at the door, and his dirty clothes had disappeared. It was undoubtedly Chen Shui's doing. As he walked out of the bathroom, he saw Chen Shui washing his clothes by hand. "Xiao Shui, you don't have to hand wash them. I can use the washing machine," Yi Chun said. Chen Shui, while scrubbing the clothes with her delicate hands, replied, "The washing machine doesn't clean them thoroughly and can damage the fabric. Hand washing is better." Her demeanor was like that of a newlywed wife. If the wealthy young men from the capital knew that the famous daughter of the Chen family was hand-washing clothes for a man, they would surely grind their teeth in envy. After Chen Shui finished washing and hanging the clothes, they left together. Yi Chen's appetite was considerable, so they ordered a lot of food. After eating, Chen Shui offered to pay the bill, and Yi Chen didn't stop her, as the expense was insignificant to her. The 3 guys checking out at the same time couldn't help but envy Yi Chen. They all looked at him with admiration, thinking how impressive he was. When they go on dates, they usually have to foot the bill while the girls act as if it's expected. But look at Yi Chen's girlfriend, she's not only stunningly beautiful, but also insists on paying. How is it that they're all men, yet the difference is so vast? After dinner, Yi Chun and Chen Shui were taking a walk to digest their food when they suddenly spotted a familiar figure ahead. It was Qi Mingyue, pacing anxiously across the grass, her eyes searching for something. Chen Shui sighed and said, "That girl is either always looking for Xiao Rong or on her way to find Xiao Rong." Yi Chen chuckled. "She seems so worried. Let's help her find it." The 3 of them worked together and soon found Xiao Rong munching on grass in a dense thicket. Qi Mingyue quickly picked it up, a smile of relief spreading across her face. She gratefully said to Yi Chun and Chen Shui, "Thank you both, or I would have been searching forever. Xiao Rong is so mischievous. If you don't watch it closely, it will wander off." Yi Chen teased, "This little rabbit of yours has been lost so many times it's lucky no one else has picked it up and roasted it." He added playfully, "You should be careful of Wanli. People from the southwest province like to eat rabbit heads. She might just get tempted and eat Xiaorong one day. Qi Mingwei replied confidently. Xiaorong is quite formidable. Sister Wanli won't be able to eat it. Just then, Wan Li and Li Mu approached them. Wan Li complained as she walked. I'm so hungry. Training was exhausting. Seeing them, she asked in surprise. Oh, you're here too? Did you find Mingyue's Xiaorong? She reached out to touch Xiaorong, but Qi Mingyue swiftly dodged. I just want to take a look. You're so stingy. Watching this, Yi Chun and Chen Shui exchanged a knowing smile. Although Qi Mingyue said those words, there was still a hint of unease in her heart. At that moment, all five received a message from Lu Daong. I've spoken with the principal. He'll have someone open the secret realm for you tomorrow morning, so you can train there. Yi Chun was thrilled to hear this, knowing it would allow him to continue building his strength. Lu Daong continued. The secret realm at Yangqing Martial University is extremely dangerous, with more high-level magical creatures than other universities' secret realms, so you must be extra cautious. Stick together and don't split up. Understood. Understood. The five of them replied in unison. The next morning, Yi Chun and his four teammates entered the secret realm. They found themselves in a tropical rainforest. As soon as they entered, Xiaorong leaped from Qi Mingyue's arms and dashed into the dense forest. Xiaorong, where are you going? Don't run away. Qi Mingyue chased after it, quickly disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Wanli spotted a large gorilla climbing a tree in the distance and excitedly shouted, Look at that big guy. I'm going to check it out. Soon, the sound of fierce fighting echoed through the forest, growing fainter until it was no longer audible. Li Mu took a deep breath, walking in another direction, and recited, In daylight, one must sing and drink freely, for youth is the best companion to return home. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 team members had disappeared. At that moment, Yi Chen could only think of one word, damn. As Lu Daong mentioned, this was indeed a group of troubled youths. They seemed utterly indifferent to the teacher's reprimands, which was truly perplexing. However, Yi Chen had no intention of getting involved. After all, these young martial artists were the most outstanding talents in the province. Without a bit of self-preservation ability, they couldn't possibly survive here. Since they chose to let themselves go, Yi Chen decided to let them be. Let's head over there. Yi Chen pointed in a direction. All right, brother Yi Chen. Chen Shui responded obediently with a nod. Walking ahead, Yi Chen pondered whether it was those 3 earlier who disturbed the creatures in the secret realm or if this realm was simply scarce. They had been walking for quite some time without encountering many creatures. Xiao Shui, let's go a bit deeper, Yi Chen suggested. Sure, I'll follow your lead, brother Yi Chen. Chen Shui agreed. With that, the two disappeared into the dense rainforest. Meanwhile, Wan Li was on another path, tracking a large gorilla, which led her to an open area. To her surprise, she found herself surrounded by gorillas. She had been lured to their gathering place. Several gorillas, standing over 2 meters tall, rose and roared at Wan Li, baring their sharp fangs as they closed in, encircling her. Get lost or die by the count of 3. Wan Li shouted angrily at the approaching gorillas, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Agile as ever, she charged at the nearest gorilla, delivering a fierce fiery punch to its face. Boom! Her punch deformed the gorilla's left face, breaking a fawn. The other gorillas, seeing this, raised their massive palms and swung at Wan Li. Boom, boom, boom. The gorilla's palms descended like a dark cloud, pounding the ground where Wan Li stood, causing it to cave in. After a flurry of attacks, the gorillas stopped, only to find that Wan Li had blocked all their strikes with her elbows and 2 round shields. Even though she was partly buried in the dirt, she maintained a wild smile that seemed especially terrifying to the surrounding gorillas. With another fierce shout, Wan Li leaped up, sending another gorilla flying with a punch. The remaining gorillas, finally terrified, scattered in all directions. Don't run. Wan Li, unwilling to let them go, continued her pursuit. Meanwhile, Li Mu strolled down another path, admiring the scenery and reciting poetry. Unlike Wan Li, he regarded the creatures along the way as mere scenery, as long as they didn't attack him. At that moment, he seemed like a true ancient poet, enjoying the beauty of nature, without a trace of a martial artist's demeanor. However, as he passed by a long river, several heads, resembling dried wood, slowly emerged from the water. Their small, sharp, beastly eyes fixed intently on Li Mu. These were top-tier 6th-grade aquatic creatures known as iron-armored crocodiles. Their bite was incredibly powerful, capable of shattering the bones of any martial artist below the 7th grade if caught. Li Mu seemed blissfully unaware of the crocodiles surrounding him, continuing to recite poetry with a carefree sway of his head. Just as he was about to remove his shoes and cross the riverbank, the armored crocodiles in the water launched a ferocious attack. They swam slowly towards Li Mu, their jaws wide open, ready to strike. Like a waterfall crashing down from 1,000 feet high. Although the crocodiles moved swiftly, Li Mu's movements were even quicker. A dark blue sword appeared in his hand seemingly out of nowhere, like the Milky Way descending from the heavens. With nimble grace, he leaped into the air, effortlessly dodging the crocodile's attack. Suspended upside down, his sword flashed like lightning. Moments later, Li Mu landed smoothly on the ground, casually removing his shoes and socks. He continued to recite poetry, crossing the river without a care. Long after Li Mu had left, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed by the riverbank. The once still armored crocodiles shattered into countless pieces, their crimson blood rapidly turning the river into a scene from the underworld. Xiaorong, Xiaorong, where are you? Qi Mingyue treaded carefully through the rainforest, her eyes scanning the misty surroundings, as if she might burst into tears if she didn't find Xiaorong soon. Her calls did not bring Xiaorong into view, but instead revealed pairs of eerie green eyes. Qi Mingyue took a deep breath, startled, and stood frozen in place. A moment later, a flying cloud leopard, on the verge of reaching the 7th rank, emerged from the dense forest, growling as it approached her, making her feel suffocated. Faced with this fierce magical creature, Qi Mingyue was filled with fear, tears welling in her eyes, unsure of what to do. The leopard's saliva dripped to the ground with a crisp sound. Finally, unable to restrain itself, it roared and leaped towards her. Qi Mingyue shut her eyes tight, crying out in desperation, "Xiaorong, help!" Just as she shouted, the leopard's poised posture froze, its eyes reflecting indescribable terror. A massive shadow loomed over the flying cloud leopard, blocking out the light above. Behind Qi Mingyue lay a terrifying giant rabbit, dozens of meters tall and over 100 meters long. Its pupils were like two blood moons, leaving the leopard paralyzed with fear. The leopard turned to flee, not daring to linger, but no matter how fast it ran, it couldn't escape the sharp rabbit's teeth. With a crunching sound, the flying cloud leopard was swallowed whole by the giant rabbit. After devouring the leopard, the terrifying giant rabbit vanished into thin air, transforming into a palm-sized little white rabbit at Qi Mingyue's feet. She picked up the small rabbit, giggling, and continued her journey into the depths of the rainforest. Deep within the secret realm, the lush trees and winding rivers create a picturesque scene. If it weren't for the presence of high-tier magical creatures, this place would be idyllic. For Yi Chen, however, despite the high level of the creatures here, their numbers are far fewer compared to the mystical realm of Spring City Martial University. This might be due to the presence of many 6th-tier creatures that prey on lower-tier ones, leading to a scarcity of low-tier creatures. While this is generally beneficial for the training of most martial artists, it limits Yi Chen's ability to quickly accumulate strength. Nonetheless, any gain is better than none. Not far away, a massive python, as thick as a bowl and over 10 meters long, is coiled around a sturdy tree trunk. As Yi Chen approaches, it opens its gaping maw, revealing sharp teeth. Without hesitation, Yi Chen draws his bow, and with an arrow swift as lightning, the python is struck down, its head exploding on impact. A system notification rings out. Ding! You have slain a 6th-tier creature with a heaven and earth strike, permanently gaining 8 strength. Chen Shui casts a healing spell on Yi Chen, marveling. Yi Chen, you're incredible. You took down a 6th-tier thunder-swallowing python in an instant. It's said that these creatures have incredibly tough skulls. Even 7th-tier warriors struggle to harm them. Your attack was stronger than a 7th-tier warrior's. You know too much, Yi Chen replies with a sinister smile, half-jokingly adding, I might have to silence you to keep my secret. Chen Shui feigns alarm and responds, Yi Chen, you're so scary. But with no one else around, I'm completely at your mercy. Yi Chen sighs, realizing his attempt to tease her backfired. This young woman becomes increasingly bold and mischievous when they're alone. In such an environment, with a beauty like Chen Shui hinting and teasing, most would succumb to their primal desires. However, with the divine miracle about to commence, Yi Chen is focused on gaining strength. The secret realm is time-limited, and he can't afford to waste any of it. With this in mind, Yi Chen leads Chen Shui deeper into the realm. The underbrush grows thicker, narrowing to the point where only one person can pass at a time. Seeing this, Chen Shui uses her water manipulation abilities to create a ribbon of water, tying it to Yi Chen while she gracefully lifts herself into the air. As they venture further, the number of python creatures increases, much to Yi Chen's delight. With Chen Shui as his power source, he can hunt these creatures tirelessly. However, just as Yi Chen loses count of the slain pythons, a terrifying roar echoes from a distant tree, its force strong enough to snap several trees as if a violent storm had passed through. Yi Chen's gaze shifts to the source, spotting a colossal serpent with a body as thick as a large truck tire and stretching over several dozen meters, entwined among 5 or 6 giant trees. Its skin is adorned with 5-colored patterns, and a protrusion beneath the skin on its massive forehead resembles a dragon horn ready to break free, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, as if it's about to transform into a dragon. Yi Chen, be careful. It's a 7th-tier creature, a 5-colored thunder-swallowing python. Chen Shui said gravely. Moreover, this 5-colored thunder python is not at a low level. It even shows signs of evolving into an 8th-grade thunder jiao. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked, Xiao Shui, then we must bring this five-colored thunder python back with us. Chen Shui was taken aback by his words. Typically, encountering such a top-tier magical creature would mean finding a way to escape, right? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh. Brother Yi Chun, I don't think it plans on coming back with you. Then we'll just have to take it down and bring it back. This creature must be full of treasures, and bringing it back would make us rich, wouldn't it? Yi Chen's tone was resolute. However, Chen Shui felt a bit worried, but it's almost advancing to the 8th grade. Isn't that even better? As she hesitated, Yi Chun had already released an arrow. With a thunderous crash, the terrifying power of the arrow caused the five-colored thunder python to sway. Although it didn't cause substantial harm, it drove the creature into a furious rage. It never expected that this small human would dare disturb it in its own territory. It roared furiously, and a terrifying arc of electricity gathered above its head, shooting towards Yi Chun with incredible speed, incinerating and melting the trees in its path. Brother Yi Chun, watch out! Chen Shui shouted in panic. A strike from such a powerful magical creature could shatter the bones of even a 7th-grade human warrior, leading to instant death. As she called out, the electric arc from the five-colored thunder python struck Yi Chun directly, the powerful impact sending him flying and crashing through several trees before he finally came to a halt. Brother Yi Chun. Chen Shui quickly channeled her power through a water silk ribbon into Yi Chen's body. To her amazement, despite his charred and disheveled appearance, with his clothes burnt and body blackened, his life force remained vigorous, as if he hadn't just endured a strike from a peaked 7th-grade magical creature. While Chen Shui was stunned, Yi Chen stood up again as if nothing had happened. Only his tattered and charred appearance proved that the terrifying strike had indeed occurred. Chen Shui asked incredulously, Brother Yi Chun, are you alright? Of course I'm fine. This kind of minor damage is nothing, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Chen Shui was at a loss for words, realizing she still knew too little about Yi Chun. That strike should have heavily injured even a 7th-grade tank. Yet Yi Chun, a 5th-grade archer, was unscathed, a truly unbelievable feat. It seems close combat is necessary this time. As Yi Chen spoke, he advanced instead of retreating, charging directly at the five-colored thunder python. With his current cultivation and strength, the black iron bow could no longer support his full power. If he exerted his full strength, the bow would undoubtedly break. Therefore, he had been holding back his strength, never unleashing his full power. Acquiring a more powerful bow had become an urgent matter. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, it would be futile. Yi Chen used Shadow Dash to swiftly approach the five-colored thunder python. The creature was surprised to see this small human, who had survived its furious strike, daring to come closer. The five-colored thunder python roared again and lunged forward, opening its massive jaws to swallow Yi Chen whole. But just as Yi Chen was about to enter the serpent's mouth, he swung with all his might, drawing a dazzling white light from his waist that seemed to slice a fine crack through space. Crack! In an instant, the serpent's upper and lower jaws were severed, exploding into a mist of blood. The massive serpent's body began to thrash wildly, with countless droplets of blood raining down from above. Seeing this, Yi Chen quickly warned Chen Shui, Xiao Shui, step back. This creature has gone mad. Chen Shui smiled slightly, responding resolutely. Don't worry, Brother Yi Chun, I'm fine. Before her words even faded, the water thread between her and Yi Chun extended instantly, lifting Chen Shui 100 meters into the air to remotely help Yi Chun regain his strength. This scene made Yi Chen realize that Chen Shui's ability to join the Miracle Squad as support wasn't just due to her family connections. Her support skills were equally impressive. In time, if she advanced to a higher rank, she might become the strongest support in all of Xia. Hiss! With no time to think further, the severely wounded rainbow thunder python unleashed a surge of powerful energy, surrounded by arcs of electricity, twisting its body to incinerate and destroy the surrounding tropical rainforest. From a distance, what was once lush greenery had turned into a charred wasteland. The rainbow thunder python bore a deep grudge against the tiny human that injured it. Using every means at its disposal, Yi Chun darted through the air, tossed around like a ping-pong ball by the giant serpent. Yet, after a period of turmoil, the rainbow thunder python seemed to realize that this tiny human had an astonishing resilience. No matter how it attacked, Yi Chun remained vigorous. As soon as the attacks paused, Yi Chun would counterattack. At this moment, the rainbow thunder python was covered in wounds, and the short blade in the human's hand was able to damage its tough skin. Finally, the rainbow thunder python couldn't withstand the assault any longer and resorted to its ultimate move constriction. It wrapped its massive body around Yi Chun, tightening with immense force. Not even an 8th-rank magical beast, renowned for its physical strength, could escape having its bones crushed under such pressure. Crack! 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 The rainbow thunder python tightened its coils with furious strength, its enormous body coiling into a mass. However, as it reached a critical point of constriction, Its entire body suddenly convulsed, followed by a wail of agony. Torrents of blood gushed from the serpent's body, soaking the ground. Its coils loosened, revealing a ghastly wound. Yet Yi Chun, who had been wrapped for so long, remained unscathed, holding a blood-stained short blade as he slowly approached. Seeing this, fear finally flickered in the rainbow thunder python's eyes, and it hissed continuously, trying to crawl away from this monster. However, Yi Chun once again activated his shadow dash, leaping directly onto its head, gripping its flesh horns tightly, and relentlessly stabbing his blade into its brain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant serpent thrashed and roared but couldn't escape the fate of having its skull shattered. Red and white fluids flowed continuously from the rainbow thunder python's massive head, its movements becoming increasingly sluggish and strained, until finally, it ceased altogether. Feeling the serpent's life fully extinguished, Yi Chun finally took deep breaths of relief. To kill the giant python, Yi Chun exerted considerable effort. Without Chen Shui's assistance, the serpent might have escaped. As a quadridragon on the verge of reaching the 8th rank, its vitality was remarkably strong. The dragon-toothed dagger in Yi Chun's hand was now slightly dulled. Fortunately, they managed to capture the python, and the spoils were substantial. The serpent, on the brink of transforming into a dragon, was full of valuable materials. Its skin could be made into defensive spiritual artifacts, its bones and tendons could forge weapons, and its blood was highly nourishing. Most surprisingly, Yi Chun discovered a gem emitting purple lightning within the python's head, likely the legendary inner core. It's said that high-ranking magical creatures might form inner cores, which are far more valuable than magic cores, making them supreme treasures perfect for use as catalysts in advanced alchemy or as the core of a magical staff. At that moment, Chen Shui descended from midair, her expression changing slightly upon seeing the inner core in Yi Chun's hand. Yi Chun, I can't believe you really killed this quadridragon and even obtained a quasieth rank inner core. If others find out, the 8th rank elites of Xia will be clamoring for it. Yi Chun replied with a smile. I won't give it to them. It's better for you to use it for a staff, Xiao Shui. Chen Shui quickly shook her head. Yi Chun, it's too valuable. I can't accept it. You should keep it. But Yi Chun insisted, it's not about deserving it or not. The inner core I acquired, I can give to whomever I choose. Besides, you played a part in defeating this quasieth rank creature. How could I keep it all to myself? Hearing this, Chen Shui's eyes sparkled with emotion as she said sincerely, I don't want any reward. As long as you're happy, Yi Chun, I'm happy too. Yet, Yi Chun firmly placed the inner core in Chen Shui's small hand, saying with a smile, as long as you're happy, I'm happy. Holding the inner core, Chen Shui was deeply moved. It was far more precious than any mundane diamonds or jewels, holding not only practical value but also being a symbol of status and prestige, surpassing luxury items. Brother. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Chen Shui threw herself into Yi Chun's arms, her eyes closing slightly, shy yet courageous as she kissed him. Yi Chun, taken by surprise, couldn't help but respond. Just as they were lost in the warmth of the moment, a voice suddenly called out. Time's up. Everyone returned quickly. Yi Chun cursed inwardly. Damn it. Lu Daong, calling out now of all times. But knowing they couldn't delay, he said to Chen Shui, let's head back, Xiao Shui. We have plenty of time. Chen Shui nodded obediently, her cheeks flushed, tidying her disheveled clothes before following Yi Chun back the way they had come. Over half an hour later, Wan Li, Qi Mingyue, and Li Mu returned to the portal. Wan Li complained, why aren't Yi Chun and Chen Shui back yet? Did they go too deep and run into a high-level creature? Wan Li, don't talk nonsense. Lu Daong glared at her. Before entering the secret realm, he had given everyone a jade slip. If they sensed a life-threatening danger, they could crush it, and he would come to their aid immediately. In this realm, unless they encountered an 8th rank creature, they should have time to send a message. As everyone waited anxiously, a loud scraping sound suddenly emerged from deep within the forest, knocking down trees in its path. The sound grew closer, indicating something quite large. Be alert, there might be danger. Lu Daong and the others prepared to act as a charred Yi Chun emerged from the forest, carrying a thick tail over his shoulder. As he dragged it along, the creature's form became clear, leaving everyone stunned. Even Lu Daong exclaimed in surprise, my god, is this the Thunder Dragon? In the depths of this mysterious realm, Lu Daong had heard Principal Wu of Yangqing Martial University mention the existence of a quasieth-grade magical creature on the verge of transforming into a dragon, the 5-colored thunder-swallowing python. Before Yi Chun and his companions entered the realm, Lu Daong advised the 5 of them to stay together and avoid acting alone. This way, even if they encountered danger, they could rely on their strength and teamwork to hold out until he could come to their aid. However, Lu Daong underestimated the spontaneity of these young individuals, who ended up going their separate ways, much to his dismay. What shocked him even more was that Yi Chun had actually managed to kill that python. This creature was about to step into the 8th grade, and across the entire Great Xia, Only top-tier experts had the power to defeat it. Yet now, such a formidable beast had met its end at the hands of a college freshman, which was truly unbelievable. Wan Li and the others were also stunned. As experts below the 7th grade in the province, they were considered prodigies, but compared to Yi Chun, they seemed insignificant. Even with the combined efforts of the three of them, they could barely escape from the python, and their attacks might not even penetrate its defenses. Qi Minghua looked at the cautious Xiao Rong in her arms and said softly, "I've never seen Xiao Rong so tense before." Wan Li and Li Mu exchanged glances, understanding that Xiao Rong's combat power was unmatched, yet she was wary and fearful of the python's corpse, a testament to the creature's formidable strength when alive. Wan Li sincerely said, "The captain is truly remarkable. I'm convinced." Li Mu put away his poetry and nodded in agreement with a serious expression. Qi Mingyuan nodded as well, encountering for the first time someone her age who was stronger than herself. Seeing this, Lu Daong laughed heartily. It seems the future of Great Xia is indeed promising. Currently, Great Xia faces multiple pressures from hostile nations and magical caverns, with a shortage of talent and the older generation of strong warriors gradually fading. There is an urgent need for a leading figure to emerge from the younger generation. Now, it seems that Yi Chun has such potential. Lu Daong decided that upon returning, he would immediately recommend Yi Chun to the Minister of War and entrust him with significant responsibilities. With this in mind, Lu Daong said, "The time for the realm's opening is about to end. Let's head out first." Yi Chun nodded, carrying the python's tail as he walked into the teleportation array. Meanwhile, a large number of foreign teams had already arrived at Yangqing Martial University, with people of various ethnicities moving within the campus. The most prominent among them was the American team, comprised of 2 black individuals, 2 white individuals, and 1 Asian individual. The 5 of them were burly and muscular, as if ready to burst out of their clothes. One black woman, in particular, had exaggerated muscles, with pectorals like 2 bowling balls. Meanwhile, a white man appeared more delicate, wearing a women's bustier, fishnet stockings, and ultra-short denim shorts, with pink underwear peeking out from his waist. As they entered the square, they immediately became the center of attention. In the square, a strong sense of oppression hung over the crowd as the 5 members of the American team became increasingly arrogant and flamboyant, even flipping off those around them, as if to scorn everyone. At that moment, the teleportation array in the center of the square began to glow, and Wan Li, Li Mu, and Qi Mingyue stepped out one after another. The American team couldn't help but mockingly say, "Oh, look at these guys. They're so puny they look like they'd fall over with a puff of wind. We're supposed to compete against them? Oh my, I'm afraid I might accidentally kill them all with my strength." They continued to ridicule, viewing Xia as rigid and unable to compare to their own freedom, believing only in their freedom could they create a stronger martial path. The confidence of the American team led them to believe that the victory in this contest for the miracle was a foregone conclusion. At that moment, Yi Chen slowly emerged from the portal. With each step he took, a long serpent body dragged behind him, and the noise in the square gradually faded, replaced by a heavy scraping sound. All eyes focused on him, especially the 5 members of the American team, whose eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing a deity. "What the?" exclaimed the muscular woman with a shaved head, holding her head in shock. The man next to her covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Oh my God, we have to fight these guys. I want my mommy, I want to go home." The strength of the Xia team stunned them, especially their ability to slay a top-tier 7th grade magical beast. They decided to notify General McStir as soon as possible. With that, they lost interest in further mocking and quickly vanished from the scene. "Yi Chun, what do you plan to do with this giant serpent?" Lu Daong approached Yi Chun and asked quietly. Yi Chun paused, looking at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lu Daong was straightforward. "Since you killed the serpent, it naturally belongs to you. However, you could choose to hand over certain parts to the state. The state won't take it for free. They will compensate you with spirit stones." He continued, "If you have a way to sell on the black market, you'll earn more spirit stones. But if you hand it over to the state, you'll also earn extra merit points, which will enhance your reputation at the national level and be beneficial for your future development." Yi Chen thought for a moment and asked, "How many spirit stones will this serpent earn me?" Lu Daong replied, "It depends on how many treasures can be extracted from the serpent's body, but it usually won't be less than 1,000 spirit stones. If you find an inner core, a rare and valuable treasure, the price will be higher." He paused, then added, "Of course, if you sell the serpent at an auction or on the black market, the profit could be half to double more. The choice is yours." Yi Chen nodded and ultimately decided to hand it over to the state. After weighing his options, he believed this was the best win-win decision. Although the profit would be less, his reputation in Xia would greatly increase. Moreover, his entry into the miracle this time was thanks to the support from the higher-ups, so giving back was only fair. Even without these reasons, as a descendant of Xia, protecting the nation's interests was his undeniable duty. He would rather burn the serpent than let an enemy force get even a single scale. At Yangqing University, the American team's accommodation was the setting for a tense gathering. Representatives from the Neon, South Stick, Shiva, and Kangaroo teams were present, the atmosphere heavy with an unusual chill. Allies, I believe you've all seen it. The strength of the Daxia team seems to have exceeded our expectations, declared a middle-aged white man seated in the center, dressed in a general's uniform, his expression serious. Of course, the situation is still within our control. Our American team can take down a 7th-grade monster with our full effort. But perhaps we're overthinking it. Maybe they accomplished the kill with the help of their leader, Lu Daong. Their goal is likely to make us wary of Daxia's strength. The Shiva elder spoke up. General MacArthur, are you suggesting we join forces to eliminate the Daxia team in the miracle? Oh, my dear Amir elder, why ask when you know the answer? MacArthur replied with a cold smile. After the Daxia team showed their strength, do you think your Shiva team can take them down on your own? Amir elder fell silent. MacArthur continued. Today, seeing the Daxia team drag a 7th-grade giant python from the secret realm scared my little ones. I imagine you felt the same. So, we must unite and take down the Daxia team members one by one in the miracle to secure the inheritance. As he finished speaking, Kenta Kumabira from the Neon team spoke with a sinister expression. If 5 teams each take down 1 member, we must leave Yi Chun from the Daxia team to us. He humiliated our Neon ninjas publicly, and I want to personally cut off his limbs before slowly torturing him to death. MacArthur nodded. That's certainly acceptable, my friend. We will handle Chen Shui from the Daxia team. General MacArthur, aren't you Americans being a bit too cunning? Amir scoffed. You want our help, yet you choose to take down a support member, possibly to conserve strength for the inheritance? You may not know, Amir Bishop, but this support member from the Daxia team has a terrifying background, with connections to Zhang Yunj, the Minister of Personnel of Daxia. MacArthur smiled at him. If your Shiva team isn't afraid of retaliation, I can let you have Chen Shui's head. Amir's expression changed immediately. Once, their high priest cooperated with America to provoke Daxia, resulting in his arm being severed by Minister Zhang. Though it regrew thanks to elixirs and 9th-grade vitality, Minister Zhang's reputation remains etched in Shiva's strongmen's hearts. Mentioning his name again naturally caused fear. However, Amir maintained his composure. Our Shiva is prosperous and strong, with no fear of Daxia warriors. But, since you've chosen Chen Shui, we'll target Qi Mingwei. MacArthur nodded and then turned his attention to the leader of the Kangaroo Nation. After the leader of the Kangaroo Nation finished speaking, the head of the Southern Stick said, then we'll take care of Li Mu. Max raised his glass and said to everyone, here's to our victory and everlasting friendship. Everyone responded in unison, victory. Happy cooperation. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had returned to his room. Although he hadn't defeated many monsters in the secret realm today, those he did were relatively high level, allowing him to accumulate nearly 20,000 strength points. He glanced at the system panel, which showed his strength had reached 101,443. Seeing his power surpass the 100,000 mark, Yi Chun felt quite satisfied. Now, even without considering the strength added by his own vitality, his power could rival that of a lower 7th-grade warrior. His goal was to elevate his cultivation to the 6th grade before entering the divine miracle. By then, his total strength would approach 200,000, comparable to a mid-7th-grade expert. With his skills, the Dragon Toothblade, and his impressive defense, he could potentially outlast even an early 8th-grade warrior. With these thoughts, Yi Chun felt a wave of satisfaction, enjoying the sensation of his rapidly advancing power. He believed that soon, he would possess the strength to rival a 9th-grade warrior. At that point, no one on Blue Star would pose a threat to him. Casting aside distractions, Yi Chun retrieved 5 jade demon vines from his storage ring and consumed them. The familiar heat surged within him again, and he removed his shirt and returned to the training room. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had quietly passed. During this period, through rigorous training, Yi Chun exhausted all his jade demon vines and finally elevated his cultivation to the 6th grade. His vitality also surpassed the 10,000 mark, comparable to a typical early 7th grade expert. This progress was due to his solid foundational training. Although his deep foundation meant slower progress initially, his fortuitous opportunities and extraordinary physical talent allowed him to rapidly advance his cultivation. Today was the day the divine miracle would open. Yi Chun was filled with anticipation, eager to see what benefits he could gain from the miracle and to verify whether the location indicated by the SS-grade divine treasure map fragment was indeed this miracle. He opened the door to find Chen Shui standing gracefully outside. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, making her appear even more enchanting. Seeing Yi Chun gazing at her, Chen Shui shyly lowered her head and softly called, Brother Yi Chun. In high spirits, Yi Chun took her small hand and said with a smile, Come on, today your brother will take you treasure hunting. When Yi Chun and Chen Shui arrived at the square, they found it already bustling with hundreds of teams. Martial artists from various countries were gathered, their skin tones and outfits as diverse as their backgrounds, but all shared expressions of excitement. Everyone was fantasizing about the upcoming miracle, hoping to gain some fortuitous opportunity that would significantly enhance their combat abilities. Chen quickly located his team, who were dressed in uniforms predominantly red and gold. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lu Daong retrieved 5 pieces of soft armor from his spatial ring. These armors were covered in dense scales, a sight very familiar to Chen. Lu Daong explained, "These are made from the skin of that Jiao python, offering excellent defense. Everyone should wear one. It might save your life if necessary." The team nodded and donned the armor under their jackets. However, Chen said, "I won't be wearing this. It's unnecessary for me." Lu Daong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Jiao python was slain by Chen and was left intact. In other words, Chen's defensive capabilities exceeded that of the soft armor. Even with the armor, any attack capable of harming Chen would be futile. Nonetheless, Lu Daong did not take back the armor. Instead, he produced 4 more pieces and 10 jade bottles, continuing, "These are additional rewards from the state. 5 pieces of armor and 10 bottles of Jiao python essence blood. Take them." After a pause, he added, "The spirit stone rewards are still being prepared. You'll get them once you return from the miracle." Chen nodded, accepting the items without hesitation. Under the envious gaze of Wan Li and others, he stored them in his spatial ring. Wan Li, eyeing the essence blood, exclaimed with a playful voice, "Captain Handsome, can you spare me a bottle of the essence blood? I'm curious about how it tastes." Li Mu laughed and replied, "That's the essence blood of a near 8th grade magical creature. Even 7th grade experts fight over it. You couldn't afford it even if you sold yourself." Wan Li was instantly displeased, retorting, "I'll count to 3, and you better apologize immediately." Li Mu quickly backed down, thinking it was better to avoid trouble, unsure of what this fiery woman might do once she reached 3. Chen chuckled and ended up distributing a bottle of essence blood to each team member. Li Mu was stunned, holding the trembling jade bottle, incredulously asking, "Are you serious, big brother?" Chen calmly replied, "Is there a problem?" Li Mu was at a loss for words. Giving away near 8th grade essence blood so freely was truly impressive. For the first time, Wan Li's face softened, and she said sweetly, "I used to tease Chen Shui for sticking to you, but now I see how shallow I was. Brother Yi, you're so charming, I can't help but like you." Her words sent a chill down Chen's spine. To be honest, Wan Li was indeed pretty, with fair skin, a typical beauty from Sichuan and Chongqing, but her fierce personality, constantly counting to 3, was hard to handle. Chen shared the essence blood to boost his teammates' strength, hoping for more powerful allies. After all, only with more strong individuals could the Daxia kingdom become stronger. Besides, he still had 3 large barrels of Jiao python blood in his spatial ring. This was gathered from the flood dragon before it was handed over. Although Lu Daong noticed Chen's actions, he chose to turn a blind eye. After all, Chen was the one who killed the beast, so he had the right to decide how to handle it. If the rules were too rigid, who would be willing to hand over treasures to the state in the future? Of course, the blood Chen kept was unrefined and couldn't be consumed directly by ordinary people. Lu Daong had emphasized this to Chen multiple times, but Chen didn't pay much attention. His act of sharing the blood created a more lively and friendly atmosphere within the team. As they chatted and laughed, a dozen buses slowly approached, quieting the square as everyone boarded in an orderly manner. Lu Daong led Chen and others to a high-end SUV, heading towards the site of the miracle ahead of the others. "We actually have a private ride. How nice," Wan Li said lazily, reclining in the soft seat. Lu Daong chuckled. "If our country didn't have this small privilege, how could we call it home field advantage?" Then his expression became serious as he addressed the group. "Also, I want to share some classified information with you." "Classified information?" They all sat up straight. Even Chen listened intently. Lu Daong continued. "In recent days, a shadow of a golden crow occasionally appears above the entrance to the site, suggesting that the deity associated with this place might be linked to the golden crow." Wan Li and Li Mu exchanged glances, indicating that this information wasn't particularly meaningful to them. However, it made Chen's heart skip a beat. In mythology, the golden crow represents the sun. Legend has it that Hou-Yi shot down 9 of them, leaving one which became the current sun. The appearance of a golden crow's shadow above the site suggests it could very well be the relic of Hou-Yi. Seeing Chen deep in thought, Lu Daong asked, "Chen, what are you thinking?" "I'm wondering if this site is left by Hou-Yi, who shot down the 9 suns," Chen replied. Lu Daong nodded thoughtfully. "It's very possible. If it is indeed Hou-Yi's relic, it will surely contain superior archery skills. You should give it your all." Chen nodded slightly, without saying more. Whether Lu Daong mentioned it or not, he would give his best effort. If it truly was Hou-Yi's relic, with his fragment of a divine treasure map, he'd have a natural advantage. Lost in thought, the car gradually came to a stop. As Chen stepped out, he immediately noticed a vast open space in the distance, with a glowing array. At the array's vertices sat three formidable figures from Daxia, suspended in the air. Judging by their overwhelming auras, they were clearly three ninth-grade powerhouses of Daxia. It was Yi Chen's first time seeing such legendary figures, each a pinnacle presence on Blue Star, each a leader of Daxia. It said there are only 7 ninth-grade powerhouses in Daxia, and here were 3 of them. To activate this site, nearly half of Daxia's strength was being used, illustrating just how formidable the site was. As teams from around the world arrived, one of the ninth-grade figures, a bearded elder, spoke. The time has come. Activate the array. With his words, the 3 simultaneously pointed, channeling energy into the array. Instantly, the ground shook violently. Many were taken aback, struggling to stand. Massive energy surged from the array, radiating outward like a nuclear explosion. Everyone present, organized in teams, exerted all their strength to barely withstand the energy surge. Some weaker teams from smaller countries were blown away, landing dozens of meters away. Many buildings in the distance were flattened. Fortunately, the military had already evacuated the area within a 10-mile radius, preventing any civilian casualties. Amidst the terrifying energy, a golden stone gate emerged from the ground. Within the gate, a fiery glow extended endlessly. The bearded elder spoke again. The portal is open. It will remain for 3 days and nights. Entry is permitted for those below the 7th grade. Those above will be killed without mercy. Hearing this, some bold teams rushed towards the gate. More and more teams followed suit, entering the gate. Go! Yi Chen shouted, leading his 4 teammates to sprint towards the gate. As Yi Chen and his team entered the stone gate, the representatives from America, Neon, South Korea, India, and Australia exchanged glances before rushing in to follow the Daxia team. Kenta Kamada stared intently at Yi Chen's back, a sinister smile on his face. He thought to himself, Yi Chen-san, I have waited long for this moment. I must personally take your head back to Neon as a souvenir of my journey to Daxia. Watching all the team members enter the stone gate, Maxer smiled at Lu Daong and said, Minister Lu, who do you think will ultimately gain the divine inheritance this time? Is there even a question? Naturally, it will be Daxia. Lu Daong replied calmly. Oh, it seems Minister Lu is quite confident. Maxer continued to smile. But what if the outcome is different? If the Daxia team is completely wiped out in the miracle, can Minister Lu and Daxia accept that? Lu Daong's eyes flashed with a cold light at these words. What do you mean? Minister Lu, there's no need to get so worked up. I'm just speaking hypothetically, Maxer said, maintaining his smile. He wasn't afraid of Lu Daong or Daxia's top fighters confronting him. After all, before they entered, the top fighters from various countries stationed outside Daxia's borders were ready to act together if anything went wrong, something Daxia could not afford. This was why they dared to enter Daxia. Maxer continued. Of course, I hope all our little ones return safely, but a contest for inheritance can't happen without casualties. Surely Minister Lu understands that. His words were a prelude to the potential slaughter of Daxia's 5 talents entering the miracle, leaving Lu Daong and Daxia's top fighters without reason to retaliate afterward. As the general said, it's inevitable that there will be casualties in the fight for opportunity. If all 5 of your talents are lost here, I'm sure neither the general nor all of America will hold Daxia accountable, right? Lu Daong retorted. Of course, Maxer replied confidently with a smile. However, my little ones are all exceptionally strong. No warrior of the same level capable of defeating them has been born yet. Then let's wait and see, Lu Daong said, squinting slightly as he looked toward the direction of the miracle. Swish. As Yi Chen stepped through the stone gate, he found himself amidst ruins. The temperature around was extremely high, waves of heat assaulting him. The scene was desolate, with only occasional patches of dried grass. In the distance, he could vaguely see an ancient and dilapidated palace, identical to the one depicted on his treasure map. Looking up, 9 golden crows circled the sky, screeching with piercing cries, their golden eyes fixated on a spot on the ground, seemingly searching for prey. Yi Chen clenched his fists, understanding that his guess was correct. However, he realized he had become separated from the other 4 members of his team and had no idea where Chen Shui, Wan Li, Li Mu, or Qi Mingwei were. After some thought, Yi Chen decided to head toward the distant palace, as searching the outskirts was like finding a needle in a haystack and a waste of time. Yi Chen sprinted forward several hundred meters, drawn to the distant palace with his teammates. As he ran, a sudden gleam on the ground to his left caught his attention. Curious, he approached and discovered several spirit stones buried in the sand. He hadn't expected to find anything valuable so soon after entering the divine relic, and though it wasn't a large quantity, it was a pleasant surprise. Just as he dug out the stones and placed them into his storage ring, preparing to move on, he was suddenly surrounded by a 5-member team from a small, unknown country. Their greedy looks revealed their intentions to rob and kill. Without hesitation, Yi Chen swung his sword at the nearest enemy, slicing him from hip to shoulder in an instant, blood spraying everywhere. A system prompt informed him. used Universe Strike to kill a 6th grade enemy, permanently gaining 8 strength. The remaining 4 were stunned but quickly drew their weapons and attacked Chen. Their combined assault couldn't even scratch his skin. In response, Chen easily dispatched 3 of them with a single backhanded strike. The last enemy, realizing the danger, turned to flee but was shot through the head by Chen's arrow. In mere moments, all 5 opponents were dead. Although the act of killing unsettled him, Chen quickly composed himself, understanding that this was a world where only the strong survived, and he needed to adapt. Chen continued his mad dash toward the palace, arriving beneath it. As if sensing a living presence, the palace doors slowly opened, revealing a dark passageway leading inside. Other teams had also reached the palace's perimeter, but none dared to be the first to enter. Everyone knew the treasure of divine inheritance lay within, yet no one believed it could be easily acquired. Unlike the hesitant crowd, Chen stepped into the passage without a second thought, drawing all eyes to him. As soon as he set foot inside, the walls erupted with columns of fire, engulfing him. Yet, Chen paused only briefly before striding forward, vanishing swiftly into the flames. Those outside were left speechless, staring at each other in shock. At that moment, a knight, unwilling to be outdone, charged into the passage, enveloped in a golden protective light and clad in heavy armor with a shield raised. However, the moment he entered the fiery torrent, he let out a horrific scream, unable to even turn back before being incinerated by the searing heat, his armor and shield melting into molten metal. Witnessing this, the onlookers' faces turned pale with fear. Just moments ago, a knight from the Western Alliance, acting as a tank, was protected by a holy light but was turned to ashes in an instant by the flames. What puzzled everyone was how the previous archer managed to emerge unscathed from the sea of fire. He must have consumed some kind of fire resistance potion or was wearing high-quality inner armor crafted from fire elemental creatures. As everyone speculated, another figure stepped forward. He began chanting incantations, and fiery runes appeared on his body. Someone exclaimed that this body cultivator had trained at the mouth of a volcano for years, immersing himself in magma, achieving the pinnacle of fire resistance. Hearing this, everyone was filled with respect. To withstand magma, he must be a formidable character. If he could also pass through successfully, he would compete with the previous archer, preventing a single dominance. Thus, no one stopped him. As the body cultivator approached the passage, the glow of the runes on his body intensified, astonishing everyone. He took his first step, and a wave of fire immediately engulfed him. Though his body wavered slightly, he remained firmly standing. His teammates cheered him on with pride on their faces. He took another step. Now 2/3 of his body was engulfed in the fire, and the glow of the runes dimmed as his body trembled more violently. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and took a third step, fully submerging into the sea of fire. Just when everyone thought he had succeeded, the body cultivator suddenly turned around and fled from the flames at several times his previous speed, screaming in agony as his body was engulfed in fire. His teammates wanted to rush forward to help extinguish the flames, but the intense heat made it impossible to get close. Helplessly, everyone watched as he was reduced to charcoal, fear gripping their hearts. If even such a body cultivator couldn't make it through, they had no chance. Let me try. After a long silence, a Western archmage stepped forward. He was unwilling to give up with the miracle so close. If that Asian archer could make it through, surely he, a noble white archmage, could succeed as well. The water mage cast a blessing and water shield upon himself, and continuously used healing spells as he resolutely approached the passage. With a whoosh, all the water magic around him evaporated in an instant. Before he could turn around, he was reduced to ashes by the flames. A dreadful silence fell over the surroundings, and most teams immediately gave up on competing for the miracle, opting to search for treasures around the perimeter instead. Preserving their lives was more important than the miracle. A few teams, however, decided to wait at the passage entrance, planning to seize the miracle's legacy from Chen as soon as he obtained it. Meanwhile, Chen was slowly advancing through the passage. As he went deeper, the flames grew even hotter, and countless arrows shot at him from all directions. Although Chen wasn't afraid of the damage from the arrows, having them hit him was still annoying. However, he realized that it was remarkable these arrows hadn't melted under such intense heat, indicating their uniqueness. He decided to collect them and store them in his spatial ring. Once no more arrows were being shot from the walls, Chen contentedly exited the passageway. Upon passing through the corridor, Chen found himself inside a grand palace adorned with images of the golden crow on the walls. He took out the divine treasure map gifted by the system and followed its directions. Along the way, he discovered large treasure chests at regular intervals, each containing dozens to hundreds of spirit stones. Looking around, there were no fewer than 100 treasure chests in the palace. This meant that even if someone didn't find the legendary inheritance here, they could easily acquire tens of thousands of spirit stones. Chen was amazed. realizing that amassing such a quantity of spirit stones in a short time would be difficult even with the resources of an entire nation. Therefore, he didn't rush to the location marked on the treasure map. Instead, he first collected all the spirit stones he encountered. In just a quarter of an hour, his spatial ring was filled with 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones, taking up most of the space. It seemed his ring's capacity was too small, unable to hold all the spirit stones here. After some thought, Chen decided to use the spirit stones to upgrade his skills, converting them into combat power, allowing him to take the remaining spirit stones with him. Do you confirm the upgrade of Heaven and Earth Strike? Without hesitation, he confirmed. Upgrade successful, 1,000 spirit stones consumed. Heaven and Earth Strike was upgraded to LV5. If an enemy target dies from this skill, the host permanently gains 3 strength and 3 agility. The cooldown is 6 seconds, and the stronger the defeated enemy, the greater the increase in strength and agility. Chen was stunned by the changes in the skill. He hadn't expected that reaching level 5 would add an attribute that increases agility with enemy kills. Is this the effect of evolution? Chen was delighted, as future kills would enhance both strength and agility, making him more agile than even an assassin class. After upgrading Heaven and Earth Strike, Chen turned his attention to Shadow Dash. At level 4, it also showed the evolution effect upon reaching level 5. He was curious about the changes in Shadow Dash. Do you confirm the upgrade of Shadow Dash? He confirmed again. Upgrade successful, 1,000 spirit stones consumed. Shadow Dash was upgraded to LV5, allowing the user to enter a shadow state. In this form, they can traverse a small space ahead, increasing speed and agility by 120 for 100 seconds, with a cooldown of 1,080 seconds. Seeing the upgraded skill description, Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The skill not only had improved stats, but also added the ability to traverse space, akin to a blink skill. In future battles against formidable foes, he could suddenly activate Shadow Dash, use the blink to reposition, and easily target the enemy's weak spots, catching them off guard. After upgrading 2 skills, an excited Chen was eager to seek the ultimate inheritance of the legendary site. He followed the treasure map and slowly made his way in that direction. Chen arrived at the spot indicated on the treasure map. In front of him stood a wall, adorned with a lifelike depiction of a golden crow, indistinguishable from the other walls. He tapped the wall lightly, but nothing happened. He pondered how to open the wall, knowing that without the map's guidance, he would never have guessed that treasures lay hidden behind it. After a moment of thought, Chen focused on the eyes of the golden crow and pressed them experimentally, but the wall remained unmoved. He tried various methods, even uttering "Open Sesame," but still, the wall did not budge. Had he not repeatedly confirmed the map's directions, he would have given up. Determined, Chen took out his bow and arrow, stepped back, and shot an arrow with great force. The entire palace shook with a rumble, yet the wall stayed intact, without so much as a crack. Frustrated, Chen sighed, wondering how to open it. Was there a hidden mechanism somewhere? He had tried everything on the wall, but couldn't find a trigger. Perhaps the mechanism wasn't on the wall itself? He glanced around the vast palace, realizing it would take days to search every corner. With a sigh, Chen lamented being so close yet so far from the divine treasure. At that moment, he looked up at the high ceiling and noticed a missing piece in the southwest corner. Sunlight from 9 golden crows shone through the gap, forming a thin beam of light. Beneath this beam was an ancient bronze mirror. The light hit the wall, and a spark of inspiration struck Chen. He approached the mirror. Beneath the mirror was a rotatable base. Chen turned it with effort, adjusting the mirror's angle to direct the beam towards the wall indicated on the map. Confident of success, he was dismayed when nothing happened. Nearly swearing in frustration, he recalled the details and realized the light had previously hit the golden crow's eyes. With this in mind, Chen carefully adjusted the mirror again, aligning the beam with the crow's eyes on the wall. Click! A satisfying sound of mechanisms echoed from within the wall, and with a loud rumble, it slowly opened to reveal a hidden chamber. On the opposite wall of the chamber hung a magnificent red longbow, its body shimmering like a ruby. Chen approached and attempted to pick up the bow. Instantly, it burst into flames, yet the fire did not harm him. He grasped the fiery bow, pulling the string, surprised at its extraordinary stiffness. Chen summoned all his strength to draw the bowstring, feeling a surge of excitement as he muttered to himself, "What a bow!" He could clearly sense the immense power contained within it. Holding this bow, he felt confident enough to challenge even the 8th grade warriors. This meant he could now stand shoulder to shoulder with super warriors like Yanning from Neon and Mike from America. Given more time, he could enhance his strength and agility to a level where no one below the 9th grade could possibly rival him. Chen was completely enamored with the bow. The iron bow that Principal Chen had given him before no longer allowed him to unleash his full power, as he always had to hold back during each shot. But now, with this bow, he could shoot freely without any reservations. After playing with it for a while, Chen discovered an ancient manual beneath the bow, titled Falling Sunday. As he held the manual, it transformed into a golden light and fused into his body, prompting him to think, sunset divine skill. The brief introduction carried significant weight, and he realized that it must have been with this bow and the sunset divine skill that he had shot down the 9 golden crows in the sky. Once he confirmed there were no other treasures in the secret room, Chen exited and quickly collected all the spirit stones from the outer hall, feeling satisfied as he headed down the corridor to reunite with Chen Shui and the others. Outside the palace, a tense atmosphere prevailed. Most of the teams kept their distance, observing from afar. Representatives from America, Neon, South Korea, Shiva, and Australia had gathered, surrounding Chen Shui, Qi Mingyue, Li Mu, and Wan Li. But Yi Chen's presence was notably absent, much to the frustration of Kenta Komihira, who stood at the forefront of the Neon team. The muscular woman from America said, "Brother Kenta, don't worry. I heard someone say that it was Yi Chun from Daxia who entered the palace earlier. We just need to wait here. He will come out eventually." A member of the Shiva team, with a white cloth wrapped around his head, asked, "What should we do now? Wait for Yi Chun to come out and then act together, or take out these 4 first?" "Do as you please, but none from Daxia will escape today." As she spoke, the 5 members of the Australian team approached Wan Li. "Stay away from me." Wan Li clenched her fists and launched a fiery punch at the nearest opponent, who dodged and directed their teammates to encircle her. Li Mu attempted to assist, but was blocked by the South Korean team. "Li Mu, your opponents are us, the invincible South Korean team, so we won't hold back," they said. Meanwhile, the Shiva team had surrounded Qi Mingyue. The Shiva captain eyed Qi Mingyue up and down, saying with a smile, "Such a delicate girl could make a fine saintess." As the 3 allied teams made their moves, the American team focused their attention on Chen Shui. The muscular woman chuckled, "Lovely Miss Chen Shui, if Mr. Yi Chun emerges to find your body, he will surely be heartbroken, won't he?" Upon hearing the words, Chen Shui gritted her teeth and gripped her staff tightly, seemingly ready to fight to the bitter end. "Yeah, beautiful Miss Chen Shui, if you're wise, you won't resist. In the face of our powerful America and its 4 allies, any resistance is futile. Your only option now is to surrender, and perhaps lessen your suffering." America's voice carried a tone of contempt. Chen Shui's face turned icy cold. "I am a descendant of Daxia, and I will never surrender to foreign invaders." Her resolute stance elicited laughter from America and her companions. Such childish persistence. Any belief crumbles in the face of absolute power. One muscular woman sneered, stepping forward. "Beautiful Miss Chen Shui, since you refuse to cooperate, we'll have to kill you." Chen Shui's staff shone brightly, waves rippling around her as she declared with determination, "I'm not afraid. Brother Yi Chun will avenge me." Nearby, Kenta Kamada gently wiped his katana, smirking, "Go peacefully. I'll use this blade to take Yi Chen's head so you can reunite in the afterlife." At that moment, a little girl's voice echoed from the side. "Xiao Rong, protect everyone." As soon as the words fell, the sky seemed to darken. Looking up, a giant rabbit, stretching 100 meters long, descended like a meteor. America and her team were visibly shaken, quickly retreating to the perimeter. With a thunderous crash, the rabbit landed, dust billowing, its blood-red eyes like 2 moons in the sky, intimidating all who dared to meet its gaze. What kind of creature is this? It's terrifying, no different from a 7th-level beast, America's team thought to themselves. Someone can control such a fearsome creature. Daxia's strength is indeed unfathomable. But even so, they can't withstand the combined forces of America, Neon, and others. The numbers are just too great, especially since Daxia is missing 1 member who hasn't returned from the palace. That palace might hold deadly traps, and they might already be dead inside. Amidst the murmurs of the distant onlookers, America's muscular woman turned to her allies. "This rabbit is at most 7th level. We have the numbers. Killing a 7th-level beast should be easy. Don't be afraid, charge with me." As she spoke, her muscles expanded, and her figure grew beyond 2 meters. The other 4 members of America's team similarly bulked up, their muscular forms unleashing a formidable force as they charged toward the giant rabbit. Simultaneously, Shiva, Kangaroo, and Nambang launched their attacks on Daxia's group. Facing enemies from all directions, Xiaorong's rabbit eyes glowed with red light, and its enormous ears swung like towering pillars at Shiva's team and the Kangaroo team. The 2 frontmost members of Shiva and Kangaroo were sent flying, spitting blood midair. However, America seized the opportunity, closing in on Xiaorong. With muscles surging, she delivered a powerful punch to Xiaorong's body. Boom! The force was enough to throw Xiaorong off balance, revealing Wan Li and others hiding beneath her. "Let's take them on!" Wan Li shouted furiously, her fists engulfed in flames as she charged at a member from Kangaroo Country. "Watch out, this woman from Daxia can control elemental power." Despite the warning, the opponent tried to protect himself by crossing his arms and legs in front of his chest, but Wan Li's fiery punches rained down relentlessly. The onslaught was unbearable for the Kangaroo Country member, and the scorching flames severely burned the skin on his limbs. Everyone attacked together. The other four from Kangaroo Country immediately assumed fighting stances, resembling real kangaroos, and kicked fiercely at Wanli. Though she had 2 round shields for protection, Wanli was still struck and sent flying backward. The sun sets beyond the mountains. Seeing this, Li Mu stepped forward with his sword, intending to assist Wanli, but was intercepted by 5 fighters from South Korea. Your opponent is us, Samida. Without wasting words, Li Mu adjusted his sword and thrust it at one of the South Korean fighters. The Yellow River flows into the sea. The sword flashed with incredible speed, severing one opponent's arm instantly. The injured man howled in pain, while the remaining 4 surrounded Li Mu, leaving him no space to unleash his sword techniques. Meanwhile, Shiva's group of 4 had closed in on Qi Mingyue. Xiao Rong, with eyes like a blood moon, glared at the warriors, and her massive rabbit foot stomped down with a thunderous crash, creating a large pit in the ground. However, Shiva's team was prepared and evaded Xiao Rong's attack. Undeterred, Xiao Rong lowered her giant head, opened her 3-part mouth, and bit down on one of Shiva's team members, crushing him with her sharp rabbit teeth and swallowing him whole amid his agonized screams. As Xiao Rong prepared to consume a second person, she was met with a ferocious assault from America's 5 muscle-bound fighters, forcing her back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining 4 from Shiva's team swiftly approached Qi Mingyue, their daggers suddenly stabbing out. Mingyue, Chen Shui, who had been continuously casting buffs and healing spells on Wanli and Li Mu, saw this and quickly cast a water shield to protect Qi Mingyue from Shiva's attack. However, Shiva's 4 members were at least late 6th rank martial artists, with 2 of them at the peak of the 6th rank. Although the blades of the 2 late 6th rank fighters couldn't pierce the water shield, they weakened it significantly. The blades of the 2 peak 6th rank fighters, however, deeply penetrated Qi Mingyue's petite body from front and back. Mingyue, Chen Shui's face turned pale as she repeatedly cast healing spells on Qi Mingyue, but the blood continued to flow down the blade's grooves from her body, her doll-like face slowly drooping weakly. Haha, successful kill. Shiva's group laughed maniacally, feeling immense pride and joy at having slain a prodigy from Dixia. This scene utterly enraged Wanli. Her red hair moved wildly without wind, transforming into fiery flames, and the domineering fiery fist wind caused the space to distort slightly, sending nearby enemies scrambling away in panic. Li Mu's eyes were bloodshot, his movements wide and vigorous, his robe flapping fiercely in the air. With Chen Shui's buffs, he became more agile, each sword strike leaving a trail of blood. Seeing this, the muscular woman from America squinted slightly, saying softly, "Target that red-haired woman with ranged attacks, and use overwhelming numbers to restrict the agile man." As soon as she spoke, the archers and mages from the 5 alliances launched their attacks. Arrows, ice, lightning, and flames forced Wanli to retreat repeatedly. Neon also joined the fray, teaming up with the South Korean fighters to surround Li Mu again, launching fierce attacks. Meanwhile, the muscular woman from America set her sights on Chen Shui, who was hiding by the palace wall. With a cracking sound from her clenched fingers, she slowly approached with a smile, saying, "Miss Chen Shui, I'll send you to meet your maker now." However, at that moment, a young man's figure emerged from the palace corridor. Everyone seemed to sense something, and the sounds of battle gradually ceased as all eyes turned in that direction. "Yi Chen, you finally came out." Xiongping Jinta gripped his steel knife, staring intently at Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen ignored him, surveying the situation around him, his face turning grim. He looked at each of the 5 alliance's warriors present and declared with resolute words, "Today, all of you must die." The muscular woman from America clearly hadn't grasped the seriousness of the situation. She exaggeratedly made a face and, looking around at her allies, excitedly said, "Did you hear that? Mr. Yi Chen wants to kill us all. Haha, I'm so scared." The other martial artists echoed her sentiments, bursting into laughter. As the laughter subsided, the muscular woman turned to Yi Chen and provocatively said, "If you hand over the miracle inheritance to me, I might consider leaving your body intact." This statement displeased Xiongping Kinta, who glared at her and retorted, "Yi Chen belongs to us, the great neon warriors. You better not interfere." "What do you mean, Xiongping Kinta? Handing over Yi Chen's life to you? Do you neons intend to monopolize the miracle?" A South Korean martial artist interjected. Realizing that continued arguing could lead to infighting, the muscular woman decisively said, "Let's kill all the Daxia people first, then we can discuss the ownership of the miracle. The inheritance of the miracle might not be singular. Perhaps we can all get a share." Everyone found this reasonable and decided to proceed with this plan. However, Yi Chen ignored their conversation, focusing instead on observing his teammates' conditions. At that moment, Chen Shui's face was pale, more from tension and fright than injury. Wanli and Li Mu had various wounds, some of which were soaked with blood. When Yi Chen saw Qi Mingyue, his pupils contracted sharply. Qi Mingwei stood there, her small face lowered, resembling a puppet, with the ground beneath her feet stained crimson with blood. Not far away, Xiao Rong was desperately trying to get closer to Qi Mingwei, but was blocked by three muscular Americans. Yi Chen silently walked towards Qi Mingwei, only to be stopped by a neon ninja. This was the same guy whose arm Yi Chen had previously severed. Somehow, Yining had reattached his arm using some secret technique, and now he looked at Yi Chen with a provocative gaze. Bah! His curse was abruptly cut off as a flash of white blade engulfed him. As Yi Chen walked past, his upper body, along with his neck and head, slid to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror, unable to comprehend how he had died. Xiongping Kenta roared, "Eat the soldier pills." The remaining four ninjas quickly swallowed the evil soldier pills, their auras instantly surging. Then, two ninjas lunged at Yi Chen from the left and right, moving so fast they were almost mere shadows. However, as fast as they were, Yi Chen's blade was faster. In a graceful and elegant turn, the two ninjas, whose auras were comparable to 7th rank, were cut in half, their blood dancing in the air, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. Bah! Altogether! Xiongping Kenta shouted at the remaining ninja, gripping his steel sword and charging forward. As he sprinted, his hands formed seals, creating two clones of himself. Clone technique. The three Xiongping Kenta swung their swords at Yi Chen in unison. But just as he raised his sword, Yi Chen split into 5, leaving Xiongping Kenta and the other ninja momentarily stunned. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. These are just the leftover tricks of your ancestors from the Great Xia. Daring to show off such petty skills in front of a true master is utterly ridiculous. Hearing this, Kumahira Kintaro flew into a rage, his eyes widening and veins bulging. He roared, "Baka!" as his steel blade crackled with lightning, vibrating with a menacing hum. In a flash, he lunged at Yi Chen from the side, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. However, just as Kumahira's blade was about to reach Yi Chen, the figure of Yi Chen vanished like a mirage. Shocked, Kumahira barely had time to react when he heard his companion's alarmed shout from behind him. "Boss, he's behind you." Kumahira's pupils contracted, and a chill ran down his spine. As he attempted to turn, he felt a sudden coldness in his back. A razor-sharp dagger had silently pierced his heart. Looking down in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest, he opened his mouth to speak, but only blood spilled out. Without a trace of emotion, Yi Chen twisted his wrist and swiftly withdrew the blade, named Dragon Fang. Blood splattered, tracing a crimson arc through the air. With a flick of his arm, the blade flashed again, and Kumahira's large head was sent flying into the air. With a dull thud, the head hit the ground, followed by the heavy fall of the headless body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, rapidly pooling on the ground. The onlookers gasped, their faces turning pale and their legs growing weak. Only now did they realize the terrifying extent of Yi Chen's combat prowess, surpassing even the 7th rank. At this moment, Yi Chen seemed like a fierce tiger that had suddenly entered a flock of sheep, while they were nothing more than helpless lambs. The last remaining ninja from Neon couldn't take it anymore. Witnessing his comrades' gruesome deaths, his mind teetered on the brink of collapse. He let out a terrified scream, eyes wide with fear, and turned to flee towards the exit. He ran with all his might, wishing he had more legs, desperate to escape this nightmare. His instincts screamed at him. Staying even a second longer meant death at Yi Chen's hands. Yet, despite his speed as a ninja, he was no match for Yi Chen's arrow. With a flick of Yi Chen's wrist, an arrow shot through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. In the next instant, it pierced through the ninja's forehead with unerring accuracy. The ninja's body jerked, eyes wide with disbelief, before collapsing forward like a heavy sandbag, stirring up a cloud of dust. He twitched a few times before falling silent forever. Seeing the swift demise of the 5 from Neon, the remaining members of the 4 major alliances felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. They exchanged fearful glances, cold sweat pouring down their faces. The temperature around them seemed to plummet, as if they were in the depths of winter. Terror surged through them like a tide, leaving them trembling uncontrollably. In just a few breaths, Yi Chen had eliminated the 5 top ninja talents from Neon. Such terrifying strength instilled fear in those who had just been clamoring for Xia's total annihilation. A muscular woman stepped forward, smiling faintly, and said, "Mr. Yi Chen, there was a misunderstanding earlier. We from America never intended to be your enemy or Xia's, and we are willing to show our sincerity by cooperating." "What do you think? What kind of sincerity?" Yi Chen asked with apparent interest. "We propose to join forces with you and Xia to eliminate the others, and then split the spoils equally," the muscular woman replied. "Oh, so that's how you plan to cooperate," Yi Chen said, as if suddenly understanding. The muscular woman asked, "So, Mr. Yi Chen, do you agree?" "Agree. Of course I agree." Yi Chen nodded repeatedly and pointed to the representatives from the South Stick, Kangaroo, and Shiva teams. "You kill these 3 teams, and I'll cooperate with you." At these words, the The representatives from the three nations became anxious and exclaimed, Diana, are you going to abandon your allies? Can't you see that Xia's Yichun is deceiving you? If you kill us, you won't escape either. Wake up, Diana, we are your loyal allies. However, the muscular woman, Diana, merely gave a cold smile and looked at them. Only those with comparable strength are called allies, and you are nothing but our three dogs, aren't you? Diana, I never expected you to be like this. You'll go to hell. Despite the curses from the crowd, Diana disdainfully replied, only the weak go to hell. The strong are favored by God to enter heaven. With that, she turned to her four teammates and commanded, take action. As soon as she spoke, a chorus of agonizing screams erupted around them. The representatives from the South Stick and other countries, despite their efforts to resist, were no match for America's muscular warriors and were torn apart. Witnessing this scene, the martial artists who had been watching from afar fled in all directions, unwilling to stay a moment longer. Diana snapped the neck of the last South Stick warrior, licked the blood splattered on her fist, and then turned to Yichun. So, Mr. Yichun, are you satisfied with our performance? Clap, clap, clap. Yichun applauded, nodding. Very satisfied, truly spectacular. Diana smiled. Then can we now split the spoils? Of course. Yichun nodded as if it were a matter of course, adding, but only if you survive. Diana's pupils narrowed upon hearing this. Mr. Yichun, I don't understand. What do you mean? Yichun sneered. If you don't even understand that, you're quite the fool. So, Mr. Yichun, are you planning to betray us and act against America? Diana's expression turned icy. You said it yourself. Only those with comparable strength can be considered allies. South Stick and Neon are dogs in your eyes, and you Americans, in my eyes, are nothing more than beasts. Diana's forehead veins bulged, and she said harshly, Mr. Yichun, you're overestimating yourself. By daring to kill these people, I have the confidence to stand against this Xia. Oh really? Yichun smiled before his expression turned deadly. I said earlier, today, you all must die. With those words, Yichun took out the Ho-E bow, drew it, and aimed at Diana. Inject the serum. Rambo, guard me. Diana immediately growled, sensing the overwhelming power of Yichun's flaming longbow, undoubtedly a divine artifact. Facing an opponent with such a weapon, she dared not be careless. Following her orders, the 5 members of the American team retrieved large syringes filled with glowing green liquid from their storage rings and injected them into their chests without hesitation. As the mysterious liquid coursed through their veins, their bodies swelled and mutated to varying degrees. Diana, now resembling a female version of the Hulk, even grew fangs. Meanwhile, Rambo pulled out a round shield adorned with a star pattern, exuding a faint aura of power, clearly not ordinary. As Yichen's fiery arrow shot toward them, Rambo roared and raised his shield in front of Diana. Clang! The arrow struck the center of the shield. Despite Rambo's effort and bulging muscles, he couldn't completely withstand the impact, his feet skidding across the ground. Seeing this, Diana pressed her hand firmly against Rambo's back, but even that couldn't counteract the terrifying force. The other 3 team members rushed forward to help, barely managing to block Yichen's strike. To their shock, they saw that Rambo's shield had already dented deeply. Before they could react, another arrow flew in, shattering the shield and piercing through Rambo's chest. Diana dodged just in time to avoid a fatal hit, but the arrow still went through her left shoulder. In that moment, the American team realized the terrifying power of Yichun. Just 2 arrows had left them with 1 dead and 1 injured. Even with the latest technology enhancing their bodies to the limit, it was futile, and with Rambo, their strongest defense, dead, they knew more arrows from Yichun would mean their doom. They couldn't allow him to shoot again. Knowing the archer's weakness was close combat, they charged at Yichun. The remaining 3 fighters decided that fleeing would only lead to being picked off one by one, leaving them no choice but to fight desperately. With this resolve, the 4 American warriors lunged at Yichun from all directions. One of them, wielding a massive hammer, moved swiftly, reaching Yichun first and unleashing a thunderous force with the hammer aimed at him. Expecting Yichun to dodge, Diana and the other 2 had already predicted his landing spot, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, Yichun seemed oblivious to the terrifying hammer, drawing his bow again and releasing an arrow. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy impacts occurred almost simultaneously as Yichun was driven into the ground by the thunderous hammer, causing the ground to crack for meters around. Yet, Yichun's arrow struck the attacker's head, exploding it like a watermelon. The headless body of the man, known as Caesar, fell lifelessly to the ground, his hammer dropping beside him. Despite losing 2 super warriors, capturing the genius martial artist from the Great Xia was worth it, ensuring their dominance over Blue Star. Diana glared at Wan Li and the others, declaring that with Yichun dead, they too would meet their end. But before she could finish, a sound emerged from the crater below. To her horror, she watched as Yichun climbed out unscathed. Diana screamed in despair. Oh no! Diana's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of fear rising in her heart. You must be a demon from hell. She was well aware of Caesar's destructive power. With his semi-divine thunder hammer, even a formidable 7th-rank tank couldn't withstand his attacks when he unleashed his full potential. Yet Yi Chun emerged unscathed, not even a scratch on his skin. In her mind, the only way to explain Yi Chun was to liken him to a demon. At that moment, not only Diana but also her teammates Wan Li and Li Mu were struck speechless. Wan Li knew Yi Chun's defense was extraordinary, but she hadn't imagined it would be so overwhelmingly superior, likely several times stronger than her own as a professional tank. Li Mu silently ran through 100 scenarios of a duel with Yi Chun, but no matter how he played it out, Yi Chun remained invincible. Do you really think that little damage could hurt me? You're overestimating yourself, Yi Chun said, brushing the dust off his head and targeting another member of the American team. This opponent was tall, wielding a conjured lightning bolt, which he hurled at Yi Chun with all his might. Boom! The lightning collided with a rocket in midair, resulting in a massive energy wave. Despite the explosion, the rocket's power didn't diminish and pierced through the opponent's body. The immense force sent the towering figure flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Another man, wearing pink underwear and wielding a light sword, charged at Yi Chun. Clang! The sword's blade pressed against Yi Chun's forehead, but made no progress. Before the man could react, Yi Chun's dragon fang blade flashed, and his head was sent flying. Yi Chun sheathed his blade and turned to the last one standing, Diana. Mr. Yi Chun, you've slaughtered all our young elites so ruthlessly. Aren't you afraid that America will join forces with its allies and launch a full-scale war against Dacia? Diana's voice trembled as she questioned him, her fighting spirit completely gone. And what if they do? Yi Chun replied calmly, stepping towards her. If America wishes to face destruction, I wouldn't mind helping them along. Mr. Yi Chun, I think you're overestimating your own strength, Diana said, growing more confident. America holds 7 out of the top 10 spots in the world strongman rankings, while Dacia only has 3. With the support of allies like Shiva, Neon, and South Korea, we can assemble a formidable force of at least 29th-rank powerhouses. How could Dacia possibly contend with that? Her words were filled with self-assurance, believing that presenting their strength would intimidate Yi Chun. After all, 9th-rank power was more terrifying than nuclear weapons. However, just as she prepared to apply more pressure, she suddenly realized Yi Chun had vanished. In an instant, he reappeared before her, his sharp blade slicing across her neck. As she felt her head separate from her body, Yi Chun's voice echoed softly. A mere 9th rank, and you think you can threaten me? Diana's head hit the ground, her face frozen in disbelief even in death. Witnessing the entire scene, Wan Li and Li Mu took deep breaths, trying to calm their trembling hearts. They exchanged glances, each seeing the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. It was hard to fathom that Yi Chun, who single-handedly defeated the alliance of 5 major nations, was their teammate. It's fortunate that this terrifying guy is on our side. He's one of the top elites trained by a world top 10 country, and America ranks first globally. Yet, he was single-handedly slaughtered by Yi Chun. Yes, slaughtered. Is this really something a martial artist of their realm could achieve? Even if it were an 8th-grade warrior, they might not be as composed as Yi Chun. At this moment, Chen Shui suddenly asked, "Hey, where's Mingwe?" Everyone looked over, only to find a pool of blood where she once stood. Then, they noticed Xiao Rong nearby, chewing on something. Moments later, Qi Mingwe was spat out from Xiao Rong's mouth. Everyone rushed to her, only to find her drenched, with her previous wounds completely healed. Qi Mingwe slowly opened her eyes and looked at everyone in confusion. "You're all here, where's the enemy?" "Our captain has taken care of them all," Wan Li replied. Qi Mingwe looked at Yi Chun with wide eyes, a torrent of questions in her mind. Seeing everyone was safe, Yi Chun began collecting the spoils. He first pocketed the storage rings of the martial artists from the 5 great nations. Then, he picked up a lightsaber from the ground and handed it to Li Mu, saying, "You use a sword, right? Take this one." "Ah, this." Li Mu nervously accepted the lightsaber Yi Chun tossed over, unable to hide his fondness for it. He could feel the extraordinary nature of the sword. Even if it wasn't a divine weapon, it was at least a semi-divine one. Such treasures are beyond the reach of even some 9th-grade warriors. Li Mu looked at Yi Chun earnestly. "Thank you, Captain, I appreciate it." Yi Chun jokingly scolded, "Get lost, I don't like men." He then picked up a damaged round shield and asked Wan Li, "This shield is broken. Do you still want it?" Yes, I want it," Wan Li blurted out, realizing she sounded too eager. "But it's a semi-divine artifact, even if broken. She could gather the pieces and have her grandfather, one of the top blacksmiths in Dacia, repair it." Receiving the shield from Yi Chun, Wan Li caressed it as if it were the most precious thing in her life. Yi Chun then picked up a heavy hammer and said to Qi Mingwe and Chen Shui, "The remaining items aren't suitable for you two. I'll find something more fitting for you later." Chen Shui just smiled shyly and shook her head, not caring about the items as long as Yi Chun thought of her. Qi Mingwe pouted and said, If the captain ever hunts high-grade magical beast cores, remember Mingyue, okay? Xiaorong loves those. Yichen nodded and asked, Mingyue, how did you come back to life? Is it your ability? Qi Mingyue nodded slightly and looked at Xiaorong in her arms, saying, to be precise, Xiaorong and I have a symbiotic relationship. As long as Xiaorong is alive, I won't die. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned. The world is indeed full of wonders, and Qi Mingyue's ability is truly rare. Captain, we've got the inheritance, right? Can we leave now? Wanli was eager to go home and have her grandfather repair her shield. All right, let's, Yi Chen's words trailed off as he sensed something, looking up at the sky. Without his urging, the Hoi bow in his hand ignited in flames. Could it be? With a thought, Yi Chun drew the bow and knocked an arrow, standing sideways. He bent his back leg, straightened his front leg, and pulled the bowstring with all his might, assuming the posture of Hoi shooting the sun. Fire! With a low shout, a flaming arrow pierced the sky, heading straight for the golden crow. In the depths of his mind, Yi Chen sensed that this ancient sight was not as simple as it seemed. The terrifying waves of fire at the entrance and the arrows scattered all over the ground were like shadows of death. Without a way to decipher them, it was likely that no one but himself could pass through safely. The key to solving these mechanisms seemed to lie with the 9 golden crows in the sky. Although he had received part of the legacy, he had not yet perfectly conquered this sight. There might be other legacies hidden within those golden crows. With this thought, Yi Chun released the bowstring, and the arrow of the setting sun aimed at one of the golden crows in the sky, shooting out like a rainbow in an instant. The golden crow cried out as it fell from the sky, transforming into a golden feather that gently drifted down before him. He reached out to catch it, feeling a warmth in his hand, thinking to himself, perhaps this is the key to entering the palace. He murmured to himself, then strung another arrow, taking down a second golden crow and collecting another feather. Yi Chun continued in this manner, shooting down 8 of the golden crows one by one. As he prepared to aim at the last one, he paused. In the story of Hoi shooting the suns, he left 1 golden crow to bring sunlight to the earth. So, in this sight, he should also leave 1 to illuminate the place. With this realization, Yi Chen slowly lowered his bow. Moments later, the temperature around them began to drop, no longer unbearably hot. Green grass quietly sprouted from the ground, and fresh green leaves appeared on the dead wood. With the gentle breeze, the entire site came alive with vitality. In just a short time, the place was lush and filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. So beautiful. Chun Shui sighed in awe, captivated by the transformed world before her. At that moment, the ground around Yi Chun and the others began to tremble, and a stone tablet emerged from the earth, rising steadily. It was covered with numerous inscriptions, but Yi Chun couldn't comprehend their meaning. He looked at the others and asked, do any of you recognize this script? Wan Li and the others shook their heads, while Li Mu, with arms crossed, frowned and said, it looks like divine script. Divine script? Li Mu nodded and explained, it seems so, but I'm not entirely sure. My teacher has studied this script, which is said to have been used by gods in ancient times. What does your teacher do? Yi Chen inquired further. Li Mu replied, my teacher is the deputy director of the Daxiao Institute of Divine Script Studies. If you're interested, I can introduce you. Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully, his gaze returning to the human-sized stone tablet. Let's take this tablet back with us first. With that, Yi Chen stored the tablet in his spatial ring, pondering that the inscriptions might contain some ancient legacy. If deciphered, they could possibly elevate martial arts to a new dimension. After all, the existence of this site suggested that in ancient times, there were indeed beings much stronger than present-day martial artists. Currently on Blue Star, the strongest are only at the 9th rank, and no one has been known to break through to a higher realm, indicating a gap in the transmission of martial knowledge. Shortly after Yi Chun stored the stone tablet, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Perfect completion of the site, randomly selecting 3 rewards. Then, ding! You have obtained a level reward, 7th rank spiritual herb, Qinglian spirit leaf. Ding! And a level reward, explosive arrow level 1. Ding! An SS level reward, divine skill, Samadhi true fire. Yi Chun felt a surge of joy. It seemed he had made the right choice. Instead of leaving the divine relic immediately, he completed the hidden settings within it, which not only earned him more inheritance, but also a perfect score. This time, he managed to draw another SS level reward, Samadhi true fire. Yi Chen was naturally familiar with this skill, as it ranked in the top 10 among all divine powers in the mythology of Daxia. Although his current cultivation level limited him to utilizing only a fraction of its potential, it still significantly boosted his combat power, leaving him unmatched below the 9th rank. If he could elevate his cultivation to the 7th rank or higher, he should be able to rival the 9th rank. Satisfied with his achievements, Yi Chen led his teammates towards the exit. This expedition to the divine relic ended in a resounding victory for Daxia. Outside the relic, High-ranking leaders from various countries waited anxiously. The outcome of this relic contest was crucial, affecting national fortunes and the global landscape, so everyone was intensely focused. Despite Dacia's rule that only those below the ninth rank could enter the relic, powerful nations still stationed ninth-rank experts at the Dacia border to prevent any foul play should another country seize the relic. Each country had sent their strongest young talents, representing their future and hope, making their safety a top priority. At this moment, the world's attention was fixed on Dacia and this very location. At that moment, the golden crow's shadow that had been hovering in midair began to dissipate. This change drew everyone's attention to the stone gate at the relic's entrance. It seemed there had been a development within the relic, likely indicating someone had obtained the inheritance. If so, a fierce battle was imminent inside. They prayed for their people's safe return. Amidst the murmurs, Mike from America and Kage from Neon exchanged glances, their eyes filled with intense joy. They knew that regardless of who obtained the inheritance within the relic, it would ultimately fall into the hands of their five-nation alliance. With strength, they could dictate terms. Brimming with confidence, Mike looked at Lu Daong and said, "Mr. Lu, we'll gladly accept the divine relic inheritance from Dacia. Thank you for your hospitality these past days." "General Mike, the relic event isn't over yet. It's best not to jump to conclusions," Lu Daong replied coolly. "Haha, let's just hope Dacia keeps its word and doesn't obstruct us when we take the relic inheritance." Kage from Neon approached slowly, a sinister smile on his face as he looked at Lu Daong. "A mere neon ninja thinks he can challenge the prodigies of Dacia?" Lu Daong sneered. But as soon as he spoke, the voice of Amir, the high priest of Shiva, rang out again. "If our five nations join forces, even if your Dacia prodigies had 3 heads and 6 arms, they'd still meet their end." Lu Daong's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this. "What did you say?" "At this point, there's no need for us to keep anything hidden," the chief of Nanbang interjected. "Before this divine event began, we had already agreed to join forces to vie for the inheritance within the miracle." Maquis added with a relaxed smile. "As everyone knows, we in America always stand with our allies, and this divine contest is no exception. I believe Lord Lu and the higher-ups in Dacia will understand." Lu Daong's anger surged within him, his hand trembling slightly in his sleeve. He said furiously, "What you're doing is going too far. Aren't you afraid that Dacia will fight you to the bitter end?" Maquis responded with a smile. "Lord Lu, I trust that Dacia is a country of its word and won't make things too difficult for us. After all, there was no rule against forming alliances. Besides, with 5 of us at the peak of the 8th rank here, unless the 3 ninth rankers of Dacia intervene, even you, Lord Lu, won't gain any advantage." His goal was actually to provoke Dacia, to lay out the entire plan and test Dacia's limits and attitude. If the ninth rankers of Dacia couldn't resist taking action, then the 10 ninth rankers stationed beyond the border could immediately invade. On the other hand, if they didn't act, they could legitimately take away Dacia's divine inheritance, and after eliminating Dacia's strongest prodigies of this generation, retreat unscathed. Either way, they would be the ultimate victors. This was an open conspiracy. Lu Daong naturally saw through the scheme, but he had to endure. With Dacia's current strength, it was insufficient to contend with the alliance led by America. Moreover, with the need to guard against the demonic caverns that could erupt at any moment, he couldn't mobilize all the forces for a national survival war. Therefore, he could only silently pray in his heart, hoping that Yi Chun and the others would return safely. In the distance, the 3 ninth rankers of Dacia slowly opened their eyes. It was clear they had heard the conversation and understood that Maquis and the others were deliberately testing their limits. One of the 9th rankers said angrily, "I wish I could draw my sword and slaughter these bastards right now." Another calmly advised, "Don't be rash. We can't afford to gamble now. If you and I make a move, it means an all-out war will break out, and then millions of Dacia's citizens will lose their lives. I swear, within my lifetime, these dogs will pay the price." With that, the 3 ninth rankers communicated telepathically and closed their eyes again, returning to silence. Not long after, energy surged out of the stone gate, and a large group of martial artists rushed out, looking panicked as if they had been greatly frightened. "What's going on?" Some leaders hurriedly approached their team members to inquire. "America has gone on a killing spree. They're terrifying. Coach, I want to go home." Every martial artist who ran out of the miracle looked anxious, eager to leave the dangerous place. Maquis glanced at the other 4 allied leaders with a satisfied smile. Yanning also said, "The 5 from Dacia should all be dead by now. I expect Xiongping, Kinta, and the others will be out soon." He added with a cold laugh, "With the combined power of the 5 strongest nations on Blue Star, even if there were more Dacia teams, we would kill them all." Archbishop Amir of Shiva looked at Lu Daong, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Lu Daong's heart felt as if it were bleeding, and his fist clenched tightly in his sleeve, making a cracking sound. Flame Shadow sneered and said, "Lord Lu, if you're feeling unwell, perhaps you should leave." We'll send the ashes of the 5 from Daxia over to you later. A flash of anger crossed Lu Dayong's eyes as he gritted his teeth and retorted fiercely. Do you believe I won't just cut you down right now? Flame Shadow, unfazed, replied calmly. Lord Lu, it's best if you remain rational. Nearby, Max intervened sternly. Neon is America's most loyal ally. If you attack Flame Shadow, it's a declaration of war against America, and that's a consequence you can't bear. Lu Dayong stared at them intently, silently vowing. I'll remember what happened today. Remember that Daxia has a legacy spanning thousands of years, facing countless adversaries and crises, and we've always emerged unscathed through sheer resilience. I hope one day you won't regret your actions today. Max scoffed and said, Lord Lu, in this world, strength is paramount. We're speaking to you from a position of power, and we hope Daxia recognizes its own strength and doesn't entertain delusions. At that moment, the stone door once again reverberated with a powerful spatial force. Amir, seeing this, excitedly spread his arms and cheered. Look, that must be our followers of Shiva returning, surely with Daxia's legacy and the heads of our enemies. However, with the spatial fluctuations, a doll-faced girl in a puffy dress emerged from the portal, clutching a small rabbit. Amir was dumbfounded, and after a moment of silence, he quickly glanced at Max, who also frowned, clearly at a loss. Flame Shadow dismissed it with disdain. Just a straggler, why the fuss? As long as we get the divine legacy and kill the other 4 prodigies of Daxia, it will be enough. Before he finished speaking, the stone door's teleportation array fluctuated again, and Limu strolled out, reciting. The gibbons on both banks ceased their cries, as the light boat has passed 10,000 mountains. Flame Shadow was stunned, and the general manager from South Stick frowned. This kid managed to escape from our 5 warriors, lucky him. Killing 3 Daxia prodigies and seizing the legacy is still commendable. Just then, another figure emerged from the portal. It was Chen Shui. Max was immediately unsettled, exclaiming angrily. Even the support came out? Those 5 brats must be asking for trouble to have such a lapse. When they return, I'll make sure to give them a good spanking. At that moment, the portal fluctuated once more, and Wanli stomped out, cursing. Who the hell set me up? Damn it all. The team leaders from America, Neon, South Stick, Kangaroo, and Shiva fell into collective silence, as if petrified. Despite their reluctance to believe it, they understood something had gone terribly wrong. The continuous emergence of Daxia's members from the divine side was beyond anyone's expectations. They clung to a faint hope that Daxia's strongest, Yi Chun, had yet to appear. Perhaps some consensus had been reached within the divine site, allowing the other 4 from Daxia to leave, with Yi Chun agreeing to hand over the divine legacy. However, as a familiar young silhouette slowly stepped out from the portal, the faces of Max and the others turned ashen. What on earth was happening? What the hell was going on? The interest groups led by America were instantly unsettled. They were shocked to see that all 5 of Daxia's strongest warriors were alive and well. Could it be that their nation's elite geniuses had been defeated? The mere thought sent a chill down the spine of Mike and the others. After all, these individuals represented the future hope of their country. How could the most talented warriors of the 5 great powers possibly fall to Daxia? Haha, it truly seemed like heaven was helping Daxia. Seeing Yi Chun and the others appear one after another, Lu Dayong's sorrow turned to joy, and he immediately went forward to embrace Yi Chun. Lord Lu, please restrain yourself. Yi Chun said helplessly. Hearing this, Lu Dayong released him and laughed heartily. I'm sorry, I'm just too happy. I've never been this happy in my entire life. At that moment, Mike couldn't hold back any longer and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. He asked, Honorable Mr. Yi, did you happen to see our American team in the miracle? Yi Chun nodded and replied, Yes, I did. Mike's expression softened slightly as he continued to ask, And where are they? I killed them. Yi Chun replied casually, as if discussing something ordinary. You killed them? Mike was incredulous, his face turning even more unsightly. Yi Chun nodded again and said calmly, Yes, all of them. Not a single one left. Mike was silent for a moment before he managed a smile. Heh, I'm not denying Mr. Ye's capabilities, but killing the 5 most powerful super warriors of our young generation is simply impossible. Do you know what kind of equipment those 5 super warriors were equipped with? Yi Chun waved his hand, and Wan Li and Li Mu understood, pulling out a shield and a lightsaber. Li Mu even performed a few sword tricks, while Wan Li knocked on the shield a few times. Mike's face turned red with anger, and he roared, completely losing his composure. Even semi-divine artifacts had been taken by Daxia, and now he had no choice but to believe it. The leader of Kangaroo Country quickly stepped forward and said, And our team? Also killed. Yi Chun answered directly, then looked at the hesitant South Stick and Shiva leaders, and preemptively said, The same goes for you. Finally, Yi Chun turned to the gloomy-looking Flame Shadow of Neon and flashed a bright smile. Lord Flame Shadow, why don't you ask me where those neon ninjas are now? Flame Shadow did not speak, but stared at Yi Chen with eyes full of murderous intent. If looks could kill, Yi Chen would have died 1,000 times over. At that moment, Yi Chen took out a package from behind him, opened it, and Kenta Kamada's head rolled to the ground, stopping at Flame Shadow's feet. Flame Shadow gritted his teeth in fury. Yi Chen, I will kill you. His pupils seemed to blaze with endless fire. Lu Daong, however, stood in front of Yi Chen, coldly looking at the nearly berserk Flame Shadow. Flame Shadow, this is your own doing. If you make a move now, the 9 ranks of Xia will not let you leave alive. Mike and the others knew that the situation had already shifted. If they broke the rules and acted rashly, the 3 great 9 ranks of Xia standing by wouldn't stand idly by. Even if they were killed outright, Xia would have the justification. In the face of the 5 Nations Alliance, though their dominance was intimidating, they were not yet powerful enough to challenge the entire world. With numerous witnesses present, if this incident were to spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the 5 nations, accelerating other countries' efforts to unite against them, resulting in more loss than gain. Mei shot a glance at Yin, who understood that this was not the right moment to act. He turned to Yi Chen with a hint of provocation in his voice. I'll concede today, but when my country unveils its miracle, if Yi Chen-san could honor us with your presence, I would personally like to witness your skills. No need to wait for the next miracle to unfold. Yi Chen stepped forward, staring directly at Yin, and said coldly, Are you not convinced? I'll beat you until you are. What are you saying? Yin turned back, frowning in disbelief that Yi Chen would dare to challenge him. Are you deaf? Yi Chen looked him straight in the eye and said, I'm saying, today, I'm going to make you submit. You want to duel with me? Yin turned abruptly, a mix of surprise and delight in his eyes. Before Yi Chen could respond, Lu Daong interjected quickly. Yi Chen, are you crazy? He's at the 8th level. So what if he's at the 8th level? I'm here to fight the 8th level. Yi Chen bypassed Lu Daong, his gaze fixed firmly on Yin. Give me a straight answer. A life and death match. Do you dare to accept? Hearing this, Yin laughed heartily and turned to Lu Daong and the 3 9th level experts in the distance, shouting, Elders of Daxia, you all saw this. He proposed it himself. It has nothing to do with me. In the distance, the 3 Daxia 9th level experts opened their eyes again, a look of doubt flashing in them. A 6th level challenging an 8th level. This has never happened before. What gives this young man such confidence? Isn't he being too reckless? Let's just watch for now and not intervene. Seeing that the 3 9th level experts did not express any objections, Yin was pleased and turned to Yi Chen. I accept this life and death duel. Let everyone present bear witness. With these words, the crowd that had intended to leave gathered back. No one expected to witness such a spectacle today. They were all curious about what gave Yi Chen the confidence to challenge the renowned Yin. Yin was a top-tier expert with decades of fame, one of the most elite among the 8th level, and even had experiences of retreating unscathed from battles with 9th level opponents. Yi Chen, are you really planning to duel with Yin? Lu Daong asked worriedly. Yi Chen nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I'll be fine. Seeing Yi Chen's determination, Lu Daong had nothing more to say, only offering a quiet reminder. Be careful of his black flames. They are said to be inextinguishable. If your body gets touched by even a bit, it could be dangerous. Got it, Yi Chen replied, and then followed Yin to an open area. Yin positioned his hands in front of his chest, forming a seal, and coldly stated, Yi Chen-san, I admire your courage, but I laugh at your ignorance. I will show you what true ninja skills are. I've already seen them during the last miracle. Yi Chen shrugged dismissively. And they weren't impressive, just a borrowed technique from your ancestors in Daxia. Idiot. Let's see if you can still talk tough later. As soon as Yin Ying's voice fell, his hands began to form seals rapidly, and immediately, a surge of fiery energy erupted from his body, forming a towering, robust flame image of a warrior, enveloping Yin Ying's body. The Susanoo armor. Ha. To die under my advanced ninjutsu is the greatest honor for you. Yin Ying laughed maniacally, cloaked in his Susanoo armor. Despite facing Yi Chen, a 6th rank warrior, he did not let his guard down, instead going all out from the start. This battle was not just about defeating Yi Chen, but also about showcasing the formidable strength of neon ninjas to the world. Susanoo's fist, Yin Ying roared. As he launched his right punch, the Susanoo surrounding him mirrored the motion. The powerful energy surge distorted the space around them violently. Boom. With a deafening crash, a distant hill was blasted apart, leaving a massive gap. Yet, Yi Chen's figure had vanished without a trace. Was he reduced to dust? Many speculated, considering Susanoo armor was one of Yin Ying's signature techniques, with power enough to destroy everything in its path. Even a 7th or 8th rank warrior would surely perish if hit directly, let alone Yi Chen, who was only 6th rank. Lu Daong felt his heart tighten with anxiety, but seeing the 3 9th rank warriors still seated calmly in the air, he tried to suppress his growing unease. He believed that if Yi Chen were truly in danger, those 3 wouldn't stand idly by. Just then, from the damaged hill, a fiery arrow suddenly shot forth. Like a meteor, it tore through the space, heading straight for Yanning. Thud! With a dull sound, everyone watched in shock as the supposedly indestructible Susanoo armor was pierced by that single arrow. Startled, Yanning quickly clasped his hands together, channeling his power to catch the arrow, retreating over 10 steps before steadying himself. This scene left the surrounding spectators in awe and made Yan Ying's face turn pale, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He looked in disbelief at Yi Chun, who was slowly approaching with a flaming bow in hand. Just moments ago, Yan Ying had landed a full-force blow directly on Yi Chun. Yet not only was Yi Chun unharmed, he had even retaliated with an arrow that pierced Yan Ying's prized Susanoo armor. How could Yi Chun's offensive and defensive capabilities seem even greater than his own peak 8th rank power? Yan Ying wasn't the only one shocked and confused, so were Mixor and Amir, along with many other powerful warriors. No wonder Yi Chun could annihilate all the elite forces of their 5 nations alliance. His strength was truly terrifying. Mixor communicated to Yan Ying telepathically that they couldn't let this guy live, or else he would become an endless threat. Yan Ying understood well enough. Even without Mixor's warning, he had no intention of leaving Yi Chun alive. If Yi Chun was already this formidable at 6th rank, what would happen if he reached higher ranks? With this thought, Yan Ying tilted his head back, opening his mouth to draw out a treasured sword. This sword, nurtured by him over many years, was almost on par with the demi-artifact. Although not as legendary as the mythical Kusanagi sword, it was certainly a formidable weapon. He handed the sword to Susanoo, which swung it down with such force that it tore a rift in the very fabric of space. Yet, instead of retreating, Yi Chun advanced. A giant hammer appeared in his hand out of thin air, crackling with powerful arcs of electricity. In the next moment, the thunderous hammer collided head-on with Yan Ying's sword. Boom! Thunder and fire clashed, unleashing terrifying power in all directions. Even some of the weaker 8th grade warriors turned pale and quickly retreated. The distinguished 9th grade warrior from Disya slightly frowned, and with a flick of his fingers, set up a barrier on the perimeter to prevent others from getting accidentally hurt. He hadn't expected Yi Chun's strength to have reached such a level. At this moment, the warriors from various nations who had entered the secret realm earlier felt a dry throat and a sense of lingering fear. Fortunately, they hadn't clashed with Disya's people inside the relic, or they might not have survived. To stand toe-to-toe with an 8th grade peak warrior without losing ground was truly astonishing. As the hammer and sword collided, the two continued to exert their strength. Yan Ying appeared frenzied, his flaming hat flying off somewhere, his hair wildly dancing, and veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, despite his efforts, the sword could not advance an inch, as if an imposing mountain stood before him, unmovable despite his full exertion. In contrast, Yi Chun, holding a heavy hammer, remained exceptionally calm, seemingly unfazed by the explosive thunder and fire. This sight humiliated Yan Ying. As the leader of the Neon Flame Ninja Village and a dignified 8th grade peak warrior, not being able to defeat a young man from Disya was more unbearable than death itself. Die! Yan Ying roared inwardly, his eyes slowly closing. The next moment, he opened them, and blood tears flowed as black flames, seemingly from the depths of the abyss, surged forth from his pupils, rushing toward Yi Chun. This was his ultimate technique Amaterasu. Everyone retreated in unison, fearing even a trace of the black flame. Even Lu Daong lost his composure for a moment. Such terrifying black flames were difficult for him to handle, and if Yi Chun got caught in them, wouldn't he be burned to death? If not for the barrier, they would have rushed forward already. Mixer and Amir exchanged a glance, a cold smile appearing on their lips. The moment Yan Ying unleashed Amaterasu, they knew Yi Chun was doomed, and the heavy stone in their hearts finally shattered. The black flames engulfed Yi Chun entirely, seemingly sensing life, and instantly began to burn fiercely. Seeing this, Yan Ying's lips curled into a smile, thinking, Yi Chun, unless you are reduced to ashes, this black flame will never extinguish. Die in this endless black flame. With that, he burst into laughter, utterly delighted. However, just as he laughed, Yi Chun's voice suddenly reached his ears. Have you laughed enough? Gah! The moment he heard that voice, it was as if an invisible hand had gripped Yan Ying's throat, abruptly silencing his laughter. He quickly looked in that direction to find Yi Chun still standing there. The black flames covering him continued to burn fiercely, but seemed only to cover his surface, causing no harm. Witnessing this, not just Yan Ying, but everyone around was shocked. The seemingly indestructible black flames had no effect on Yi Chun. If not for the molten ground below, they might have thought the black flames were fake. How is this possible? For the first time, panic appeared in Yan Ying's eyes. In his increasingly fearful gaze, Yi Chun calmly said, You dare to show off such trash? Let me show you what real fire is. With that, Yi Chun took a deep breath and instantly spewed a massive amount of fire from his mouth and nose, the terrifying heat burning the space into nothingness. Samadhi true fire. The roaring flames swept toward Yan Ying, engulfing him in an instant. The Susanoo armor was instantly reduced to nothing. Yan Ying let out a piercing scream, echoing throughout the land. Yan Ying's scream didn't last long before he turned to ashes. A fierce wind howled, scattering the dust into nothingness. The black flames that had clung to Yi Chun seemed to sense the overwhelming power of a superior being when he unleashed the Samadhi true fire, and they extinguished themselves immediately. Holding a heavy hammer, Yi Chun slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, as if silently asking, "Who else?" As Yi Chun's eyes passed over them, Mei Qi's and the others lowered their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. The scene they had just witnessed left them drenched in sweat, and they no longer dared to confront him. An 8th-rank strongman, having already forged golden bones and a golden body, could not be easily killed by ordinary means, yet the flames Yi Chun spat out reduced an 8th-rank pinnacle to ashes in an instant, instilling fear in them all. Even the 3 9th-rank experts nearby looked at each other in disbelief, not expecting Yi Chun to not only win, but also kill Yan Ying, leaving not even a trace of his remains. At this moment, Yi Chun noticed a crystalline gem floating in midair where Yan Ying had dieted was a divine vocation shard. Many around him saw this and immediately displayed expressions of greed, with several 7th-rank individuals racing towards it, seemingly determined to seize it at any cost, even if it meant risking their lives. Boom! A gigantic energy hand descended from the sky, slamming into the ground in front of these individuals, creating a massive crater. The 7th-rank individuals snapped out of their daze, warily glancing at the distant 9th-rank powerhouse from Daxia. The bearded elder spoke calmly. "Dare to snatch something under my watch? Are you courting death? Considering you are guests from afar, any further action will lead to immediate punishment." Everyone quickly retreated, silenced by fear. Seeing this, Yi Chun realized the gemstone was no ordinary item, prompting such a reaction from these high-ranking individuals, so he took it into his possession. Mei Qi's and his group exchanged a glance and swiftly left, eager to report the situation. The future stars of the 5 Nations Alliance had all fallen. Yan Ying of Neon was dead, revealing an 8th-rank divine vocation shard, and Daxia had a new formidable rising star. These events would undoubtedly cause a stir, and the 5 nations would surely convene an emergency meeting to discuss a response. After the others departed, the 3 9th-rank experts approached Yi Chun. The bearded elder smiled and said, "A true hero emerges from youth. Your performance today has made me see you in a new light." Lu Daong timely introduced, "This is Minister Zhang Yunj of the Ministry of Personnel." Hearing this, Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, recalling that principal who had mentioned Minister Zhang, who was known for severing the arm of a 9th-rank priest of Shiva with a single sword strike, making him one of Daxia's guardians. "Greetings, Minister Zhang," Yi Chun said respectfully. "I still have much to learn and hope for guidance from all the seniors here." The short and stout elder beside Zhang Yunj gave a calm smile, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "For a rare talent like you, who emerges once in a century, we hardly have the right to teach you. Your future achievements will surely surpass the 3 of us." Lu Daong timely introduced, "This is Zhou Ming, the Minister of Rights." Yi Chun respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Elder." He silently noted that the Bureau of Education was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights, making Zhou Ming akin to the headmaster of the Grand Xia. Before he could finish speaking, a burly and imposing elder spoke up. "Yi Chun, to be honest, I've got my eye on you. How about taking a position in my demon resistance army? I'll appoint you as a commander of 10,000. Lu Daong introduced again, "This is Zhou Liqiang, the Minister of War." Surprised, Yi Chun asked, "I'm still just a student. Can I hold a position in the Ministry of War?" Zhou Liqiang, his gaze sharp and voice booming, replied, "Why not? After some experience in the demon resistance army, I'll directly promote you to a Grand Marshal." Before Yi Chun could respond, Zhang Yunj, the Minister of Personnel, interrupted, "Yi Chun, what's so great about the demon resistance army? It's just a bunch of soldiers. Aren't you from Jiangqing? The position of Jiangqing's city lord is vacant, so you should take it." Yi Chun was stunned, not expecting these 3 powerhouses to compete over him. Zhou Ming, unwilling to be outdone, said, "You two, stealing talent right under my nose, really don't regard me as the Minister of Rights, do you?" He turned to Yi Chun, "From now on, you're the vice principal of Chunqing Martial University. Next year, I'll either have old who retire early or transfer him, and I'll make you the principal." Yi Chun was speechless, and even Lu Daong was dumbfounded. This was not just a promotion, it was a meteoric rise. 3 ministers vying for talent was unprecedented in the history of the Grand Xia. The 3 ministers argued passionately, almost coming to blows. At this moment, Lu Daong quietly muttered, "Can't he hold all 3 positions?" At this, the 3 high-ranking officials turned their sharp gazes toward Lu Daong, making the Assistant Minister of War shrink back. After a brief silence, the 3 leaders exchanged smiles. "Right? Why not let Yi Chun hold all 3 positions? Young people really think outside the box. Well then, it's settled." Yi Chun could only smile wryly. Before he could say anything, He had already become the city lord of Jiangcheng, a commander in the Demon Resistance Army, and the vice principal of Chunqing Martial University. He didn't refuse since it was beneficial, and he also held the identity of a core member of the Dragon Group. With this matter settled, Chen refocused his attention on the mysterious gemstone. He looked at the three ministers and curiously asked, "Esteemed elders, may I ask what this treasure is exactly?" The three ministers became serious during their discussion. Zhang Yun explained, "This is a professional divinity, which you might not know about since you haven't reached the 7th rank yet." Chen asked curiously, "Professional divinity? If I absorb this divinity, can I advance to the 7th rank?" Zhou shook his head and explained, "No. You are an archer, and you must use a professional divinity from the archer system to advance to the 7th rank. The Neon Flame Shadow is a ninja, a branch of the assassin system. The 8th rank ninja divinity you have is most suitable for a 7th rank ninja. Of course, 7th rank stalkers and assassins can also switch to using it, but they may need to relearn their combat skills and experience." Chen frowned and asked, "So what branches are in the archer system?" Zhang Yun replied, "There are sniper archers, beast hunters, and trap masters. When you advance to the 7th rank, you can choose one of these branches." Chen pondered, "So this ninja divinity is useless to me?" Zhang Yun nodded. "Although it's useless to you, this divinity can be traded. From the frenzy of those 7th ranks earlier, you can see how sought after this item is. As long as your vitality and mental strength are trained to their peak, possessing an upper-level professional divinity will allow you to advance in rank." Chen nodded, seeming to understand. "No wonder Principal who once told me that stepping into a high rank can be both difficult and easy. Now I understand. As long as you possess an upper-level professional divinity, you can advance directly, which indeed seems simple. But obtaining an upper-level professional divinity is not easy. Every high-rank fall is a significant event. Even if a high rank falls, you might not be able to seize the divinity." He asked again, "What if I can't find a divinity?" Zhang Yun replied, "Then you have to rely on your own enlightenment of the heavenly laws to spontaneously generate a professional divinity." He sighed. "But this method is extremely difficult, requiring insight, opportunity, and luck, and even then, it might not happen in 10 years. Chen wondered, wouldn't the enlightenment from 7th to 8th rank be even harder? Zhang Yun shook his head. After reaching the 7th rank, it's impossible to advance further through enlightenment. You either obtain an upper-level professional divinity or collect the natural treasures needed for advancing the divinity. Does advancing the divinity also require natural treasures? Chen asked. Zhang Yun nodded. That's right. Each profession requires different natural treasures. These treasures contain the power of laws, and when combined with the divinity according to a specific formula, they allow the divinity to advance. Unfortunately, these formulas have long been lost, and the current ones are results of trial and error by various national research institutes. More formulas are recorded on divine tablets, but those are from an era too distant from ours, and most tablets have been lost, which is truly a pity." Chen was stunned and took out the tablet he brought from the miracle from his ring, handing it to the three seniors. "Is this what you're talking about?" Zhang Yun, Zhou Liqiang, and Zhou Ming quickly took the tablet and examined it carefully. Chen noticed that their bodies were trembling with excitement, and as time passed, they trembled even more intensely. After a long pause, Zhang Yunju looked at Chen and solemnly said, "Chen, you are a hero of our great Xia." Chen smiled slightly and replied, "I didn't know what it was before. Limu said it was a divine script, so I brought it back. If we can decipher the divine script on this tablet, Great Xia will gain many formulas and laws, and our power will grow rapidly. The rise of Great Xia is just around the corner." Zhang Yunju was overjoyed, his laughter echoing in the air, feeling happier than he had in a long time. Without a formula, it's like building a house without a blueprint. Even if you have plenty of tools and materials, you wouldn't know where to start or how to assemble them. With a formula, you can follow the instructions and naturally achieve twice the result with half the effort. After a moment of contemplation, Chen suggested, "Let's leave this tablet for the three of you to study." "Chen, is there any reward you would like?" Zhou Liqiang asked. Chen thought for a moment and earnestly said, "What I want most is a professional divine title. I wonder if the three of you can help me obtain it." Zhang Yunju confidently replied, "Although it's difficult, since it's your request, I'll do whatever it takes to fulfill it. Tell me, which of the three paths do you want to pursue?" The sniper specializes in long-range attacks, the trap master excels in close combat, and the beast hunter is somewhere in between, capable of taming magical creatures for battle. Chen thought for a moment and gave a surprising answer. "Why can't I train in all three? Only a child would make a choice. I want them all." "Ah." The three elders exchanged glances, surprised by Chen's unexpected path. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yunju said, "Chen, professional divine titles are extremely precious, and training in multiple disciplines will consume a lot of energy and resources. Even dual discipline training is rare. Although training in 2 disciplines is somewhat stronger than one, The difficulty is high, and the effort and reward are disproportionate. Are you sure you want to train in all three? Yi Chen nodded firmly and said seriously, I believe I can do it. Zhang Yunju sighed helplessly. All right, we will do our best. He continued, then hand over the 8th grade ninja divine title you have. This item cannot be stored for long. After a certain time, its power will dissipate until it completely disintegrates. Is that true? Yi Chen was surprised and handed over the 8th grade divine title, reasoning that he wouldn't use it anyway, and exchanging it for 3 7th grade divine titles wasn't a loss. Zhang Yunju patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. All right, young man, we 3 will leave now. Once we find the shooter branch divine title, we'll send it to you. With that, the 3 9th grade experts vanished into the void, disappearing without a trace. After the elders left, Lu Daong looked at Yi Chen and the others and said, this mission is successfully completed. Let's have a farewell meal, and then you can all return to school. I won't be going back to school just yet. I need to return to Jiangcheng to handle some matters. As he spoke, a sharp glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Not long after, in the deputy city lord's office in Jiangcheng, Lu Jian, sweating profusely, dialed the phone number of the provincial lord, Jia Zheng. He had just received the news of Yi Chen's appointment as the new city lord of Jiangcheng and heard that Yi Chen was on his way to Jiangcheng, causing his heart to tighten as he hurriedly sought help from Jia Zheng. When the call connected, Lu Jian urgently said, Provincial lord, help. Yi Chen is coming back, and he's definitely going to come after me. Jia Zheng responded disapprovingly. Why are you panicking? Look at you, so spineless. You're a 6th grade, and so is he. You've been entrenched in Jiangcheng for years, and you can't handle a young upstart? But I heard Yi Chen even killed the neon flame shadow. Lu Jian was uneasy. Jia Zheng sneered. Use your brain. Is it possible for a 6th grade to kill an 8th grade? It's just rumors to create momentum. Even if Flame Shadow did die by Yi Chen's hand, there must have been some help from a 9th grade of Great Xia. Lu Jian felt somewhat reassured and replied, hearing you say that, I feel much better. Humph, you were personally promoted by me, appointed by Minister Zhang, a court official. Yi Chen wouldn't dare do anything to you, Jia Zheng arrogantly said. If he dares to give you trouble, just let me know, and I'll personally deal with him. Lu Jian beamed. All right. With your words, I have nothing to fear. In just half a day, Yi Chen returned to Jiang City. Stepping onto his hometown soil after more than half a year, he was filled with emotion. When he left, he was merely an aspiring martial artist, but now he had reached the 6th rank and his status had dramatically transformed. The once ordinary boy was now a lord. As Yi Chen's car arrived at Songjiang No. 1 High School, a woman in professional attire with black stockings was already waiting at the entrance. She was Chen Xiyu. She looked a bit leaner after the days apart, yet her impressive figure was still evident, accentuated by a pencil skirt and black high heels, making her appear particularly alluring. Chen Xiyu exclaimed excitedly, Mr. Yi, you're back. Her almond-shaped eyes shone with joy and tenderness. Yi Chen nodded slightly, saying little. Chen Xiyu was the assistant he had specifically recalled. She was meticulous, conscientious, and loyal, making her an invaluable aid in handling his affairs. Looking around, he asked, where are the other officials of Jiang City? Why haven't they come to see me? As the newly appointed city lord, it was expected that the officials would come to greet him, yet the current quietness made him a bit uneasy. Chen Xiyu's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she explained, I notified all the main officials of Jiang City, but they all said Vice City Lord Lu Jian is holding an important meeting today and couldn't make it. Yi Chen understood this was Lu Jian and his faction's way of making a statement. He nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor while contemplating internally. Then, Yi Chen approached his old acquaintance, Principal Chen Mingwu. Chen Mingwu greeted him with a friendly punch, exclaiming happily, Good lad, I've heard about your achievements. It's incredible that you even defeated an 8th rank from Little Neon, truly impressive. He laughed heartily. Yi Chen responded with a smile. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance, Principal. Chen Mingwu laughed like a blooming chrysanthemum and continued. I thought you might forget about me after becoming the city lord, but it seems I worried for nothing. Yi Chen earnestly replied. How could I? You'll always be my principal. During my absence, it's thanks to you that my parents weren't wronged. At this moment, teacher Wang Changji interjected. It was my diligence that led me to notice Lu Jian's unusual activities and report them to the principal. He waved his hand. Oh, why am I telling you this? I don't do good deeds for recognition. Nonetheless, Yi Chen sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Despite past misunderstandings, Teacher Wang's integrity earned Yi Chen's respect, and now he should be addressed as Vice Principal Wang. Teacher, he added with a smile. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Congratulations to Teacher Wang on your promotion. It seems, teacher, he has also been promoted to the Director of Education. Thanks to you, little guy. Teacher, he smiled slightly and responded, But compared to you, we're just small fry. You're now the ruler of a city, a position most people can't even dream of reaching in their lifetime. Even us old folks have become your subordinates. Yi Chen laughed, and said, "Even if I'm the provincial governor, you are still my teachers." The group enjoyed a pleasant atmosphere, and Chen Mingwu even booked a table with high-end dishes at the Century Hotel to welcome Yichun back. During the meal, Chen Mingwu had a few more drinks and said to Yichun, "Yichun, I know why you're back this time, but I still think you should hold back a bit." Hearing this, Yichun frowned slightly. "Old principal, are you saying I shouldn't take action against Lu Jian?" He continued, "This guy Lu Jian only knows how to flatter and doesn't do any real work. When the demon cave rioted and the demon tide attacked, this old man hid in the back with his family. It was me who led the teachers, students, and anti-demon soldiers to resist on the outskirts, preventing the demon tide from harming the people of Jiangxing. Yet afterwards, this old man claimed credit to the higher-ups, saying he led the defense, which led to his promotion to vice city lord." Yichun frowned and asked, "Didn't you report this deception back then, old principal?" Chen Mingwu sneered. "What good would reporting do? With the provincial governor backing him, who dares to intervene?" Yichun calmly stated, "This time, I'm determined to deal with Lu Jian." Chen Mingwu quickly advised, "Don't be impulsive. Lu Jian has been operating in Jiangxing for many years, especially after City Lord Zheng Yuan was taken away. He's replaced almost all officials with his confidants. You're new here and can't match his influence." Yichun chuckled, "If I can't handle a mere vice city lord, then I shouldn't be city lord at all. Seeing that no officials came to greet you today shows how terrifyingly powerful Lu Jian is in Jiangxing. He's practically the local tyrant here." Chen Mingwu sighed and continued, "The main issue is his close relationship with the provincial governor. With the governor's protection, no one in the northeast province dares to touch him." Yichun downed his drink in one go, then got up and left the table. Seeing this, Chen Mingwu hurriedly called out, "Yichun, where are you going?" Yichun replied, "I'm just going to the restroom. I'll be back soon." Watching Yichun's departing figure, Chen Mingwu and the others exchanged glances. The restroom was in the opposite direction, towards the hotel entrance. Meanwhile, in the city committee meeting room, Lu Jian was passionately discussing the future plans for Jiangxing. The room was filled with officials from various levels, and there wasn't an empty seat. Everyone listened intently, taking notes on everything Lu Jian said. When he made particularly compelling points, the room erupted in applause, with voices of flattery echoing. "City Lord Lu is so talented and capable. He truly is the right choice for City Lord. It's baffling why the higher-ups would appoint some inexperienced kid to take over. Who knows? There must be something fishy going on. I really feel for City Lord Lu," someone scoffed. "Even if he's the City Lord, it doesn't matter. We only follow City Lord Lu's orders. Yes, we only recognize City Lord Lu." As the conversation continued, the atmosphere grew more and more fervent. Just then, the meeting room door burst open with a bang. Everyone turned their attention to the door upon hearing the noise. Standing there was a young man unfamiliar to them. One of Lu Jian's loyal officials immediately scolded him. "Who are you? Who let you in here?" Then he turned to the security guard behind the young man, angrily questioning, "What are you doing? Didn't you see that Lord Lu is in a meeting? Letting a stranger waltz in like this, though, you want to lose your job." The guard, sweating profusely, stammered, "Sir, this gentleman said he's the newly appointed Lord of Jiangxing, Yichun." "The Lord of Jiangxing? Him." The official stood up, walked over to Yichun, and looked him up and down with a sneer. "What nonsense. There's no Lord Yi in Jiangxing, only Lord Lu. Get out of here." In truth, the official knew that the young man before him was indeed the new Lord, Yichun. However, to show loyalty to Lu Jian, he pretended ignorance, hoping to give the new Lord a hard time. Later, he could claim it was a misunderstanding, and the other party wouldn't dare retaliate. Looking at this self-proclaimed clever official, Yichun calmly said, "You're fired. Leave." Enraged, the official shouted, "Do you even know who I am to dare fire?" Before he could finish, Yichun slapped him, sending him flying several meters until he crashed into the wall and passed out. Yichun turned to the room full of officials and asked coldly, "Does anyone else have an opinion?" The room fell silent. No one expected the new young lord to be so ruthless, knocking out a fifth-rank martial artist with ease, instilling fear in them all. "Ah, so it's Lord Yi taking office. My apologies for not welcoming you sooner," Lu Jian said, standing up slowly with a smile. But he acted impulsively. "There's no need for such drastic measures, Lord Yi." His words were clearly an attempt to undermine Yichun, painting him as cruel and tyrannical to bolster his own standing. However, Yichun wasn't swayed, and he met Lu Jian's gaze, saying, "Lu Jian, there's been a report against you for corruption, abuse of power, embezzlement, falsifying achievements, forming factions, and eliminating dissidents. Are these accusations true?" Lu Jian was taken aback, realizing Yichun was coming for him, yet he didn't expect such direct confrontation. The young man wasn't playing by the usual rules. "My lord, I'm innocent. Someone is framing me. I, Lu Jian, have always acted justly and selflessly. Every colleague here can vouch for me." He hurried to defend himself. "Oh." Yichun raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance over the surrounding officials, and asked, "Who here is willing to vouch for Lord Lu?" At this, the officials exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. After a while, a few stood up, expressing their willingness to testify for Lu Jian. These individuals were staunch supporters and close associates of Lu Jian. Meanwhile, the majority of the officials remained silent, choosing to observe quietly. It was clear to everyone that the new city lord, despite his youth, was deeply enigmatic and possessed unfathomable power. Thus, they opted to protect themselves. Those who chose to speak up were undoubtedly aligned with Lu Jian, destined to become thorns in Yi Chen's side. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen asked again, "Is there anyone who wants to report Lu Jian? Stand up now." As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room buzzed with whispers. The new city lord was evidently leaving no room for compromise, determined to confront Lu Jian head-on. Hearing this, Lu Jian felt a pang of panic but maintained a facade of calmness, scanning the room with authority and saying sternly, "Yes, if anyone wants to report me, stand up now. I'd like to see who dares." His words carried an implicit threat, and the atmosphere in the meeting room seemed to solidify, suffocating those present. After a long silence, a scar-faced middle-aged man gathered his courage, stood up, and shouted, "I report that Lu Jian has falsely claimed achievements, taking credit for the battle merits of lower-ranking soldiers. Anyone who complains is severely punished, and dangerous tasks are forced upon them. We've lost over a dozen soldiers this way." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, anger boiling within him. He turned to Xia Dong and said, "Rest assured, these soldiers will not have died in vain. What's your name?" "Sir, I am Xia Dong, a Qianhu in the City Defense Army," the middle-aged man replied loudly. "Very well. I will remember you," Yi Chen said, scanning the room again. "Who else wants to report?" "Sir Yi, this is just Xia Dong maliciously accusing me. Surely you don't believe him." Lu Jian quickly defended himself, but Yi Chen ignored him and continued. "Who else wants to report?" "I do." Another person stood up and said, "I'm Lu Mo from the Finance Bureau, reporting Lu Jian for embezzling public funds and withholding the spirit stones from the mines. I want to report too." "And me." Following Xia Dong's report, more people began to stand up, like a dam breaking, unstoppable. "Enough!" Lu Jian, appearing frantic and sinister, coldly glared at Yi Chen and said, "I was personally appointed by Governor Jia Zhang as the deputy city lord. Even if I am to be punished, it must be by the governor's order. What can you do to me?" "So, you admit to the charges just mentioned?" "Yes, that's right." Lu Jian arrogantly spread his arms, taunting Yi Chen. "What can you do to me?" Yi Chen nodded. "Xia Dong. Here, sir. Seize him." Hearing this, Lu Jian shouted fiercely, "I am an official of the court. Who dares to arrest me? If you're not afraid to die, come at me." Before he could finish, his aura as a peak 6th-grade martial artist spread out, as if ready to fight Xia Dong to the death. However, a hand swiftly grabbed his throat as if he were a mere chick and slammed him into the ground. With a loud thud, a deep crater formed in the concrete floor of the meeting room, and Lu Jian fell to the lower floor, battered and bloodied. Everyone quickly looked down at the crater, seeing Lu Jian coughing up blood and weakly saying, You dare attack me privately. Aren't you afraid? The governor will punish you? You're talking about Jiazheng? He's nothing," Yi Chen said calmly. "After dealing with you, he's next." Lu Jian was left speechless, not expecting that even his greatest supporter, Yi Chen, would disregard him. Yi Chen turned to Xia Dong and commanded, "Arrest all the officials who just tried to defend Lu Jian." Xia Dong immediately responded, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, in a cafe, a young woman with shoulder-length hair and a charming appearance sat by the window, frequently glancing outside, as if anxiously waiting for something. Shortly after, a woman in professional attire, a stunning beauty in black stockings, walked in. It was Cheng Siyu. The short-haired woman excitedly waved at Cheng Siyu. "Cousin, I'm here." Cheng Siyu frowned slightly, seemingly a bit displeased, but still walked over and sat across from her. She asked directly, "You, what's so urgent that you needed to see me?" Cheng Yu looked hopeful and said in a sweet tone, "Cousin, I am your distant cousin after all. Can't I just invite you for a cup of coffee?" Cheng Siyu felt resigned. They were distant relatives who hadn't been in touch for many years. In the past, Cheng Yu, relying on her martial arts talent, would often ignore her cousin, but now she was being so friendly. "Just tell me, Yu, what do you really want? I'm busy and have a lot to handle," Cheng Siyu said bluntly, not wanting to beat around the bush. Seeing this, Cheng Yu dropped her pretense and, with a hint of a pitiful expression, said, "Cousin, I know you're very close to my old classmate Yi Chen. I hope you can put in a good word for me with him, ask him to forgive me, and give me another chance." "Yu, this is something I'm reluctant to discuss." Cheng Siyu shook her head slightly. "Mr. Ye's decisions are not something a servant like me can influence or predict. I advise you to let this go." Cheng Yu was displeased and retorted, "Cousin, why are you so stingy? You can't even help me with this small request?" We are blood relatives, after all. Yuyo, don't be willful. I really can't help you with this. Chung Siyu replied helplessly, then stood up to leave. Chung Yuyo stood up angrily and shouted. Chung Siyu, you're just jealous that I'm prettier than you. Afraid I'll take your place and your spotlight. Chung Siyu paused and calmly said, Yuyo, when will you finally grow up? I don't need you to lecture me. Chung Yuyo snapped back, continuing, you have no idea how much Yi Chun liked me back then. If you just say a word to him, he would forgive me. Then we could both serve him together. Wouldn't that be great? Seeing Chung Siyu's silence, Chung Yuyo thought she was wavering and eagerly approached her, saying, if we sisters join forces and use some tactics to keep Yi Chun under our control, the entire Jiangcheng could be ours. Chung Siyu remained silent, prompting Chung Yuyo to grab her hand anxiously. Sister, say something. In the next moment, Chung Siyu shook off her hand and slapped Chung Yuyo hard across the face. A crisp slap echoed as Chung Yuyo held her reddened cheek in disbelief. Looking at Chung Siyu, you hit me? Mr. Yi is a person of extraordinary stature, not someone for a little girl like you to scheme against. Do you think you're Daji reborn? Chung Siyu coldly replied, casting a frosty glance at her. For the sake of our blood ties, I'll ask Mr. Yi to forgive you this time. But if you dare have such thoughts again, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, she walked away confidently in her high heels under the stunned gazes of those around. That night, in the city lord's villa, Yi Chen sat on the sofa, looking at Chung Siyu, who was kneeling before him, tears streaming down her face. He spoke. Is that how it happened? All right, stop crying. I don't blame you for this. You can get up now. Chung Siyu refused to rise, her stockings worn through from kneeling on the floor. I only ask that you not be angry and forgive my cousin this once. After all, she is my cousin. She looked at Yi Chun with tearful eyes, her voice earnest. Rest assured, my heart will always be with you, and I would never dare go against your will or do anything to harm you. I believe you. Please get up, Yi Chun said calmly. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your trust. Chung Siyu smiled through her tears, moving closer to Yi Chen's feet. You've been busy traveling these days. You must be tired. Let me give you a massage to help you relax. With that, she began to knead with her soft, delicate hands. After a while, Chung Siyu softly asked, Sir, is the pressure all right? Are you comfortable? Not bad. Yi Chen closed his eyes slightly, enjoying the attentive care. Chung Siyu felt increasingly sweet inside, basking in Yi Chen's praise. Her movements became more practiced and bold. She whispered softly as she continued massaging Yi Chen's shoulders and neck, slowly rising to kneel behind him. In this position, they were almost touching, and Chung Siyu's figure appeared more compact. A subtle fragrance wafted to Yi Chen's nose, filling him with an indescribable pleasure. Unlike the youthful Chen Bing and Chen Shui, Chung Siyu was like a ripe peach, exuding an alluring maturity. Her hands gently moved down, embracing Yi Chen's body, as her rosy lips whispered softly in his ear, aiming to make him more comfortable. Suddenly, she pushed Yi Chen down and sat on top of him. The next morning, as daylight broke, Yi Chen awoke from his dreams, feeling completely refreshed and invigorated. He found Chung Siyu curled up like a kitten in his arm, her cheeks flushed, lips slightly parted, and her long eyelashes gently resting. She was still lost in a sweet dream. Not wanting to disturb her, Yi Chen remembered how she had pleaded for mercy several times the night before, unable to withstand his fervent advances. He decided to help her improve her abilities, as she was one of his own and it was necessary to support her. Despite her average talent, Yi Chen was confident he could elevate her to a respectable level, enhancing her energy and physical capabilities to better assist him. With this plan in mind, Yi Chen quietly got up and left the room. Downstairs, his parents were already awake, preparing a hearty breakfast. His mother asked, Son, why didn't you bring your assistant down for breakfast? Yi Chen blushed, realizing his parents knew Chung Siyu hadn't left the previous night. He coughed lightly and replied vaguely. She was probably too tired from yesterday's work and wanted to sleep in. Lin Saixia gave him a knowing look, while Yi Kaicheng remarked, Why do you keep asking about these things? Xiao Chen is grown up now. He can handle his own affairs without you worrying. Lin Saixia was not pleased. I'm just asking my son. I want to be a grandparent sooner. Yi Chen nearly choked, quickly finishing his meal and excusing himself. Mom, Dad, I'll be busy for the next few days and might not be home often. Please stay safe. As Yi Chen stepped outside, he clapped his hands, and several agile warriors emerged from hiding, kneeling before him. City Lord, they greeted. Yi Chen nodded and instructed, Protect my parents and assistant. Report to me at the demon lair in the east of the city if there's an emergency. The warriors assured him, Don't worry, sir. Xia Dong has already arranged everything. We've selected the best demon-fighting soldiers to ensure the mission's success. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. Good. From now on, you are my personal guards. Serve well, and you'll be rewarded. The warriors responded excitedly. We pledge our loyalty to you, sir. Leaving his home, Yi Chen headed directly to the demon lair in the east of the city. This area used to be the training ground for Jiangsheng High School martial arts students, but the rapid proliferation of demons made it too dangerous for students, leading to its abandonment. Chen learned about this location from Chun Mingwu and decided to train there, as the demons provided the perfect opportunity for him to quickly accumulate strength. Now a city lord and commander, Chen had unrestricted access to the demon lair and could train as he pleased. Upon entering the lair, Chen eagerly drew the Bao and shot at a nearby demonized rat. Ding! You have used the universe strike to kill the target, permanently gaining 3 strength and 3 agility. Although the cave was mostly filled with first-tier demons due to the seal, which didn't offer much power when defeated, their sheer numbers allowed him to keep shooting continuously. As soon as his skills cooled down, he used them immediately. To increase efficiency, Chen looked at the over 10,000 spirit stones in his ring and, gritting his teeth, decided to spend 10,000 spirit stones to upgrade Heaven and Earth Strike to level 6. Heaven and Earth Strike LV6 grants the host a permanent increase of 3 to strength and agility if the enemy target is killed with this skill, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. The stronger the enemy defeated, the greater the increase in strength and agility. Don't underestimate the 1-second reduction in cooldown. The upgrade benefits of this skill grow exponentially. If the cooldown drops from 2 seconds to 1 second, efficiency increases by 100. Now, not only can he accumulate strength, but also agility, making his shooting speed faster. Someday, firing 100 shots in a second will no longer be a dream, and even assassin-type martial artists won't be able to catch up with him. With his terrifyingly long-range archery, no enemy will escape his deadly strike. To maintain his cultivation while accumulating strength, Chen decisively consumed the 7th-grade spiritual herb, Crimson Flame Flower. During the demon-slaying process, his vitality surged rapidly, and his mental power increased swiftly. Despite shooting in the demon cave for a whole day and night, he felt no fatigue. Observing his accumulated attributes, his strength reached 153,454, and agility, 51,465. In just one day, he amassed over 50,000 strength and agility, increasing his total accumulation by more than 50. Feeling the surge in power, Chen became even more excited, seizing the moment to continue shooting. The demon cave was a sea of corpses and blood, and the system notification kept ringing. Ding! Used Heaven and Earth Strike to kill target. Permanently gained strength 3, agility 3. Chen paid no attention to this, and instead reveled in it. While he was practicing fervently in the cave, in the Spring City Provincial Governor's office, a fist slammed heavily onto the desk, shattering it instantly. Jia Zheng was furious. How dare Chen touch his people? He must be tired of living. He turned to Luo Fei beside him and ordered, "Go, take people and bring Chen back. I want him to live in agony." Luo Fei showed difficulty and hesitated to act. Jia Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "What? Are you not even listening to me now?" Luo Fei quickly explained, No, your words are like an imperial edict to me. I wouldn't dare not listen. It's just, Chen is too formidable, and with the Hou inheritance from the divine miracle, I'm afraid I, as a 7th tier, am no match for him." Ku Rong, standing nearby, also chimed in. "Governor, Lord Luo is right. It seems only you can personally suppress Chen." Jia Zheng coldly scanned the two before finally deciding. "Fine, I'll personally deal with him and administer justice on the spot, so he knows the consequences of offending me." "My lord, you mustn't." Ku Rong quickly waved his hand and said urgently, Chen now holds a special status, involving the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of War, and even the Dragon Group. If you really kill him, it might be difficult to explain to the officials of these departments." Jia Zheng sneered, responding indifferently. "Do you think I'm afraid?" Chen thinks he can act recklessly because he has backing, but he doesn't know that Jia Ying, the Minister of Revenue, is my uncle. Even if I kill him, what can those officials do to me? With a smirk, he continued, "These bigwigs are only interested in Chen's potential, which is why they're extending an olive branch to him. In reality, they don't have a deep relationship with him. Meanwhile, my family ties with the Minister of Revenue and my long-standing acquaintance with these officials make it clear where their loyalties lie." "Brilliant, Governor." Luo Fei quickly stepped forward, speaking respectfully. "I have a foolproof plan to ensure Chen's demise." "Oh, let's hear it." Jia Zheng raised an eyebrow, showing some curiosity. "Everyone says Chen can battle against 8th rank fighters. Although this rumor might not be entirely true, we shouldn't underestimate him. It would be better to invite General Su to join us, and together we'll march on Jiangxing. Chen will have no chance of survival," Luo Fei added. "Governor, I'm not saying you can't defeat Chen, but this way is more secure and will also deter other officials from causing similar issues in the future." Jia Zheng pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. "You're right. We must ensure this operation is foolproof. An enemy with such potential should be eliminated as soon as possible for peace of mind." He smiled and said, "It just so happens that Chen took Su Wundong's spot for the divine artifact. and General Su is furious. He won't refuse. Luo Fei, go invite the general immediately. Just as he finished speaking, a loud voice came from outside the door. No need to trouble yourself. I've come on my own. As he spoke, an elderly man with white hair, clad in a commanding robe, walked in. His steps were accompanied by the sound of wind, and his eagle-like sharp gaze made it difficult for others to meet his eyes. He was Su Xiong, the Grand Marshal of the Northeastern Province's Demon Resistance Army. I can help, but after it's done, I want the Hoi Bao as my reward, Su Xiong stated directly. Jia Zhang hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and agreeing. All right, but your family must support my promotion to Deputy Minister of Rights. Deal. They shook hands, both laughing heartily. Luo Fei exclaimed excitedly. With both of you taking action, that insolent brat will surely meet his end. Humph, Su Xiong said sternly. Not only will I kill him, but I'll make sure his death is spectacular. With that, he looked at the adjutant standing outside the door and commanded harshly. Relay my orders. My 3,000 personal guards are to prepare immediately and accompany me to Jiangcheng to capture Yichun. Yes, sir. The adjutant responded promptly. Dark clouds loomed over Jiangcheng, casting a suffocating atmosphere across the city. News spread like wildfire that the provincial governor and General Su, leading 3,000 elite guards, were on their way to attack. Rumor had it that the new city lord had offended these two powerful figures, provoking their wrath and possibly inciting a massacre. While the idea of a massacre seemed exaggerated, the anti-demon army was supposed to protect us, not harm us. Yet, who could say for sure? With panic spreading and rumors flying, I decided to take refuge at my great-uncle's sister-in-law's place in the countryside. In the city committee office, a female secretary burst in, flustered. Assistant Chung, you need to run. The provincial governor and General Su are on their way. If you don't leave now, it might be too late. Chung Siyu frowned slightly and asked, where did you hear this? The secretary replied, the news has spread all over Jiangcheng. They say they're not only coming for City Lord Yi, but to raise the city. Everyone outside is in a panic, and even half of our officials have fled. Chung Siyu coldly responded, nonsense. Clearly, someone is spreading rumors to stir panic. But regardless, it's true that the general and the governor are coming to confront the city lord, and they're almost here. The secretary anxiously added, I'll notify the TV and news outlets to calm the residents, and I'll alert the city defense forces to be on guard. I'll also send someone to the demon cave to report to the city lord. With that, the secretary rushed out. Watching her leave, Chung Siyu bit her lip, trying to steady herself. Mr. Yi had given her a chance when she needed it most, and she couldn't betray him now. Despite feeling small against the power of an 8th-ranked warrior and 3,000 elite guards, she began methodically coordinating the departments, gathering the remaining city committee officials, calming the residents, and informing Xia Dong to mobilize the city defenses. At the Jiangxing City Defense Army headquarters, Xia Dong urgently recalled over 10,000 defense troops. Whether on leave, sick, or on distant missions, all were summoned back. A communications officer compiled the reports and saluted Xia Dong. Deputy Xia, all 13,908 city defense troops have returned and assembled, awaiting your orders. Xia Dong's gaze was resolute as he addressed the soldiers. You're all commendable. Not a single one of you has tarnished the anti-demon army's name. Rumor has it that General Su, leading 3,000 elite guards, is coming for us. Are you afraid? No. Are you afraid? No. Their voices echoed to the heavens. Xia Dong continued. The odds are heavily against us, and they are our brother troops. If anyone wishes to step down, you may leave now. I, Xia Dong, will not stop you, nor hold it against you. Silence fell, with every soldier standing firm, not a single one moving. Let's be clear, this battle is for our city lord. Xia Dong glared with fierce eyes and continued. Everyone has seen it. Since our city lord, Captain Yi Chun, took office, not only did he eliminate the big rats, but he also tripled our salaries and added half a month to our annual holidays. As the saying goes, you train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for an hour. Now is the time for us to serve. Protect the city lord. Protect the city lord. Protect the city lord. In the principal's office at Songjiang No. 1 High School, Chun Mingwu looked at the 3 martial arts school principals around him and said solemnly, I've never asked anyone for anything in my life. But today, I'm asking the 3 of you to help me. Say no more, old Chun, said Su Jiangwo, the principal of the city experimental martial arts school. Since the 3 of us are here, it shows our stance. Yi Chun is your student, and ours as well. How could we stand by and do nothing? Old Su was right, and the other 2 principals added. Yi Chun is truly an outstanding talent cultivated by Jiangcheng. Although he just took office, he's revitalized the entire bureaucratic atmosphere of Jiangcheng. Previously, funds were siphoned off at every level until there was almost nothing left for us educators. Now, the benefits and welfare at each of our schools have improved significantly. We believe that in the near future, more outstanding students will emerge from Jiangcheng. If we don't support such a city lord, who will? Chen Mingwu remained silent and solemnly bowed to the three of them. As the three of them headed downstairs, ready to go to the front line, they were stunned the moment they stepped outside. The large playground was packed with people, teachers, students, elders, and reporters. They carried flags and banners filled with respect for Yi Chun and condemnation for the provincial leader and the marshal. Chen Mingwu, shocked, opened his mouth and asked, "What are you all doing?" "Principal, we're going with you to the front line," a teacher said firmly. "Yes, let's see what the provincial leader and the marshal can do to us. I may not be able to fight them, but I will protest. They might as well kill us all. The anti-demon army is the people's army, not a tool for some high-ranking officials to oppress the weak. We reporters have started a live broadcast to let everyone see their ugly faces," another reporter added. On the highway from Chunching to Jiangcheng, trucks filled with anti-demon army soldiers sped along. In the lead luxury car, provincial leader Jia Zheng and Marshal Su Xiong sat in the back. Luo Fei, in the front passenger seat, received a call and turned back to report. "Provincial leader, it's reported that people in Jiangcheng have organized themselves to oppose us and have even started a live broadcast. This is outrageous." Jia Zheng cursed and ordered, "Have the tech department cut off their live signal. I want Jiangxing to become a completely isolated city. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." "Yes." Luo Fei quickly relayed the order. Su Xiong, sitting beside him, frowned and hesitated. Why does this Yi Chun have such influence in Jiangxing? Who knows? Jia Zheng sneered. It's just some troublemakers making a fuss. Killing a few will silence the rest. Su Xiong's frown deepened, and his tone turned cold. "Provincial leader Jia, I'm cooperating with you to deal with Yi Chun, not to harm others. Wanton killing of innocents is not my style." Jia Zheng was taken aback by the words, showing a trace of embarrassment on his face before laughing heartily. "Commander Su, that's not quite right. As the governor of the northeastern province, I naturally care for the people even more. However, when dealing with certain stubborn individuals, they won't settle down unless we show them some strength. But we mustn't harm the innocent, that's my bottom line." Su Xiong replied gravely. "If Governor Jia doesn't comply, then I have no choice but to return for now." All right, I'll go along with the commander." Jia Zheng, though displeased, realized he still needed Su Xiong's support for the time being, so he had to compromise temporarily. He secretly planned to deal with Yi Chen first, then install a trusted ally in power, and later settle scores with the rebels. Just as Jia Zheng made up his mind, the car suddenly braked sharply, leaving skid marks for several meters before coming to a halt. Luo Fei looked ahead and saw a person standing less than a meter in front of the car. "Governor, it's Hu Wanli." Already in a bad mood, Jia Zheng was instantly furious. He opened the door and got out, shouting, "Hu Wanli, do you have a death wish?" Hu Wanli didn't respond directly, instead stating, "I, Hu, am stopping the car to ask the governor and commander to turn back. We can report the Jiangxing issue to the Ministry of Personnel. I'm sure the minister will have a verdict, and it's not too late to apprehend Yi Chen then. Are you teaching me how to do my job, Hu Wanli?" Jia Zheng squinted his eyes. Having just been frustrated by Su Xiong, he seized this opportunity to vent. "I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight, or don't blame me for making an example out of you." Hu Wanli stood firm and continued, "Please reconsider, Governor." "Get out of my way," Jia Zheng roared, his spiritual power surging as a golden light enveloped him. He aimed a punch directly at Hu Wanli. Caught off guard and lower in rank, Hu Wanli couldn't defend himself in time and was sent flying, coughing up blood from Jia Zheng's full-force blow. "Take him away, tie him to the wooden post on the carriage, and let everyone see the consequences of offending Jia Zheng." "Yes." Several subordinates immediately lifted the unconscious Hu Wanli and bound him to the wooden post on the rear carriage with special iron chains. The convoy then continued its grand march towards Jiangxing. In Jiangcheng, inside the demon lair, Yi Chun was immersed in joyous training. With each demon's death, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Used universe strike to kill target, permanently gaining strength 3, agility 3. Ding. Used universe strike to kill target, permanently gaining strength 3, agility 3. At that moment, his sensor began to vibrate slightly. Yi Chen frowned, knowing this meant someone had entered the lair to find him. He had previously instructed that unless it was urgent, he should not be disturbed. Clearly, something significant had happened. Yi Chen strode towards the exit of the demon lair. With nearly 60,000 points of agility and the enhancement of level 5 Shadow Dash, his speed was lightning fast, leaving only a blur in his wake. "What is it?" In mere moments, Yi Chen stood beside the city defense soldier. The sudden voice startled the soldier. Turning around, he found that City Lord Yi Chun had appeared behind him at some unknown time. He marveled at the City Lord's profound abilities, akin to teleportation. The warrior quickly reported, "City Lord, reliable sources say that the provincial governor and General Su are leading 3,000 elite troops towards Jiang City, and their target seems to be you. Deputy Officer Xia has already positioned the entire city defense army at the border, awaiting your decision." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes sharpened, and he replied coldly, "Understood." The warrior continued, "Deputy Officer Xia has relocated your parents to a secure location. He also suggested that you might consider retreating from Jiang City for the time being. Our city defense troops are willing to defend you to the death, buying you and your family as much time as possible to leave." Yi Chen smiled faintly, patted the warrior's shoulder, and said solemnly, "Go back and tell Deputy Officer Xia that I, the city lord and the commander, will never abandon my brothers to flee alone. Not only will I not run, but I will also face and eliminate the invading enemy heathen. If they dare to come, I dare to kill. Pass on my orders. All city defense troops are to retreat, and no one is to engage without my command. I will personally rid the people of this menace." The warrior hesitated for a moment and asked, "City lord, but it's the provincial governor and General Su, along with 3,000 elite troops. Isn't it a bit risky to face them alone?" Yi Chen's expression turned stern, and he ordered, "Go relay the command." The warrior immediately responded, "Yes." After the messenger left, Yi Chen emerged from the cavern to find a crowd of townsfolk gathered outside. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you all doing here?" "We want to stand with the city lord. If they want to kill the city lord, they'll have to kill us too." Angry voices rose from the crowd. "Those corrupt officials do nothing but frame the loyal. We won't stand for it." The crowd shouted in unison, their spirits growing more fervent. Yi Chen felt warmth in his heart, realizing that justice resides in people's hearts, and the townsfolk remembered his efforts on their behalf. He raised his hand to calm them, and the crowd fell silent. "I appreciate your goodwill," he said with a smile. "But they only brought 2 8th-rank officials and 3,000 men. Thinking they can take my life is wishful thinking. Don't worry about my safety. Go about your business. Without corrupt officials, Jiang City will only get better." However, the crowd was reluctant to leave, insisting, "Sir, let us stand with you. We can't rest easy otherwise." Seeing their determination, Yi Chen nodded slightly and said, "All right, but let's not be too serious. Everyone should enjoy themselves. This really isn't a big deal. Does anyone play an instrument? Go get it, and let's have some fun." His words amused the crowd, and many quickly responded by running home to fetch their instruments, following Yi Chen with music and cheer towards the front line. At the front line, the atmosphere was tense, with over 10,000 city defense troops standing ready. Barricades and tire spikes were set up on the road to impede the approaching convoy. Among the crowd, Yi Chen spotted several high school principals and martial arts teachers, and then he saw a familiar figure, Jiang Ningxuang. "Senior sister, why are you here?" Yi Chen smiled as he approached the armored ice maiden. Jiang Ningxuang, expressionless, replied, "To help you fight." "And principal who?" Yi Chen asked. "He sent me ahead. He's intercepting the convoy further down the road, hoping to persuade them to turn back and avoid trouble." Jiang Ningxuang answered just as the rumble of trucks approached. Military vehicles were speeding towards them, and the tension caused the music to abruptly stop. "Everyone stay calm. I've got this." Yi Chen gestured with his hand, signaling, "Keep playing, keep dancing." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.